Hola chicas! Welcome to Madrid, or welcome back to Madrid. Great to have your company for the Madrid 888 live event. This is the main event, and we are deep into it. This is day 3. We've got 3 tables left in action, and we'll be battling down to a final table on the stream, and then we'll watch the final table on the stream, and we won't go anywhere until we've crowned a champion. Nick Wealthall in the booth with Nick Eastwood. As ever today, we'll have lots of giveaways, a free roll, crazy amount of giveaways actually, something like 30 tickets for you. So really excited to get going. It's exciting, isn't it, Nick?
It's not exciting.
No. I mean, you know, compared to your average Sunday afternoon.
Yeah. What is your average
rocks.
Sunday afternoon?
Just a cry, and a contemplation about my life as the week crashes forwards.
Yeah.
No, I like a roast dinner. I like a relax.
Sure.
Some quality time with the football or the wife.
Yeah.
Never both.
In that order.
Never both. But this is definitely more exciting. We've got all in straight away. We're playing for 62,000 euros and the glory and a very cool 888 trophy. So it's good. And I think for those that are just joining us today, Nick, we've had some really cool poker, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop. Violence on the first hand.
He doesn't look like that is the same Perez, but it doesn't look. He's not hoodied up.
He's a poker.
He's got no
he's a
sunglasses
poker
on.
chameleon.
So what happened from yesterday? Aces.
That's a good hand.
I mean,
it's definitely a different Perez.
it's a different Perez. I was going to say it's not
Definitely,
that Perez. It can't be. He's grown a beard overnight.
Yeah, I spotted it straight away. Definitely
Anyway,
a different Perez.
Zahn has sit down, or Jean.
This is not what you want, is it? You have to go to bed. You sleep with dreams of success and glory. You come in.
Yeah, 550k is a good stack as well. Now he needs, well, an amount of help that's boring and unrealistic.
Seems unlikely. I want to connect to the human side of this. It absolutely sucks that this is your first hand of day 3.
Well,
some promise.
I think if you'd offered Jean that flop, he probably would have taken it. Because there's a lot of the time that you've got a lot less than 8%.
Totally.
Couple of backdoors. Let's see if he can remain alive for another card. He can.
Clever. Clever.
Club turn
He's
brings
also
in.
he's done a nicely timed stand up. I don't think he's brought a coat to put on, so that's a little mistake, but doesn't mean he can't get the flush here.
7 clubs and 18% for Jean, or he will be out of here in 23rd place. And it is not a club. The 8 of diamonds knocks off our first player of the day.
First player, first hand. Immediate violence on our stream. And what a beautiful thing for Perez. Just, you come in, you've got a good stack. Here, have another 500,000 more. More than that.
I mean, he's
Crazy.
really building up those pink
And
chips now.
that is the level of action you're going to get on this stream all day, guaranteed, or your money back.
There will be no slowing down
No
of any
slowing
sort.
down. Pedal to the metal, all gas, no brakes.
Yeah.
It's just how we roll.
Guaranteed.
How would you, for people that are coming in today or haven't watched religiously for 2 days, how would you sum up the poker that you've commentated on, Nick?
I think it's been really interesting. We had one session that was decidedly not.
Yeah.
But the rest of them have kept us thoroughly entertained.
Definitely.
There's been some somewhat erratic play. There's been some people really attacking every spot. And there's been some sick callers, as you would expect. So, yeah, I think it's been an entertaining tournament. I'm looking forward to seeing what the players bring to today. Sometimes you can play a little bit within yourself early doors on a day 3. So we'll see.
Definitely.
Ian will not be playing within himself. He'll be taking, as we know, all the spots.
Yeah, that is Ian Simpson, 888 Pro, who's doing very well in this event. I think he's just about top 10, maybe 11th, something like that.
I think he was 8th at the start of play.
8th at the start of play. Good knowledge. And definitely has all the tools to win this event, obviously.
Yeah, I think Ian is incredibly dangerous late stage tournament. Early doors, he does a lot of things that I not necessarily agree with, but he does them in order to build to this point where he is so strong.
It'll be interesting to watch Ian and very instructive to watch Ian if you're looking to improve your poker in the late stages, as Nick's indicated. And as you said, we've seen a variety of poker. We see Stevic, flop top pair, a player we were watching last night. A variety of poker, and that's the great thing about these 888 live events. You see everything from top flight pros like Ian through to people who are just trying their first big event. a lot of different styles, a lot of different levels of play. I think that's what makes them fun to watch and fun to play.
Absolutely. Stevic, who we had a lot of time with yesterday, is going to go for check call versus Perez number 2. The same first name as well, or same initial. So, I mean, what chance did we really have?
It's rough.
Stevic,
I mean, they look completely different, but apart from that.
Well, look, it's been a hazy few days.
That's true.
We spent a lot of time.
It's been a whirlwind for you, hasn't it? Your first,
yes, my first
full-time commentary live event gig.
Yeah.
What a whirlwind.
I'm having a great time.
Good. That's good.
And straight for Stevic on the river. We don't know what Perez has.
That is a straight.
You agree?
Yeah.
Thank you. You get a small bet. I like this. We're trying to extract crying calls.
So here's the same stack as the Juan who had Ace King. Sorry, Ace Queen. Very different experience. This is what you would be thinking about. Just give me a nice hand that I can play. A couple of streets. I have the nuts by the river. No risk. Chip up. That's what you're really hoping for when you come in today.
Absolutely. I didn't actually see how Jean got it in. I wasn't sure whether he.
Oh, Jean, not Juan. Yeah.
What are our blinds right now? We're about to see them. I think it's 4,000, 8,000 maybe, or something like that.
No, it's higher than that. Much higher.
It's much higher.
Yeah, it was 5-10 when we finished commentating last night, and they played 2 more levels.
So what?
So
10, 20?
I think we're on 25k big blind. I think.
We're about to find out.
I think it's 25k big blind, but let's double check. It is early, very early for a poker stream, early in poker world. So say hello. Actually, 15:30 we're playing, Nick. So that Ace Queen shove was
yeah, fine.
Fine. I think about 17, 18 big blinds. It is early for a poker stream, so hi if you're in chat. Say hello. Tell me where you're watching from. I like to say hello to you. I like to know who's out there. I know there won't be tons of you, and for that reason, we'll do a contest quite quickly to reward you as an early bird. Hi, Paul. Hi, Morace. Hi, Buicky. Box Waxers here from Nova Scotia. Mercelix is from Germany. Hi from Germany. So Germany and Canada, that's about half the planet straight away. Europe and North America covered. Who else is out there?
Marciano is contemplating 3-bet here as a squeeze. We've had an open from Perez. We've had a call from Puente. Have you heard about Puente?
Is that a song?
No.
Oh.
Puente qualified through Ace-8 Noche.
Excellent.
And
which is live
yeah
play here in the casino.
And has barely paid much to enter. He's basically here for it. And he's now 22 left in the main.
Incredible.
Guaranteed a tidy sum.
So he's in for a tiny amount of money.
Yes.
Taking home a lot.
Here he goes with the patch on him. He's flattered the Ace-10 offsuit on the cutoff, which I maybe wouldn't recommend. And I certainly wouldn't recommend calling this off in general, but we know that if he did call it off, he would have the best hand. Sporting a Chiefs top. Did they win yesterday?
They did. They ground out a win. It's quite unimpressive, but they won. They're into the conference final. Yeah, and this is one of those where I sort of feel like you should probably know what you're going to do when you open the cutoff, because the big blind has one of these stacks.
Yeah, it's got to be fairly daunting, though, to be if you are qualifying for this event.
Definitely fairly daunting.
Straight into the lights.
I'm just sitting here in judgment, Nick.
Yeah, that's fine. You're allowed to do that. He can't seem to. I'm imagining him letting this go, but he's struggling. He's using time banks. Talking to himself.
What would Patrick Mahomes do? That's what you got to ask yourself.
Toss it.
He folds. So that's a result for Marciano.
Great spot for Marciano, who picks up a nice amount of chips, up to over 800k.
Hi to the Crazy Scotsman in Glasgow, where 888 will be next, our first visit to Glasgow for a live event. Do join us there if you can. I know the Crazy Scotsman will. Hi Raj, good to see you. Hi Noodaloo.
On the World Series Poker, I think, we're doing 10K, you were talking about your teacher. I'm not sure what the interview was. I didn't finish it, so it was good. But I watched, I think, halfway.
Sorry about that, guys.
Maybe 45
Posting a
minutes.
story.
Yeah, it was probably. I just click your name and then there was okay. And I didn't pick him up. Yeah, I don't know his name, but I've seen him before. I think it's always a bit weird that he looks at his laptop like 50% of the time. It makes sense because it's long. It's a long stretch.
We've lost a few more players, Nick. Not here, but somewhere.
We have, down to 20.
20.
A few people have come back with a bag and a dream and gone home with not the dream anymore, but some money.
Maybe some nightmares.
You know, they've gone home with serious profit. Our players are getting about €2,500 when they bust at the moment.
How much? 2,500.
Yeah, 2.5.
It's fairly decent.
It is fairly decent. Especially if you satellited in like our
Puente.
friend that was in the Chiefs t-shirt.
He still is in the Chiefs t-shirt.
Oh, good. Because topless is not allowed.
I don't believe it is. No, you're right.
Trust me. Trust me. I know that.
I'm going to give this one a go. Ishganor. Ishganor?
Yushganor.
Ishganor?
Yush.
Yeah, Ishganor is going to defend the big blind with king 6 off. Gut shot on 2 overs for Ducale, who is going to bet. And I believe that should be the end of matters. It is.
I like his hair. I'd
Yeah.
like a silver grey mane.
Yes, swept back.
Yeah, I'd love
What
that.
product do you think that is using there?
I don't know, but here's what I'm going to do, Nick. I'm going to get this off to a frenzied start and give away some tickets to reward the people that are here at the start of day 3.
There should be reward for that.
I have had more people in bed at one time than our current audience, so you know the people that are keen.
Just
and
last night, actually.
Hey, what a night! What a city! Just to reward the people that are here early. Let's do it. So here's the thing today. We've got a lot of tickets. We wanted to give you the best possible chance to win. So we've got 20, Nick Eastwood, $25 tickets, which are to the 100K XL mini event. I presume that's part of the Winter Series.
So we're just heading into bankruptcy then? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, but we're going to go out giving.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we've still got 10 $33 tickets.
10?
Yeah, so we've got 30 tickets.
That's arguably too many tickets. Arguably.
It is a lot. So if you don't win one today, you suck and you should never enter these contests ever again.
Yeah.
No, wait, that's harsh.
But remember, guys, hashtag iPod Shuffle, just in case you get upset.
Just in case you get upset. So we're going to do a keyword. Now, if you're watching on YouTube, hello to you. But just to let you know that the keyword contests are not available to you because they're software driven. So you have to come over to 888poker.tv on Twitch if you want to play the keywords. The other contests that we run, you can play, but the keywords you can't. So we'll just watch this hand and then we'll have a contest.
Yeah, just over 25 bigs here for Ian Simpson with ace-queen of diamonds in the big blind. Ducale opened from hijack with 6-4 of clubs. Ian makes a sizable and reasonable... Whoa, are we peeling here? I really would not like this. There's just not that much back. Ducale is going to peel the 6-4 of clubs from hijack versus a massive 3-bet.
This is a day 1 play, not a day 3 play, right?
Well, at least on day 1 you're a bit deeper. Look at the SPR.
That's what I mean. That's
You're
what I
only
mean.
just over pot back. Ian doesn't hit flop, but Ducale doesn't either.
What does Ian do?
Ian c-bets.
He definitely c-bets, but like I meant sizing because he's only got 1 1/3 pot size bets behind.
Well, actually, from big blind, you do like actually size this board up slightly more than tiny. You don't go like 20 or 10% here. This is a really solid bet sizing from Ian, as you'd expect, in the 1/3 region, which is
Ian
important.
says, "Thank you for the donation. Please continue to give. We value your support."
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to give Ian chips like that, then you're going to have a rough time.
I tell you who's not going to have a rough time, Nick. Our chat, because they're going to have a chance to win a $25 ticket to a 100k tournament. 100k guaranteed tournament, I believe.
In the XL Series Winter Mini Main.
I think that's what it is. Lime is the keyword ready. It's the keyword ready. And given how many tickets there are, you are going to have to answer this question a lot today. So, you know, don't come in aggro. You know, I understand if your frustration builds. Look, she started off super nice. She got it ready just for me.
We'll see how that develops over the course of the day.
All you need to do is type in the keyword to win. Do not do it on YouTube. It doesn't work. You've got to be on our Twitch channel for this contest. The keyword, I was quite creative here. I think you'll like this, Nick, is day 3. Day 3 is the keyword.
I mean, I'm not sure where we've pulled that from.
No. Just sometimes I get inspired. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Type day 3. As you can see by the volume of chatters, this is one of your best chances to win before our audience grows in the evening. Get involved. Get into a 100k tournament by winning one of these tickets. Have some fun. Turn it into lots of money.
Ian Limp small blind Perez with King Jack suited way above par. Gonna go for the raise. And I imagine Ian will fold unless this is too small. 110k is enough. Sized quite well. I think Ian's like, I don't know the rest of the players, but I have to assume that he's quite a strong favourite here. Just from what I know of his late game tournament play. Generally speaking, when Ian gets late stage in the tournament, he kind of wins. Like, it's really scary.
I take it you've seen that sort of semi-viral video on YouTube about Sean Deeb's tournament results from a few years ago.
I haven't actually.
Okay.
I'm not really in the tournament space like all often.
No, me neither. It's just this video was really instructive. So it's quite an old video because it's when Sean Deeb was really playing huge volume. And this guy analysed his results. And the point he was making was that he cashed, Sean Deeb did, almost as much, almost at the same rate as an average member of the population. So just slightly more cashes. But his final table appearances were wildly higher, and his top 3s were wildly higher than an average member of the population. And the instructive point is, most people play tournaments wrong, really, because they're trying to sort of hang around, survive, get into the money. Whereas actual fact, when Sean Deeb, similar to Ian, gets into the money or gets deep, they usually have chips, and then their edge is at its biggest later on, isn't it? Just speak to that a little bit. Why is their edge bigger later in tournaments?
Well, from our case study here, Ian, Ian's a very strong theoretical player. He does study a good amount of the time. He plays a lot. He knows a lot about the theory side of the game. But by far, Ian's strongest suit and his biggest strength is the fact that he gets to this stage of a tournament and does not care one bit. He will do everything that he thinks needs to be done and more. He will isolate the players that he thinks are not playing correctly, and he will drill them into dust. He is ruthless and he is relentless. And
so if he thinks something is the right play, he's going to make it. He's not going to think, I could go out the main here, I could jeopardise my
He will never
place.
fold a hand because he's worried about something or other. He will do whatever is necessary, and if he believes something is going to work, and quite often at this stage of tournaments, things work if you're aggressive because people don't want to bust. He's got the backup of you know, this. He won't be here to ladder to 10th or 8th or anything like that. He will be here to win a trophy.
I always used to say that people's mentality with tournaments, especially live tournaments, is in reverse. So they play splashy at the beginning when there's very little to win in the middle in terms of chip equity, and then they play super tight when there's everything to win in the middle later. Ian does that, and I've of course forgotten that we have to manually close the contest. So let's close the contest. Let's get our first winners of the day up in this piece.
Let's do it. Ready. Here we go. First winner, Con Martinoni, with his first win of the week. Con Martinoni, come on down.
Come on down. You finally won one this week. Julian Finu. Have you full named yourself? That is really appropriate. Nicely done, Julian. Julian, congratulations either way. And Andra777G. Andra, you are our third winner. Pardon?
3 winners?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude,
generosity.
we have got 30 tickets to get through.
I understand.
And I really appreciate the people that are here at the start because we need the company.
Yeah, we get lonely.
Or sick of the people we've been locked in a kitchen with for 3 days.
I mean, you wouldn't say that about Mark.
No, I wouldn't say
Mark's
that.
a good
No,
egg.
I wouldn't say that about Mark. So who
Yeah.
could I be talking about? That's the question.
Getting re-hustled.
Oh.
If there are 2 tables left, we get a
Oh.
completely new sheet roll.
No, I mean, in fairness, it's better than Tupman.
Okay. So 50-50.
Bar's low.
One of our outer tables in the main event. There are 3 going, which means that we're playing 6 and 7-handed because we only have 19 players.
19 left.
The man in shot and the far side of this shot is our chip leader. Look at all those lovely pink chips.
Yeah, they are quite delicious. I wonder when he'll start to get chipped up to. What is the next colour?
100k, I presume. I don't know what colour it is.
I think it might be black.
It should be black.
It's kind of like,
It's badass.
yeah, it's a bit gnarly, isn't
And
it?
do you know what I love?
What do you love?
I love, which they don't have in poker tournaments really anymore. I love those Monte Carlo rectangle chips. You know, they're like lacquered.
Plaques.
Yeah. They're really like
Yeah.
badass. And they're
bulky.
only for like serious money.
Yeah.
I love that shit. We need to get some of those involved.
So, time bank's being used on the outer table here. But we're going to go back to feature where Perez opened 10-9 of spades and Stevic stepped out with Jack-3 of hearts from big blind.
we saw Stevic do this yesterday. That's Stevic in shot,
Yeah.
didn't we?
Yeah,
He's not averse to a light 3-bet, a 3-bet bluff. He likes it.
he absolutely loves it. And
And I think he's picking based on the spot on the player, not really his hand,
Yeah.
which theoretical players wouldn't love so much, but
Yeah.
you can get away with it more live, I think.
yeah, so from big blind, you're actually supposed to be. Then this is the reason why Ian's c-bet shouldn't have been too small on the previous board on the King 9-3. And the reason is from the big blind, you're meant to be quite polar, and you're meant to be quite polar because you can call. So a lot of your middling strength hands want to call. So quite often when you 3-bet, you'll have either very, very strong hands or very, very weak hands. And that means that you shouldn't necessarily always be betting boards like King 9-3, and therefore it produces slightly larger bets, which is why I liked what Ian did earlier. Just a little throwback. And I like that people are taking spots. Bedell's out.
Mr. Bedell, him of the 3.7 million in live cashes, just racks up another one. Just chuck it on the pile. Another 2.5k.
Yeah.
Sorry to see him go.
You probably won't even notice that go in. Kings for Murciano. Stevic opened the small blind in the big blind. Blind on blind here. Murciano wakes up. We're about even in chips as well here. Only around the 25 big blind mark, down to 18 players. 6 left on each table now. Bit shaky from Murciano as he makes it 170.
Yeah, you don't often see that.
A little bit wobbly.
Yeah, you don't often see that.
Stevic, has he picked up on it? What does it mean? He's going to fold very quickly with 10-8 of clubs, which is, I don't know, interesting. That seems like a very playable hand blind versus blind. Maybe the jitters lost some value there. You got this, Murciano.
Well, that'll settle him down, won't it?
Yeah.
Getting your first pot. 18 players left, so we're playing 6 max here in Madrid.
It's actually his second pot. He won the King Jack all in. Squeeze shove.
Okay, well, he needs to chill then.
Yeah,
Just
he does
chill.
need to chill out.
Just
Yeah.
chill. Get some Ian Simpson in you. I mean, his mindset, obviously.
Yeah. We just gained Ishkanov. We are losing Ishkanov. He's going back out to the outer table because we are losing players at a rate that we can't handle, potentially.
Quite surprising. I mean, a few players will come into this short stacked, but sometimes, as you said at the top, you see quite tight play.
Yeah. You probably lose a few people off the bottom at the start of a day 3 because for some reason there's some sort of pseudo bubble at the end of a day.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't really make any sense.
No.
People want to make day 3, so they end up getting there with maybe a fewer chips than they should have done. Is our friend still in? Well, your friend. From
Which one? I got lots of friends.
The serial tanker. Q-pitch, was it?
Q-pitch. Yeah, I don't know.
I really hope he is, because I want to see him play. Because we actually didn't get. He was there for a few hours, but we didn't actually get to see him play the game. So we get a raise from Stevic on the button, and Ian's going to defend 6-4 offsuit, just connected enough to defend. Unfortunately, this is not the best board I've ever seen for 6-4 offsuit. There aren't many great boards for 6-4 offsuit. This is a decidedly poor one.
Nothing doing for Ian.
That was a very good flop from the wife. Yeah.
Your king's under there.
You have the king and not flush draw.
Stevic saying, guys, when I do things,
Yeah.
I've got stuff.
I'm serious. There's the rest of the main event. Not much to it. There used to be 400 and something people. Now there's just this lot.
I don't see Q-pitch. I don't see him. He's out.
Okay.
He's gone. How do you feel?
I didn't hate him.
No, I know you didn't hate
I
him.
just want him to watch the vlog. Or the not the vlog, sorry. The stream from yesterday. And I want him to think, why was I doing that? That was silly.
Yeah.
And not do any more tanking. That's what we're playing for here in Madrid. Our first look at the final table payouts. 62,000 euros, the classic massive spread of payouts from 8th to 1st.
You like a massive spread, don't you?
I mean, I don't. But I do from a commentary point of view because it's more exciting.
So, 6-handed, which I can already tell you Ian will enjoy. And Puente, our Noche qualifier, is a little bit short. Down towards the 10 big blind mark.
I'm gonna root for him. I hope he doubles up. I think
I'd love it.
That's the man in question. I think it's cool when people qualify for very little money for these big tournaments and then get a deep run. That's what it's all about. The tournament dream, Nick.
It is the tournament dream. Dale Carle, by the way, is applying pressure wherever, even in remotely close spots. He's doing a lot of opening. Perez, though. Oh, he's flatting jacks out the big blind here.
Pretty deep.
Yeah.
Both of them, obviously, as you can see, have significant stacks.
Great board for jacks. Not so good for Dio Carle, but he does have hope in the spade and the heart on this low, hearty, spadey board. Check, check, top set for Perez, but nothing really doing for Dio Carle. What's the play? Checking would be reasonable. Obviously, betting can't be bad.
Yeah, you're a little bit frustrated. You don't get a continuation bet on that board.
Snap fold. Yeah, you definitely could as well. So you bet that board. It's definitely not.
Good fold.
Dio Carle is, I think he's feeling pretty confident and ready to play, ready to go. Some outer table action. There's some sunglasses. There's some great beards. Look at that beard.
Well, that's elite,
That is really strong.
and it looks incredibly well kept.
Yeah, it does.
Looks like he has a teasing comb that he uses quite a lot.
Potentially
Quite
some beard
efficiently.
oil as well.
Probably a bit of that.
At least in my ears, maybe it's different when you actually live there permanently.
But I like to live.
Well, it's still a very good place to live, I would say. Right?
Dio Carle is very Dutch sounding. I do like the Dutch accent since a lot of Dutch presence in our team, isn't there?
Have you been to Holland?
Yeah. I
Amsterdam?
Yes.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Lovely.
I'd like us to have a tournament in Amsterdam.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, it would.
Dear Carly, by the way, again, just opening anything that he fancies.
Yeah, that's good. We want
Yeah.
that. We want that for the stream.
Just folding the pocket fives.
What we don't want, always, is really tight play, but we do expect to get it at some point because
Yeah.
the money gets really significant in these main events, and oftentimes we have players that are not used to playing for massive money.
Oh yeah. And some of them, maybe not. Maybe some of them, like Ian, not really looking up for a 200/300 euro ladder, but easily could be a significant portion of the finances for others. So it
Yeah,
can,
totally.
can be quite significant to get a few roll off and make an extra 400 euros or so. The players are having fun. We like to see fun being had by all.
Have you ever had fun playing poker, Nick?
It was 2009.
I've tight range. Or tighter than different position.
Murciano, Jack 10 suited.
Got to play Jack 10 suited. It's too pretty to fold.
It's pretty and it's good. There are some pretty hands that aren't good. This is a pretty hand that is good. Puente's all in, and Murciano's probably going to be priced in here after making it 60k. It's only 10 bigs. Oh, it's actually pretty close. And Dirkale wants a count as well, which I think would be probably just on the optimistic side. This is probably just under the line. Certainly ace queen, good enough. Ace jack probably as well. So king queen, I think Dirkale will relinquish. But I don't know, Murciano, there's a decent chunk in there. He certainly won't do anything quickly. He's going to have a little think.
We can see on screen it's 230 to win 400, which is, you know, pretty significant.
Yeah. Just doing some maths. You can just work this out if you just think you can pin a range on Puente here. He knows he won't be in great shape. He'll much prefer to see ace king if he called than ace jack, but he is going to let this one go.
Oh, wow.
Puente will be delighted.
He will be delighted. Actually, I think ace jack versus jack 10, when you're one of the shortest stacks in the tournament, you actually like a call.
Yeah, you say so. Are you honest, bro? Here?
But I could do
You
it.
had the ace jack, ace 10.
I don't
You
know.
had a coin flip.
With that one, yes, even better.
Yeah, but you're flipping. I like flips.
Double up here for our jacket-wearing gilet sporter.
Let's see. I have to find out if it's still
What's
the case.
your gilet position?
I need to get my chips in sooner or later.
I don't have any gilets.
To win the first flip, I'm probably going to win the
I
tournament.
think you probably do own at least one gilet.
I don't actually.
You don't?
No.
I reckon you'd be much better.
I'm gilet curious.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think you're probably better at pulling gilets off than I am. Like if we both were wearing a gilet, I think
Right.
you'd get less comments.
Do you think?
Well, I think maybe mostly out of professional courtesy, I'm less
Oh, you mean?
respected.
I mean, just here. You mean?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Not just in day-to-day life.
Yeah, no, I think I'm just less respected, so I think
Oh.
more people may be open to criticism.
It's always, I don't know. I always just find it so hot in casinos that
Yeah.
it wouldn't be the place where I'd wear one. Sevic with a 3-bet here. Nice spot for him. Nice spot in terms of having ace-queen suited in the big blind with raising a call in front, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get some tough spots late in tournaments, and you're like, oh god, I really don't want to do it. I don't want to make a mistake. At least when you have something like that, you know that you just put some money in and hope for the best.
Ducale flatting with this, with the queen jack offsuit out of the small blind, which is, as you know from
Yes,
me,
I'm aware.
you should never do.
It upsets Nick. That's the main reason you shouldn't do it. Why would you want something like that?
It's just the classic people. Ooh, it's like half a hand, and I've got a little bit of money in there.
Yeah.
Here I go. I'll call a raise. Well, this is bad. You're bad. It's bad.
Yeah. You think it's bad?
It's bad.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
No. Ian so far with not really much to sink his teeth into. Perez opens the hijack with king 10 off. Did he? I think so. Yeah. Perez opens the hijack with king 10 off.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Off 2 million plus in chips. One of the bigger stacks in the tournament at the moment.
A 7 of hearts for Diakale, who has taken every spot so far. He's going to call the button here. Calling the button. Okay with you, Nick?
I mean, it can't be bad, can it? I think I prefer a 3-bet there.
Now here we go.
Don't you?
Murciano.
Think you prefer a 3-bet?
I think it's both are fine. 3-bet's probably slightly better. Murciano, though, has a pretty clear opportunity, should he wish to take it, to squeeze shove again. And it would work. Big little.
Well, also just the power of the bet.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows that.
He's going to call.
Yeah, which is sort of potentially the worst of his options. He knows
can't
that Diakale is a no, he can't fold. You're right. It's not the worst. He knows that Diakale is an active player, an aggressive player. So when he flats on the button, I do think that caps him, and I think it's a nice spot for a shove. That's obviously a nice board for him.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised to see this check through. Perez could bet. You know, it's hard to connect with this board. He may just throw something out there and hope that no one's got anything going on, and it looks like it's exactly what he's going to do as he throws out continuation bet of 70,000. Diakale with a player behind really can't continue here. And lets it go. Now, will we see raise or call? Both again acceptable. Certainly wouldn't mind seeing a small raise. I think all in may be a little bit premature. As long as you don't fold, you are doing just fine. And he's going to call with the nut flush draw. Turn card coming. On the outer table, we have an all-in and a call. Ace-Jack against sixes. The sixes with a set on the river.
It's a good hand.
Or flop, not sure which. And the Ace-Jack will be forced to pay the money. As we go back to feature where Perez...
That's like an all-in double, didn't it?
Has seen a 9-turn, which Murciano won't like. Perez thinks that King High has just enough showdown to check. And the river is a 6. So unless money goes in this pot, Murciano will win. He will start with check, and Perez will have option to bluff. Expect check, but I wouldn't be surprised by bluff. Here goes check, check, ace high, good.
I think if he's bluffing, he's trying to get ace high exactly to fold, isn't he? So I think it's one of those, how much do you have to bet?
Probably chunky, and then
exactly
be quite confused, maybe potentially by that bet size.
Probably work, but
yeah, it might work.
Simply because it's such a big call relative to his stack, but psychologically, people don't like making those calls.
I mean, Perez can certainly have aces, kings, etc. there, like the check back turn, no problem at all. It's very, very reasonable, and by that point, they're therefore worth very large bets. So if you do want to bet there, I do like large. Does decide to take king high showdown. There's plenty of other hands you're going to have there that you could bluff with, so it's fine. Maybe something like 7-6 that double blocks like 7s and 6s that get sticky, like maybe.
Yes, swivel steals. Probably right. Probably do need a big bet there. However, just be aware that he only had 600 and something thousand left in his stack.
Yeah.
And that's obviously one of the fascinating things about, especially live tournaments, stack size and the impact of bets and calls on people's future in the tournament becomes such a big deal.
Yeah. Perez with 6s. Kings for Ian Simpson.
It's a good hand.
It's not a bad hand. Ian will size out Another chunky 3-bet from Big Blind, I imagine. Went to 210 last time. I expect similar this time around. Here come those pinks. 200. And looks like 15 or 20,000 there. 220,000 from Ian. 700k left as Perez glances over to see how much remains in the Brit stack and just lets it go. Not enough implied odds, I imagine, is the final decision. Ian takes one down.
You're listening to Nick Eastwood, I'm Nick Wealthall. This is the scene in the casino, Gran Via Casino Madrid. Final stages, or building towards the final stages, of the 888 live main event here. Our outer tables. We've got 3 tables, 6 on each table, easy math. 18 players remain. Playing down to a final table, which I think will be 8-handed. Usually is. Yeah. And then you'll get to see the final table. You get it all here today. We'll be here as long as it takes, it says in my contract. And we will crown a champion. You don't have a contract, no. We'll crown a champion. Somebody will win 62,000 euros, which is a pretty good weekend's work. Lots of giveaways for you. Free rolls later on. Too many giveaways, actually. We've given away 3 tickets for Play on 888, which means we're down to our last 27 tickets today, Nick. If you can't win today, take a good, hard, long look at your process. Barely
any tickets remaining. Here we go. Little flop that could become interesting. Murciano with gut shot and a club. King high board, certainly reasonable to see bet, but Perez defending out the big blind has flopped bottom and top pair here. Top and bottom, otherwise known. Expect bet, and then Perez can go either way. It's a small bet, so raise, I think, will be favoured. Don't really want on this kind of board to call and then let Murciano check back and realise a lot of equity on turn, so it's going to be raised. It's the right move. Sizing. 135, not huge. Murciano versus this sizing probably will have to come along for another street. Gut shot to the nuts. Backdoor flush draw.
Yeah.
He's going to call. And we'll see a turn. Turn card, King of Spades. Perez fills up. I would love to see a check.
Well, it's quite likely, isn't it? Because Murciano's not super deep. I mean, he can always make a small bet, as in a slightly strange.
Perez should check. The reason
why am I doing this?
Yeah, very, very well played. The reason that Perez should check is because on the flop, very polar when we check raise flop. Stuff like 5, 4, 9, 8 are our bluffs, etc. And then we have some very good hands, like 6s, 7s, King 6, what have you. Even 7-6 from flop is now counterfeit, so that's something you would want to check as well. So this is, considering it's a very good card for button, for their range that bet calls flop, it's not a very good card for our range that check raises flop. And Murciano can have something like exactly he has, 10 high, and we don't get more money from 10 high. So check is great.
Sorry, I'm just smiling because he's bet 60,000 here, which which like gives you explicit. Like if you check raised any draw, you've just got explicit odds to call. So I don't 100% understand the point of the bet. We're going to get a double check raise here, Nick Eastwood.
Yeah, I prefer call for sure.
It's a double check raise.
Yeah. The
Swivel Steel
fables-
says it's criminal. Well, it is criminal. It's happened.
Yeah, it's not a good. It's not a good raise. I don't think. We'd much rather call. We lock the board up so hard. Like if he has air, he folds. If he has a king, he's going to go broke anyway on most rivers.
Yeah.
We just need to let Murciano do his thing. This decidedly does not allow him to do things. Little misstep. I liked the check, but not the check raise. Murciano should be getting what out of there.
Okay,
Nick.
this is weird.
He's floating turn.
I don't understand. I don't understand what even the thought process is for the small bet and then the call. Unless the graphics are wrong.
No, the graphics are not wrong. This is a float
Okay.
versus the small sizing.
So now he should check purely on the principle that there's a very small chance that he can get 3 check raises in.
He should absolutely check.
Yeah, he should definitely check. But
Yeah.
I'm saying not to win the most.
Yeah.
To just to do 3 check raises.
Yeah.
Which, you know.
I would really like to see check. Especially because this... Yeah, he's not going to check. So this is a really strange turn float, to be honest. Because you can't guarantee that your opponent's going to... Yeah, what a weird hand. You can't guarantee your opponent's going to check to you to allow you the opportunity to bluff anyway. And you're on a paired board with only what you can assume is 4 outs, one of them being a club, so you can't guarantee that one. It's a very odd
well,
float.
we could see that if he does hit his gut shot,
Yeah.
he obviously is murdered.
Yeah.
What a curious hand.
Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan of much of that, actually.
You liked one check out of the whole thing.
I liked flop. I thought flop was good by both. I thought turn was odd.
That's what I want.
Yeah, I understand. I understand the whole purpose. I'm easy target.
I'm gonna try.
Here comes an all-in and a call on the outer tables. 18 left here.
I feel like we've got the POV of a stack here.
Yeah.
Like this is what a stack would see.
We can't really, due to lighting, tell you what's going on, but Deuce 3 against King 5. King 5 gonna take this one. And it looks like maybe someone was priced in the big blind. The short stack is gonna double up.
That is exactly it. Somebody had to call.
Yeah. So still alive.
Still 18, as far as we know, here in the main event.
Murciano, Queen Jack of Hearts. Ian flats the button with Ace 9 offsuit. Interesting.
So Murciano only has 555,000 behind, which
And day 3 they say, okay, these guys.
is the important factor here.
Clearly Ian thinks that he can play very profitably in position here. This is going to be tough to do that on.
I want to refund anyway then.
And either check or bet fine for Murciano. Interesting that Ian has the Ace of Spades. If Ian can think of any reasons to do things, he usually finds them.
He'll do things.
Yeah,
Ace of Spades is a reason.
it is. I don't think Ian will fold just yet. Depends on size. Versus small, he certainly has to continue once.
It's not gambling. And it's not really risky.
45k.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Ian probably going to see a turn here. Calls.
So Murciano likes a tiny bet,
Yeah,
doesn't
this
he?
is a reasonable board to bet
He likes a
tiny on.
tiny bet. This makes more sense.
Yeah, very good card for Murciano. Expecting more bets here. Protection and value important. Ian now will have to fold turn. Versus what I assume would be somewhere in the region of half pot. Does decide to check on this occasion. Leaves Ian the rope. And generally speaking, when Ian is given rope, he clings to it. See,
Do you mean he hangs himself? Is that what you're trying to say?
didn't try to say anything.
Oh.
Here comes bet. think, 200,000 from Ian with the ideas of shoving river on a spade potentially. Murciano, I think, shoving really probably the best play here. Obviously, we know the only way he'd get more money is by calling and letting Ian do things on the river, but his hand's just a little bit too strong for this spot and not really that protected. Lots of rivers you don't want to see.
He disagrees.
Does elect to call, which is obviously
just
fine.
calls.
A little bit more dicey. Or has he called, or has he had used a time bank? I think he used a time bank.
Oh, he's time
Yeah,
bank.
I think it was a time bank.
I thought he put out
I
blue
do
chips.
expect Murciano to shove. And Ian to snap fold. Yeah. So got an extra 200k out of Ian there, who's a little bit frustrated. Picked a spot, as he often does.
Not want to knowingly pass up a spot, you're telling us.
Well, Exhibit A. Flat the button with ace-9 offsuit, float the flop, bet the turn. I'm not making this stuff up, Nick.
No.
I've been watching this for 3 years
Do you
now.
think he regrets every street? Or do you think he regrets nothing?
Well, I don't know about the ace-9 off business, but is that aces? No, it's ace-5 offsuit. Against sixes, I want to say. Lighting is tough, guys. But our man with the hair looks like he's picking up chips. Haven't lost anybody, though. 18 for a while now.
Yeah, 18 for a while. They need to pick up the pace. When the casino closes tonight, we have to be done. That's just the rule.
It does sound like we would need to be done by then.
Yeah. You can't just, you know, take it outside or something.
No.
All in a call. Our friend Puente, who's
Yeah.
qualified for this tournament.
Very standard spot, ace-7 offsuit. Diocale wakes up in the big blind with pocket nines and
Can I choose?
has a very easy decision. And we have a 730,000 chip pot, which would put Diocale around 1.5 million. It would put Puente out unless he can find an ace. We'll be down to 17 players. There's a 7. No backdoor spades working, but 7 and ace available. 20% equity for Puente as we go to the turn.
Pulling for Puente.
Here's the king-king.
We like our Noche qualifiers.
4 outs.
Ace on the river, let's see.
Jack on the turn. The same 4 outs available on the river, or we will lose Puente. And the river card is an 8. Straight for Diocale. Curtains for Puente.
Good game for him. Really, really well played. Takes home over €2,500 euros after qualifying for this tournament on a free roll.
Yep.
Amazing. Enough to go to Kansas and watch the Chiefs with.
Go Chiefs. Or something.
Yeah, that's it, Nick. That's the kind of thing they say. We're actually going to redraw for 2 tables. We're going from 3 tables to 2 tables, so we're going to have a very short break here. About 5 minutes break, something like that, we think.
Yeah. Maybe even 6 minutes. Let's see.
Yeah, you get lucky.
We're not having a break. We've got one more hand.
Oh, have
Jump
we?
the gun. The gun has been jumped. 17 players, so we're waiting for 16.
Oh, we're waiting for 16. Very good.
I don't know if that's a spoiler.
But no, not really, because there will be 16.
Yes.
And then 15, and
Yeah.
then...
Flore la televisada.
Yeah, it's half, it's correct, right? Half. It's the first time I played this, actually the first time it happens. I don't.
Not quite redrawing.
No.
So the players have to play 5-handed,
Yes.
which is out of their comfort zone for a lot of them.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of tournament players, live tournament players, don't like playing 5-6-handed poker.
You generally don't see 5-handed until final table. But these are occasions that you do have to deal with. Tournament poker throws up all sorts of situations that you must adapt to. Feng Shui, Darwin, I Ching.
Since you are
You got to roll with it.
Since you're good by only spit each other on the back for all the compliments and good stuff. And,
Blind versus blind here. Limp from Diacale with the ace-6 offsuit. Stevic checks back the 10-9 off. Flop is king high. Gut shot for Stevic. Ace high for Diacale right now. Check, check.
I think we're 16 now.
Duck on the turn doesn't help anybody. Diacale continues with check. Stevic could now consider reopening the action. Doesn't. Wants to realise his equity. 10 high now for Stevic. Something's got to give.
Well, somebody at the table said we're going down to 2 tables, and I think the players are probably going to happily get into a more full ring environment.
Yeah.
It's friendly, right?
Decides to give up 10 high, which I would love to see something somewhere, but
no.
Yeah, nothing. Especially from Stevic, who has not been shy.
So we're going to have a short break, I think. You can hear the sound of racks in the background. Players are moving around. We're going to redraw for 2 tables. That's not the most exciting content in the world, so we're going to put on something fun for you to watch. In about 6 minutes' time, we'll be back, and we'll do some giveaways when we come back, and we're down to 2 tables here in Madrid.
I think it is because
Yeah, it makes sense.
No, 15, 30 y 30 porque el 7 hizo gol. El antes fue 15.
Pero ¿cuántos somos ahora? Es diferente, somos 18, 17. Porque
You liar.
¿Cuántos somos ahora?
Redraw us, interrupt us.
Is that a
It's
spell?
it's like I'm being fluffed.
Can be if you like.
I'm a bit tired.
From last night.
I've got a headache.
Yeah.
We're playing another table. It's a bit weird because we are redrawing on the outer table.
Yeah.
But we're playing another hand here, which is unusual. But let's watch this hand and then we'll have our break.
There
Yeah, look,
goes.
these players just
Yeah.
walking around.
I think that is our 17th place finisher. Beard,
Beard no good.
no good.
¿Qué va a pasar? ¿Qué va?
Zonk says Easty offering to fluff someone is probably the highlight of my day. Zonk, you need to upgrade your days significantly. Get hobbies.
Diacale 3-bets the button with ace deuce off. We are down to 16 players, by the way. Confirmed, top right corner.
Yeah, confirmed. Well, I knew this was happening on the outer tables. I just thought that would stop the action here. But no, we're going to play another hand.
We folded king jack suited. We've got king jack suited.
Out
I think
position.
that's got to be a product of the table change.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to before,
Yeah.
which is that a lot of players will just want to get to a happier environment. They are in a happy environment because they're playing for this
Yes.
sexy piece of hardware, Nick.
That is a sexy piece of
Our
hardware.
trophies are very nice, aren't they?
Look at it. It's
Very
gleaming.
nice.
It's gleaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are 16, we get a redraw.
Anyway, now you can do your redraw stuff.
I've done it. I'm not doing it again. We'll see you in 6 minutes. Bye-bye.
But it's also, I think that's like, what do you call it?
Are you ready for an unforgettable year with the 888poker Live 2025 series? This year, we're bringing the excitement to you with 5 major stops and 6 incredible UKPL events. We start in Madrid, where the thrill begins in one of Europe's most vibrant cities. Then it's on to Glasgow, a city known for its heart, energy, and epic poker showdowns. Next, join us in Barcelona, where poker meets party under the Spanish sun. And in London, we'll see you at the newly renovated Victoria Casino, where champions are made. But that's not all. Stay tuned for a 5th event to be revealed later in the year. And while you wait, the UKPL is back with 6 stops bringing poker closer to you. So whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the game, 888poker Live is your chance to be part of something unforgettable. Play our satellites online for a chance to qualify or win a tournament package in our passport promotion. Get lucky and you might even be our next 888 Poker live champion. 888 Poker, made to play. Love poker streams? Then we've got something exciting lined up for you. 888 Poker has a brand new live streaming schedule. With every stream now available on Twitch and YouTube, we've got double the action and double the chance to win. Kick things off with Magic Mondays for the very best cards up final table action.
Oh! It is!
Then it's on to Home Game Tuesdays for your shot at outplaying an ambassador and scoring their bounty.
Boom!
On Wednesdays, Blast Off is where you'll find the team chasing jackpots as they go head to head.
Yes, he's done it! I can't believe it!
And on the new Takeover Thursdays, get inside the mind of our pros as they stream their daily grind.
King's Hold.
And of course, we'll be bringing you the best in live poker action from every 888 Poker Live and UKPL event.
Wow!
So whether you prefer YouTube or Twitch, make sure to subscribe, follow, and join our community. 888 Poker, made to play.
Well, how about an ace? 9 not available anymore. Imagine chopping it up this way.
Imagine chopping with an ace from space. The Cheng's in for his final 19. Keith says I'm all in as well with ace king suited.
Easy ISO.
He's it. No, Vivi with the 9s. Oh, Vivi. With the 9s, probably has to bin him.
Yeah, it's 2 EP, I think. Yeah. Well, it's only an 18 big shove from Keith, but where do Keith's ISO start at? This is the question. Does he ISO stuff like 6s, 7s? I don't think so. 8s is the one tower that we do dominate. Maybe 7s at some frequency, but it's only those select combos, 6 combos of 8s and then 7s. But looks like Vivi is going to go for it.
With the 9s.
Going to run it.
Reaction again. Zicheng, 7s, ace king for Keith. Pocket 9s for Vivi. The 9s are in front. King, Jack, 8. So Keith Johnson. Looks like a double incoming.
They're going to need to find a set like she did with the 10s as Vivi. No help on the 8, so looking like a lovely little spot for Keith to double plus more.
Yep.
And so Cheng needs a 7, Vivi needs a 9.
Oh, there it is!
9.
9 of hearts! Ouch!
9 ball, corner pocket. Thank you very much. Double knockout.
Oh, man, you hit on the flop and you think this is dreamed. Ouch.
Well, Vivi. We don't mind this on the direct bubble. If we are.
Oi, oi.
And this is interesting, Tower, because I'm actually not sure whether to open or whether we just jam here, because we are on the direct bubble. She is going to go with open, even off of 10. And it's kind of nice. And she's going to potentially get some action here. Toddy.
Did we just see a flop?
With the 9s.
Oh, no, raise it up.
Well, if we free bet Tower, we're always free betting to call here. But the thing is, like, when we free bet and Vivi wants to put it in, we're basically hoping to see a flip as Toddy. Like, we're not loving life, but looks like he is going to go for this route.
This is all in the call.
So he's going to go for the free bet call option. And fading disaster. Vivi.
Yeah.
On her way to doubling.
It won't be too long before she says I'm all in. Vivi Saliba. Bracelet winner in Rosvedov. 2K PLO bracelet winner. In they go. Have to call now. Aces for Vivi against pocket 9s.
Welcome back to Madrid. We're down to 2 tables here in the 888 Live main event. We're really glad of your company. I'm going to treat you a minute by giving away some prizes. First of all, we're going to watch the 888 ambassador.
Do you on
Top flight poker pro. Play queens.
camera canyon?
Tough to get action.
So the dealer is like full front in the picture all the time.
Everyone's just sat down and you get not doing anything.
Because I was like, he has a very good hand. Because I was playing tight before. We can't be this close. Get out of here.
Diocale loves it though.
He loves the action.
Yeah.
I like his style.
He doesn't particularly look like a kind of guy that's come to fold 4-3 of diamonds.
No, and I like that.
Do you know what's funny?
What is funny?
Yesterday I did a little. We were doing some social stuff with asking people what their guilty pleasure hand was, and 4-3 of diamonds is Ian's favourite hand. It's his treat hand. And Diocale has absolutely treated himself to a 3-bet here, and Ian's going to shove.
165.
Pretty nice free, and he was just getting to that stack depth where things stop being any fun. And so this will be a nice risk-free pickup for him.
Yeah, he won't call. Not out of position with a hand like queens. Definitely kings and aces you can consider. Just a flat.
10 seconds.
Certainly going to be all in though. And that'll do. And Ian probably likes 4-3 of diamonds even more than he already did.
Smiley Emma says 3-4 diamonds is the hand he won the IO with.
Irish Open, I believe that's his wife.
Good
My understanding
good
is
knowledge.
that her
Good
name is
knowledge, Emma. I love how these people have wives and partners that know what they actually do.
Yeah.
So my wife doesn't have a clue.
Well, I believe he won that and then proposed to her. So she should remember.
So if that was my wife, she would remember the proposal.
Yeah.
She wouldn't remember anything that happened before it.
Yeah, fair enough.
So Emma's a cut above there.
Ian would agree.
Ik heb helemaal niks op de agenda staan op dit moment. Alleen iets terug. Nee, ik speel meestal kleine wedstrijden.
So, 16 players have a dream. Only one of them can have that dream realised. That is the way it works.
Yes. Tournament poker is a bit brutal like that. However, we should acknowledge that they've all done super well to get this deep. Not easy to go deep in one of these big live events. Everybody's trying, that's the problem. Everybody's trying to win.
Janssen has got a bowl of rice.
He has. He's clung on. We haven't seen how he got this low, but clearly there's been some unfortunate reversals.
He's quite pretty.
He's quite pretty?
Yeah.
Okay. You can't say things like that.
I can't?
No.
Says who?
David Tupman once got in trouble for saying that a player could be a model.
Really?
Yeah, the player complained.
Oh, wow.
It was a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a strange thing to complain about.
It's
sounds like a compliment to me.
Completely bizarre thing to complain about, but I promise you it happened. David will tell you.
I mean, we've probably said some things yesterday I would understand complaints about regarding tanking, but calling someone pretty, I mean, you know, I'd love to hear that once in my life.
Sir, can you put the cards
Chat, can someone call Nick pretty, please?
Come on, guys.
Even if you don't believe it. It's anonymous online. You don't need to back it up or anything. Let's see if Janssen can survive with this bowl of rice. Ian's got a decision. He's in the big blind.
Yeah. 9-7 of clubs. He's been asked to wash them over the card reader so that we actually get to see what
he's supposed to be a pro, isn't he?
Yeah.
Why have we not?
Do you know what I really dislike? I actually kind of want him to win.
You want Ian to win?
I don't know what's going on here.
That is a weird, strange feeling. It's because you're commentating and you think, I've taken a step back and I realise I shouldn't hate my fellow 888 team members.
Maybe it's because I didn't play, so I'm like less salty.
I see. You don't feel like it could have been me?
No.
Because it couldn't?
Yeah.
Jansen's our all-in player, very, very short on chips. We'll need a miracle here. 1% of the time, this works every time.
Yeah, he can't hit that gut shot because, and actually, Stevish has said, don't worry, mate, you've got a king you can hit, and then Jansen's had to correct him and said, no, that would give you a boat, mate.
There are options. There are a couple of 8-9s.
There are a couple of options, they're saying. Well, options I think is generous.
Yeah, yeah, there are a couple of ridiculous shoot the moon, you'll never stop talking about it outcomes here.
Yeah.
But they're very unlikely.
Ace is what we need. That, yeah.
GG's.
Yes, GG indeed.
Jansen's out in 16th. He takes home something like 2,700 euros. I'll be honest, I haven't looked it up, but it's around there. We've got 15 players left against all other players. So let's give you some chance to win a prize. We've got lots of tickets to give away on this show, and so we better get to it, Nick Eastwood.
Yeah, we probably should. I mean, I'd say we're below what we need to be at in terms of rate of giveaway. How would you like to give this away?
We're going to Nick Thinks it, I think.
I've got a question if you want.
You've got a question,
Yeah,
I've got a question. Well, you can go first, I don't mind that.
It's up to you.
So let's recap the rules. First time we've done this today. One guess per player. One guess per player.
How many winners?
Well, we're going to have 2 winners. They're $33 tickets, so there's slightly bigger tickets for the
Loddon.
For Loddon. And thanks, Paul, for just clarifying that 16th place is good for 3,300 euros. So we're getting to the serious money now.
Yeah, this is big money.
So, your turn. Is this letter is what happened the same yesterday in this one?
So,
one guess per player. All you do is guess what I think the answer is. It's what does Nick think, not what's on the Google machine. What am I going to answer? Closest wins. We've got 2 prizes. If somebody gets it right and then someone else gets it right with the exact right answer, it's the person that got it right first. There's only 1 player per value, so the next closest will then win. Clear. Doesn't matter if it's clear or not, because Lime runs it in the chat with an iron fist, and she will make sure the winners are the winners. Good luck, players. Nick, what is the question?
the question is, Nick, as simple as this.
Okay.
What time do you think we will crown a champion? What time do you think that we will finish
Can
the
we do that
today?
So it's like closest in time?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Closest in time. Nick Eastwood hates lime. She's noted it. You can play on YouTube chat, by the way. You can play on YouTube chat.
Yeah,
2 prizes for this.
Nick's going to have a think, as the name of the game would suggest. And we are all in and a call on the outer table. Only one outer table, remember. That little triangle you can see over there on the far side denotes an all-in player. And chips being calculated here by our dealer as we sharpen back into focus. The correct amount of chips being assembled before we see a flop.
75.
And the rest of the chips enter the middle. I don't know when we're going to see this flop. Actually, we have a player behind with action.
I was going to say, what's happening? We've got more action here. So we've got an all-in. We've got a raise. Let's try and pick this one up.
Open from cutoff.
Shove from the button.
And a call from big blind. Yeah. Or under the gun. Maybe under the gun opened. 3-bet. 4-bet shove.
Oh, okay. Wait. Yeah.
So I imagine this fella here, closest to us, has got aces. Going to be folded. And under the gun player in a shocking turn of events.
Good call by Nick Eastwood.
6-bet shoved aces. Kings
aces
for the button.
versus kings.
So only a king would save all-in player here. All the way down to 15. That looks pretty dead to me.
3 days of poker. to get cooled kings versus aces. It's a
No
brutal game.
Flush draw. Has to be a king. It's not, and we're down to 14?
14.
Yeah, because we lost to Jensen as well.
Yeah. Well, not much you can do if you get dealt kings into aces at any point in the tournament.
Displeased, I would say, would be the main.
You can't be displeased, can you? You just have to go, well.
I would be displeased.
What, if you got dealt kings into aces?
I'd be displeased. I mean, it doesn't take a lot. We had a whole hand happen here. And a 9, no good for Perez, as he pays off Ian Simpson's river bet, who rivered a king to take the lead in this one. Had a pair of 3s, best hand until the river, but value betting and taking one down. Very, very fortunate river for Ian Simpson Poker.
Yeah, very fortunate river, because he put quite a lot of chips into that pot.
Yeah, before that river. And then bet 280 on river and got called, which is understandable. Perez doesn't look happy.
Berber, what? It's pretty clear, no? It would have been more clear asking how many hours longer the tournament will take. No, we're just asking for a time.
Berber, if you don't like it, you don't have to play.
Ooh.
Just saying.
Nicky's was taking your ball away.
We're literally giving free stuff away. I don't like the way you're giving free stuff to me.
Well, I just think Berber's overthinking it, because it is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it should be.
What time do you think we're going to finish up? We've got 15 players left, we think. The blinds are up to 20,000, 40,000.
14 players. Kings against aces.
That's what I
will
said,
do that.
14.
Yeah.
I've never made a mistake, Nick, so I must have said 14. The contest is closed. The contest is closed. We're going to have 2 $33 winners quite soon. Move to the edge of your seats.
Don't fall off, because you might win and you'll be asked to respond to a whisper.
Yeah.
Isaenko has evened up our tables here, and he's all in with 10p.
He's travelled all the way across the room to dump his 70k in.
In the big. He got plonked in the big blind.
It's rough, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's actually got it in good.
Yeah, he is good. He will need to fade queen or jack for Alejandro Perez.
No, raise call is. Raise call.
Aquí, ¿no?
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Ahí.
So, Isaenko at risk. So far, so good for the Ukrainian. 200k in the middle. Queen or jack still working for Perez. He's 5 of them. King on the turn means ace or 9 now the outs. Actually picked up some more outs there.
There's always a sweat. Isaenko is fine.
He's doubling up. Lives to fight another day.
Not almost the shortest possible appearance on the feature table, but luckily his friends and family get some more screen time.
Jansen still takes the cake there. Sat down, immediately got queen 10 off in.
Yeah, that was bad.
Took his leave.
That was sad. I felt bad for him.
So, how are we doing in the giveaway?
Well, we are ready to award some winners, Nick. You asked me, what did you ask me again?
Actually, what time you thought this tournament would finish, or when did the last hand finish?
Easiest question I've ever been asked on Thinks. The answer is obviously 1:35 a.m.
There you go.
That is obviously the answer. It's going to be 1:35 a.m. Set your clocks by it.
Yep. No need to watch after that. Please continue watching if we're still going.
Yeah, but we won't be. So, like, probably 2 minutes either way, but that's pretty much when it's going to be. And we've got winners. Good. Our winners are Paul, and I can never say the rest of your screen name, even though you're Paulsa, even though you're here every week, which I really appreciate. Paul, you've won a $33 ticket, and Noodaloo, you've won a $33 ticket. Paul said 1:30, and Noodaloo said 1:33 a.m. Well done for knowing when this tournament will finish. I guarantee that's when it will finish.
Murciano here with 10s. Congratulations, winners. I think it was a perfectly reasonable question.
It was a good question.
Don't know what
I liked it.
What people's issues were.
It was a good, simple question.
Yeah. Sanko. Gonna let this one go. Over to our very active Dutchman with ace-10 offsuit. Bad shape, but definitely a hand you could consider doing things with here. Certainly calling most popular. And for some reason,
that's not.
He's had a name change.
He's had a name change. That's really weird.
Mid-hand.
So was his old name wrong, or is the new one wrong?
I think that this is correct, because I remember, I actually was thinking, I've seen this guy before, and I don't remember that name.
Okay.
So I think 10 Carter is, it's a lot easier to say as well, 10 Carter.
Can we apologise to him and his family who are probably watching? Sorry for calling him by the wrong name. You've probably been going crazy.
Yeah, on behalf of whoever's fault it is, not because it's not ours.
No,
it can't be ours.
I've got so much to teach you. It's always.
Oh, sorry.
You're the face
it's
of
Nick's
the
fault.
show.
It's Nick's fault, guys.
No. Well, it is, yeah. It's our fault.
Okay, sorry. I'm taking responsibility.
Never, ever blame people.
I didn't blame anyone in particular.
But you've done it throughout the weekend. It's a terrible trait. And it's your own bitterness that's coming out.
It's like being a football manager, isn't it?
You accept you are the face of the team.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Understood.
Okay, good. He's still a blamer. Exactly.
I do like blaming people. And not taking responsibility. Especially for things that aren't actually in my control. 10 Carter. I'm going to endeavour to pronounce your name Dutchly. 10 cats, 10 Carter?
10 cat, probably, is it?
What's the point of the E then?
Hat.
10 Carter. Probably that, isn't it? Jack on the river. Ace high still good. Sorry. Murphyano with 10 still good. Ace high. Not the best hand. Bluffing a potential here. Probably doesn't believe in this line that ace high's got that much of a chance. But you could beat something like ace 8, ace 9 here. So I think checking is probably best. I would not mind seeing a bet here at all. Seems unlikely that the big blind would have something that could beat a pair of 10s here. And it feels a little bit sus to not get any more value.
Check it goes. No no violence.
Zero violence. Understandable. The hands that we had, to be fair.
Yeah. When do you think the tournament will finish?
I think 2:22.
2:22 a.m.
Yeah.
You're taking the over on my 1:35
yeah, I'll take
a.m.
over. I'll take over. You never know. Heads up could just be like 4 hours.
Oh no, you never know. That's definitely true. And it really depends who makes the final 5 or 6 spots. That's what it really depends on. If you've got players like Ian who are, you know, happy to take chances and
10 Carter.
Vodka, I pay for him vodka. Here's your, I think it's yours.
Here's Perez. That's definitely my Perez from the last 2 days.
yeah. That's my Perez. Join us as we play What's My Perez? That's my Perez.
Ace 9 off. For my Perez. Would you like to take the other Perez? We might have Perez on Perez here. Yeah, we are going to have Perez on Perez. Ace Jack for other Perez. Get a call from cutoff. Okay.
We've got some admin to do, but it's positive admin, Nick.
Okay.
We missed a winner in the last giveaway.
Okay.
Shout out to Dame Magi.
Oh wow.
Who actually got the answer exactly right.
Oh, well,
actually had 135 M, so they should definitely win.
They should definitely win, yeah.
So we apologise, Dame Magi, for the stress caused. And here's a ticket That's me digitally projecting a ticket to you.
Yep.
You have also won a $33 ticket for Player 888. Congrats to you.
So, in the Perez Civil War, pair versus pair. Perez.
Perez on Perez violence.
Yeah.
Perez off.
Yes. The Perez Derby.
Perez Derby, that's it. It's the Perez Derby.
It's time for Stevic to go. It's time for Stevic to go.
It's never time for Stevic to go. There's moves to be made.
He has got a double gut shot.
He's my nomination so far this tournament for looks relatively normal, but will actually make incredibly random aggressive moves.
Yeah.
I love that kind of player. Not to play against, to watch on stream.
Yeah, horrible to play against.
Yeah, horrible to play against.
Perez not Perez. Stevic not punished by the turn.
No, very blank. 8-6 makes a straight, but other than that.
Moves out the firing line of the Perez on Perez battle.
Quite right too.
The battle for the best Perez. Both named A Perez as well. Very confusing stuff. What chance do we have? Here comes Perez again. Alejandro Perez, that is. I don't know why, to be honest.
You know why he's betting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why either.
It's a very strange bet. It's a middling strength hand. I don't know if this is... I mean, it's... I assume a value bet. Obviously, it can't really be a bluff, but like it doesn't really function very well as a value bet. I guess like 9, 10, 7, 8, Queen 10 you're going to get value from, but it's thin. And I mean razor.
Yeah. If there is a draw, I guess.
Call for Perez as he always should, and the river is a 7, which is looking fairly safe for both players.
Oh, now I can value bet the river.
I'd hate to see that. I wonder whether Perez will shove. A Perez, that is. This fellow on screen now. I think that anything better than Ace-Jack here just has a very clear value shove. Especially on this river. So, I don't think there's any real danger of not having the best hand here that often. So I think that given that it's only around 2/3 pot back, shoving would be incredibly reasonable here. He's taking his time.
Yeah, this is the spot where you see people check back. This is like the ultimate sort of comfort play, I always think.
Yeah.
It's like a small percentage of the time I'm going to look stupid because I'm going to value bet and they're going to have, you know, trapped. Like a really small percentage of the time. And I'd rather not look stupid those few times.
Yeah.
Than take the balance of probabilities where he does shove. Nice play.
Yeah, really good. Well
we
dialed
love
in.
it. We love it.
And now it's interesting because what if we did bet the turn with our ace 9 and got called by Queen 10? Does Perez have it in him to just go ahead and check back? Probably not. He's going to have to bluff something. It's not like we lose to any bluffs as Alejandro here. He's going to call it off. Sick value shove here, and Perez on Perez action ends with only one Perez.
It's always bloody, isn't it? There can be only one. We know that's an established principle. And Perez is out while Perez pulls in a big pot.
I wouldn't have minded taking a little bit longer to think about that one. But I understand the call. The shove is chef's kiss. A lot of people missed that one.
Very nice shove, as I was in the middle of saying. Most players don't make it. Most players take the easy route out and miss that 600k of value. They do.
That's huge. And what's the only thing you hate more than calling out the small blind?
Missing value on the river.
There we go.
Really
Nick is
nice,
a happy man.
Really nice stuff by him. Unlucky to Perez. I think the bet on the turn was the problem, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because the bet on the turn made it an almost impossible fold on the river.
Absolutely.
Like you're saying I'm betting because he's got draws and so on, and then the draws all miss, and you're getting odds on the call, and now you're walking.
Yeah, kind of already decided what he decided what Perev had, and was like, yeah, that's just what you're gonna have. Call
tunnels.
Yeah. Because like his read on the turn, obviously the only way you can bet there is if you think that they have so many draws and they just have to continue a lot, and then they have to bluff them on the river. So I do have sympathy for it, but I'm a big fan of the shove. Very well dialed in there, fully aware of the value range. Not really a very common spot to trap in. Mostly gonna, especially on the river that's safe, like Queen's Bluff's always gonna shove.
Yeah.
Nines will shove. So, because they're afraid of check back, specifically from top pair. So I'm a big fan of the shove. It's very, very tuned in.
While we're sorting out chips and getting ready to deal another round, let me tell you about the free roll that's happening today. It's happening at 6 o'clock GMT. If you're in the UK, it's at 6 o'clock. If you're in Europe, it's at 7 o'clock. If it's somewhere else in the world, you do the maths. That's when it's happening. It is the 888 Poker TV free roll. There's $500 in there for you to play for. We will, of course, give you shout-outs on the stream if you're playing, if you're doing well. Further incentive. Have some fun, knock out some players, and win some cash on us. The password is Final Table. Final Table, which we haven't reached yet in Madrid, but we will very soon. We're down to 13 players. Password is Final Table, all one word. Kicks off in a couple of hours. Have fun. Ian Simpson's having fun. He's down to the last 13 in a 888 live main event, and he's got the aces. Ian Simpson, the 888 ambassador that we're sort of semi-non-biased rooting for. Although Nick Eastwood's like you're quite up and down on this as well.
Yeah, I'm having it's an emotional roller coaster, this one.
Yeah.
I just don't really think it's fair how often this geezer has aces late stage tournament, honestly. The amount of times he has aces, it's unseemly. Anyway, Murciano defends the big blind with Queen 9 of clubs and doesn't know it, but he'll be hoping not to connect too strongly. Murciano with top pair. Ian still with aces. This is going to cost someone some money.
So you hate that Ian Simpson gets aces at late stage. Do you hate more that his opponent hits top pair?
I don't think we should go into it live on air. C-bet from Ian. We have just one choice here, and that is the call.
Me habéis dicho que después de esta mano revisemos stacks, ¿no? Ah, perdón.
And we do. So, we're not dead yet. 21% here. We have backdoor straight, and we obviously have 9 or queen available. And that is the Ianist of Simpson turn cards.
It's a pretty good turn card. How does he get the money in here? Because
2/3, 2/3. Nothing else to do here.
Yeah. Well, you could have built it up a bit.
Sorry, he will do that. It's going to be 2/3 pot call, and then depending on river, well, there's not that many rivers that he won't shove. He'll probably shove ones with diamonds on them, maybe not hearts, just because he has the ace of diamonds, so he blocks a lot of flushes that will snap call and he'll lose to. But this will be 2/3. Murciano can't fold yet because, well, it's Ian. And he's got top pair.
He's got top pair anyway.
Yeah.
No matter who it is, he can't fold.
Yeah. So here's 2/3. 2E.
I mean, it's just an amazing spot for Ian because his opponent will rightly think he's winning a decent amount of the time on this turn. The river gets a bit trickier because, you know, when he does get put all in the river, top pair with 9, with the 9 kicker becomes more sketchy, but Ian's going to double barrel a lot here, isn't he?
Well, yeah, he will, because this board is very dynamic.
Yep.
And you can even justify, if you have like ace-jack offsuit with like heart of diamond, which, you know, ace-10 offsuit with heart diamond, those are going to bluff because they have a lot of potential to bluff river on flush completion. So, and obviously Ian will find almost all of those.
Big pot, nearly a million in it.
Here comes the river. Deuce of hearts. Would have preferred an offsuit one.
Yeah, but, you know.
It might make the Murciano think it's more likely that Ian's bluffing.
Yeah.
Because Ian
I think it's a good river card for Ian.
Because Ian could easily have ace-jack offsuit with the ace of hearts here and have bet the turn and now be shoving river. So, is he going to shove is the question, or will he bet something just slightly smaller? I think he might be checking for heart here. He may not remember. He hasn't looked at it since pre. All in it is.
All in, and Murciano is going to hate this. Yeah, look at that reaction.
Yeah.
That is the reaction of a man in jail. He's in absolute jail. Horrible spot this now.
Yeah, all he could do there on the river was check and start begging for check back.
Please check back.
For the love of God, check.
This is a great, if you're watching this is a great spot to put yourself in Murciano's shoes. Like, you now have a bluff catcher.
Yeah, pure bluff catcher.
Pure bluff catcher.
In a spot where you're against a capable opponent where there's a lot of bluffs available.
Yeah. Fun.
Yeah.
With your tournament on the line.
I believe that is his last time bank chip. I think. So
God.
30 more seconds.
Absolutely brutal. It's very hard to lay this down. You just feel like you've been, run over.
I think he'll fold.
Look, generally players don't like making these calls.
Yeah.
Now, we just saw one. Perez went out making that call, but generally in live tournaments, people don't like calling off like this. But it's a big laydown, really.
Yeah. Folds it.
He
Great
does
fold
fold
from
it.
Murciano. Great fold.
He'll be desperate to watch the stream in.
Yeah.
As in, when he folded, he'll be desperate to know.
Yeah.
Great spot for Ian. Horrible spot for Murciano.
But he did all he could. He lost the minimum.
Yeah, absolutely.
Couldn't lose less than he
yeah,
lost.
good job him.
Big blind, sir. You are big. Las cartas. Puesto 4 sube 90.000, 90.
So today has not slowed down in terms of action, has it? You sort of worry that towards the end of these tournaments you get tighter play, but we've had tons of great spots, lots of great hands. Hope you're enjoying it at home. Just in case you just found us, this is the 888 Live Madrid main event. Nick Wealthall and Nick Eastwood bring you the action. We'll be here until we crown a champion. We're playing for 62,000 euros up top. A very nice trophy and a bit of glory for the winner. 13 players left. We've got loads of tickets for Play on 888 to give away. So lots of chances to win as well as enjoy the poker. Ian Simpson could be back in action here again. I think he will be with Jack 10 facing an under the gun race.
Puesto 3.
Yeah. He's going to defend his big, as he should. And tough to see him winning this one versus a C-bet. Probably going to have to just let this go. 1.7 million now.
Doesn't Preth look like his main job is directing art house black and white films?
Yes. That's a great shout.
I like his look. It's like the complete opposite of me in terms of how he looks.
Yeah.
If there was a preppy bloke, art house director bloke spectrum, we'd be on opposite ends of it. Chip counts at our feature table. The aforementioned Angel Jerez is leading the way with 80 big blinds. Big chip lead. Yeah, he's played really well.
Ian is going to be comfortable though. Ian's comfortable.
Comfortable.
Yeah.
It is a comfort zone in 40 bigs.
This is his real twilight zone. Knows exactly what he wants in most spots. And he'll be dialed into his table now. He's had a lot of opportunities to play with these players. He'll have assumptions and assertions that he'll work with. 10 Carter, King Queen of clubs.
Sube 80.000, 8 fold. Uno fold.
Aces.
3 fold.
5.5
Aces is a pretty good hand.
5.5 behind.
Murphyano traps, hoping for action behind, doesn't get any. And now,
Dos jugadores, 2 players.
any king or queen, we're probably going to be...
Oh my goodness.
Ten Carter will be delighted. Murphyano will be praying that Ten Carter has exactly this type of hand. And he does. And I can't see any way.
Yeah, it's pretty gross hijack versus button as well, because obviously Button's now got...
60.000.
Oh, why did he lead? Oh, he did.
No, this is it was
Oh,
flatted.
he didn't 3-bet, sorry.
Aces flatted the button.
Oh, sorry, I was assuming that they 3-bet.
No, aces flat the button here.
Okay,
So
okay.
Ten Carter is just c-betting.
Okay, apologies.
And Murphyano calls as he should. Bricky turns, I expect, like maybe something like a 5 of diamonds, which is shove here. Yeah, I think this would be a fairly reasonable turn card to like overbet shove on. Maybe you could set something a little bit more geometric on flop by betting slightly bigger. I think that'd be fine. 10 Carter could bet small. He could shove. Both good. You can't really go wrong with this hand. You could even check. All things available.
10 seconds.
Gonna be small. How small? Like 140 or something?
120.
120.
Tiny, wee.
And now I expect shove from Murphyano. Just because the board's getting a little bit more dynamic. Our trap has worked.
I think he might call again.
Yeah, definitely could.
10 segundos.
Here comes call.
Thank you, buddy.
Justo uno fold.
So 11% for 10 Carter, king or queen needed to knock off Murphyano. The river is a 3 of diamonds. Great river for Murphyano. 10 Carter probably will be leaving. We will be believing that shove is just a clear value bet here.
Yeah. I mean, it's the
Certainly.
perfect.
Yeah.
The perfect. It's exactly what you want to happen when you flat aces. It doesn't always go down like this, but you can't ask for much more.
Yeah, this is going to be shove and snap.
5, 4, all in. Puesto 7 all in.
Come on, Murphyano.
Puesto 1 fold.
He calls. 10 Carter taps the table, and Murphyano will double up to 1.35 million.
Yeah, nice trap by him. Unlucky for Ten Carter because, you know, what's he supposed to do? Not much.
Yeah, there's nothing
Not
he
much.
can do there.
That's a little bit of a cooler for him. They
Most-
kind of swap places in terms of chip stacks.
370.
That was the most normal hand in the world.
No, es 370.
No, 370. 370. 150, 250, 350, 370.
Yeah.
It's been a good weekend of hate watching, isn't it? Football.
The football,
Yeah.
it's been good. How are Real Madrid getting on? They're winning, unfortunately.
Mark is sad.
Mark is sad. That's the only bad thing that's happened this weekend.
Yeah, Mark is sad. We don't like Mark when Mark's sad. But we're happy. We like when we're happy.
It's important, isn't it?
Yeah. For morale.
Important for morale in the booth
Yeah.
during these long talking hours. Chip counts at our feature table. Angel Perez has been playing really well, over 3 million. Ian Simpson, the 88 ambassador, also playing tremendously well. And we do have a feature table of many nations. Swede, Ukrainian, Dutch, Spanish and British. All repped here at the 888 live main event. We'd love you to join us if you haven't already on the site. You couldn't pick a better time to do it if you're not already playing on 888. We have got the XL Winter Series happening right now. It's a huge series full of different levels of buying and events to suit your budget and your poker level. You can also satellite as well so that you can get into those big events. We're helping you during this stream by giving away lots of tickets. It is a $2 million guaranteed series, huge one on the site. Building towards the $1 million guaranteed main event. That takes place next weekend. David Tuchman and I will bring you coverage of the final table next Tuesday. That's a really big final table, so make sure you join us for that. Perez is shoving 5-3 from the small blind, which looks cooler than it is because the big blind only has 100k.
Yeah, he's got a very, very good spot.
Perfect spot. Hey, he was down to 70,000.
Yep.
He could be up to over 300,000.
He's well in the mix.
Just how legends are born.
Isenko needs to dodge a 3. Sorry, a 5. A 3 would be rather good. Flop is a 3.
Wow.
The remaining 3.
There you go. You called it.
1% now. No spades available for Perez, so probably going to be the end of this one on the turn, and it is. Double up for Isenko, up to over 300,000. Where legends are born.
Bless you.
Thank you.
He sat down with 70,000. He nearly bust the very first hand. Now he's still stacking chips. Still very short, but we've seen it done. We've seen people come back from 1 and 2 big blinds to win tournaments. Don't rule it out.
Absolutely not. It's a thing that happens on occasion.
Yes, it is.
We've got one more generational hate watch to left in the day.
What's that?
Man City.
They're playing Ipswich, though.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like there's a lot of potential there.
I won't let me stop believing.
Okay. Yes, we can see whether greatest manager of all time, Pep Guardiola's clever coaching tactic of spending another £200 million has
He is the
helped
best
him.
at that.
He's so good at it.
He's so
good at it.
Spending 40 or 50 million pounds at defenders, there's no one better in the world.
100%. Peerless, actually.
Yeah, no, he has no equal.
No equal.
Hello, April. Stevic has got chunks, has he? Not really. You're a bit late. Chunks, 900k was chunks yesterday. Now it's sort of like middling. It's okay.
Hi, April. Hi, Piano Cat. Hi, Dordoni. Good to see you all in chat. Thanks for joining us. We really do appreciate your company. Long way to go and not a long way to go in this tournament. Not many more players left to eliminate before we have a champion, but this is the serious business, the tense bit of the enterprise, where dreams come true and are shattered. Nick Eastwood.
Sometimes they are shattered. It's all the more painful at this stage. And the consolation prize is a few €1,000 should you succumb.
Ian Simpson folds to 69. I've lost respect for him there.
Isenko, 10-6 off.
Yeah, so he has 7.5 big blinds. So it's not a trivial a decision as it was.
No.
For him. And he decides not to engage.
10 charte.
He's got a big enough stack to put his hood up, I've noticed.
Yes. Before it was like, I
3
don't
big
really
blinds,
care.
I don't care.
Read me if you will.
Yeah, yeah.
From 10 charter. Stevic with King 3 of diamonds. Checks. Nothing really meaty for anybody. Some glimmers of hope for both. Back doors. And a quick check fold from Tenchata. Khata. With the silver locks. Down to 500k now after that hammer blow. King, Queen versus Aces.
What do you think Ian's thinking, Nick? He's got 40 big blinds. He's the last 13 in the tournament.
He's thinking about one thing, and that is winning this tournament. And he may well. He's done it a lot of times before. He's very good at converting, as we spoke about before.
Have we had a 888 ambassador win a main event? We haven't since I started commentating on these events.
We haven't had it. It's hard to do.
Of course it is. 100 to 1.
Yeah. Tenchata on the button folds. A rather rubbish hand. And Stevic has something fairly rubbish as well. Gonna call. Again, nothing for anyone blind versus blind here. Check from Stevic with breeze. Slightly less breezy for Murciano, but still not ideal. Check, check. Ace on the turn. Stevic's chance now to take a stab. It would probably work. Doesn't. Queen high for Murciano. Checks as well. And a queen on the river. So if Stevic goes for it now, it would have worked before. It will not on the river as he considers reaching for chips. And will volunteer them. And this should be just a fairly simple call. About half pot. Can't fold this. And we see call. Stevic will table 9 high. And Murciano will add some more chips to his ever-growing stack. Kept himself alive folding that Queen 9 against Ian.
He did. That's what he'll look back on if he wins this tournament.
Absolutely. That's the difference.
That was a hard fold. Hard fold against such an aggressive player.
Yeah. April played with Murciano earlier on.
Was he good?
It seems like he knows what he's doing.
Definitely seems like he knows what he's doing. Now our short stack warrior, Isayanko, back from 2 big blinds to, you know, 7.5 big blinds and kings.
Yeah, and you could still maybe go to 2 big blinds here. It's a little bit of a megaphone. But you could do it. Shoving typical though. All in it is, and obviously that's completely reasonable. He'll be hoping for call. Stevic with A7. Cuspy.
Yeah, very cuspy. Stevic likes to be in action.
Yeah.
If you saw an Aria cap at your table and you didn't know anything else, what would you think? You're in a tournament in
Yummy,
Europe.
yummy, yummy.
You would. You think?
But I'd be wrong.
You'd be wrong.
because
Yeah,
Stevic has accounted himself very well.
Yeah, yeah, very competent.
Only Ian now. How much? King 3 off. Hardly could be in worse shape. He will probably fold there. I think it's like 7 bigs, isn't it? So yeah, this is just a fold. Ian dodges the spot. Plodding along, Isenko.
Got a few more minutes, then we're going to have a break. These players, if they want to win this tournament, probably got quite a long road ahead of them. Let's see if it gets shorter here with an all-in. Is that versus kings? It is versus kings. Ace-king versus kings.
Only an ace, or we're down to 12, and we are.
Cooler central. But that looks like a big pot. That all-in player had a lot of chips, I think.
Yeah, we've got ace-king. You can't blame him.
I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying. It's a
Fair
significant pot in the tournament.
Yeah,
I'm trying to build a narrative.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah.
Don't let me stop you.
That's all I had, though.
Okay.
I didn't even see who had the kings, so I can't even. What sort of narrative I'm building.
Well, the other geezer has a lot of chips now. Ian's gone for another limp and been raised again by Perez, who has jacks, who's tried. Ian, please, look.
Ian, look.
Promise.
I've got a real hand, look.
I would never.
I would never. I would never bluff you.
And Ian's like, yeah, I don't care. Our final table is 8 or 9.
All the chips are already on the table.
We're going to check, guys. It's important to know. Because we could nearly be there, Nick.
We could.
How much do you?
Could nearly be there.
Big stick, okay. The only big stick.
All these players hoping to be there, obviously. Six-handed. Ian on the button, King Jack offsuit. Yes, please.
Yeah, Ian's had a really good session at this feature table. He doesn't actually have a great seat.
No.
Because the very competent chip leader at the feature table is to his immediate left, but he has still found some good spots.
Yeah, well, the aces.
It's a good spot. Yeah. Get out aces. Give the other fella top pair. You're probably all right, aren't you?
Pretty much. He should write a book on that.
How to get aces late in a tournament and give the other person something.
Yeah, that's chapter 2.
Yeah. This is our chip leader. He's around 4 million in chips. That's over 100 big blinds, Nick Eastwood. It's pretty good.
Wondering what 4 million chips looks like.
It looks like you can watch TV at the same time. Like, you're so comfortable with 4 million chips, you're like, I'll just catch up on a mini-series.
I believe he's watching us.
He's watching us?
I think so. That's what it looked like to me.
Okay, that would be quite clever to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good choice for everyone, obviously,
Absolutely.
but especially if you're in the tournament.
Pocket 7s for Ian. Going to open things up to 80k. And if I was saying, I can't remember now. If he finds something to shove, Ian would be calling. Ian has opened 7s, by the way, guys. Ace-10 offsuit for Isenko. He's going to shove. And Ian is going to call. A 7 is dead. Ace or a 10 working for Ace. Sienko. And could this be chapter 3 of Ian's book, How to Win Flips in the Late Stages of a Tournament?
No offense to Ian, but I'm pulling for our short stack hero. I love a story. I love a 2 big blind come back to win the tournament story.
Let's see if we can begin writing that book.
Who's cheering for the short stack warrior, Sienko? Who's cheering for Ian?
Probably a lot of Ian fans in the chat, I'd imagine.
I would imagine.
So here we go. 7s against ace-10. Ian does have pocket 7s, guys. If you missed it, here we are. Flipping that over for you. And we're off to 5 more cards to decide the fate of Isienko here. Jack 5-5 is Ian-like.
It needs to ping something.
All the aces and the 10s are available, though. Twice. 6 outs twice. 9 of diamonds doesn't provide any more equity. Same 6 outs one more time, or Isienko will have to take his leave. Little bobble from Ian.
River a must. Must leave. It's a must leave. Ian Simpson runs pure.
Yep.
Nick Eastwood is
shocked
and thrilled. Bad luck, Isienko, but good luck on your short stack warrior activities. You have had a very nice result there and made an extra few €100 just by hanging around. He leaves us in 12th place. Look at that.
Yeah, he's happy.
He's happy. He should be happy. Brilliant run in the tournament. Over 400 players would like to have been where he is. Cashing out big time.
You're about 2 million, eh?
Oh, dame la mitad.
Ian Simpson over 2 million. Is that correct?
And a bit more,
So.
yeah, 2 million, 2 million.
Rebajas. Ya somos 11. La mesa final
Don't smile at me.
con 9 o 8.
It's you again with the cheaper.
Lots of support for Ian in the chat, as we'd expect. Can he become the first 888 ambassador to win an 888 live main event? You'll find out on this channel. We'll be here until we find a winner. Nick Wealth and Nick Eastwood bringing the action. If you haven't already, make sure you follow Nick Eastwood, his Twitch channel and his YouTube channel, both very entertaining. And I don't know if Lime's got a free hand to put the link in chat, but if you haven't already, make sure you're following Nick. Don't follow me. I rarely comment on anything.
Yeah.
And if I do, it's usually, you know, aggressive.
Yes. All in from 10 Khate on the small blind with pocket 9s. And ace-jack for Stevic. We're all in again here.
Blind versus blind. This is going to be action. Classic flip. These are the ones you need to win on the cusp of the final table.
Yeah, 10 Khate at risk here. Stevic. They will swap stacks unless Stevic can find an ace or a jack to knock off 10 Khate and move us down to 10 players. Here's the flop. Stevic looking for help. Doesn't find it yet. But 6 outs again twice. None of them dead. Turn card. There's a 4 of spades. Exceptionally bricky looking. And Stevic now down to 15%. Needs an ace or a jack to knock off 10 Khate, and it is not. So 1 million now for 10 Khate.
Switcheroo on the stacks, really.
Yeah.
I would have felt sorry for 10 Khate if he'd gone out there, because he'd have just had 2 hands where he almost had no decisions to make. King, queen into the aces and 9s into the ace jack.
Sometimes it is just like that.
That is tournament poker. Hater of Pheasants, the buy-in of this was €888. 62,000 euros up top. And thanks, Paul. Good work in the chat on the payouts. Our Ukrainian friend went home with just under 4,000 euros. We're now close to 5,000 euros for the next finisher. Getting to some serious money, Nick.
Yeah, these ladders are now becoming so impactful that you would expect play to change somewhat, especially with that soft bubble for the final table, where everyone wants to be there, have their picture taken. We've seen it in action before.
Just to confirm, the final table is 9 players, so we've got 2 more to lose. I think I might have said 8 earlier, mistakenly it's 9, so
First card I saw.
2 away.
Don't let it be a jack. Don't let it be a
Jack.
jack. Damn it, jack.
I can never fold.
Oh, we're on 500.
And we are 5-handed on feature, 6-handed on outer. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
No, all in.
All in from Stevic. Blind versus blind.
It's going to be good enough.
Yep.
No, I don't think. They said so?
No, I think I'm
9 is at final table, right? Not 8.
50 segundos, ¿vale? Por si acaso. Esta hace la última.
And some outer table action here with 11 left as we hover somewhat bird's eye to the outer table. Looks like a button open and a big blind 3-bet here. What is the response? And are we staying for it? Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
I think those are those green chips, or is that just a trick of the light?
I think they are green.
So they're going to be 100k chips, aren't
Yeah.
they?
Yeah.
They are 100k chips. Sexy.
So our chip leader 3-bet out the big blind, button call, flop is Queen 7-5 with 2 clubs.
It's an action board.
Okay, you don't really
Yeah.
need that.
Our chip leader now with the betting lead and a lot of greens.
Yeah, this is a big confrontation.
250,000 is the C-bet. This is a big pot already. Button now with option. Queen 7-5, 2 clubs, guys, remember. Open from button, 3-bet from big blind, and call. And then bet call on flop as we go to a turn, which is the 4 of diamonds, very bricky. Shouldn't change much, if anything. And now our chip leader again. Gonna go for another barrel here. He's loading up greens. Continues to load more greens. Throws in a pink as well. 725k. Snap fold from button, and our
Bully
chip
boy.
leader gets richer.
Bully boy, putting the hammer down. You can't say anything to the stack leverage. There's nothing you can do.
No.
Unless you're completely nutted. Very, very difficult. That's it. We're going on a break. Well earned by the players. Hope to have you back. We're going to be around 13, 14 minutes in this break. We'll come back to these players. 2 more to lose before we hit a final table here in Madrid.
Break.
Are you ready for an unforgettable year with the 888poker Live 2025 series? This year, we're bringing the excitement to you with 5 major stops and 6 incredible UKPL events. We start in Madrid, where the thrill begins in one of Europe's most vibrant cities. Then it's on to Glasgow, a city known for its heart, energy, and epic poker showdowns. Next, join us in Barcelona, where poker meets party under the Spanish sun. And in London, we'll see you at the newly renovated Victoria Casino, where champions are made. But that's not all. Stay tuned for a 5th event to be revealed later in the year. And while you wait, the UKPL is back with 6 stops bringing poker closer to you. So whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the game, 888poker Live is your chance to be part of something unforgettable. Play our satellites online for a chance to qualify or win a tournament package in our passport promotion. Get lucky and you might even be our next 888poker Live champion. 888poker, made to play.
guys, it's 888poker here, and for the past 3 episodes, you've been given a look at to what makes these 888poker events so special. You've met some of the players and seen some of the people that really makes this event amazing. This time, you're going to be seeing my perspective of what the 888poker live events are like. So come with me as we play some hands and hang out for the weekend. So good to meet you. I'm a really big fan.
Are you?
Yeah, so big of a fan that I actually took your job this trip.
Yeah, behind the scenes is sort of my baby, and they kind of ripped it away from me when they brought you in. The professionals came in to take care of it.
Okay, so tell me, I need some inside scoop. What's everyone like? What's the dynamic like on the team?
The dynamic, so we have ambassadors, we have stream teamers. The ambassadors run really, really good. The stream teamers run terribly. So that's a pattern of every single event. Right.
I'm telling you, if I make the FT event, it's going on my Instagram for the next year.
Well, there's a good chance you could win the sit and go that we do with the influencers, the ambassadors, because that's only a one-table sit and go, and everyone's dreadful. So you know, apart from Vivi, obviously, who won a bracelet recently.
Thanks so much, Nick.
You're very welcome.
I have a bunch to look forward to. I'm super excited to be working with 888poker Live this week and bringing you the inside scoop. I just witnessed the craziest hand I've ever seen in my entire life, with 6-9 off. We're gonna do a little thing I like to call first break, first impressions. I'm sat next to Ian, who I'm a little intimidated by, don't tell him. He's very good, and he's like literally sitting there just absentmindedly making decisions because it's second nature to him, which is mildly concerning. The other thing that's really tripping me out is the chips. They are not the same colors as the ones that we use in the States. Normally in the States, a 500 chip is 1,000. Here it's 500. So I'm thinking people are raising like 6x pre-flop. It's just a standard 2x open. I gotta calibrate and quick. So here we go. I am no longer in the tournament, unfortunately, which really stinks because it's going to be really hard to win a tournament when you can't win your flips. I'm not totally discouraged because I have another chance at this field. In the next couple days, I'm doing a couple of really big things with 888poker. I'm going to be playing a sit and go. I'm going to be playing an ambassador live stream. I'm really excited for that. And I'm also going to be filming some content tomorrow with a couple of really cool people. So, more to come. I have said this once and I will say it again. I would rather be lucky than good, okay? This guy relies on getting pocket jacks. I rely on hitting flops, okay? Easy game. It's heads up. That's my favorite way to play poker, actually, so I'm quite excited. I'm gonna crush souls. He doesn't know I practice heads up more than any other format of poker. Hopefully I don't punt and now eat my words, but I'm really excited.
Ooh, all in a call. Okay, Jack needing a jack or a 9. Abby with the lead though, but only 57%. Big moment here. 9 on the flop.
9 on the flop.
Wow.
Is this going to be it?
This could
Abby
be.
Down to 3 outs.
Ace on the turn!
Abby.
Finds it!
Pingu, the ace on the turn. Rigged.
Oh, good Christ.
Oh my god! Jack! He finds
and
it!
that's gonna seal it! Oh
He's
my
done
God.
GG's. Oh my gosh, not like this.
Wow. I'm gonna buy a house.
If I'm gonna go out, I'd like it to be to a nice guy that works for a great company while playing an awesome event that was so much fun. And that's exactly what we got here at 888poker, so I really can't complain.
Aw, you're so lovely.
Good game, good game.
Good game.
It was fun. Okay, that is it for me at 888 Coventry. I am super fortunate to have been here. Thank the entire team for everything that they did for me. I had such an amazing time, even though I did not manage to cash a tournament. But who needs that anyway when you're surrounded by such good people? So thank you guys so much, and I'll see you next time.
I'll tell you one thing, Jay, I'm never winning this.
You're never winning this, no.
But Thomas might. He's got 78%. There's still hope, though.
And we spin around tower because there has been another all-in and a call on another table.
How fast is you walking? You're like...
And it's Chenka in, and that is all in here. On the flop, so we're on the flop here, tower already. The money's gone in. Chenka with the ace queen of spades, which is the nut flush draw against the pocket kings. Is this the one that's going to burst the bubble?
All in, ace queen of spades, the nut flush.
No help there, so needing an ace or a spade, or we're in the money.
Spade! The jack of spades! Sit back, Noon!
Spade on the end. Chenka will double up, 2 all in and calls that hand.
Going out to the outer table. Is that queen 9? It is queen 9. Open ender.
2 kings.
Jimmy all in.
Ooh.
Oh, straight in! There's the action for Jimmy. Got himself done and got himself a nice little straight to double up to 300,000. Just caught it as the cards were going on your backs, and Jimmy G, there he is, sat next to Steve Jelinek and Trevor Reardon. 2 GUKPT winners side by side, and Jimmy there as well. Look at this, what a table that is.
Anything occurring?
Oh, there's some things occurring. Lucy is all in.
Yeah, 6 bigs, king 7 suited. Fine to shove.
She's extremely good at all-ins, let me tell you. Certainly better than me, with the bars low.
Is that hard though, really, Nick? You just need to have won 1 all-in lifetime to be better than you.
Oh, gonna probably have to call here.
Yeah, Sonny has to call.
Dominating some hands here. Obviously, like, Lucia can actually have like A7, so you're just in hugely good shape. She is live.
Well, we're going to need like a sweaty 9 of jack of diamonds. Something along these lines for Lucia.
Come on, dealer. Give us something to hold on to.
We have outs.
That's okay. If we'd have taken BN live,
yep,
we'd have taken that.
Not dead on the turn, so Jack needed for Broadway.
Jack! Jack!
Oh. Does not find it. So we lose Lucia. She finishes in 52nd place.
I've been trying to tell people that I'm playing a different game for a long time.
So Thomas gets his last 8 in here, 8.5.
Look, see, Jack at it.
Yeah, yeah, Jack is
really at it.
The problem Jack's got, Nick, if he keeps doing this at this stage of the tournament, the way the poker tournaments work, the fields like tend to dilute. As you get deeper and deeper, you get the better players. Like, there's more better players left in the field, and he is just going to get punished a lot of the time. He's not calling, I don't think.
Do you know, I play with him, he doesn't mind.
It's 2 to 1.
Let me tell you, he doesn't mind.
To be fair, 10-9 suited probably would have to.
Well, he's made it 50k, he's
yeah,
given himself the problem, isn't he?
Yeah, so it's actually probably not too far off for Jack now.
But this is the stage of the tournament where people are taking risks to build stacks.
But this is the thing though. Like when Jack's got the stack, wow, he is going to call. But when Jack has the stack that he has, like it's just so much better to just play solid poker, open good hands, because we're now as part of the tournament where there's a lot of good players left in, and people are going to take reshove spots. They'll realise we're opening too much. They'll free bet us, and we're just going to leak chips. And here, going to be leaking over 1/3 of our stack.
Oh. Dicey one, as we saw the 10 first with the queens there as well for Thomas. I'll tell you one thing, Jay, I'm never winning this.
You're never winning this, no.
But Thomas might. He's got 78%. There's still hope though. 5 of spades on the turn, so it's got to be a 10 or a 9. 4 outs, 12%. Is it there? We've really dug ourselves a hole here as Jack, haven't we? But it's not over yet.
Oh, it's not over yet.
Oh my God.
finds it on the river. The 10-9 offsuit sends Thomas to the rail. And that's a brutal old river card. But the pot heads Jack's way. And I was saying he needs to be careful. He's going to be leaking too many chips. Forget that. 10-9 off paying dividends. And Jack up to 36 big blinds. And then Jack with the Cowboys.
Picking up the kings. Now, he was opening the 5-4 offsuit, but nobody saw that. But what they did see was him raise call off 10-9 off. Now, that is good advertisement.
Very good.
What won't help is on the break, and usually people are a little bit more conservative.
What about the 3.5x open? Will that help, Nick?
I don't know. Wait, look, he's been making it 2.5. Oh!
Well, I think Sonny will pick up on this sizing.
He's got ace-queen suited,
Yeah,
Jay.
but I think he's going to, like, he won't 3-bet. He's just going to play flat. Because, like, Jack's open to 3.5x with the 10-9.
No, he's counting out.
He is counting out a 3-bet. Okay. I'd be really scared of this sizing because I've seen Jack open to 50k every time since I joined you, Nick. And now suddenly he opens to 70k. And if I'm sat at the table and there's a rec that's opening 50k, 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 and then suddenly it opens to 70k, I'm going to be
alarm bells.
So wary of this size. So I'm not saying we fold as Sonny, but I'm saying I'd probably just land on call always here with the ace-queen suited. Because the problem is once we 3-bet, we have to 3-bet to call once we put in a further Jack stack with this hand. So we're just going to be running it for 30 bigs a lot of the time here as Sonny, last hand of the session.
Listen, I completely agree with you. Sometimes when you've been playing for 1-2 days, maybe a week, you might miss the small details, and that's understandable. David's going with it as well. We're going to have a three-way all in here. Hand before the break. I thought I was off. They weren't done with me. Gets another ace in the bin from Mindaugas in the...
Welcome back to Madrid. 888 Live main event. We are in day 3 action. Deep in the heart of the poker jungle. 11 players left. 2 more eliminations and we'll have our final table. Nick Welthall with Nick Eastwood in the booth. How's this tournament going, Nick Eastwood? What's the sitch? What are the players thinking about?
They're thinking about making final tables. They're thinking about all the dollars and the euros that they're making with every person that goes out. They're trying to compose themselves and make good decisions and hopefully bring home a golden trophy. We shall see.
Just relaxing in the booth. And taking it all in.
Yeah.
Now, what we do need to do is make sure we give away a lot of tickets. We've got a lot of tickets to give. I hope somebody's keeping track because there's a lot of them.
I believe we have people for that.
Do we?
I don't think we're those people.
Okay. Because I'll make a tremendous amount of mistakes.
More than you already have made.
Yeah, but I mean, most of my mistakes don't matter.
Yeah.
Mistakes I make giving away tickets, those are the ones that matter.
This is what you get in trouble for,
yeah. Yeah. The chutney that comes out of my mouth is completely, no one cares.
Yep.
We started the day with 30 tickets. We've got well over 20 tickets to give away for Play on 888. Completely free. In basically what is skill-less games, anyone can win. What more can you ask?
Yep. Completely. And we will be filtering through to you those tickets over the course of the day. We do not know when it will be, apart from the fact that Nick has already decided it's exactly 1:35 a.m.
Well, I was asking people. I was doing a poll out there. What time will it finish? The earliest prediction I had was 11:30. The latest prediction I had was 2:20.
Okay. So naturally, I am the most pessimistic of everybody.
Yeah.
2:22. Murciano takes another one. 11 left. Main event, green chips.
Lovely.
On the table.
100k chips. Get excited. All right, let's give away a couple of $33 tickets for Play on 888. And we're going to do it by playing Nick Thinks. I'm going to ask Nick Eastwood a question. He's going to give his best possible answer. You're going to guess what the answer will be. Only one guess per person, please. One guess per person. You can play on YouTube chat, hi YouTube chat, or on Twitch chat. Nick, are you ready for a question?
Yes.
Ian Simpson is attempting to become the first 888 ambassador to win a main event. How many tries have there been? So what we're counting is 888 ambassadors playing a main event.
Bullets?
Doesn't know, but just entry. Like when they go to a town and play.
All right.
So in the history of 888 Live, how many ambassadors, not individuals, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
So like, let's say Ian's done it 9 times. That would be 9.
Yeah.
Not bullets. How many events have they played? How many times have 888 ambassadors? Their pitiful record, how bad is it?
All time?
Yeah, since 888 Live started, which I think is about 8-9 years ago.
So
how many times have 888 ambassadors tried? 1 guess per player. Good luck. If your guess is closest to Nick Eastwood's, you will win a $33 ticket. 2 winners from this one. Lots of luck.
I did it before, but now I'm telling you.
It really depends on the hand, but also the stack size is
Lock.
so much.
Bang.
I'm surprised by some of the guesses coming through, but
I'm locked in, mate.
yeah, I like your answer.
You've seen it?
I've seen your answer. I like it. It's a round where I would have been in that.
It's actually correct.
Well, it is exactly correct. Yeah, there is that.
Are you kidding me?
I haven't seen my card.
Playing 30,000, 60,000 here in our main event.
Yeah, Ian had 50 big blinds before the break, and through no fault of his own, came back with 33.
That's careless.
Yeah.
It's quite the jump, isn't it?
Yeah. All in from Tenjata, small blind, Stevic with 10-3 off. No
15
choices.
big blind shove. Through it gets. So the question you're answering is how many ambassador tries at winning a main event have there been? I don't know exactly when 888 Live started because I'm very, very bad at dates, but I think it's 8 or 9 years ago.
Not really close to be 9. It was only 1 sequel that has to go out.
We're 10 hand final table.
9.
9, right? And we're 11.
Kings for Ian Simpson Poker.
He does like to get Delta Premium.
The heat goes on. Maybe he can put an end to the drought in 2025 in Madrid. Ace-8 for Tenjata on the button.
Last chance for guesses. I think some of you are misunderstanding this question, judging by some of the guesses. It's how many times has an ambassador entered a main event? They've never won. How many times have they entered? So like here in Madrid, you had whatever, I don't know, 5 or something.
It's a 3-bet from Tenjata to 280k with the ace-8 offsuit into Ian's kings.
Timing is everything. I mean, like raising Ian's open is totally fine.
Yeah.
It's just that you've got to time it well.
Yeah, and Ian might decide that at this stage of the tournament, this hand is too strong to shove.
Yeah.
He may just call here and let cards come off. Shoving obviously fine. Let's see what Ian decides to do. Does he want to try and, like I said earlier, he'll take any edge he can. And I think the best edge here is to allow bluffs to remain in there and take flops. And that is exactly what Ian is going to do. Takes flop out of position with the kings. SPR of about 1. Just over pot left for Tenjata as we go to flop. And it's king high because we're Ian Simpson Poker.
He's good at this, isn't he?
He's not bad at it. I mean, the heat is unbelievable for the Ace-8 Pro. Checks as he should. Check, check. Is that a check? Or is it looking at the pot? Tenjata will almost certainly see bet, I would have thought. And Ian will call. If he raises, he's wrong.
Quick breakdown.
Comes c-bet from Tenjata.
195. 190, perdón.
195,000.
Leaving about 500,000 behind in Ten Harte's stack. We can see the hands. We know that he's probably done with this if this doesn't work. Ian can't. Ian wants all the chips.
Yeah, and invariably, he does get them. Calls. 1 million in the pot, half a pot size bet left in Ten Harte's stack. Deuce of spades on the turn. Was already dead.
Yes. So no more dead.
He's deader because he could have hit running straight, but now any more chips go in the middle, we can guarantee you they end up in Ian's stack, as is often the case. Check, check. River, 5 of spades, and Ten Harte with a spade. Will Ian...
If Ten Harte did have something like ace-queen here, it would be an interesting spot. Unfortunately, we can see it's not an interesting spot.
Well, it is an interesting spot for Ian because he could check here again, allowing Ten Harte to bluff something exactly like this on river that he doesn't believe can show down. Ian, with half pot back, could obviously shove as well. He goes for check. It's the right move on this occasion, but Ten Harte takes snap check back with ace high. Top set for Ian, i.e. bottom of range.
Bottom of range. That's a funny line by you. It's nice that you're injecting a bit of humour into this now.
I try.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to Ian running good, I've got a lot of ammunition.
I think Ten Harte is a good player, and he's had one of those very annoying days where he's run into hands.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's only so much you can do. He hasn't, I don't think we've really seen him make a mistake.
Nope.
Not really.
No, I think he's been adequately aggressive. I mean, 4-3 of diamonds was a bit spicy.
But that was a bit spicy, yeah.
But it's nothing wrong. I mean, he's
a lot of the time it works.
Yeah. He's 3-bet Ian twice with junk, and Ian's just had kings and queens.
Yeah, yeah.
Simple as that.
Nothing you can do. Bodwet, thanks for your feedback. My feedback to you is, we always said it was unfair.
We also don't care.
Whoa! Nick doesn't care. I care.
Okay. Well,
Other Nick cares. I care.
I don't care.
I'm just not going to change my. I'm just not going to change my behaviour.
Yeah.
So I guess you could say I don't care, but
Ian got a walk just then.
Sorry.
He just got a walk with 10-5 offsuit.
Well, you would give him a walk. He keeps getting dealt pocket pairs, big pocket pairs. Who wants to play against that?
Nobody.
Awful. Boxwaxer, why are you posting Zimmer frames in the chat? I'm intrigued. Let's give away some tickets.
Let's.
I asked you an incredibly clear and fully informed and built-out question, which no one could possibly misunderstand. We've all agreed that. Everyone in chat's agreed that.
Yeah.
The question was, how many times has an 888 ambassador entered an 888 live main event in an attempt to win?
Extremely easy question.
I think it's extremely easy.
Yeah. And
all you do is add up.
Yes, exactly. Well, about 9 years worth of 888 events, about 5 a year, about 6 ambassadors
per event.
Times all that together, you get exactly 270.
270, hot diggity. It's the exact right answer. That is what Nick Heathwood thinks is the answer to the question. How many ambassadors have tried, how many tries have there been to win a main event? And we see...
all in and call.
All in and call. Tauzi's in great shape here.
Ten Harte here. Dominating the Jack-10 off of Perez.
We'll get the winners in a second. We just want to see this play out.
So unless Ten Harte gets very unlucky here, there will be another double for the Dutchman.
I think he deserves a good spot. He's had a lot of not good spots.
This is quite a good spot. The flop increases Ten Harte's equity to 97%.
That's good.
And the turn,
that's a healthy percent,
increases it 3% further.
Nice double for him. Let's get a nice result from some other people. Our two winners, who are player Quilla, Who guessed 285? Good guess by you. Well done, player Quilla. And the crazy Scotsman. He's already excited in chat. He's right to be. 250 was a winning guess as well. Congratulations on your ticket wins. If you didn't win, do not despair. If you didn't understand that question, do not despair. If you don't understand why this is what you're doing with your time in your life, do not despair. There's still the chance to be rewarded. We have got, I'm just checking with Lime, 8 billion tickets left.
Exactly.
Actually, not quite that many, but we've still got over 20 tickets left to give away during this stream, because this is going to be a long one. We've got 2 more eliminations and then an entire final table to go, and we're going to make sure you get lots of goodies along the way. But well done to Player Quill and Crazy Scotsman for getting the wins. We've also got our free roll, which comes up at 6 o'clock GMT, so it's about an hour from now. You can already register. You'll find that on the site, completely free. The 888poker TV free roll from Madrid. The password today is final table. Don't know what that means, but the password is final table. $500 in there. Plus, if you do well, we'll be on air and we'll make sure everybody in the world knows about it. We'll give you shout outs. So make sure you're in the free roll. It's going to be fun.
All in from Stevic under the gun. Ian wants to count on the button.
60k big blind. So this is 7.5 big blinds. So if Ian's got something like a ace-9 or a king-jack or something of that nature, he'll have a think. Because Stevic is a little bit open sometimes. He's definitely not going to sit there. So I think Ian will call this a little bit lighter, and he does call. Let's have a look. We don't know what Ian has. He has King Queen. Stevic in horrible shape. Ian in great shape.
Yep, and Stevic, well played, mate. Good game. Out in 11th.
Ian can lose.
Nope.
Have you never seen him get unlucky?
I've never seen it in my life. No.
Maybe this will be it.
It won't even be close either.
Well, he won't have a sweat. The turn will just kill it.
He's also knocked me out of 2 main events.
Brutally.
Not even
unfairly. Ooh, how about some outs?
It's a
Nicky's was not even interested.
It's fake news.
He doesn't. It's fake news. He's done the stand-up. We love it. Perfect timing by Stevic. He's an old-school pro. He stands up exactly the right moment. Oh, no, I'm out. Wait, look at this. No.
Shock.
Ian Simpson picks up another bounty, except there aren't any bounties, but, you know, in spirit. He kills another player. We're down to 10 here in Madrid. Nick Eastwood was right. Ian Simpson is running like a god. Sun running. Running pure. Running like a virgin snow. Don't worry. This is a safe for work stream. It isn't.
10 left. Ian having some very tough spots today. Extremely difficult to navigate some of these.
I am enjoying this. I do hope he continues to run like this, just so I can see your bitterness build. It's going to be very insane. Let's say a word to Stevic. He played really well. He's exactly the kind of player you don't want to play against. Dangerous player, capable of making moves, not predictable. And that's going to get you a decent amount of deep runs in tournaments. Congratulations on this one for him. He is our 11th place finisher.
No, I didn't try, but I'm peddling in your nuts the whole fun time. I might have the nuts at some point. I tried it 4 times, I think. 3 times. Maybe I need another beer. Could be the case.
Could be good, yeah.
Yeah. Where's the waiter?
The waiter was around.
She just
yeah,
passed by.
she just left.
Okay, if you see her before.
So 2 years ago, Ten Khata finished 5th in this main event.
Okay.
We knew we recognised him.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was this one. He loves this. Love this event. So 2 top 10s in the same big event. That's hard to do.
No, pero deberían de meter el 8 en el 9.
Sería maravilloso, ¿eh? Y luego lanzarnos tomate por 8-8, lanzarnos tomate todos los días.
So these players have got 4,800 euros locked up. We're going to balance the tables. So we're playing 5-handed on each. One more elimination and we hit the final table, Nick Eastwood.
Yep, that is how it works. 9-handed.
Last time we tried this bit took 3 hours.
Really?
No, me and you.
Oh, yeah.
In Bucharest.
Well, everyone made it take 3 hours.
They did. I don't think they will today.
No.
I don't think we got that kind of lineup.
No. We hope. If we do, Ian's going to have a lot more chips than he already does. 62,000 euros for first.
Yeah. Huge prize for a couple of days' work playing poker. And look at the gaps as well. Good chance we'll be playing heads up for 20,000 euros here in Madrid. You are watching coverage of the 888 live event, the main event here in Madrid. Nick Wealthall and Nick Eastwood guiding you through the action, giving you away a lot of prizes and having some fun. I hope you're enjoying the stream. This one will be on until we find a champion. I was taking a poll out in the hall. And finishing time for this, the guesses range from 11:30 through to 2:20 a.m. Madrid time. So we've still got a ways to go.
You mentioned that we'd be playing heads up for 20k, and if Ian's there, he will be playing heads up for 20k because he doesn't deal.
No deals, says Ian.
He does not deal.
What do you think about deals? Conceptually,
I honestly couldn't tell you. I've never been in a situation where I've been able to talk about one.
Yeah, but you got an opinion on. Do you have to experience something to have an opinion on it?
No, I think they're entirely reasonable. I mean, why not? And everyone's within their right to not to deal if they want to. There shouldn't be any deal shaming.
No, definitely not.
No, I'm not a big fan of like 6-handed deals or something like that.
Yeah.
3-handed deals.
That's your limit.
That's the where I lie, I think. Luciano with 7s and Alvarez, who has just joined the table with ace queen of hearts from the big blind. Could see some fireworks here. He is stroking his silvery beard.
Yeah, so of course what we don't know, unless they've done it on stream, is whether players have played with each other before or not, which is always an interesting dynamic. We know if, obviously, we've watched them play together, but whether Alvarez knows how Murciano plays is a mystery. But he does decide to 3-bet the ace-queen, which seems very reasonable, 5-handed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an absolute powerhouse hand. Short-handed. And Murciano could take a flop in position. It's a little bit dicey. It's a large portion of Murciano's chips, and he's going to let it go.
Because he has no cards left either.
I know.
¿No tienes tarjeta? Me di cuenta ahora. No sabía.
Cartas, porfa.
Es que son muy buenas.
No se puede.
No se puede.
I don't mind.
So many tickets to give away, Nick Eastwood. So little time.
Yeah.
Let's give away a couple more, shall we?
An indeterminate amount of time, to be fair.
Hours and hours and acres of time.
Yes.
My favourite bit is going to be when they have an hour-long dinner break when there's 3 of them. That's going to be my highlight.
At least we get to eat.
Well, there is that. It's not good for the stream, though, is it? I want wall-to-wall entertainment for our people. Let's give them some entertainment. We're going to do a giveaway. 3 tickets up for grabs. Couldn't be easier to win them. It's going to be a keyword giveaway. All you do is type in the word that is the keyword. Now, if you're on YouTube watching us, you cannot enter this contest. Contractually, I have to make that clear. The software only works on Twitch, so if you're watching on YouTube, we'd love to have you there. But if you want to play this contest, you've got to come over 888poker.tv Twitch channel and play there. Lime is the keyword ready. We don't know yet.
Yeah, well, we couldn't possibly know unless we were specifically told that it was ready.
I'm not going to infer.
Oh, it is ready.
Oh, God, here we go. The keyword, let's do it, is filthy, which I think is quite hard to spell.
Yeah.
Filthy, F-I-L-T-H-Y, which I'm told is Ian Simpson's catchphrase or
Team
something.
filthy, yeah, because
Team
he
filthy.
always gets there in a filthy way.
Oh, not because they don't wash.
No.
Okay. Filthy. That's your ticket, 2 tickets. 3 $25 tickets for play in the 100K Mini XL Series event. 100K guaranteed tournament. That's what you've got to play in if you win this. Don't miss out. Get filthy in the chat.
Yep.
I'd love it if someone just got filthy in the chat. That would be great.
Yeah.
Unleashed some muck. Some grade A dirt on a Sunday on a family stream.
Lots of filthies coming in. Hot.
Coming in mucky.
Yeah. So we had blind versus blind here. Alvarez limped. Murciano checked back. A7 call on the flop after c-bet from Alvarez with middle pair. Bottom pair for Murciano. 4 straight on the turn as Alvarez still has the lead, but won't be thrilled. We need to retype filthy, guys, because...
You need to enter again.
Come on, guys.
You need to enter again. There's been a technical problem.
I
blame Ian Simpson.
Yeah, I'm on board.
I don't know why he's done this. I don't know why he's done us dirty in this way. See what I did there?
Yeah.
It's filthy.
I see it.
Yeah. But you got to retype it. You got to retype it.
I wish that guy would wash. Murciano folds the turn. And we're going to outer table, and we could be going to a final table.
We can't see the hand, but that gentleman is all in with ace queen versus
ace 10.
Ace 10.
So it needs to be a 10 for the all-in player. I believe is the ace 10. So I think that might be it.
Is that it? Is that it? I'm looking for confirmation from a trained professional or poker organizer.
I don't see a triangle in front of the player that won, so it must be.
We must be at the final table.
We must be final table here.
This is huge.
Thanks.
I'm going to take next. It's not so much.
Let's close the contest, Lime. Let's close the contest. We need our winners because I think we're going to be going on a break while we organise a final table. You can hear the bedlam in the hall. People are so excited.
It is
Nick.
bedlam.
They've made the Madrid main event final table. Let's get some winners out. 3 people are going to win $25 tickets for playing a 100K event on 888. Andy Rednick.
Liverpool fan. Congrats.
Congrats, Andy Rednick. You win. 2 more winners. And those people are... Drumroll, please, Nick Eastwood. Come on, Sinoni has already won.
Can he win again? I don't think so.
You can't win again on the same day, can you?
Re-roll it.
Lime, I think we need to re-roll. I don't think you can win again on the same day.
No. They won our first ticket of the day.
There they did. Well done them.
We're not having any of that. We refuse. Yeah.
Well done, though. You're running hot. You should play some poker or something.
Yeah.
Mortza 25. Mortza 25, you have won a ticket. Well played to you. And then our final winner on the re-roll is Lord Grimm.
The exact amount of...
Congrats to you. Lots more tickets to give away, lots more poker. We're going to have a final table. You can hear lots of racks. There's lots of admin activity right now. We're going to put something fun on for you to watch. Nick and I will be back in 14 minutes for final table action here in Madrid.
See you there.
Are you ready for an unforgettable year with the 888poker Live 2025 series? This year, we're bringing the excitement to you with 5 major stops and 6 incredible UKPL events. We start in Madrid, where the thrill begins in one of Europe's most vibrant cities. Then it's on to Glasgow, a city known for its heart, energy, and epic poker showdowns. Next, join us in Barcelona, where poker meets party under the Spanish sun. And in London, we'll see you at the newly renovated Victoria Casino, where champions are made. But that's not all. Stay tuned for a 5th event to be revealed later in the year. And while you wait, the UKPL is back with 6 stops bringing poker closer to you. So whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the game, 888poker Live is your chance to be part of something unforgettable. Play our satellites online for a chance to qualify or win a tournament package in our passport promotion. Get lucky and you might even be our next 888poker Live champion. 888poker, made to play. If you've been looking for a new game to play, maybe something a little bit different, then we've got good news for you. An exciting new poker experience is here, and we think you're gonna love it. Now available on 888poker, try our new PLO 5 and 6 card cash games. For everyone that wants more draws and more action, the perfect game is waiting for you. 888poker, made to play.
Robbie, Jack 4, Garrett.
Who?
Yeah, exactly.
Who's that? What about
Give
it?
me.
It's a good hand. I played sometimes Jack 4 off, yeah.
Come on, I know you've talked about this a million times. Okay, number 1.
Actually, no one's ever asked me anything about it.
Shut up. Number 1, did she cheat?
I don't think so. You know, obviously we'll never know the 100% truth, most likely, but, you know, at this point, I don't think so. And as time went on more and more, it made me believe more and more that nothing happened.
It's just the stupidest hand in the history of poker.
Yeah, I mean, I have some theories in my mind of like what it was or what she was thinking or, you know, all of that. It's hard to get in her mind. I wish somebody would find an exclusive interview with her to like get her to just say like, what happened? Like, what were you thinking? Were you on drugs?
Your next 888 ride, Robbie.
Like, were you on drugs? Like, were you just trying to like make a viral clip? Like, what are you doing?
Did you think you had a 3?
It's so weird, right?
Did you think you had a pair of 3s maybe?
Because no one ever, the part to me that day that was the weirdest and the most questionable was just the weird like kind of lies and things like that she said. It's like that didn't make sense, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't think so. The more time goes on, I think that she's just insane and out of her mind and made a terrible play, and maybe she was trying to be famous. I don't know. It's just
one of the
weird.
most insane hands of all time.
It's weird, but like, it just, those next few months were just like brutal for us, and you know, yeah, we got stronger from that, but I think it was so tough that I wish that never happened, to be honest.
One of the reasons I reached out to you to be part of the 888 ride was the tweet you put out. And like I said, I had known who you were and I was impressed by your poker ability, but you know, there's a lot of good poker players out there. And I was so intrigued by what you said in that tweet. And hopefully we can get the graphic up so you guys can see it.
When I was writing it, you know, it's never easy opening up about something like that because like most people just they just think of me as like strong, just always smiling, outgoing, but no one ever knows like really what what brought you to that stage. And I kind of wanted to tell it because I want people to know that like it's not just poker or like studying or anything. It's kind of my skill and everything comes from, I'm a product of my environment and what happened to me as a child and everything. So it's a lot of things that I'm good at in poker can't be taught because it's from a tough upbringing, tough things that happen, traumatic experiences that shape my brain and the way I think, different than anyone's ever going to be able to think from me telling them how to play or something.
Yeah, I mean, I just found it so compelling and vulnerable.
Yeah.
What did part of you feel a need to kind of tell everybody your story?
Yeah, it was like it was great to.
I mean, I love. By the way, I mean, I love when people. There's no requirement. You don't have to do this. You can just go on and grind and do your life, and your wife will know and your kids will know. But the fact that you did, I just feel like for so many people out there that has struggles or struggle on a daily basis, if they see you, maybe they find some inspiration in that.
Yeah, and I just wanted. There was two different things. Actually, a few weeks before that, a well-known Sam Soverell, who's a well-known poker player, he posted on Facebook like a long paragraph going into his struggles with like just everything in his life of like a tough upbringing and just like the way he is and why like about gambling and just stuff. And it really opened. It was kind of like what I did, just opened up about like a lot of stuff where like people may always think that like we're happy and just always winning and stuff, but there's a lot more to it than just winning. There's reasons that our brain works the way it does, a lot of, like I said, traumatic stuff and that happened. But that, and I wanted to show like how grateful and honored that #1 ranking means and what it means to me, coming from what I came from and what I went through, to be able to, be at the top, at the pinnacle of poker and stuff. It's like, just, it means all that and more just from what I went through and just all the, obviously the bad experiences, so the good.
I mean, listen, I thought it was beautifully written and touching.
Thank you.
And, I haven't had Jason Kuhn in the 888 ride, but I consider him a friend. And I remember when he came out and opened up about all the struggles he had growing up.
Yeah, I've heard his,
And I don't think it's a coincidence that, and you said this, you said, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a coincidence that people that struggled in their life can find success on the felt.
Yep.
Because that survival
and
fighter.
That and like one thing is what I hear from people, and even when I was like starting off, is that, oh man, poker is so tough. Like, oh, this is so hard. And I'd be like, this is easy. You guys don't know what tough is. Like,
Right.
like if this is tough for you, then you've never felt tough. And I think Jason's probably the same way. Like, what poker to us, we can lose in that, whatever. It's nothing. It's that we just can brush it off, where a lot of people think that if this is the toughest thing they're dealing with, there's way tougher things out there.
I want to talk about the two big hands that I was lucky enough to commentate on. The commission that you have yet to pay me. No, but
this is the commission, buddy.
This is it. Wow. So 1.1 million off Phil Ivey, and $3.1 million pot off Wesley on Hustler Casino Live. Take us through those moments, and not just at the time of your career, at the time of your life, what it was like to win a 7-figure pot. When you were relatively a young man back in 2009, I want to say.
I mean, the Ivy, when we were playing giant pots against each other all the time, in Bellagio, and I think mostly Bellagio back then. I don't think that one was.
So was it not a big deal except for the fact that it was on TV?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was probably one of the bigger pots we played, but we played a lot of big pots, and then we played big pots in Macau after and stuff. Yeah, I think that one wasn't as that one might have meant more to other people than it did to me, kind of thing, right? Because for me, it was like, yeah, it just happened to be on TV. The Wesley one was a bit different because Wesley and I never really played big, right? And you had all these different dynamics of like, you know, in hindsight, like, yeah, I was probably quite a large amount right with my guesses, but at the time I'm like, I'm paying off this guy that's basically a nit because I have all these 7 different reads that I think kind of add up.
What were the reads, by the way? It was such a weird hand.
You know, so I kind of went into that day thinking he was likely to go for it a bit extra, so I didn't really
Against you?
Just in general, but probably if I had to guess, step 1 was go for it a bit extra, and then step 2 was probably a little more against me than other people.
Right, there's a notch in a belt. I mean, hey, listen, like, I bluffed Tom Dwan, right? That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, that was my guess, but like, I wasn't very sure of either of those reads. And then obviously I think Doug, like, gave away quite a lot when he, you know, the way he acted when he saw Wesley's cards, right? And then I think Wesley...
Which created a whole awkward... I know Doug felt so bad about it. He did everything he could not to give anything away.
I don't think that's true. I mean, I think he did it not perfect, right? Like, I think that's the reality is if you see the guy as ace-king on the button, you look down, and unless you have, like... If I had 2 10s, I would just be like, throw it away and yell at the guy, right? Like, whatever, right? Yell at him after the hand, right? It's different if Wesley had Jack 7 suited, then you're in a weirder spot, but, like, I've had this kind of spot a lot where you happen to see someone's cards, you try to say nothing till the hand's over, right? In other words, if you can just fold, you fold, right? If, you know, if it's a spot you got to play, like I had one the other day in a PLO game here where I was in the tank on the river for a while with a hand I was for sure going to bet because I was like, how do I explain I had seen like one of the guy's cards, right? So it was a spot, I think I had like the nuts or basically the nuts, but I was like, I happen to have seen this guy's card. I kind of.
But you also have the nuts.
Right, and I was like thinking of how I was going to, I forget what I even ended up doing in that spot. But basically my point is if you don't have like something you got to do, like in Doug's spot, he could just fold, right? He has ace-king. The guy has ace-king on the button. You can just fold almost all your hands.
And not say anything until after the hand.
Yeah, after the hand, you can be like, you fucking idiot. Like, what are you doing?
Right.
I saw both of your fucking cards. You're a poker player. Like, what are you doing? You know? But then Wesley also never acknowledged that, right? If Wesley had, soon after Doug said that, if Wesley had acknowledged that, I think it would have, right, if he had been like, oh, yeah, you saw my cards, I would have been less trusting of my read on that. Right? The fact that he never acknowledged that, like, and then throughout the hand, kind of every step of what he did fit into this story of like, I just didn't think the guy had it. And then the only question was whether he flopped it or not, or whether he got there. And like that I thought was very possible, but I, you know.
Like just some random bluff that he had that happened to hit like trips or something like that. Right?
Yeah, I thought that was very, very possible.
More possible than aces in that particular spot.
Not on paper, but because of the dynamics of the live read type stuff. Yeah, I thought that was aces was a lot less likely than like an 8 or a rivered straight or some shit.
What is it about the World Series of Poker that just seems to bring out the best in you? I mean, obviously you're great online as well, but you know, 5 bracelets, many of them in different disciplines. None, by the way, in Nolan and Hold'em yet, but maybe that'll change. Who knows? Yeah. But you know, you seem to be just good at all the different games. Well, what is it about the World Series of Poker that just kind of gets you the best out of you?
I still think of it as like the most prestigious festival in the year. I still want to be chasing the bracelets, still want to be going for Player of the Year, for example. Stuff that, I was wanting since I was young. It's still have a bit of the dream and the special kind of feelings for that. I do seek and enjoy. And, it definitely has a buzz. Like the deep runs are great. Really, they can be exciting and a lot of fun. And it's, one of the few times of the year when I do get to play all the games and for like decent stakes as well.
Right.
So it's tough when I'm still specializing in mixed games and there are not that many around the year. So this is pretty much the biggest time of year for me with like how much buy-ins I put in and how much mixed games I'm able to get in.
A lot of poker players, I feel like especially mixed game players, are really good at figuring out new games on the fly.
Yeah.
But I'm not so good at figuring out new games on the fly. I have to sit down and grind at it for a while. I mean, if I have one real good skill that's better than most people, it's my ability to sit down and grind it out. for a long amount of time and then get good at it. Not because I'm some sort of genius, but because trial and error and studying and learning. And
so would you say that one of your strongest attributes is your work ethic?
Yeah, definitely. Which is fine and good.
Yeah.
I'm not the smartest person here, and I'm not any sort of game genius or anything, but I can figure it out.
And I'm just going to outwork you.
I'm good at working. Yes, I think I probably outwork most people. But it's because, to be fair, a lot of the work that I do is fun. Like, that is what is enjoyable to me, is putting in time and effort and getting good at something.
Is it still enjoyable today? I mean, 15 books later and coaching poker, and I mean, this is, obviously been your life now.
Yeah.
And, you've been playing poker and coaching poker for more than half your life.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Is it still enjoyable?
It is, but I think it stayed enjoyable because I do it in so many different ways, right? Like whenever I come out to Vegas to play poker, I'll play poker for a lot over the course of a week or so. Mm-hmm. And then I'll be done for 3 weeks and play almost none. Or when I'm writing a book, I'll write a book a lot over the course of a month, but then after that I'll be done. Or making training videos, I'll do that for 1 or 2 days a week, or I'll batch it and do a bunch of it in a week and then none for like a month. So I don't really get burnt out from anything, to the point that I can kind of wake up, look at my mile-long to-do list, pick one of them that I want to do that day, and then do it with passion. And then you don't really get burnt out. But what a lot of poker players do that does get them burnt out is they show up and they play poker all day, every day, and it becomes monotonous, right? But if you change it up, it does not get so monotonous.
How have you seen the World Series of Poker change?
Jugadores de la mesa final, por favor, vamos tomando asiento. Please hold the player for the final table, the main event. Please take your seat. Que no retiren los stacks, las fichas de los stacks. Compruebas tú con ellos.
Me lo llevo de momento. Falta aquí en medio.
¿Guardamos ya el DNI? Muy bien, ya pueden guardar los DNIs o pasaportes.
¿Qué tal? Mesa final. Sí. Bueno, ahí estoy en la media justo.
Ahora tendré que saber. Joder, tú, pues aguantando, ¿eh? Sí. Mucha suerte, ¿eh? Mucha suerte, tío. Te estaré mirando, yo estoy por los cantos.
Vale, gracias.
Muchísima suerte, tío.
Gracias.
Vale, no.
I started on big blind. Cannot do it twice in a row. That would be insult.
¿El botón ya se ha sorteado o no?
Couldn't have you here the final table. It's also one of the rules here.
¿Tenemos que ver las cartas aquí?
Sí.
¿Han cambiado todos?
Me falta
Pues cámbiale. Delante de la mesa y listo.
¿Perdona? ¿Me puedo pedir un vaso de agua?
Ponemos OK. Todos los jugadores tienen que tener 4 tarjetas. All the players have to 4 time bank again.
Extra or new ones?
No, new ones.
To give the other ones.
Total maximum is 4. Tan van justas que
Por eso no me caen.
no se caen. Se van a hacer malabares. Okay. After in heads up, recharge again, ¿ok?
Cuando os den las cartas a los dos, aunque las pongáis así o las mováis así las dos juntas en el lector, ya os las dé, después ya las podéis mover.
No una encima de otra.
Una encima de otra, pero si las ponéis una encima de otra, moverlas un poco. Si las ponéis así,
un poquito
os
separado.
las dé.
Vale.
O sea, así no las lee.
Así las lee, las dos. Si tenéis
Así
fichas
las
cerca,
lee, claro.
En ese caso, si tenéis fichas cerca, a veces es mejor que muevas un poco las fichas.
Vale.
Muy bien, señores. Lo primero, enhorabuena, ¿vale? Están en la mesa final, felicidades, congratulations, you're at the final table, good job. Les voy a decir los puntos que tienen aproximadamente la mesa para que sepan un poquito cómo van, ¿ok? The chip count on the final table, for your information, more or less, es en el puesto número del 1 al 9, ¿vale? Estamos en unos 3 millones, 3 millones 100, 2 millones 300, 9 800, casi 1 millón, 2 millones 800, 2 millones 800 el 4, 3 600, 1 200, 3 200, 1 900 y 700.000, ¿ok? 3 million, 2 million, 1 million, 3 million, 3 million and a half, 1.2, 3.2, 1.9 and 700. Okay, so for information, vamos a sortear el botón.
709, 3.2.
Okay, remember.
Welcome back to Madrid.
Did you get all that, Nick?
I did. I got all those chip counts and I put them into this graphic.
Nice, thank you.
So this is how we stand at the start of the final table here in Madrid. Welcome along. We're looking forward to a fun final table. We will be here on stream until the champion is crowned. Somebody's going to win that fantastic 888 trophy for our main event live champion and 62,000 euros. Nick Wealthall with Nick Eastwood. And Nick Eastwood has got a very clear prediction about what's going to happen at this final table, haven't you, Nick?
Yes, we're going to watch Ian Simpson win every hand and then a golden trophy. Because what else could happen when you put me in the booth for my first ever commentary gig?
Yeah, you're going to have to talk about another 888 team member, specifically Ian.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. There's 8 other players that are going to have something to say about that, and some very good players in our lineup. Some of them we've seen a lot of, some of them less so on the stream, but I think we're going to see a good quality of poker at this final table. A reminder that we've got a lot of tickets to give away as a thank you for watching and to make it more fun. We're going to have lots of contests. I think we've got something like 20 tickets left.
Yeah, it's a lot of tickets.
19 tickets left. $33 and $25 tickets to play on 888. So stick around, win one of them. Hello to you on YouTube or on Twitch. We do like the pleasure of your company. And we'd love to hear from you during the stream. Shout out to Asifo. Hi, Asifo. Senor Warris, who we watched play a little bit yesterday and a bit on day one. Very unlucky to go out the tournament with aces getting bad beated by jacks, but well played to him all the same. Here we go, Nick. Final table action.
Here we go. Someone's called Michelangelo on this final table. Did you see that?
Cool name.
Great name. Above average name.
Definitely above average name.
Above average starting hand for Ian Simpson, who opens the 9-8 of hearts. And here we go. It begins. It continues, even.
It continues.
And Perez, who had the left seat of Ian the entire day.
Draws it again.
Draws it one more time.
Yeah, Ian won't be super thrilled about that because he's a very good player.
Yeah. And Perez going to pick up where we left off and 3-bet in position the ace-9 of clubs, which is in very good shape against Ian's particular hand. And this kind of hand, not the one you want to continue with as Ian, because out of position, middling stacks, well, Ian's quite chipped up at this point, but this hand most often is folded because a lot of ace-king in opponent's range, and on queen-jack-10, you just lose a lot, which isn't great. So we fold.
Starting the final table with a 3-bet. You love to see it.
Yeah. Good stuff. Ian gets picked off.
If you've been following the stream, you'll know that Nick Eastwood has an up-and-down relationship with watching Ian win.
Yeah, I don't know what I want.
You sort of root for him and then sort of don't root for him.
I don't know what I want. If he goes out, I'll feel bad. If he wins, I'll feel bad.
It feels like you at least want him to suffer,
yeah,
which he hasn't done today at all.
He literally has spent 0 minutes suffering.
He's had almost no difficult spots, has he?
No, I could have done this. But here I am instead.
I call on that one. But
you
yeah.
do, really? I don't think I would have made any significantly different. Oh, we've got 3 cards.
I think there would have been different board run-outs.
Misdeal.
There would have been different board run-outs if it had been.
Oh, yeah, sure. That is a very good point. What an excellent point. Almost forgot who I was for a second there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Waiting for the last one.
So I think there's a couple of players that we haven't had on stream at all this weekend.
Yeah.
Our final table. So it'll be interesting to see those new players and how they play.
3 cards.
Yeah, we've got. I think we've got a couple of Diaz's. And here's
Seems fair.
Michelangelo, who is the one that brought us to the final table, ultimately.
Is his name Michelangelo Serra?
Yeah.
That's a cool name.
I told you, it's on par.
Well done.
Congratulations on the name.
Yes. Would you ever change your name, Nick?
No, I don't think so. Don't seem any reason to. Shiganov.
Who we haven't seen on stream.
Nope. Exciting for us.
Yeah, it is.
Opens cut off with Queen 10 off. That seems pretty good to me. Diaz folds button. Murciano out of the way in the small blind. And just now, Alvarez to get through. 7-5 offsuit.
Doesn't always hold true, but you would expect play to start off decently tight. These players have battled for the best part of 3 days to reach this final table. There's very big money at stake.
Yeah, and just like us, some of these players won't have played with these players before.
Yeah, for sure.
So there'll be a fair deal of sizing up.
Having a look.
Going on, as it were. Maybe in bet size and in evaluatory purposes.
That's right.
I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
El tiempo está pausado.
There's Ten Chate.
I'm okay for now.
Long locks, scarf to match. He doesn't care. He's been in the mix all day. He's been mainly spending his time running into the top of Ian Simpson's range, which has resulted in him having one of the shorter stacks at this FT. But long way to go here.
Your cash on the circle.
Oh, sorry, because I fall.
Okay. Yeah, you know.
11? Yeah. How long does 3 seconds?
Yeah, maybe. 4 y 5.
Shiganov. And Diaz out the way on the button. Murciano with Jack 7 of hearts. Gonna kick things off. And Michelangelo. Great name, terrible hand.
Yeah, but look at the potential. Who doesn't love a suited 3-gapper? Oh, Michelangelo doesn't.
Yeah. And Murciano is going to take one down. Tepid start to this FT.
Yeah, well, that is what you're going to get at the start of a final table. Tepidity.
Room temperature.
Tepiditude. Tepiditude. Well played to these players for being here. Thank you for being here in Madrid with us. Lots of giveaways coming your way. Point your way to the free roll as well, which starts in 20 minutes. Password is final table. That's the 888 Poker TV free roll on 888, obviously. Jump in for free. Battle for your share of $500. Tell us about it in chat. Password is final table.
Where's he off to?
He's out. Simpson out.
GG.
Plays itself from here, he says, and wanders off.
Doesn't even need to be there. It's
no,
so easy.
It's automatic. Wait for my aces.
Perez.
Opening a mystery hand.
Yeah, and clearly hasn't put his cards quite enough into the hole. Someone who has is a Shuganov with ace-king. We now know Perez has 8-6 of diamonds. And Shiganov is going to 3-bet. Oh, no, he's going to call the ace-king offsuit from +3. Setting a little trap ski. Shiganov. We haven't seen Shiganov play, and this is interesting for us, obviously, because naturally you'd want to 3-bet this type of hand, but definitely okay to have some traps, trap some people behind that may want to squeeze, shove weaker hands than this, of which there are many. Murciano with time bank, tempted to do exactly that. Ace-10 off. If he does it, he'll be at risk and way behind. He is going to squeeze non-all in to 380,000, which will do for Perez, but then he will very swiftly get the bad news from Shiganov, who will be jamming. This is exactly the kind of situation.
What do you make of Murciano taking that spot?
Well, I think
it is like the third hand of the final table. Quite unusual.
Yeah, exactly. And that may actually just be factoring into why he wants to do it. Maybe people don't expect to see aggression this early. Maybe he's trying to leverage that bias.
Yeah, that worry, that tightness.
And now Shiganov springs his well-formed trap, and Murciano will have to say goodbye to 380,000, takes a deep sigh, and is now shallow on this final table.
It does feel slightly premeditated, doesn't it? As in, I think I've got one move in me in terms of my stack. If it doesn't work, I've still got 14, 15 big blinds to shove. If it does work, I'm much more comfortable, and I can do it early when people are playing a bit tighter. But it hasn't worked.
No. It hasn't. Tenchata wants to see the green chips at the front, as is his right. As we move along in this FT, Ian has retaken his seat and has some form of nutrition. Got my eyes on Shiganov. Haven't seen anything from the Ukrainian yet, but I like what I've seen so far on this FT.
You like the way he got dealt ace-king and won some chips?
Yeah, well, he won more chips than many players would have done there, and that's what it's all about. Set himself a trap. Got a very satisfied customer. Took it down. Blind on blind. Diaz.
Blind on blind.
Ace-5 off. Clear shove. And Ian Simpson doesn't wake up with aces. Graphical, potentially. No, he actually did have 8-3 offsuit. And we'll let this one go. No win so far for Ian on the final table. He did open one hand, got 3-bet folded. And then now folding his big blind to a shove.
Disaster.
It's over. The wheels are off.
The run good is over. These players have got more or less 6,000 euros locked up. This is an 888 euro buy-in tournament, so a fantastic return for them. Obviously, they will want more once you get here, but just around 6,000 euros locked up. 60,000 euros for first. 10x between 9th and first. 62,000 euros up top.
It's where the money is, the FT. So I've heard.
I've seen it done.
I've seen it done. I've not
Ian,
done it
Ian's
myself.
told you about it.
Yeah. Diaz with another very shovable hand on the button, but is going to go for something non-all in, it looks like. Oh no, just counting out, and he is all in. Ian with 8-4 offsuit, an upgrade, but not enough. And now Perez with King 7 offsuit is also going to let it go. So Diaz now, after a couple of back-to-back pots, up to 850k.
Just how he drew it up, get that short stack through a couple of times.
Shiganov, pretty stack. Hope I'm saying that right. Doing my best.
What?
I'm
pretty stack.
No, Shiganov.
I think you must be pretty close.
Yeah.
I mean, you must be close enough that no one's going to have a problem with it.
I would have hoped. Lots of air being dealt. 10-5 off.
Nothing going on but the rent. Which is a phrase I didn't understand till I was about... I didn't understand it forever.
So A6 offsuit, perennially one of those hands that gets shoved a lot for this type of stack size, but obviously ICM is a thing. It exists.
Hi Cindy Bear, hi Josh Manley.
Hi Josh.
Hi Doc Matouche, how are you? Welcome 1985. Zildremo, good to see you.
Perez starts with bet, with about as whiffy of a hand as you could have. 10 Karte. Ace high. Will be forced to see one more card at least. Eight of clubs on the turn. Can Perez find another barrel? He does have the 10 of clubs, which is about as much as we can say, which says everything, really. Really not connected with this at all, and is going to start shutting down. Tenchata snap checks back. Does he open the window to something here? Not the best river to bluff on to get folds from ace high, but Perez with a 10 high is certainly going to be tempted. Check, check, ace high good. Tenchata now up to 1.4.
Nick, you excited for the Philadelphia Eagles Los Angeles Rams confrontation this evening?
Certainly more exciting than watching a doped football club batter a promoted team.
Cool.
But the bar's low.
The bar is low on that score. On we go, early stages of the final table. Battle lines being drawn. Messiano, who does like to be in action, likes to play small pots as well. Doesn't have much room for manoeuvre though.
No, probably want to let this go.
14 bigs. So this is the thing, these players do get addicted to opening and being in action. He's going to try and get one through here.
It's a little bit loose from early off this stack.
Yeah, it's a play that he'd make routinely with 35 bigs.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have 35 bigs.
He doesn't have 35 bigs, you're absolutely right.
Looks like it's going to work. Around to the big blind at least. Snap.
Shiganov. Ace-3 off.
Josh Manley says Madrid is his favourite city in Europe.
Nobody
We'll take
else.
nominations from chat. Favourite city in Europe nominations, what's yours?
Do you like Madrid?
Do you?
Yeah. Spades, yeah. Murphyano.
Mine is London, thanks for asking.
I was still thinking of mine before I sent it back over to you.
Sorry, we can't have dead air, not at this level.
Yeah, I was just thinking. I don't want the same city as Josh. That's.
But if it's the answer.
No, it's not now. Now that it's Josh's, it's now not the answer.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Oh.
I'll just say Liverpool.
Liverpool's your
like
favourite
Liverpool.
city?
It's great.
Yeah? Lime says she liked London, but Bath is one of the prettiest places I've ever seen. Yeah, but it's not real Bath. It's not a real place, is it?
No.
It's like a
Fable.
toy town, like
Yeah.
a. Yeah, no, it's very pretty.
Bruges.
Quantum Criminal says Bruges. Do you know, I've never been to Bruges. It does look very pretty. Might be a bit small for me, but. Bruges can confirm. Piano Cat can confirm. Bruges is gorgeous.
Alvarez. From +1. King Nine of Diamonds.
Belfast is great, says Brad's Appetite. Interesting shout.
Apparently lots of people rave about Prague.
Lots of people have raved in Prague. I think that's where you've got confused there. I went to the Prague Christmas market once. That was great. Ljubljana, I went to a couple of years ago. That was very cool. Valletta. Shout out Valletta, my hometown. I love a bit of Valletta. Any other nominations for top European cities? No Germans in the mix.
Trying to think. I don't think there's many other.
I did
candidates.
really like Milan when I visited.
Yeah.
Loved a bit of Milan. I like kind of busy cities where things happen. I don't really like toy towns like Bath.
Yeah. Fake cities.
Yeah. No, I like them aesthetically, but not to. Bodwet says Porto, which I've never been to.
Yeah, me
I'd
neither.
like to go to Porto.
I do actually really like Washington DC. Been several times.
Ah,
It's
I've never
very
been.
nice.
Why have you been to Washington DC several times?
A friend's there.
It's a good town, obviously.
Yeah, I really enjoy it. I like it a lot.
Amsterdam is a good shout from Piano Cat. Cologne from Doc Matouche. Tallinn I've never been to. Kevathon says.
Brad, is your name Brad's Appetite because you can't stop eating? Or is there something else behind that?
Fair to point out that Washington from Eastie and New York from Lyme aren't really in Europe, but if we're just going to do cities.
Oh, yeah, well, I just didn't want to say Josh's one.
Sorry, you said Liverpool. That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
unique.
fine.
That's interesting. Athens is fine, Zildremo. It's not amazing.
I feel like I might be missing something, but I'm happy with my answer. We haven't seen much from Chip Leader. Fluffy hair beard man. I don't remember his name. Diaz?
Yeah. I mean, He doesn't have to do a thing, does he?
No.
Easiest assignment in poker be chip leader at a full ring final table.
Yeah. Just wait for more money to happen to you.
Exactly. Play your hands. Don't need to force anything.
Tallinn.
Oh,
Estonia.
interesting. Lots of Tallinn love. Most underrated city in the globe, says Doc Matouche. Not by you.
No, clearly not. Perez, ace-4 of spades. And Tenjate with ace-king.
And what does he have here? 20 big blinds.
Reasonable to shove if you'd like. Can also 3-bet small.
Tiny
can
3-bet.
Can also trap.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, didn't we?
Yeah.
Cindy Bow agreed with that. Other parts of Greece are better than Athens, I would agree. Oh, and we haven't... Oh, he's going to move all in here with the ace-king, which seems fair. I've seen that done before.
Yeah, it's extremely standard.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, let's write that down.
Cheers, mate.
Nobody shouted Rome yet. Rome is freaking great. I had a brilliant time in Rome.
I went to Rome when the Pope died, and then it was
did you?
bedlam.
Yeah.
Couldn't move.
That's definitely not a good time to go to Rome.
Tenjate picking some more chips up to $1.5 million. I think he's a danger.
No love for Paris either. Paris is great. It's beautiful. Paris is beautiful.
Been many a time, and nah.
How can you not like Paris?
Smells of wee.
I don't think it does. Oh, shout out for Florence from Brad's Appetite, yeah. I've only been there for a day and sort of wanted to go back because that is a very good-looking town. And you're in Italy, you see, so you've got food. You've got really good food.
Yeah,
God,
food.
I love Italian food.
True, true.
Flarank gives another nomination for Prague.
Oslo.
Prague does host poker. So I was just thinking, some of these host poker tournaments and some of them don't. So Prague, I've seen poker tournaments in Prague.
On occasion.
Tallinn. Never seen one in Florence, unfortunately. But I mean, I'm not saying there hasn't been one. I'm just saying I'm not aware.
So Shiganov.
Bologna, says El Quintaro, known as La Grassa, or the Fat.
Oh, right.
Supposed to be some of the best food in the world. I haven't been. I'm quite angry about it.
Is it home of bolognese, I assume?
I assume so, right? Except there they just call it nays.
Yes, they're already there.
That's it.
Michelangelo in the big blind here with King 9 of hearts after Shiganov open hijack with ace-3 off. Call is announced. So, King 9 Jack, great flop for Michelangelo, who has 2 pair. Complete whiff buggy for Shiganov. And we've taken our time to check, even though our whole range wants to do that. Shiganov, I imagine, will see bet this hand, doesn't care about getting check raised because he'll just snap fold. And gets to knock out some equity for sure. Pocket 5s. We'll just have to snap fold. Michelangelo doesn't have pocket 5s, he's got 2 pair. So he will not go anywhere. Will he proceed with call or raise? Both attractive options. Starts with call.
Yeah, we're going to see Shiganov play a hand without cards, which is interesting because we're both interested in him. Haven't seen him play on stream. Haven't seen either of these players play on stream before this final table.
Yep. Pretty much a total brick other than King 5 suited and pocket 5s that see bet for Shiganov. Obviously Sarah could have King 5 also. Or Jack 5. Check for Michelangelo. not in love with this hand as a barrel, but the pressure of the FT.
Yeah, that's what he'll be thinking about, isn't it?
Yeah, here it comes.
Oh, shaky hand.
Oh, shaky shake. The second shaky lift we've seen so far today.
You gotta watch your shaky lifts.
It's about to get a little bit more shaky for Shakenov, as Serra's not going anywhere with 2 pair. Now, I would not blame a shove now.
Yeah, there's stuff you can get called by for sure.
I think it's most likely what we see. He's just preparing himself.
Oh, cheeky. Now, it looks like a professional move to use a time bank. The only problem is, you know, what happens if you run out of time?
I think you're auto used, aren't they? Potentially. Just a call from Serra, who risks the club 10, queen, ace, rivers, but does give the opportunity to Shiganov to bluff off the river.
Massive pot this, 1.5 million.
Deuce of clubs. 1.5 million in there, 2/3 pot back effective for Michelangelo, who will check again. And it'll be over to the Ukrainian to decide whether he would like to wager the remaining million.
What do you think, Nick?
This would be really, really loose. Check, check.
He's not gonna.
Fair enough.
Give up and hope it's some sort of misdraw or something, but it isn't.
Yeah, went for the second barrel and done after betting so large and getting called. Definitely narrows that range from big blind quite significantly. There's Lucia in the high roller. And next to Vivi.
Saliba, look, team 888.
There we go. Don't want to be on that table.
I wouldn't mind.
You just like to play.
So I like those two people.
Yeah, they're good friends with them, aren't you?
I mean, I wouldn't fancy my ability to win chips, but
that's all right, isn't it?
I'd have a nice. I'd die a very pleasant death. That's my point. They're in the high roller. 2 tables left in the high roller, happening in the outer tables right now. If you've joined us in the last half hour, you should know that you're watching final table coverage from here in Madrid, the 888 live main event. We're playing for, well, a couple €100,000, 62,000 euros to our first place winner. These players have got about 6,000 euros locked up, so a lot of money difference in their decisions. And then board runouts are going to happen now. Nick Wealthall and Nick Eastwood in the booth. Got lots of giveaways for you. Going to do one in a minute, I think.
Yeah, why not?
I don't know what we're going to do.
Diaz.
But we're going to do something.
First time we've seen Diaz. Queen Jack suited. Alvarez folds the button. Over to our big blind, who could not think of anything worse. Our second Diaz. There should be some more Spanish names. They're using too many of the same name over again.
You tell them.
Can they not think of any other names to have?
Right in.
Perez, Diaz. We need more Michelangelos.
Michelangelo Serra.
Yeah.
Love that name.
Good name.
Done well there. Hey Smasher, good to see you. Anteria Poker, Dordoni. I can't remember who I said hello to and I haven't, but hello everyone. Let's give away some tickets. We're going to give away some tickets via a keyword. Super easy to play. You literally type in the keyword. Can't make it easier. We've tried.
Yeah.
Can't dumb it down anymore. Your chance to win a $25 ticket for Play on 888 in a really cool event, a 100k guaranteed tournament as part of our XL Winter Series that's going on right now on the site. Do get involved in that. Easiest way to get involved is to win this contest. If you're on YouTube, you cannot play in the chat. So if you want to play in this tournament, because you're watching on YouTube, you need to jump over to Twitch, 888poker.tv, and enter there. The keyword is the same as the password for our free roll, which is the same as what we're watching.
Wow.
Lime, is it ready?
You could barely make it easier.
I like to check it's ready.
Funal
It is ready.
Tabka.
It's ready. It's ready. Final Tabale.
Funal Tabka.
Final Tabale.
Someone's so excited. It doesn't matter how quickly you get in there, by the way. He spelled it wrong again, the same fella.
Yeah, you can't win if you just smash your face on the keyboard. You actually have to type in the...
You've got time.
Yeah. Chill out. If you're watching on YouTube, you've got time to fire up Twitch and get in. You've got a good couple of minutes. 3 winners of $25 tickets for playing a 100k event on 888. Pretty cool stuff. Good luck.
Ian's finding one out the big blind. Big little.
Of an under the gun open, and it gets an ace-10 to fold. Nice timing.
Yep. Well, it's just big little, isn't it? It's OP.
So is it just any big little this just applies to?
Every reg is doing it at 100% frequency. Just start 4-betting, guys.
Yeah.
Do you mind? Just give me that ticket. It's my nickname after all.
Final Table wants to win for Final Table while we watch the Final Table.
While playing the free roll, which is Final Table password. That's close.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, while you're entering that contest, make sure you are in the free roll because it has started.
Yeah.
It has started. The password is, well, you know that.
I think it might be Final Table.
You know that.
Alvarez. Queen 7. Muck. Michelangelo, though. Probably going to open this King Jack off. And does. In with ace-7 offsuit. It's going to just let it go. Pocket 5s for Perez, who will call out the big blind, understandably so. So we're off to a flop.
Last Final Tables, and then we'll have some winners. Let's see this flop.
10-10-3 with 2 clubs. Zera with the only club. Perez with the only pair.
Hi, Emzok. Good to see you. We will have a nice evening watching a Final Table. Not too shabby.
What more do you want? Tickets. FT.
You're right, Nick. You're getting delirious.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Slightly hungry.
Slightly hungry, yeah. You keep that sugar up.
Yeah. I'm going to sort myself out in the next break. Whenever that is.
So Sarah has led here.
Sarah's just bet.
Led, yeah.
C-bet. No.
Oh, no, sorry. I read the wrong position.
Well done.
Well, I probably will do it again. So I've done it plenty of times before.
Great turn card for Sarah, who picks up the nut flush draw and the ace, obviously traditionally a better card for the cutoff here.
Small pairs, eh, Nick? Not really worth the onion, are they? Who'd have them? Exactly.
It doesn't really matter what you do here. You could certainly bet leverage off this kind of hand that has, as you can see, chunks of equity against King Jack, and you're always going to get a fold from it. So that's why betting is so popular in this spot. Why check when you can get 53% equity to fold?
Well, very good point, if you can do that. And it's the age-old problem with a small pair out position here, which is, okay, fine, you might be winning here. You might not be winning, but what's your river plan? Hit the 5 of hearts. That's your river plan, basically.
5 of clubs is actually better. Ooh, we're going to go for call.
We are going to go for call. I mean, he's right.
Yep.
We can see the cards.
Yep.
He's a non-believer.
Probably just thinks there's too much king, jack, king, queen with a club in it. But then again, you don't do well against that, and that is one of the worst rivers in the deck against that range of hands. Pretty hard to beat anything now.
Yeah. He's got to have opened with 8-7 and decided to barrel the ace or something, which is possible, but not happening very much.
Surprised to see a check here.
You what, sorry?
I wouldn't be surprised to see check back.
Yeah, I think check back.
People are winning things.
Oh, Lime's gone rogue.
Yes. She's
Lime,
unshackled.
can you, I know it's the last day, but keep some discipline. I don't know what to say. She's never done this before.
No, we're going to have to have...
We've got winners. Our winners are Antibala, Gyreka 90, and Sub-Zero.
Super-Zero.
Sub-Zero.
Hashtag iPod Shuffle.
Super-Zero, well done. Back-to-back winners for Super-Zero.
Does Lime think we're doing nothing but watching her talk to us?
Lime, don't back-chat me in the chat.
You tell her. There it is, what we're playing for.
I'm just one man trying to watch some poker here. I can't watch poker and look at my messages.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
It really is a disgrace.
That's what they're playing for. Some glass. No, they're playing for that beautiful golden 8.
It is golden, isn't it?
Didn't used to be golden.
No.
And then they upgraded. They went, give us the gold package. Hotted89 says, let's go Ian. Lots of Ian fans in the chat. And he's doing very, very well. Ian Simpson, our 888 ambassador. And fan favourite.
Yeah, recently won his first pot as well with the big little from the big. The classic overdone reg spot. All in from Diaz. Queen 10 off. A little bit loose, and he could get picked off here by Tenjate, who has an easy call with ace-jack of diamonds, and we could be about to lose our first player from this final table.
Well, we could. He's going to have 40% though.
One awfully long time to take. Oh, he's just asking for a count, just double checking. Easy, easy call with ace-jack. Queen 10 for Diaz, who will be live as live can be.
I was out by 1%. Forgive me, viewers. He only has 39%.
So, Diaz, we could lose a Diaz. We've got a spare one.
That's fair. We have got a spare one.
But we
the
could
Diaz in shot will not want us to use the spare one.
No. Tenjate in the lead, and we could be down to 8 queens and 10s working for Diaz. And that is a 10, but 2 diamonds leave Tenjate still in the lead with equity.
His situation has slightly improved.
Yeah.
He's got 9% more of a shot.
And with the remaining cards in the deck, we can see that Tenjate has 10 outs twice.
Who do you like, Nick?
I like Tenjate. And 7 of clubs on the turn puts Diaz in a much better position, but still lots to fade here.
Lots to fade. Ace, jack, diamond, and he's out. Anything else, he doubles.
The river card. It's a jack, and Diaz is knocked off in 9th place. Great run from the Spaniard.
Very, very good run from him.
And there's Tenjate picking up chips. The pain in Diaz's face. But now at least we don't need to juggle Diaz's.
No, we're down to our last Diaz. His unhappiness will be softened by about 6,000 euros, 5,985 euros coming to him. That's where we are with 8 players remaining. 11 big blinds for Alvaro Murciano, who's our short stack, all the way up to the other Diaz, as you mentioned. Chip leader Diaz.
I think we'll be keeping that Diaz for a bit longer yet.
Yeah. Very, very even chip stacks, though.
Yeah.
Which makes for an interesting dynamic.
Sure, it does, yep. It's quite hard to know where to put the pressure on, really. I mean, Diaz can take his pick, but everyone else is risking their own life a lot of the time.
Yeah.
If they want to go for something. So this is anyone's game. Anybody could win this, except Diaz, who's out.
He's going to struggle.
Yeah. Ooh, ace, king. Murciano, 11 big blinds, as you just said.
He needed it. He needed it. He needs a hand.
Good old-fashioned rippy doodah here, or getting fancy with the 2 bigs?
Rippy doodah.
Indeed. It's going to be a little count.
Given the player that's involved, I think if he can get away with a min raise and not a shove, he will. He loves a little bet.
What a waste of a time bank.
Oh, was he just? Why has he done that?
I have no idea. Selling something, maybe?
Also, you got to know what you got.
I'm not buying it. All in from Murciano. 11 big blinds. A lot of people to get through.
Yeah, it's quite, 11 big blinds, obviously not a big stack, but it's not a trivial call for anybody, as we just observed with the chip count. So it's got a good chance of getting this through.
I think off of like anything more than this, we're going to open to 2 big blinds. It's just such a strong hand. We don't want to waste it. But 11, I think, is just about okay. Just about okay. Approved. If he cared. Probably doesn't even speak my language.
No, but he still will want approval. Everyone does. Look at him. He's enjoying that. Stacking chips. Very high beard ratio at the final table.
The beard game is strong here.
Yeah, it really is. It's one of the characteristics of the region.
Ian's is a bit patchy, which I imagine is why he's wearing a mask. Just because
he can't compete.
Can't really compete beard-wise.
That's why 10 Hart has the massive scarf that he puts over his mouth, so that he doesn't stand out too much.
Yeah, there's a lot of beard meta.
Yeah, there is.
This final table
really is. El Kraken says, "Let's go Mercy."
Murciano, I imagine.
Yeah, nice that we've got a spread of fandom.
Who has the best beard at this FT?
The man in shot's got the most tidily groomed beard. I mean, it's perfectly groomed. Isn't
Alvarez, the silver beard.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan.
Perfectly groomed.
Yeah.
As a man who cares about his experience, I think, to be admired.
If we were giving trophies out based on beards, he would probably.
Yes, I mean, the guy who had the well-oiled Spartan beard earlier.
That was unbelievable.
That was dynamite, but he's not with us anymore.
Shame, really. Could have done with that. Morale boost.
Sarah's got the D'Artagnan effort, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's like yours, face fluff.
Yeah, I can't actually.
So you've got face fluff.
Yeah, I'd stand no chance here.
No, you'd be outgunned.
Yeah. Shganov, small blind.
No, thank you, he says.
Diaz couldn't care less as he folds the Jack 5 off, Jack 3 off, excuse me. And Murciano picks up another set of blinds and antes.
If watching the stream is giving you the itch to play some poker, we've got you covered. First of all, make sure you're in the free roll right now if you're not already. You can jump into the 888 Poker TV free roll. The password is final table. $500 in there for you to fight for, and we'll give you a shout out later if you do well. But if you want to go a little bit bigger than that, we've got the, well, it is big, it's an XL. The XL Winter Series, running right now all the way up to Tuesday next week. Over $2 million guaranteed in that series, Nick. That's a lot of doubloons to fight for.
It is.
And events of different sizes for different budgets. You can also satellite into all of them, so get involved. The usual 888 great structures. And we're building towards the final event of that series next week, which is the $1 million guaranteed main event.
Ian,
jump into that.
Tough spot here, trying to buy something with 50 euros because that's the smallest bill he has.
Okay.
But he also has ace queen.
Look at the waitress. She couldn't be more bored waiting for him.
Understandably.
She's like, seriously, I spend all day waiting for you chumps to do the simplest things.
Yeah. So
she's just given up. She's just given up.
Ian's probably left that 50 as a tip just so he didn't have to mess about any further. Murciano in the big blind here. Opportunity to defend the queen jack offsuit. Dominated by Ian Simpson's ace queen of spades.
Shout out to Ian Simpson's brother in the chat.
Hello there.
Hi, Adonis Simpsoni. Adonis Simpsoni.
Simpsoni.
I can't really read. That's part of my problem.
Andoni Simpsoni.
There you go. Thanks, Nate.
All good. Flop. Yep.
It's going to be a long 4 hours for you, isn't it? Watching Ian effortlessly win this.
I've made my peace.
You haven't. It didn't sound like you made your peace. Ian Simpson's been running good the last couple of hours.
That'll do it. No more damage, for sure, for Murciano.
Ian's up to over 3 million. Oh, Zildromo, bad luck. Missed out on the... that'll be the main event, right? The XL Series main event. By 1 place. That is very bad luck. How frustrating. Try again. Hopefully you'll get to play it. As I was going to say, we will have final table coverage from the XL Winter Series main event next Tuesday. Join us next Tuesday. Me and Tuckman will bring you the final table of that one. Hopefully one of you will be playing on it. That'd be cool.
Won't be me.
You're right. I need to get you some food.
Yeah, I'm pretty hungry.
I can tell. Your energy's dipped.
To start thinking about what kind of thing to consume.
You also need to think about a question because we need to do
okay.
a Nick Thinks.
Okay.
Boxwax is asking when the dinner break is. We don't know. Not even sure if there will be a dinner break. We are going to have a break. We would do a break an hour and a half from the start of the final table. So I'm going to guess it's in 45 minutes. 40 minutes, something like that.
I have a question.
It's a total guess.
I have a question.
All right, we'll do it in a little bit.
I don't know about dinner. Did you want to deal with that?
I dealt with it.
Okay. Sorry, I was in the tank.
Brad's appetite says 45 minutes from now is correct.
There you go.
So 45 minutes until the break, but it's not the dinner break. At the final table, when we get down to a few players, there is some discretion. Sometimes the players like to
I'll see in a bit. I'll see in a bit.
What's wrong?
I'm just going to walk out for
What's
2
wrong?
minutes.
What's wrong?
Can you just do this for me?
Ian Simpson picks up the aces under the gun, and he raises. And
not again. Surely not.
Ten has ability to read Ian, and when he has a good hand or a bad hand is amazing. Basically, what Ten Hat should be doing is asking himself, what do I think Ian has? And then going against it. This is the 3rd time he's run into an Ian Simpson premium pair, I think.
This is actually ridiculous. Like, Ten Harte has 3-bet Ian 3 times.
3 premium pairs.
And he's had queens, kings, and aces.
Yeah. He should have got no action on this hand, right?
Oh my God.
Hello. This is going to be huge. There's already 750,000 in the middle. Already 750,000 in the middle.
I knew I should have walked out.
What does Sarah do?
Well, he 4 bets. He just 4 bets. And
Well,
just in case.
Well, we don't know.
We know. Here comes Time Bank. What about sizing? Is it just all in? Is Ian about to be absolutely gifted chip lead here? Because if Tenjata doesn't take his opportunity...
He's going to make it 800.
Wow. I mean, wow.
Ian is in the situation that tournament poker players dream of. He's opened the action. He's got a 3-bet and a 4-bet back to him.
And Ian doesn't need to dream of it because...
Just going to check he's got the 9-8.
It happens to him every other level. So, what does he do? Does he continue with call or does he just bang it in? Yeah, just all in.
All in he goes.
Now, this might...
There is a chance he gets.
Yeah.
He folds.
I think that Serra should fold. 2 million in his stack.
What would you do, chat? Fold or call? You're at the final table. You 4-bet. Ian Simpson has just shoved all in.
Think of the positions, though, as well.
I'm saying.
Under the gun.
Yeah.
Versus under gun 1. 4-bet from big blind. The most underdone spot ever.
Yeah.
And
so
then
you have shown a lot of strength.
Yes. And nobody cares, it seems.
Yeah.
So, why don't they care?
Why don't they care?
Well, let me tell you why. Ian's got aces. Serra, it's a disastrous ICM spot for Serra.
This is the more I think about this, this is horrible.
Yeah.
This is actually horrible. What's he done?
Great fold.
He's folded. Wow. Highlight reel stuff.
Wow. I mean...
Difficult to say whether it's right or not, but it looks amazing. Well done, Sarah. That's a little bit of a bad beat for Ian. You should that should balance the universe a bit.
If Tenjata doesn't 3-bet, then Ian probably gets all of it. Because Ian will 4-bet. And
that's true.
Probably Sarah shoves or calls, and we'll see flop. But obviously, Tenjata, for the 3rd time, 3-bets a pretty nonsense hand from early position, raise from Ian. And every time, Ian's got Queens plus so far. Not to say that what Tenjata's doing is not good, but every time.
Lots of shout-outs from chat for that great fold. Absolutely agree. Game Changer says Sarah can dodge bullets. Yeah, he really did dodge bullets.
Cracked, how am I doing on the pronunciation, though? Because I'm kind of like committed to it. I've said it a lot.
I think it's pronounced with a K, actually. Somebody said earlier.
Really?
That was a fantastic fold. That's the hand of the final table. Probably going to be the hand of the final table, whatever happens. Gets away from Ace King.
There we go. Tenjata again, timing off once more. As Shiganov has Ace Queen offsuit. It's with a K sound.
Tenkate.
Tenkata.
Kate. Or Carter?
I think it'd be Carter.
Carter, yeah. We'll go with Carter.
Yes, Tenjata. Carter. Okay, thank you guys. Thanks, Dutchies.
Touchies.
Can you tell your guy to stop 3-betting Ian Simpson? He just has aces.
Yeah, apparently. Usually these would be pretty good 3-bets.
Yeah.
Usually Ian's a player you can go after because he's obviously aggressive.
Tenkate.
Fuji says Tenkate.
Okay. Nobody stops him from 3-betting.
Yeah, we've watched him on stream for a while now. We can tell he's a lively player. He's just been very unlucky today. He's run into hands. King Queen with the flop top pair of kings. Run into aces earlier by him. Runs into aces again. Got an all in here from Murciano. And this did look like a good spot. But now Sarah picks up another premium. 10s in the small blind. The all-ins for $1 million. $1 million, which is, we're playing 80k big blind, so it's about 12 big blinds. So I think Sarah will shove here, but let's see. Does have 2 players behind. Final table does not disappoint, Nick.
No.
Action.
What a tough spot this is. Murciano is going to be at risk probably somewhere. We're just not sure exactly where from. I mean, Michelangelo was just putting some rubbish spots.
I think this is a shove, because Ten Hart is a pretty loose player, and Shuganov has just flatted. So yes, okay, someone can be trapping, but it's only a 12 big blind shove. I think that's a shove with the tens.
Yeah, Shuganov calls. Michelangelo will see he would have been in good shape. But obviously Shuganov is uncapped behind, lurking. So
well, he is, yeah, but you can't, like, every time it's on flat to raise, you can't bias it to the top of the range, can you? It's more likely not the top of the range. No?
Oh, you're right. Unless you're against Ian Simpson.
So would you shove it? I think it's a shove.
I honestly couldn't. I couldn't tell you. Really couldn't tell you.
I mean, that's literally what you're here for.
Well, that's what I'm here for.
Just
They've
pick a
picked
lane.
the wrong person.
Just pick a lane. No one can tell you you're wrong.
They should have flown Aaron Baroni here if they wanted accurate analysis. I'm just here to complain about Ian Simpson running good.
I see.
Why else would they do this to me? Jack on the flop. Two jacks.
Ouch.
Murciano.
Good for Murciano. Let's hear the Murciano love in the chat. We know we've got some fans.
And that's it.
Unlucky for Shuganov, because that is still a significant call for him.
It's 2.5 million chips.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's the difference between 1.5 million and a 4 million stack, which is very competitive. Now he's floating towards the bottom of the pile through no fault of his own. Murciano survives again. Fans of that action, and here is the high roller final table that has both Lucia and Vivi on it.
Go 888 ladies. Beat up those chumps.
Good luck to all.
Get them girls indeed. Let's have an 888 Ambassador High Roller victory. Lucia and Vivi. Going for gold in the high roller.
Pocket eights for Diaz, best hand of the game.
Yeah, but he's not been able to be involved at all, has he?
This has got to be some sort of record.
Wait, let's just read. What's he had? He's had
kings twice, aces twice, queens once in
That's
about
right.
in probably 40 hands.
Yeah. Yeah, 40, 50 hands. If you tuned in as an Ian Simpson fan, this has turned into a not safe for work video.
I mean,
wall to wall pleasure.
This has easily got to be one of the biggest heaters I've ever seen towards the end of a tournament.
And he's got action every time. Does he get action this time? Let's see.
700,000 from the small blind. And Diaz barely skips a beat
Doesn't
before
skip a
calling.
beat. Now, if we put an 8 out,
that
Nick
will be-
Eastwood will be saying different things. Suddenly you'll be sad and upset for him.
Yes, but I just don't think that it's on the cards today. It's not.
Pretty nice slot for kings.
Yeah, another safe looking board for
He's,
Ian.
he's actually a little bit unlucky here that Diaz hasn't connected with this in some way, because
it's going to go c-bet fold, I imagine.
It's another $1.5 million chip pot, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing. Ian's going to pick up more chips regardless here. 400k or something I want to see.
$450 maybe?
350,
even smaller.
Looks good to me. Diaz has a fold here, I believe. It's just too hard to navigate this situation.
It's exactly the same concept, isn't it? What are you hoping for on the turn? What are you hoping for on the turn? Unless he's going to make a move here.
And there's no way.
He is going to make. He is going to make a move. He is going to make a move. Is this a click raise? Nick Eastwood has his head in his hands in the booth. Bit more than the click raise. Makes it $1 million.
I actually can't believe.
He's got 1.7 back. What does Ian do here?
He shoves.
Shove, yeah.
Because he won't believe there's many bluffs in this line. But people do like to click buttons. I mean, what an unbelievably insane spot again for Ian, who every time he has a good hand.
Let's just say one thing to his credit. His image and reputation for being aggressive. This is why you have an aggressive image, right? Is that people will play back at you.
Do these Spanish guys know Ian?
Yeah.
Or do you think it's because he's got the badges and the patches and the
Both.
hats?
Both, I think.
Here comes all in. No, another time bank.
I mean, this is an interesting spot in terms of how do you get the max money. So he's going to work it out. And as you were saying earlier, this is the kind of spot. What?
Oh my god.
What?
Ian's folded.
What?
Ian's just folded.
So he
kings.
didn't have kings. So he didn't have kings.
Either he didn't have kings,
No,
which he did.
No chance he had kings.
No, I think he did, and I think he thinks that nobody is ever bluffing in a million years in that spot. Because they shouldn't be, because at this stage of the tournament, it's the most tragically under-bluff spot in the world, and you have to find someone randomly clicking something like that in order to be ahead. Queen Jack suited, queens, jacks, all in range. But that is a wild
I think
fold.
that's a you're making a weird reaching explanation there.
No, that is the explanation. It can only be the explanation.
What time is it?
It's 7:21.
So Ian had kings.
Well, we can't be certain.
Well, we can ask him later. He used two time banks. What else has he got? Ace king. I mean, we can't assume there's a graphical error every time something we don't like happens.
No, I'm questioning.
I'm sure he had kings. And listen, I am the biggest stain in the world. I'll fold anything. I'll find any reason to fold. You know. And the sympathy that I have, I'll stand on the corner of, well, at least be devil's advocate here.
Why can't he have a draw?
Because people don't really raise draws in position. 8 left in a final table. Ian just believes that that is Queen Jack Jacks queens only. He couldn't find any other hand that he thought would click the flop. And I do understand where that's come from. I do understand where that's come from.
Fascinating hand here at this final table. You couldn't ask for more drama.
Wow. Ian's going to 3-bet the ace-8 of clubs.
Ian tilting. I'm not saying, by the way, disclaimer chat, I don't think he's tilting. I think it's funny to say he's tilting.
Yeah, straight and flush blockers, less important because I don't think Ian expects Diaz to be raising in position with draws. It's much more typical in that situation to see call in position. Why would you raise and waste your equity to get 3-bet shoved on and you know, just stick the money in almost certainly behind? You're almost certainly going to see call in that spot in position. So, if there's no draws, which is I think what Ian's settled on. then
Well,
it's either...
wait a minute. You never say there's no draws. That would be a crazy way to think about
Well,
that.
Ian has... I'm saying...
You can say it's untypical,
Yeah,
or you're going to reduce the amount of combos you're going to count, right? You can weight it not against it, but you can't say there's no draws.
What I'm saying is that has to be what Ian arrived at, because you can't fold that hand unless you've discounted them to the point of so significantly that you're able to fold hand that strong in that spot. So, if you were to discount the draws...
You told me he was good.
He is very good.
Why do you tell me he was good?
I've got sympathy for this fold.
I can't believe I sat next to you like all day and I've had to tolerate your bitterness at Ian Simpson, and then he makes a mistake and you want to sing his praises.
I don't think it's necessarily a mistake.
No, but you're missing the point.
No.
What is the point of me tolerating you hating on him when we actually get an open opportunity for you to hate on him and you won't take it?
I wasn't hating on him
well,
per se.
viewers, was he hating on Ian?
I was in disbelief at the distribution on show. That was the main thing. Here's the thing. This is why he's folded. I'm trying to tell you why he has folded. Not that I think he should have folded.
I know.
I'm telling you why he did fold.
You're not enjoying the banter on this one.
No, I'm just trying to give an informed
The problem is
commentary.
that Nick needs some sugars. He's low on sugars. He needs food, don't you?
Yeah, I do need... Are we going out for food?
Yeah, we're doing something, because we have got a dinner break coming, chat.
What about that place we went to the other day? Or something similar?
Or the better place, yeah.
Well, it might be busy.
Sunday, and it's early. We
Okay.
should be all right. We're just going to make our tapas plans if you want to listen in chat.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to come for tapas? Anyone in chat?
Brad, you've got a job to do, mate. You wouldn't know it, but how infrequently you're actually doing it. But
I use it all in one hand yesterday. You can see.
I only had one.
Yeah.
that was an unbelievably interesting hand.
We've seen some phenomenal hands already at this final table. There's another one in progress here as Perez has the overpair, and Shuganov hits two pair. What is going on at this final table?
We can barely take a breath. We haven't covered this hand so far, but Shiganov defend the big blind after Perez opened kings on the button. Check call on flop from middle pair, and Shiganov makes two pair on the 5 turn, considering donking. It's a card that he believes favors his range significantly enough to do so, and here's 350,000 from the Ukrainian. Perez with kings. And we could see shove. I don't think we'll see fold this time. One of the weaker beards on the final table.
Does that have an impact? This is a horrible spot, isn't it?
Yes.
Like, why are kings bad all of a sudden?
Well, they're not.
Apparently they are. You told me you should fold them when somebody raises. That's what I took. Lesson I took from that. Now they're losing to two pair.
I told you that's why he folded. That's why. It's porque.
I think he's a nit.
All in from Perez. Snap call from Shiganov. Two pair. Only 19% for Perez to stay in this tournament.
Absolutely horrible for Perez. Really horrible. This is the one that, when I had a coaching site, this is the one that people always complained about. I can't believe they pulled two pair against my overpair again. This is the one that people actually hate. Imagine getting knocked out of a big final table with this situation. Really nasty for Perez.
Yeah. And
King Jack or 4.
Yeah, only those cards. And there's 6 of them left. Oh, Jack on the river. Oh, and Shiganov's run horribly.
He has run horribly.
And Shiganov, we know,
It's
is
like
alive.
It's like Shiganov's been set up. No, we know he's dead.
No.
So, no, just to explain, that is a graphic error. I've
Oh,
been
wow.
told. That is a graphic error. He is out. Shiganov is out. It's like he was set up to fail in those two hands.
I mean, what chance did he honestly have? He
None.
couldn't have
He
done
can't do
any
anything.
more. And goodbye, Shiganov in 8th place. Now,
Really bad luck, Shuganov. Really bad luck.
Just revisiting.
It's the most brutal thing about No Limit Hold'em and poker generally, that you can do absolutely nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong. Nothing wrong and still go out the tournament.
Yeah.
He finishes in 8th, 7,600 euros. He leaves us 7-handed. Wow, I'm a bit tired.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really had a break from
Crazy.
action here.
Crazy.
So revisiting the Kings fold.
This is where it sits. I just want to do one thing.
Okay.
Before we do more analysis, I do want to give away some more tickets.
Okay.
Because people are hopefully enjoying this relentless action as we see Perez stack chips. Lime is the keyword ready. We're going to do a keyword giveaway. If you watch on YouTube, you need to come over to Twitch, 888poker.tv, to enter this contest. Everything else, the non-keyword contest, all of the watching and everything you can do here. But we're going to run a keyword contest. We're going to give away another 3 $25 tickets. These are for playing a 100K event.
Yep.
And Lime says the keyword is ready. She's even got a little heart for us there. Let's do this thing. The keyword is Nitfold. Nitfold. N-I-T-F-O-L-D.
I can't believe I'm the only one showing camaraderie with Ian here. It's all gone a complete 180.
Enjoying the humour of the biggest Nitfold we've ever seen. Kings laid down for no good reason, as Nikisa correctly analysed. Ian Simpson is a nit. Nitfold is the keyword, and your key to victory. You can win a $25 ticket, which is entry into a 100K tournament on 888. Don't miss out. We'll give these tickets away, and then we're coming up to our dinner break. But given the action and the prizes, you're not going to go anywhere. This has been phenomenal.
Absolutely. Wow, 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 wow. So revisiting that King's hand, if you don't mind. I'm trying to do my job.
You've
here,
done it, haven't you?
making it very. I want to mention one more thing.
Go on then.
It's meta related, not actual hand in. So
meta
if he believes that
nit related.
If he believes that it's super unlikely that anything but Queen Jack Jacks queens exists in range, then even if he thinks it's like a slightly maybe potentially winning play and a very tight fold, yes, he'll know that. He believes his edge in other spots is going to be greater than his edge in that particular spot. Ergo, folding is better. Leave yourself still at the top of the pile, in a good position, in more comfortable and clearer spots. That is the product of the fold.
Well, another guy had 8s. He had a massive edge. He's not going to do better than that.
Yeah, but it didn't like he flipped him over.
So nitty. We've got 7 players left here at the final table. Here they all are. And nobody's on life support. 22 big blinds is the short stack. Noodaloo rightly analyses. He had a chance to call the bet and win a huge pot, therefore a nit. Couple more seconds to write Nitfold. Lime, you can fire when ready. I know that Alvarez has aces, but if we wait for there to be a gap in the action, we're never going to give away any tickets because there are no gaps in the action.
Yeah, gaps in action were for the start of day 2.
Yes, that was our slow period.
Yeah, and since then, ooh, Ian with 5s.
And we know he's tilted from his nittiness.
He will not be tilted.
Let's see who's won the tickets. 2 Diaz. Diaz is everywhere. 2 Diaz 12. You have won a $25 ticket.
I mean, that would have been pretty floppy, I know. For sure.
Congratulations to Diaz. You are our first winner of a $25 ticket to play in a 100K event. BC Cesar 93. Come on down. You too have won a ticket. Excellent stuff. And our third winner of this particular giveaway. Lots more of these to come tonight, but for now, Bougie! Get your bougie on. Bougie has also won. Congratulations, winners. Enjoy the tournament. I hope you turn those tickets into big money. Alvarez gets action here from Murciano.
Yeah, as you often do from the big blind in tournaments. Very good price for the Queen 8 offsuit, and a little bit of something in the form of a gut shot. But everyone's just got aces all the time.
That is true. Weird but true. Aces or kings.
Yeah. Here comes bet from Alvarez. Murciano will likely continue once. In what facet I expect call. It's been announced a raise, so it is not a call. Murciano stepping out again with his gut shot. Alvarez with aces will not be going anywhere just yet. Popular value hands for Murciano going to be 10-9 offsuit, because he's in the big blind. Deuces. And then maybe some 10 deuce, 9 deuce suited, and then stuff like this as bluffs. All in from Alvarez. Oh, I don't know about that, but he has gone for it, and obviously Murciano has to fold. That's a big shove.
Wasn't it?
How about that? Especially with the club there, you're quite invulnerable. We may as well call, because if you shove there, you're pretty much just going to get folds from everything you beat. And then everything that is obviously ahead of you is going to snap you off.
I do the sneaky 4-bet folds per view on you, or trigger folds.
I agree, suited clubs. It is harder though when you can see the cards. And
you're not going to mess it up with
it was the rando pocket eights.
You can probably figure out when. Yes. Yeah. Last time.
Hurtling towards our dinner break here in Madrid. Very shortly we'll have an hour's break.
I've sent a scout ahead.
To sort us out dinner?
Yeah.
Amazing. More power to her.
She's very reliable. This is her bag.
Securing tables.
Yeah.
For stressed commentators.
Yes.
It has been stressful because the action's been absolutely relentless.
Yeah. We've barely had a moment to breathe.
It's definitely one of the better final tables that I've commentated on so far in an 8-8 main event, because the action's been great.
Yeah, it has been incredible. Ian's going to take this one down. Nearly back up to that 4 million mark. Oh, he preserved it with a
stellar laydown.
With a stellar, perfect fold.
Player, but I'm not sure if how you can play it like for the. He was unlucky. 2 in a row, so yeah, he got unlucky twice. It's hard to
Queen Jack suited for Ian. It would be cool to talk to him later about that spot. Tenchata with another chance to have a go at Ian Simpson. This time maybe 3-bet would be unorthodox. but that hasn't stopped him before. Mr. Tenkate, he has folded this time. I prefer the way I pronounce it, to be honest. I'm sure he wouldn't mind. Alvarez in the small blind with Queen 9 suited, and look away now, Nick Wellthall, as he calls the small blind.
I mean, I know he's a bit bored. Hasn't had too much action, 2 suited cards, but call the under the gun raises with stuff out the small blinds. Hater of Pheasant says, how do the graphics work? How are the cards registered? They've got a tiny chip in them, and they go over a reader, and then we know what the cards are. It's all very clever. My question has always been, now that if they can put a tiny chip into a card, so you know which card it is, why can't they put a tiny chip into a golf ball, so I don't have to look for my golf ball for 15 minutes? I've written in with the question. I still haven't had a good answer.
Ian continues the trend of having something slightly better than his opponent. 8 of spades in the turn won't be his favourite card. But Alvarez and Michelangelo Serra still lagging behind in this one. If Serra had the ace of spades here, I would not mind a little prod. As it is, he has no right. And checks. Ian's going to bet here, and only really Alvarez can do anything about that if he chooses to, but it's not a great spot by any means. Would have played call on flop, should he have seen bet from Ian, but I think on turn, with a player behind, this is getting a little bit cuspy. But he is going to raise the turn.
What is this?
I mean, this is
creative.
Attack Ian Simpson Day, but this time Ian doesn't have kings or aces. He has top pair on a dicey looking board.
This is a really, really good chance for him to get rid of that nitty image that's followed him around after that fold before.
I mean, this is a significantly dicier looking spot. I mean, true, the last one was dicey as well, but we saw what happened. Ian is going to muck again, and Alvarez gets a creative one through on the turn. I don't blame that fold whatsoever. If you are behind there, you are potentially dead, and when that's true, it's not that appetizing to continue. Ian getting popped about a bit by the locals.
Yeah, and maybe something slightly premeditated about that. You know, flattening Ian's raise out the small blind, hasn't been involved in too many hands, and then goes on the attack. Maybe not totally premeditated. I mean, he had a bit of the board and stuff, but
very interesting play from Alvarez there. Alvarez dialed in to the situation. It's not like Ian can't have flushes there and straights, etc. So he won't feel he needs to defend top pair with no redraw when there's so many other better hands that he can have. Here comes Tenkate with 160k. Over to Ian in the big blind with Queen 3 suited and a mandatory continue, but we know typically it's the ace and the king big little that you see, but this time we're going to see call and the Queen 3. Tenkate in the lead currently narrowly, 7 left in this main event. King on the flop and nothing for Ian. This should get done nice and quickly.
Claro, y después, como 2 horas después, en la mesa de aquí, ¿no? Claro, as J contra as dama y le dan 2 Jotas al flor. Bueno, se volvió loco. Vale, era por eso, vale. Claro, claro. Yo la verdad que en ese momento tenía una mano muy comprometida y me entró la mala hostia y dije, joder, y estoy con uno que también estaba indignado porque estaba en la voz, tío. Ya, pero bueno. Eran los dos Olin que perdía el torneo, ¿eh? O sea, ninguno... La exclusividad respetable, pero también pasaste. No, si de hecho no pasó de
Winner for Tenharte, and we've got 2 or 3 hands left before the break. Do stick with us. We really appreciate you doing so, and hopefully we can give you a fun Sunday evening. It's certainly been really fun so far. One of the more entertaining final table streams I think I've watched in a while. Been a pleasure to commentate it for you with Easty. We will take an hour's break after these 2 or 3 hands. It's dinner break for the players, dinner break for us, and lots more poker to come though. Playing for the big money. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we've got a lot of tickets to give away as well.
Yeah.
So do not go anywhere.
I wouldn't go anywhere.
You won't go anywhere.
Personally, I would not go anywhere.
Just before we go to dinner, who's doing well in the free roll? Let's have a roll call if you're still in. Don't put your position unless it's like top 10 or something.
Yeah, we don't care otherwise.
Well, it's just that everyone starts typing numbers because they think there's a contest. But if you're in the free roll, let us know. Bougie busted, bad luck. You've got a ticket for your pain though.
Arguably better.
Gary Danby's still in. Flarank's still in. Iniquitous is very equitable actually. They're good. They're in. Nice.
No, they're good.
Good, baby. Yeah, baby.
So 6s and deuces here for Diaz and Perez respectively. Spade for each of them, but nothing exciting.
Parabellum's still in. Did you have a good birthday yesterday, Parabellum? Hope so. Hope you had fun.
Check from Perez. And we could see a small bet here from Diaz, I think. Pretty small. 175? Not that small, actually. And we're folding our deuce high flush draw, understandably so. So one more hand, and the Knicks are off for tapas.
Excellent.
2 more hands, and the Knicks are off for tapas. Will we see any more carnage? There's been plenty so far. For fans of carnage, it's been a good day. Carnage fan it?
Absolutely not, but I'm very supportive of anyone that is.
Murphyano with pocket tens. And an understandable commitment to the pot. In the tune of 160k, and we could have some carnage indeed as Alvarez picks up ace-queen offsuit from hijack. Murphyano around that stack that could do some 4-bet shoving versus 3-bet. Let's see what Alvarez decides to do. A few options on the table. We know he's been aggressive though, and here comes said aggression. 450,000 from Alvarez. And back to Murphyano, who has a tough spot. I expect to see a continue. Will Murphyano put his tournament life on the line with these 2 tens?
Second tough 10 spot we've seen.
Will he shove? Time bank used. Last one. Used a few of those earlier to raise ace-king under the gun, just in case.
He doesn't like, from what we've seen, we've watched him play a lot on stream, he doesn't seem to like these, you know, all of the stack type, big bet poker. He likes to pot control, but it's hard to get through the late stages of tournaments without. At some point, you are going to be in flips.
All in from Murciano.
And he does make the move.
Alvarez isn't delighted, but may have no choice.
Let's figure this out. 1.38 million to call, 2.5 in there.
Wants to double check how much it is.
Oh, good.
It's a big spot, Nick.
It is a big spot.
It's big for us. We could lose another player should Alvarez call. It's not a super attractive spot for ace-queen.
No, it's not, but there's a pot odds problem, of course.
Yes.
You've got to give Murciano a very tight range to lay this down, haven't you?
I mean, yeah, this is probably approaching bottom. Pocket tens. Do you think that Murciano shoves ace-jack? I don't think he would. So tens, ace-queen himself, ace-king. Against that range, we're not doing amazingly well with ace-queen offsuit, but we have committed 400,000 to the pot.
Well, this is our problem, and we've got 1.3 to call into 2.4.
Time bank. Volunteered. Murciano.
I mean, Murciano's loving this.
Yeah.
He's loving the time bank because he knows, you know, he might get a fold, and he's definitely not up against aces, kings, or queens.
Much rather see fold, I think, Murciano, though.
Oh, yeah, let's pick up. Yeah, let's pick up over $1 million risk-free. Absolutely.
He'll be pleased to see tank, but he'd be even more pleased to see fold. It's so close, and he is going to let it go.
Wow.
Murciano picks another one up.
That's a great result for Murciano. He's loving life.
And one more hand before dinner. One more chance.
One more chance to dance. 7 players left in Madrid. I'm going to give another promotion for you to stick around, or at least come back in an hour's time. So we've got lots of good stuff. This has been a fantastic final table. I can only think it's going to continue because the players are not playing tight. They're playing to win.
Yeah,
it's great to watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really good fun.
And we had the star of the show, Diaz's click in position, 3-bet pot against Ian with the pocket eights. The most controversial hand of the day.
I'm certainly going to pretend to be interested in Ian's analysis while waiting for him to finish so that I can call him a nit when I next see him.
I'll listen to you. Would you believe it? I'm standing by Ian Simpson Poker.
People have predicted how many blueberries you're going to get, Nick, but we're not doing that. We're going out for tapas.
No, we're going. But I might get fruit platter when I'm back.
Right. If April does get a chance to order, she should, because, you know, we're going to be on a clock.
She hasn't given me the go-ahead that we have a table yet. She said we have 10 to 15 minutes when she got there.
Okay, well, that's a good result. We appreciate her efforts.
Yeah, so that was at 5-2, so we should be getting...
Look, players are leaving. Ian Simpson's just left like a rebel. This is the last hand. We'll make sure we've got something on stream to watch while we're gone, but make sure you come back. We'll play down to a winner here in Madrid, but we've also got tons of tickets left to give away. Lots of chances for you to win. But this one...
He's flopped a straight.
This one is interesting. Yeah, flopped a straight. Hard to do.
The only real hope for getting paid here is that
Diaz has actually checked in the dark.
Yeah.
Not knowing he was going to flop a straight.
That's the best way to flop a straight, I find.
In the dark.
Yeah. So Perez with the king of diamonds going to start with bet, and I believe that Diaz is just calling here. So allowing one to come off, and it's the 9 of hearts. So downgrades Diaz's straight somewhat, but now a flush draw involved. Perez would really be stepping here to barrel again. I would expect to see check and potentially a bluff on a diamond. Comes the rook. Oh, and a king. Bringing in a flush for Diaz and top pair for Perez. Will Diaz bet? No, he goes for check raise. He's going for check raise, and it's got to be tempting to value bet here as Perez. Although on this 4 straight flush completion, does decide to take showdown instead, and Diaz will show the ultra winner.
Nice one for Diaz. He's closing in on 5 million. Lots more poker to play, lots of giveaways to come. We will be back with you in about an hour's time to see the dramatic conclusion of the 888 Live Madrid event here in Madrid, of course. See you in about 1 hour's time.
Are you ready for an unforgettable year with the 888 Poker Live 2025 series? This year, we're bringing the excitement to you with 5 major stops and 6 incredible UKPL events. We start in Madrid, where the thrill begins in one of Europe's most vibrant cities. Then it's on to Glasgow, a city known for its heart, energy, and epic poker showdowns. Next, join us in Barcelona, where poker meets party under the Spanish sun. And in London, we'll see you at the newly renovated Victoria Casino, where champions are made. But that's not all. Stay tuned for a 5th event to be revealed later in the year. And while you wait, the UKPL is back with 6 stops bringing poker closer to you. So whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the game, 888 Poker Live is your chance to be part of something unforgettable. Play our satellites online for a chance to qualify or win a tournament package in our passport promotion. Get lucky and you might even be our next 888 Poker Live champion. 888 Poker, made to play.
There used to be a clear path from the low stakes to the high stakes.
Oh, okay.
And it was open to anyone. And that's gone now. If you're the best chess player, if you're the best football player, like, you work your way up the system, and that's how it works. And in cash, it's broken.
Here at 888 Ride, it is official Hat Backwards Day because I've got the one and only Jeremy Osmus alongside me. We try to provide a service, Jeremy, and take you around town. I know your car's in the shop, so the least we could do is get you to your poker game.
Exactly. I
Right.
really appreciate it. I don't have to pay for an Uber. It's free. I get to talk to you.
Oh.
Win-win.
It's
all
not.
around.
It's not free.
It's
It's not free. This is-
Yeah, you send a bill.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
5% of your next tournament. You didn't get the memo?
I missed that.
This is awkward. Okay, well, hey, good luck. Hey, so there's a lot I want to cover because I always try to get you in the commentary booth, but you're just busy crushing final tables, so I never get you in the commentary booth.
I know. We went back and forth for years, and I'm always like, yeah, I'll get in there, and then I never get in
I don't even
there.
ask you anymore. I don't even bother asking you because I'm like, hey, Jeremy, you want to do this one? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, well, obviously if you make the final table, but now you just always make the final table, so there's no point.
And the other issue is, thank you. I made a lot last year. It's not always quite that many, of course, but ran good this year, or whatever, 2024 World Series. But a lot of the problem also is I'm just so busy with the World Series. I get so little time back at home and see the family. So whenever I'm actually not playing, I like to kind of not be there even more than I have to, So that's a lot of it. It's kind of timing is bad. But that being said, I have been asked some other times outside of the World Series and haven't done it either. So just a lot of poker to play these days.
Yeah, and listen, you're a family man, which actually brings me to my first kind of topic I want to talk about. So there's an article that I remember reading, and then I reread it in preparation for this conversation.
Okay.
There was an article written about you back in 2013, and it was you and your family and how you balance that.
Yeah.
And I was particularly interested back in 2013 because my oldest son, who's 11 now, was born in 2013. And at this point in my life, I was a full-time poker commentator, but I was also playing probably 30, 40 hours a week.
Okay.
And I was really kind of wondering, okay, how do I balance that?
Yeah.
You know, how is this going to work?
Right.
And I always had a lot of respect for you, and I read that, and I was like, oh, wow, okay. How has it gone since? Now, in 2013, you were talking about how, you know, listen, you've got to figure things out, and you have a schedule. And I felt like back then you were more of a cash game player than you are now. So
Yes.
how has it gone since?
So
the balance.
back then, I could pick my own schedule more with, you know, cash games. And luckily, I mainly had a day schedule, and so would roll into Bellagio at 11 a.m. and play till 5 or 6. It worked pretty well. But now I'm playing tournaments, so you're at the mercy of the tournament schedule. So it's more like when the series go, I kind of got to be there. Our kids are in obviously much different stages of their life now. They're like middle school, so it's just different kind of needs that they have. So a lot of it's sport, you know, school and sports is like their lives basically. So
I mean, your oldest one is now a teenage girl, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does she care that you're home or not? Not to be blunt, but I was like,
she's getting to the point where, honestly, they're both to the point where they like to have me around, but they don't care that much.
Right, I don't mean there's a slight, but I say that as a dad. I remember when my wife was pregnant, and she was like, she has 4 brothers.
Yeah.
She was straight out. She was like, man, if we have a girl, when she's a teenager, she's all yours. And I've heard stories. I have a lot of good friends that have teenage girls and everything, but also teenage boys too. Like right now, my 11-year-old is like, there used to be a time where he's like, I was everything, and I was like, yeah, Dad, I want to hang out with my friends.
Exactly.
Which is good. It's normal.
Yeah, it's good. It's normal. Yeah. So it's good. It's fine. But you know, sometimes if there's like an amazing tournament, maybe if there's a whatever tournament, that I really want to play though, I'll like late reg it if they have a game or something. So I get to see most of their games. But then if there's amazing stuff, I miss stuff, you know, or if I'm out of town. So
is your wife constantly sending you videos?
Yeah.
Of your kids?
Yeah, I
like,
get a lot of videos.
Scoring goals.
Yeah, sure. Exactly. Yeah.
Their accomplishments.
Definitely. More when they were younger. Now I guess we've done it so much, it becomes less of a novelty kind of like thing.
Was there a point where you felt guilty? You sit at the poker table and you get a video from your wife and your kid's doing something and you're like, man, like, why aren't I there?
Not really. I think I'm there enough. I think I'm there enough that I don't feel like that. If I wasn't there that much, I would feel like that for sure. But I'm there for most of the games. Like, you know, I missed an out-of-town tournament in Arizona last summer during the World Series. But some of my sister met my wife and kids down there with her kids, and
oh, nice.
So it all worked out. And
by the way, I've been to Arizona in the summer. You're not missing anything.
Yeah, exactly. It's rough. At least it was. Wait, yeah, it's always 115 degrees down there. So, and luckily the kids, I mean, you want them to watch the game or want you to watch the game, but they're not that hype. They don't care that much if I'm there or not. Like they would prefer to have me there, but
it's not the end of the world if you're not.
It's not the end of the world.
And I guess at this point in their lives, this is all they know, so they understand, hey, this is what Dad does.
Exactly.
And, you know, for 3 weeks here, 6 weeks here, 2 weeks here, 20 days here, he's just not there. But when you are there, you're all there. And I've read that about you, and I've kind of, I'll be honest, I want to thank you, first of all, because you've given that to me.
Nice.
I think it's a really amazing thing to be present.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you're here, we're here.
Sure.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but what I read from what you said was that when you're somewhere, whether if you're with your kids, you are with your kids.
Yeah.
And if you're with your wife, you're with your wife. And if you're at the poker table, you're at the poker table.
Yeah.
And I think it's just great advice because I feel like, okay, yeah, there might be times you're not with your kids, but at least when you're there, and I compare that to a lot of other people who, you know, even when they're with their kids, they're just like,
yeah, and that's
oh yeah, sure.
That's the whole problem these days, these devices, and I'm definitely far from perfect with them too. And then now the kids.
I don't want to hear
like,
that blasphemy. Okay, you're perfect.
my
okay?
dog.
Everybody in the poker industry hates you because you are perfect. Okay, so I don't want to hear this.
Not true whatsoever.
This is utter bullshit.
But it's and now the kids, like, you know, he'll have like, we monitor their time, and we give a little more freedom to my daughter as she's gotten older. But then, yeah, making them put everyone devices away. We can sit down and have dinner and like talk to each other. You know, that's which is, I think, is very important for a family to do. But I don't think some families are doing that, or everyone's, you know, staring. It's just too easy. Everyone's staring at their phone.
Honestly,
and all this
I wish
stuff.
I could just throw this away.
I know.
I know there's so many prop bets in poker world, and I'm too eager for it, so nobody will give it to me. But I genuinely want somebody to offer me a prop bet where I like can't have my smartphone for a year.
Wow, a year.
Oh, I would. I
think it would be very great for everybody.
I would
if they did
love
it. Yeah.
I did start doing this. I got a charger, you know, like we all have in our phones and watches and stuff like that. And I put it in my office, not my bedroom. I put it in my office. And when I get home, my phone and my phone and my watch go on my charger, and I don't look at it again until the morning.
Wow, that's
my
amazing.
thing.
That's actually amazing. I like that a lot.
That was and because I'm not home that much. So I was like, okay, listen, if I get home at 8 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock at night, whatever it is, my phone and my watch, they go in there.
Yeah.
And I'll get it the next morning at 7 when I wake up.
Yeah. That's really good. Most people can't do that. I've gotten better about social media. I'm kind of just not spending much time with that.
No, I by the way, I tried to prepare for this. So I'm checking out your Instagram and I'm looking at it, and there's nothing there.
Yeah. I try to update like a big, you know, tournament progress or anything that happens there. But besides that, I'm just not that active on it. One thing I did do that's helped me when I feel like I'm on my phone too much is put it into black and white mode. And it makes it less stimulating, I think, for your brain. And I think it's you just naturally want to look at it less. So that's actually helped me a little bit in the past.
You can make it really, really small fonts, and as we get older, we just can't read it.
Yeah, you can't.
And it just frustrates us. Okay, forget this. I'm throwing it away. Okay, I want to turn our attention because I think we're about at the 11-year anniversary of your first bracelet, and I was there.
Oh, okay.
We were in France, and I remember it because you told me that you were like, I don't even know how to play this game. At the first time, and you have since won another PLO bracelet, and that was in a 50K.
Yeah.
But your first one was in Enghien-les-Bains, or whatever. I'm messing it up.
No, that
I said it a million different times. It was like 13 miles outside of Paris, World Series of Poker Europe. I was there commentating. I remember Daniel Negreanu was a story then because he needed a certain number of points to get a second player of the year. There was a lot of stories going on.
Yeah.
And here you come. You're a cash game player mostly at this point.
Yeah.
And you're like, whatever. You were running pretty well in tournaments. And you're like, okay. And you played PLO, and you were like a Nolan and Hold'em crusher. Now, was it true that you like basically learned the rules of PLO like that day?
No,
not the
no.
Oh, okay.
Not at
That was
all.
an exaggeration.
Exaggeration. I had played online cap PLO quite a bit.
Oh,
actually.
okay.
My results weren't great, but I played it a fair amount. I blame it on the all-ins. You know, you get the all-in EV graphs, and I was like 110 buy-ins below expectation, and I should have been winning barely, and I was losing like, you know, 110, like at 510 PLO,
Right,
so I was down 110.
You won Sklansky bucks.
No, yeah. I had played for sure, quite a bit actually. I'm like hundreds of thousands, 100,000.
The story is much cooler if you woke up that morning and learned how to play
No,
PLO. You're like,
no.
wait, how many cards do I get?
Not at all. No, there are a lot of those stories out there. None involve me though. Anytime I'm new at a game, I have to play it a while to get good at it. So.
Are you naturally good at things like that, or no? Do you have to like kind of?
I'm not. You know, certain people are really good about figuring something out right there on the spot in game. Like Sean Deeb comes to mind.
Yeah.
He'll just solve it. I can't do that. I need more time. I need to like do some math. I need to like really crunch some numbers and think about some things for a while. So the mixed game's a good example. It's taken me a while to kind of get to where I feel good at most. You know, the stud games now those were kind of my worst games for a long time.
Right.
So if there's ever any new games in the mix, like, because I kind of want to go play some live mix sometimes, but they're always throwing in new games and all this stuff, and it's like, I don't want these new games, you know. Like we're already playing 12 games.
I could hook you up with Ollie, and you know, he'd welcome you in the game.
No, I know. I can play those games or the resorts game. They invited me to play.
You're probably good enough at the other games that you make up for the ones that you're not good at.
I was playing like 300, 600 mix, you know,
okay.
pre-COVID. Like I'm fine in the games, but I don't like when they add the new games, you know. The new games.
You would have loved, by the way, during COVID, I played in an online game with, you know, a bunch of mixed game players, and it was just for fun. 10, 20, but there were 21 different games in the mix.
Yeah.
And it just, you know, it was kind of a little bit of an oasis. And we got to, like, we were all Zoom, and we're playing online, and I got to learn a lot about those games.
Yeah.
You know, whether it was, like, some stupid game like Archie or whatever it might be. They were super fun.
They're a lot of fun. I love, like, the mixed game tournaments, even though it's not the more obscure games, or, just playing online in those games, because they're just a lot of fun. You're just thinking about a lot of different things. Like, from a making money perspective, for me, they're not the best, the brand new ones, but I have a lot more fun playing those than just like No Limit Hold'em again. You know.
I was gonna say, I mean, at this point in your career, you know, you're 45 now.
Yeah, I just turned 45. Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Do you age at all? You look the same as you did.
Definitely. I definitely don't feel as good as.
You might not feel that way, but you look the same. But at this point in your career, you know, you've played so many hours of No Limit Hold'em, whether it was online, whether it's cash game, whether it's tournaments. Does it still excite you? Do you still love the game? Do you still wake up in the morning and be like, yeah, I'm gonna go play some No Limit Hold'em?
I still do, yeah. I mean, I go through phases where maybe I get a little burned out, but it's really just poker. All the games are just have their own little nuances, and even though I played that game so much, it's not solved in my head. I don't know every spot, and you know, like, I work hard and try to get better all the time, but there's still spots that come up where I'll talk with my, you know, good friend on break who's one of the best players in the world or something, and we both are like, I think we name drop? I mean, maybe like Jason Kuhn or something, or, you know, just a lot of the guys.
He's pretty good.
Just a lot of the guys at Aria, you know,
right.
Sam or Ike, or just there's so many great players there, and you know, it's always debatable, like, oh, well, you know, we weigh the pros and cons. So it's just like there's never set answer. I mean, there are set answers, but everyone just doesn't know all the answers, which is kind of a cool thing. The game has been played probably like billions of hands, right? It's just cool. It's always.
I think that's my problem. See, like during break when I have a question about something, I'm asking Joe, the guy who just brought me coffee.
Yeah.
And Joe's like, yeah, I think the show was totally fine, Tuck. Cool, thanks, Joe.
Yeah, you might want to go to a better source.
Yeah, whatever. Joe's really good. Okay, he crushes. You talked about working hard. You talked about crunching the numbers. Besides talking to Jason Kuhn and Ike and the other crushers in the world, what do you do to work on your game? Do you study?
Yeah, I try to make myself watch. I just consume very little poker content in general, but I try to watch like the final tables and some of the live streams of the high rollers more and more than I used to. But then it's just like solver stuff and things like that. I think it's really important. Like, a lot of people think solvers are ridiculous, but everyone at the top is 90+% are all, you know, looking at outputs, and even if you're going to deviate from those optimal strategies, it's like you need to know them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Stephen King used to say, listen, break the rules for writing. Mm-hmm. But before you can break the rules, you got to know what the rules are.
Exactly. Fundamentals are just huge. I mean, I coach a lot of people, and it's just like they even look at solvers, but then I watch them play, and it's like their fundamentals are just lacking in so many different spots. Whereas if they just played solid, they would get a lot further in a lot of instances. So you need to mix it up, obviously, a little bit. But
I remember talking to Sean Dean about this even. He was like, you know, even in this, he's like, even if I don't necessarily believe in, I don't want to say believe in solvers because they're there, but it's,
yeah.
He was talking about, even if I don't want to kind of incorporate that into my game as much, he's like, if I study them, I then know what my opponents are studying.
Yeah.
And that's valuable.
For sure, definitely. It's just to know the baseline optimal thing of what you should do I think it's very important, you know.
You brought up coaching. How often do you do that? And when do you do that? When do you have time for that?
I mean, you know, there's all these series I play, and most are like 10 days up for the smallest, and the World Series obviously 6 weeks now. So And there's, I don't know, 10 of those a year maybe or something. And then I'll fit in some online here and there. And then, but then, yeah, because of my success the last few years, there's been a lot of interest in coaching. So I've been doing a fair amount of it. And it's I like it a lot. It's rewarding, and the money's good. And, you know, it's a win-win for both parties, I feel like.
Right, you wake up in the morning, you know how much you're going to make that day.
Yeah, as you get older, that's kind of attractive. Guaranteed money versus, especially when you play high-stakes tournaments for a living and have a family, the swings are just kind of ridiculous. So
I can only imagine. I mean, honestly, from my perspective, you know, as a poker commentator there was a time when I was playing 30, 40 hours a week, and I do miss playing as much. But yeah, there's something attractive about knowing I go to work and this is what I'm going to make.
Exactly. The 7-figure downswings, you know, when you lose that much money over months or whatever, it's just, I mean, yeah, if you have 30 million, it's fine, but if you don't, which I don't, it's just the swings are huge, you know, and it can go bigger and bigger and bigger.
4-figure downswings that are really, really painful. My wife's like, hey, can we get DoorDash? No, not tonight, hon, okay? Just lost $1,100.
Yeah. It's, you know, the swings. It's all proportion, right? So.
Well, that's the important thing. I think a lot of people look at the numbers of, like, you know, that you play and they go, oh, wow. And it is all relative.
It's all relative. Yeah, of course.
You'll have those down, you have the up, you have the all that kind of stuff. You know, so when I first knew you, and when you were kind of coming up, you were a cash game player, and I remember reading that article, and it talked about your schedule. Like, I'm playing cash games at Bellagio. And now you are pretty much just a tournament player.
Yes.
How did that evolution happen, and why?
Well, you know, if you rewind 10 or 12 years ago, there were hardly any high-stakes tournaments. You know, there was 100K at the World Series here, like, once a year. But outside of that, there weren't. You could play, like, some 10Ks and things like that, but maybe some 25s. But this whole phenomenon of the high-stakes scene has kind of just, you know, blossomed in the last 10 years, so or less. And cash, I used to play a lot of cash. Most of that's gone. I saw the writing on the wall of it going to private, you know, so someone will organize the game and then they decide who sits in the game.
Right.
And then they
you were pretty vocal about this.
I was very vocal about it.
You thought it was wrong.
Yeah, and a lot of the guys who were vocal with me ended up going and starting their own private games because you kind of have to. Like, if you're going to do, like, for me, I'm fortunate I'm able to play tournaments too. A lot of them probably wouldn't have had the success if they switched over, but some of those guys are running huge cash games and they're making more money than most. They're making all the money in poker, if I can be honest with you. The guys who are running these games, these private games, they're winning all the money because the game is filled with all recreational players for the most part, you know what I mean? And they're the best players in the game. Sometimes pros will come in. So they have a real stranglehold on, like, a lot of money in poker. So anyways, that whole what's involved with that, running a game and maybe schmoozing and networking, that's just not my thing whatsoever. I'm like,
you're such a social person, though.
I am, but I don't
You're not a schmoozer.
I'm not seeking out relationships to I guess to, like, take their money is what it feels like to me, right? I mean, it's win-win. Like, I'm probably just looking at it wrong, but
no, but I get it, though. I can certainly see a side of it where it feels very manipulative, very vampire-ish in a way.
Yeah.
Like, hey, come on, I'll take you on a date, we'll do this, and then don't worry, later on I'm going to suck your blood.
That's what it feels like to me. So it's not.
I get it.
But I don't know. I've debated trying to start a game because I'm friends with so many people, like you said. I'm pretty social, and I know tons of recreational players. And the thing is, it can be just a win-win also, right? Because you're setting them up to have a better game than they would have in a public casino where oftentimes you'll have players that are, you know, unfriendly and taking shots and things like that. That's not going to happen in the private game. So they provide a more fun experience. But it's kind of a false hope that these guys can beat the game, most of them. Most of them are just going to lose just the same as they would in the other games. But maybe they have more fun along the way, but I think they get
Or maybe some of them don't care. I mean,
yeah,
I guess
maybe they don't.
I go back and forth too, because I do understand both sides of it. And I guess my thought process on it as well is, why are we parenting these men and women who are, in most likelihood, ridiculously successful at something else that they've done?
Sure.
And really, really smart.
Yes.
And they might be looking at it going, listen, I don't losing a couple $100,000 a year, but this is my outlet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We all have our vices, and this is my vice, and I
it-
have a good time doing it. I don't care. I know what I'm doing. I'm not stupid.
Yes. Yeah. And it's
Yeah.
probably a lot more enjoyable than a lot of the public games. Like, I always thought our game was fine at Bellagio. Like I said, the private games now are ran by the same people who played the game. So
Right.
it's like they had to switch over if they were going to stay
If you
in.
can't beat them, you join them, right?
Yeah. So I get it. Whatever. It's just an evolution of poker. Maybe it's kind of, I should look at it more like, it's wild that we had open public games for that long whenever this was an obvious kind of other thing to be going on. And casinos are kind of incentivized to make it happen, because then, like, they want their private game to do good because they're pulling in these whales into their casino more, right? So they don't have a problem.
Well, the casinos had no choice. I think also the same thing. I think the casinos, where it used to be, all these games are public, they realized they were losing those games to homes and whatever.
Maybe that's
and they were
some
like,
of
well,
it too.
I can't have, I can't have these whales at
Exactly.
not at my casino.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's part of it too. Where if you can pull in the whales to your place, it's very beneficial for the casino. So you can see how they would want it to happen. So, anyways, I'm kind of removed from the whole cash scene. I know all those guys. I could probably play their games sometimes if there's a seat. Maybe some of them are pretty cutthroat though. They won't let you play. But, anyways, that's why I veered towards tournaments, because there's so many. It's like, it's really the promised land of, like, to play poker for a living and reach the top. Whereas cash, I feel like there always used to be a path of, like, starting at the bottom and reaching the top through hard work and getting good at poker.
Right.
And now in cash, that's broken. Like, that doesn't exist anymore. Like, you have to be.
I'd argue the best players definitely do not win the most money. It's just game selection, and this is something I've read about. It's like game selection is paramount if you want to be a good poker player.
Yes,
and
yes.
Now probably truer than ever.
But what I'm saying, yes. But what I'm saying is there used to be a clear path from the low stakes to the high stakes.
Oh, okay.
And it was open to anyone. And that's gone now. And that like, the purity of that I love the purity of the thought of that. Like, any game, any sport you play, if you're the best,
high school, college, pro.
Exactly. If you're the best chess player, if you're the best football player, like, you work your way up the system, and that's how it works. And in cash, it's broken. And I hate to see the system kind of for people who could maybe be the best. So, anyways, in tournaments, that exists still. You have that. You can start at $1 buy-ins online, and if you're good enough and you see people do this, every once in a while, like, they come out of nowhere and they've been working their way up from the bottom the whole time, and then they can go play the biggest stakes because it's open to everyone.
One of our recent 888 rides earlier this year, we had Jesse Lonis on.
Yeah.
And I think he's kind of a perfect example
Yeah,
of a guy who was
exactly.
playing, I don't want to say he came from nowhere, but,
yes,
upstate New York guy.
Yes.
Was playing lower stakes, and now he's crushing the highest.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a pretty cool story. He's crushed it. I like Jesse. He's a cool dude. But in cash, that you can play get up to the 510 area limits live, 510 no limit in Vegas anyways. Maybe there's some open 1020 here and there, but anything bigger than that, you have to do different things. You have to network. You have to bring in a fish that's going to lose a lot of money to get into the game, things like that. So anyways, that's my 2 cents. I'm just thankful there's other options, and like what Poker Go's doing with the PGT is amazing. They're giving away all this free money all the time. And so I just make that my bread and butter. And
you prefer online or live?
Live, yeah. I prefer live at this point. I do like online, and it helps keep you sharp. But I like live, and live poker is just kind of exploding, and live tournaments. So it's a good time to be a tournament pro, I think.
Besides money, why do you play? I mean, I noticed that, you know, you won a bracelet, an online bracelet, in a relatively low buy-in tournament. I think you won, I don't know, $51,000, something along those lines. And listen, I'm not going to say anything like $51,000 is $51,000.
Yeah,
That's great, you know.
Right.
But you know, when I look at your lifetime earnings, $22 million, you know, it almost feels like it's a satellite for you to another event in a weird way. But what drives you?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is, I guess I won a couple bracelets a couple years ago, so then I had 3. So then it's like, I wonder how many I could win. So I will try to win some bracelets. Like last night I jumped in the PLO online bracelet, but I'm not playing every single one of those. It's just like if it works out, I play some of them.
When you play online, how do you go to your office? Are you alone? You know, are you present in that, or you know, are you sitting on the couch with your wife while you're watching TV and it's got a laptop in your lap?
No, I'm up in the office. I'm focused.
You're focused.
Yeah, because often I'll have I can't help myself from opening like some cash tables too and everything. So yeah, I'm pretty focused. At times, there's times like that where maybe we have something going on, so I like sneak in with my phone and play on that. Like if I made a day 2, but we have something important.
You didn't realize, you're like, oh man, I didn't know this was a
tournament. Yeah, it's very rare though. Generally,
is your wife getting mad at you?
Not really. She's pretty understanding. That doesn't happen that much. It's more, usually it's just up in the office and playing on that. But I guess I just love to compete and play, and also again, like the leaderboard system they have, like a PGT, and I like to compete for that, and I play all the games, and like you get 50K if you win it. I'm leading that right now, so that I like to see. I like a year-long competition type thing is kind of cool. That kind of motivates me a lot.
You're a competitive person.
Yeah, I'm pretty competitive, I guess. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I like to compete. You know, like I got really into chess for a while, and so
Are you good?
and no, not really. No. And
I mean, what's not good? What's your ranking? What's your rating?
It depends a lot on like the speed of the game. The fast ones, the minute ones, I'm beyond awful, and like the 10-minute plus ones, I'm like, I think I was 1,200 or 1,300 or something like that.
Okay. So you and I could have we could have a pretty good game, I think.
Yeah, maybe so, but only if we play bigger, the longer game, time controls.
I used to play like 10-minute, 30-minute ones. There's some people that only want to play like the 3-day ones, and I'm like, I'm too ADHD for that.
I kind of like those ones, the turn-based ones where you have a week or 3 days to make your turn. It's just like, but you just make a move every couple days.
Right, but I made a move and I'm like setting something up, and I'm like, oh my god.
Then you forget.
Did he fall for it? Right.
Yeah,
Did he forget?
Yeah.
Is this game over?
That's why you just have to start like 5 of them, 6 or I used to just start like 10 of them and play them. But then I kind of realized like poker, I don't know, poker is that kind of, but for money, right? And I can always improve at poker, and so now and honestly, chess was tilting me so bad. Chess is so frustrating.
You ever throw your phone in chess?
No, I never throw my phone, but I just get annoyed because like you don't have anyone to blame in chess, or you can't justify it like, oh, maybe that was a good play. Like in poker, it's not so clear. In poker, you're like, oh, maybe that was okay. I called and lost, but he could have had these hands, maybe.
Right.
In chess, like when you just give your rook away, you're just a dummy, and it just annoys the hell out of me to do that. So I was just making too many blunders. So
Do you tilt though, in general, poker, or no? Because you strike me as very Phil Galfond-esque.
Yeah, I'm naturally, luckily, just very, I guess, not too emotional with, and having it affect my decisions, I guess. So I don't tilt really, no. I think sometimes I used to play bad whenever, this is like pre-solvers, whenever, if I would like drink the night before or something, if there was a party or something and I would drink, the next day I would be much more impatient, I notice, and more likely to just like have a huge bluff and fire my stack off, like way more than I should. But now, like, I have so much foundation that I'm always thinking theory and things like that now, that's just way, I mean, I don't like party like I used to either, but no, sometimes.
Were you a big
sometimes I do.
partier back in the day?
No, I'm not. I mean, I was like in college and stuff. Like we
Right.
would go out a lot, yeah, and drink a lot. But now, like, I just have such a good foundation of theory that it even if I feel like that, I won't let myself do something because I know how bad it is or something. So it's kind of good. Yeah.
I want to talk Hall of Fame.
Okay.
I was commentating on the World Series of Poker this summer, and we've got hours and hours and hours to kill.
Yeah.
Besides the poker, and a lot of times one of the favorite topics we always talk about is, hey, who's this year's nominee?
Yeah.
We can get into whether they messed it up and whether there needs to be more nominees. But forget about that. I brought you up.
Okay. Thank you.
At what point, he's eligible. You're over 40.
Yeah.
And I was like, at what point does Jeremy Osmus get into the conversation? And it was funny. Somebody else on Twitter mentioned the same thing, and I was like, 6-time bracelet winner, plays the highest stakes, $22 million in lifetime earnings. At what point is Jeremy in the conversation here?
Yeah.
Does that mean anything to you? I mean, is that something that's important to you?
Yeah, it would be cool to get in there.
It'd be cool.
I would like to get in. Definitely. I don't feel like it's really I feel like it's definitely tailored more towards live WSOP players, right? And that's kind of why I'm in the conversation, because there's people that have a lot more winnings than me that aren't in the conversation, maybe. I mean, maybe not a lot of people, but some people. So I feel like it's a little biased in that sense.
Yeah,
but so that's why I feel like I'm kind of...
I think it's biased toward Americans too. I mean, that obviously as well.
For sure, yeah, American live, exactly. So, yeah, I would like to get in there. That'd be amazing. This year, the system they have, I don't know, you have to be publicly nominated, and I was nominated the year before, so I assumed I was more likely, because then I won a bracelet after that, and I've, done really well.
The year before, you were the flavor of the month. I mean, then it's like,
Yeah, but I thought
I've had coffee chip.
But I thought I still was, because I made 7 final tables, and and I won another bracelet, and like I did all these things. I'm like, oh, I'll be in there for sure this time, and I wasn't, because I guess their public nomination thing is like, I don't know if someone has to on Twitter, formally say it. I don't really know. It seems a little unclear to me. So, anyways, I don't really know, but I do think the current system allowing one in probably needs a change, and it's very hard to determine, like, industry people and players, like, how do you compare the two? But all that being said...
And you brought up some players, I mean, like Ike and Jason Kuhn. You got a whole bevy of players that are about to turn 40.
That's the thing. That's why if I wasn't going to get in this year, it's going to be tough, because there's so many auto-ins right away first year. Schulman and Ike, and there's lots of them that are just turning 40 that maybe Galfon. So, but I was happy to see Antonius. When I saw he was nominated, which somehow he wasn't nominated, maybe he just turned 40. I
think people just assumed because he's ridiculously gorgeous, they just assumed he was still 27.
Yeah, right. He does look very young. So maybe that was his first year. He clearly, I mean, I don't know about all the rest of us who should have got in, but he was the clear guy. Not comparing him to the industry people, because that's tough, but as far as poker players, he's just a legend, and he's crushed poker for how long, and so he clearly should have been the guy that got in. So
yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. I mean, I don't think they necessarily have gotten it wrong. I mean, Brian Rast the year before that.
Yeah.
This year, Antonius. Mm-hmm. It's just a matter of, I think we need more. Otherwise,
yeah.
There are really deserving people out there that are never going to get in.
Right.
Which is kind of stark contrast to, like, other sports Hall of Fames, where it feels like
everyone's in.
Everybody gets, you want a Super Bowl? Yeah, you're in.
Yeah,
it's right. Like Oprah, you get in.
Yeah. Well, it made sense, right? When I don't know how long it's been around, but since the 70s or 80s probably, it made sense one guy a year would get in maybe. But
right.
now poker is enormous, so to keep that same ratio is kind of silly. Well,
they probably thought in the 70s, they're like, okay, if we do this one thing, everybody gets in. I mean, listen, we can put Eskimo in it pretty soon. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's like, no, not all these great players are going to get in, so I don't know what they'll do.
I feel like back then there might have been a thought also of, hey, let's just put them in, make them feel good, because then I'll keep playing the cash games. Like, it was so manipulative back then.
I bet it was.
Right?
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, I know he sucks at poker, but who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
He loses. He's an all-star for us, right? He's a Hall of Famer. He's our Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Okay, I want to turn our attention, and then we'll probably pretty much be there. Your family. You know, you met your wife in college, in Colorado. You moved to Vegas. You guys have long distance for a little bit. Then she's like, okay. I guess she figures out that you're the guy, and she moves to Vegas, and you guys have a life. Talk about her for a second. I checked out her Instagram, and just to add on to your like ridiculous life, you know, beautiful family, gorgeous wife, and she's like super handy. Like, what is that? How does that work?
She has recently just started doing that as a hobby, and she's gotten
as a hobby. Okay, listen, a hobby is like, hey, I can build a chair.
No,
she builds homes.
Not quite, but almost. She can do like electrical stuff now, and because she's really into redoing a room or something, and so she started doing that and just teaching herself how to do it. Just it started small, and then she just kind of liked it and was like, okay, I'm gonna do this room. And now at this point she's redone like our whole house, like she's tiled, she'll build cabinets, everything. So I used to work at a cabinet shop, so I like to take some credit that
you're handy too.
Yeah, I worked I was a woodworker for years.
Of course you were. Why would I doubt that?
So I can help her with some of that stuff, or give her tips and advice. But a lot of the stuff, like, I have no clue, and she's figuring it out and doing it. And yeah, she's amazing. Like, she's always been very supportive of poker and been there, you know, through the ups and downs. And
okay, listen, everybody in poker, by the way, hates you. You know this, right? I mean, no, I'm being serious. Okay, you're like Tom Brady. You know, you're good. You're obviously great at poker. You know, you're a good-looking dude. Okay, I'm secure enough with my sexuality. I have no problem saying that. You're a good-looking dude. You know, you've got a gorgeous family. You've got a gorgeous wife. You know, you've got a YouTube channel, and I know there's only 2 videos on it, but you play music. Yeah. And now you tell me that you're also like, you know, you're a craftsman. You're a woodworker. What are you bad at? Like, what are your faults? What would your wife say? Like, if I said, okay, give me a list of Jeremy's faults. And maybe she wouldn't be public about it, but what are you bad at? Come on.
Listening to her sometimes. Like, she needs to tell me things lots of times before like, when is the game Saturday? Oh, yeah. And then I can't remember. I don't know. I think that's a guy thing. Maybe that's an excuse.
Yeah, that's every husband thing.
Maybe I'm a little slow sometimes. Like, hey, go grab this for me. I'm not quite as peppy. You know, I'm nice and calm and relaxed. Those would probably be a couple of her things that I'm.
Do you guys fight? Because I can't imagine you fighting.
Yeah, we fight a little bit.
Or does is that one of her biggest gripes that you were like, will you fight with me?
No.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, we get along good for the most part. Very good, yeah. So it's good. But everyone has their little quarrels, you know, sometimes.
I mean, yeah, you're married for a long time. You have kids.
Kids complicate things for sure.
Kids complicate things. Yes, remember that. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
What about you've got a WPT title now, right?
No. I wish.
What, the high stakes one? Oh, I guess doesn't count, does it?
The one I won at that series, the PLO? No. It's WPT's, it's got to be the one tournament. Like the one, yeah. I've won a couple of the side events before, but never. That's why it's really hard to win a WPT, because they have like, I play like 5 WPTs a year. They do great things, by the way. It's just the buy-ins are a little smaller. You got to travel for most of them, so I just don't play a lot of them. But they have. I love to play the local ones there.
How do you determine traveling now that with your family and everything? It must be hard. I mean, I know obviously I referenced you know, winning a bracelet, your first bracelet in France, and you know, being able to travel with EPTs and WPTs. But now you're a little more choosy, and I guess having the PokerGo Studios in town makes it a lot easier.
Makes it a lot easier. Although back then I was doing so much cash, I would take maybe a couple poker trips a year. Now I probably take 3 to 5 a year. I just don't go overseas a lot. Like, I want to go to some of these Tritons, but oftentimes there's something here, and it's just so much easier. That overseas stuff, I don't know, it wears you out, man. So, as you get older, right? So, it's nice. There's so much at Aria I can play that's mainly kind of what I stick to.
What's next for Jeremy Ausmus? You know, I mean, obviously you're playing poker right now, you're a dad, you're a husband, and that's all seemingly going very well for you. But where are you in 10 years, say? Where are you in 15 years? If you had to kind of like look at a crystal ball.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty happy with where I'm at and the trajectory I'm on, I guess, as far as just playing more and more high stakes. Because there's always like some bigger tournaments to play. Like I said, the Tritons. You know, if the stakes are just so big that, you know, I'm not there to just go play all those and have all myself. Like, hardly anyone is, honestly. Those are just enormous tournaments. So I'm pretty happy with just like what I'm doing now. Like, it's a good little gig.
Is that what you see though? I mean, do you see yourself like 10, 15 years from now still playing poker?
I think so. I enjoy it. Yeah, I don't plan on really getting into anything else. Like, I've always kind of wanted to start a business or something, but it's like you kind of just need to stick with what you're good at, right? I'm like,
stay in your lane.
Yeah, stay in your lane. Like, I'm one of the best players out there, so it's like it'd be silly to not play, especially when high stakes tournaments are as, you know, as prominent as they are. And
what makes you one of the best players out there? I mean, because it's kind of funny. I mean, you were always a good player, but it almost feels like your career has taken on like a Barry Bond-esque arc, where, or even Tom Brady. I brought him up before. Like, you're getting better as you get older, which is, and you're not old by any stretch at this point, but it's like, you know, a lot of people aren't getting better as they get older, and you seemingly are.
I think because I put the work in. I think I just like study and do things like that. I stay healthy. I'm healthier now than I was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I keep myself fit. I get good sleep. I don't drink as much. And then you kind of just learn about players and tendencies and more, even though you've played this long, you're still figuring things out, you know, in that sense. So yeah. And like I said, I didn't play full-time tournaments before. Maybe, who knows how I could have done if I did, and now I do, and that gets the main spotlight as tournaments. So that's where I'm at most of the time. So
if you were a poker commissioner, let's say this hypothetical world where the sky is purple, and there's a poker commissioner that can control everything, what would you change about the game? Is there anything?
Well, online poker I love online poker. There's gonna have to be some things going on to like, because it's a little scary, like how easy it can be to cheat these days. That's one of the biggest hurdles I see for online poker in that sense. As far as live poker, obviously I'm not a fan of the private stuff, but I don't see that ever changing probably. But that's something I guess I would change, is that. And tournaments,
I mean, if it did change, would you go back to cash games, you think?
I don't know, maybe, because you can arguably make more money depending on the stakes, and it's kind of nice. You pick your own schedule, things like that. There's definitely some big pros. Leave when you want, show up when you want. So, but tournaments, I feel like, are just doing great things. They're I wish there was a little less competition sometimes between some of the big. I mean, there's only just one, like in December.
Can't we all just get along?
Exactly, it's ridiculous, and so that's annoying. But otherwise, I feel like everyone puts their schedule out and kind of works around each other a little bit for the better of everybody, which is cool. And I think there's been good progress as far as like Big Blind Ante and shot clocks and things like that, and
shot clock, yes.
Yeah, shot clock is amazing, and just poker production has come a long ways, and there's so much streaming poker now, which is cool. So I think the tournament side of things is going pretty nicely.
We're here, but I'll ask you last thing. You know, you talked about poker productions. Who's your favorite poker commentator, and why is it David Tuckman?
Oh yeah, because you're. By the way, you're so handsome, man. Look at this guy. Look at you. Come on, you're giving me all these compliments. Look at you, a hockey player.
Do you know how many people have told me that they hate you? and by the way, in full, like you're like, I hate him. Like you are, seriously. You're like the Tom Brady. You are a Tom Brady of poker.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. I didn't know there's so much hate.
Today we are going to talk about overbets and no limit hold'em. They are a powerful tool that you can use to punish your opponents, both to get value and as a bluff. How and when to use them is an important skill to master if you want to be a great poker player. I'm Ian Simpson, and this video will help you apply overbetting at the tables. The scenario. In the following scenario, the button opens and the big blind calls. The flop is king of clubs, 5 of hearts, 4 of hearts. The big blind checks, the button bets, and the big blind calls. The turn is the jack of spades, and it's a blank card for our opponent because it doesn't really help the big blind's range all that much. The big blind therefore checks, and the button has a decision point. This exact scenario is one where the GTO line involves betting the turn with a sizing that is bigger than the pot. So let's take a look at the ranges here. Breaking down our range. This is where we need to break our range down into 3 categories. We have very strong hands like aces, ace-king, king-jack, pocket 5s. We have mid-strength hands with showdown value like pocket 7s, ace-5, 10-jack suited. Our mid-strength hands are happy to control the size of the pot. We don't want to bet again because a hand like pocket 7s is going to struggle to get a better hand to call because hands like 5-6 are often folding. Our opponent will rarely fold a better hand than pocket 7s here, so if betting doesn't get a worse hand to call or a better hand to fold, we don't bet. Now, here's where overbetting comes in. Our very strong hands want to go big for value. We know something about our opponent's range given the previous streets of action. When they call a flop bet, we narrow their range down to flush draws, straight draws, some ace-high hands, and pairs. They sometimes have 2 pair in sets, but they'll often check raise those on the flop. Against this range, our very strong hands can bet big for value. Pocket aces, pocket 5s, king 5 suited and the like are doing very well against this range, and they want to shovel money in. They'll have to continue with their draws and their top pairs because remember, we're going to be doing this with bluffs here too, and they'll even continue with some weaker holdings as well. Using an overbet with these hands maximizes the value we can get out of them. Now that leaves our last category of hands that are worse than 1 pair. Some of these we're going to use to bluff. A hand like 10-7 of diamonds can overbet bluff here. Our opponent will be forced to fold ace-high hands and many of their weak 4x and 5x hands. We can also use flush draws like ace-6 of hearts and straight draws like queen-10 offsuit. Using an overbet with these hands maximizes our fold equity versus their mid-strength hands. Don't overdo it. The trick is to not overdo it here, because if we bluffed all of our flush draws and all of our straight draws and all of our junk hands, there will be 2 consequences. First of all, our betting range would be too weak, letting our opponent's bluff catchers be very profitable. Secondly, our checking back range wouldn't have any flush draws or straight draws in it, so we couldn't have the nuts on a heart or a straightening river. Now when we bet, exactly what size should we use? Geometric sizing explained. You might have seen the phrase 2E or 3E in poker parlance before. The E stands for equal, and the number is how many bets are going to be made in order to be all in. In the example I just talked about, we're going to use 2E, or 2 equal bets, 1 on the turn and 1 on the river, so that we are all in with the last bet. In this exact example, the pot was 930 by the time we got to the turn. The exact maths to calculate 2E can be a little bit tricky to do on the fly, so don't worry too much about having used the exact right size. In game, I bet 1200, making the pot 3,330 and leaving me an overbet of 3,800 behind. If you can do the maths perfectly on the fly, then good for you, but estimating it is just fine. The river overbet jam. Our opponent called our turn overbet, and the river card is the jack of hearts. Our opponent checks, and we have another overbet opportunity left to us here, both for value and as a bluff. Our full houses, our flushes, and pocket aces make for great value bets, and having used 2E from the turn onwards allows us to get all the money in versus their weaker hands in 2 equal bets. Our bluffs are mainly going to come from hands like queen 10 offsuit and queen 9 offsuit with a heart. If we bluffed all of our hands that didn't improve and didn't have a heart blocker, we would end up bluffing too much again, making our opponent's bluff catchers very profitable. As you can see, overbetting is a very powerful tool. When used correctly, it can both help you get max value with your best hands and get maximum fold equity with your bluffs. What part of overbetting do you struggle with? Let us know in the comments below.
Should your cash game strategy be the same whether you're battling at the nosebleeds or dipping your toes in at the micros? Or are there things that you should be focusing on more when you're playing at low stakes? I'm Nick Eastwood, or Easty22, and today I'm going to give you 5 tips for low stakes cash game strategy. Simplify your strategy. If you're playing high stakes, a complex strategy makes a lot of sense. Players are better and more well studied the higher up you go. But at low stakes, this just isn't necessary. You should simplify your strategy to be as easy to understand and execute as possible. There's no need to mix frequencies or fall into the trap of fancy play syndrome. This is for 2 important reasons. Firstly, your opponents are significantly likely to be playing at a level that could exploit a simplified strategy. Remember, you only need to beat what's in front of you, and preparing a highly complex strategy for low-stakes opponents not only isn't necessary, it's also very difficult and may just be downright bad against the players you'll see on a daily basis. Secondly, and more importantly, an inferior strategy that's well executed is far better than an advanced strategy executed poorly, so keep things simple. Play exploitatively. This is similar to my previous tip, but it's more specific. The fact is that there is a much higher volume of weaker opponents at lower stakes than at high stakes, and they are all making far more errors that we can and should punish. For example, you might be playing against a player that just won't fold. You've seen them around a few times, tried a few bluffs, but they always seem to call you down with a weak hand. Well, the first thing to do is take a note, either with a label or by writing something about them to remind you of their tendencies. The next time you see them, even if you have a prime candidate to bluff, just don't, because we know it's going to be underfolded. However, when we have a good hand or even a mediocre hand, it's appropriate to value bet more aggressively. Bet huge with your big hands and extract value with hands that you may not be able to bet against other players. So, identify a weakness, take note, and push your edge to the limit. Play in position. At the lower stakes, a lot of players tend to hugely undervalue position. The player in position gets to act last on all streets, and this comes with significant advantages. You get to see what your opponent does before you act, meaning we often have more information that we might not have had if we had to act first. Having position makes it much easier to navigate almost every situation, so the more often we can play in position, the more profitable we are likely to be. What's more is that, as I already alluded to, players at low stakes tend to play a lot more hands out of position than they should. This gives us many more opportunities to play pots with the upper hand, so look to play as many pots as you can in position and try to avoid marginal hands in situations where you'd be out of position. Consider the rake. Something that a lot of players at the low stakes may overlook is the rake and how it should influence their strategy. The rake is the percentage taken from each pot when a hand reaches the flop, and at lower stakes, these percentages tend to be higher. So how should this affect our strategy? Well, you're going to want to play a bit tighter, call a lot less pre-flop, and do more raising instead. This is because when you call, you're getting a worse price than a lower rake structure. Consider cutting out some of the more marginal hands, because they may no longer be profitable after the rake is accounted for. At the same time, try 3-betting more often rather than calling pre-flop. If you take down a hand pre-flop, you don't pay any rake at all, making a 3-bet or fold strategy very viable at lower stakes. Slow play less. My last tip for low stakes cash games is to slow play less, and I mean a lot less. It can feel really smart and tricky to slow play a big hand, but almost all the time at low stakes, it's just costing you money. This is because slow playing in part is reliant on your opponent. When we're slow playing, we need our opponents to put in the money for us, either by bluffing or value betting themselves. The reality is that a lot of players at low stakes don't bluff, or even value bet as often as they should. And if they don't reopen the action, we get no value from our strong hands. At the same time, players at low stakes probably call a little bit too much. When facing a river bet, they get to close the action by calling, which is a much more comfortable feeling than betting a hand they're not certain is good, or bluffing a hand that they know is definitely not good. On top of that, these players tend to be inelastic to bet sizes, meaning that they're not much more likely to fold to a large bet than they are to a small one. This means that by betting ourselves, we can get even more value by betting very large with our strong hands rather than slow playing. So those are my 5 tips on low stakes cash game strategy, and I hope there's at least one that you're able to incorporate into your own game. Let us know which one tip you think could be the...
Shuffle up and deal here in Madrid. Final table action in our main event. We've got 7 players left. There they are, our 7 brave adventurers, all vying for the €62,000 first prize and a beautiful solid gold, allegedly, 8 trophy. Nick Wealthall with Nick Eastwood in the booth. Looking forward to some dramatic action, Nick. That's all we've had, wall-to-wall drama so far.
So far, only served the very best of dramas. The most interesting of which, Ian controversially bet folding kings on the queen high board.
In a hand that we analysed
to death.
To death for decades to come.
And for some reason, unbeknownst to me, I was the only person in his corner. After he ridiculed me last year on the feature table for doing something very similar and actually ending up calling. So, those in glass houses and all that. Those wondering whether I've ordered a fruit platter, don't ask silly questions. It's on the way.
It'll be funny, I'm actually stuffed though.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you have a separate stomach? I have a cake stomach.
For fruit?
Fruit and cake, yeah.
Okay.
You don't?
Well, I hope so, because we just had a lot of tapas and then we sort of half jogged, fast walked back.
Yeah.
And I'm in a little bit of pain.
Yeah. We might need
worth it
to take breaks to hurl. Anyway, Diaz.
They've put the trophy. The trophy's very nice, but I think that's a bit of a
premature, isn't it?
A bit premature, and also a bit of an inconvenience.
Yeah, we can't see the chips. It is a nice trophy.
Yeah.
Though. Diaz, after that exceptionally elaborate pocket eights raising position play, is our chip leader, and he's coming out firing again with 9 high. Murciano with ace queen of spades, pretty much one of the nut low boards for ace queen of spades. Blind on blind.
Got nothing to do with it.
I believe this should just be folded, which is great for Diaz because we can see 71% equity for the Spaniard. Ooh. And here comes call from Murciano, who believes that this is just the kind of board that Diaz might be overdoing it on, Nick.
He's right. Solid read.
It's a super brick on the river, and it takes a well-bearded man to fire again.
Diaz has a extremely calm aura about him.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Although he was a little bit shaky earlier picking up
but if
some
I hadn't
chips.
seen that, I would think he was totally serene.
He is thinking about it here. Time banks may be in effect soon. Will he load the gun? He gives up the river and check, check. Murciano takes a big one with ace queen. Diaz will be upset that he didn't find the river bluff. But these rivers, as we've said all week, Nick, they're just under bluffed. People don't believe that there are enough folds when the board pairs, when it just looks like nothing had changed. And they haven't been finding those river situations.
It is sort of almost like a very basic leveling war, isn't it? With sort of competent but not elite players where you can bluff and they can think, why would they ever bluff here? Because there's nothing to bluff.
Yeah.
And so they'll actually overfold, in fact.
Yeah. And that then makes those situations actually decent to bluff in versus the right opponents, because they don't expect to see bluffs. So.
Hi to Dire Straits. Hi Saquon. Hi Maverick. Hi Night Shopper. Gedemonis. Emilion. Hero Value. Christerman. Bougie. Pitos. Good to see you all. Welcome, welcome. Welcome if you're watching us. Thank you for spending your Sunday night with us. We are going to watch this event right down to its conclusion and the crowning of a champion. Nick Wealthall and Nick Eastwood in the booth. And if you didn't watch the earlier action on this stream, then at some point go back and check out the big hands, because there were a lot of pretty sick spots.
Very sick, yeah. And these two have been at it all night. Alvarez and Simpson, as we go to flop. And Alvarez could barely have whiffed harder. Ian with by far the best of it, and a small, or whatever you like, C-bet here will be getting the job done. Alvarez just has absolutely nothing. Beyond nothing.
Not nothing, nearly.
Pretty much. And yeah, understandably quickly folds as Ian bumps himself back up to 3.7 million. 7 left. Literally touching distance of the trophy.
Literally, we put it on the table. No one knows why. I haven't seen us do that before, but we've done it.
So I could make that joke.
It's a good joke. Very, very solid.
Thank you. Let me see the power structure. Yep. There's the command to the Poker News article. The guys from Poker News, minus Brad, doing a great job keeping us in the loop. Queen Jack suited for Ian Simpson. And here we go again. Garros, 10 Carter.
He can't 3-bet him again.
But he can.
This will be the 4th time, and it's worked none times.
He is doing it again. And the reason he's doing it again is because he has just come back off break.
Yeah.
Ian will know every hand that 10 Carter has attempted to steal from Ian.
Leveling war.
And yet, he's continuing to do it because who in their right mind
would continue to do it?
In the knowledge that Ian has seen and asked for the hand information on break, would continue relentlessly attacking the Brit with 3-bet.
Cracktonen, who we know knows 10Kate's game, says he can't help himself. He loves it.
We like people that can't help themselves.
We do, yeah.
Well, this is a pretty rotten spot overall for Ian. A playable hand, but, I mean, 10 Carter's 3-bets are like almost a third of his stack. And Ian's going to fold, and finally... Yes, and 10 Carter knows as well. He's on the research. And this time Ian does not have kings, queens, and aces, which is quite a turn up for the books. And 10 Carter finally gets one over. What a guy.
We call him the Grey Mass because the mind works is just amazing. A true artist. That's quite the build-up.
That is a... I mean, he has not failed to deliver at all. He's barely had anything. The one hand he had was the ace-jack that knocked off.
Yeah, he's had nothing.
Diaz.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and then he had king-queen and ran it into aces.
Yeah.
With top pair.
If at first you don't succeed, unperturbed, try and try again. The Silver Fox from the Netherlands. And Murciano quietly going about his business. Pocket eights.
I should be celebrating the fact that we're playing 50-100,000, which is the spectator and commentator viewer friendly level. Easy to work out your big blinds, and Sarah here with a what feels like a no-brainer spot, but these players can always surprise you.
As you said.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Off of 15 big blinds.
Yeah, it just feels like the most perfect shoving situation in the world, but he decides not to.
We've got a shove here against cut-off open range with a hand like this. We're going to let Ian in as well in the big blind with 8-6 of hearts. Currently a huge dog. Sarah way out in front. Flop. King high. Pair of sixes for Simpson, who is
just
still last.
Whoever wants to play nines out of position anyway, but especially when you've got the stack that you can just shove it in.
It's actually like the most pleasing situation to find yourself in, because you're begging for a spot to have a slam dunk situation.
Slam dunk situation where you can get in with dead money in the pot.
Yeah.
Didn't want it. Didn't want it, Nick Eastwood. He said no.
Who am I to argue? Here comes C-bet from Murciano. Now what do you do?
This is the problem, isn't it?
It's Michelangelo.
And this is the problem. Call one, and then what do you do to a barrel? Life is pain. Life is pain out of position in Hold'em. Write that down.
Well, I hate to say it, but Michelangelo hardly painting the Sistine Chapel with this line. Three-way to turn.
Now if you're the nines, you're like,
Yeah. I mean, everyone's like, no one's happy.
Can you turn me a 9, please?
What about an 8? Nobody improves. Most often we'll get through to river here.
Yeah, most often.
And I think given the amount of showdown value that each has, unless someone improves, I think everyone will be happy to get to river. And Michelangelo potentially still could win this pot. The only thing I can see happening is Ian getting extraordinarily creative, as he often does. Queen of spades on the river. And I believe we will see 3 more checks.
Does Ian ever turn his hand into a bluff here? Just on the grounds that everybody's capped.
Well, like I said, the only person that could find a way here to win this pot is going to be Ian. I don't see a reason for Sarah or Murciano to bet, but Ian's got an interesting spot where he could use his 6 as removal. And
oh, here he goes. This is some sexy stuff from Ian Simpson.
I've given him some stick for running good, but this is dialed in.
I've given him some stick for being a terrible, bad player nit. But that obviously was a joke. This is a sick bet. This is a sick bet. 1.2 million. Turning his pair into a bluff.
Yeah, and what did I say? Ian finds these spots and always
fearless
goes for them.
Fearless.
Yeah, doesn't matter where we are, who we're against. And this is the situation that he'd rather be in than the one he folded earlier.
And why can't he have King Jack? Why can't he have King Jack?
I mean, King Jack is a bit thin, to be honest.
No.
Yeah,
no.
He's overbet the river.
I know, but that's just, they don't, these players aren't worrying about that. They're just like, that's just an attempt to make it look bluffy.
Ian is saying
he's in the big blind, so obviously he can have.
He's saying he has 2 pair plus here. I don't think he's saying he has King Jack. I think King Jack, Ian's going to be building around block and overbet here. Blocking with some King X, potentially some strong Queen X, but I'm not sure how much of that he has. And
what
it gets
a
through.
Bet. What a bet. Above the rim stuff from Ian Simpson. He's redeemed himself in the eyes of the booth and the world.
I mean, I saw it coming on the turn. Everything was laying nicely for him to steal it away from the others.
Pure Phil says Dire Straits. It really was. Anytime you see a player regularly having success in poker, regularly winning tournaments, and you think, what are they doing that I'm not? Finding spots like that is part of it.
And bet folding kings on queen high boards.
That's less of it. Ithea Navarro, our ambassador, still in the high roller. Vivia's bust, unfortunately.
Stonks, by the way, in the high roller.
Yeah, she's looking stacked to the roof.
Yep. She runs decidedly above EV. Decidedly.
We wish her well in the closing stages of that. Looks like there's maybe 6 players left, something like that. Ian he de-knitted, says Raj. Yes, exactly. He's removed the knit stain from his image. Wait, did Sarah give his cards back to the dealer? He's been dealt the exact same 2 cards.
We're using the same deck, so the dealer has in fact given Sarah
the same 2
the
cards.
same cards back, and he's decided that this time.
Unbelievably unlikely.
Yeah, we don't want to get into those odds, but decided that this time
he's learned his lesson.
Take the easy way out.
He's learned his lesson.
And I think we both agree, Nick, that this is what he should have done last time.
It is. Well, seeing as Ian got the chips, I guess we feel like we're happy he didn't. But
I really dislike call last time. Really dislike it. But Ian, it gave him a chance to be brilliant, and he took it. He did. Alvarez, 980k to call with ace bit. is not going to be calling this off. Thank you. Oh, unbelievable. I wonder if this is manipulated. Have they heard about my blueberry complaints?
Well, action's been taken on the blueberry front.
So those that were concerned or wondering what the blueberry count was going to be.
What is it? It's a weird amount.
I mean, it's almost like they do know that I've been talking about it.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
We have 6 blueberries, but none on the cake plate, which is the first time that's happened.
6 blueberries, guys. That was the 5. If you had a bet, 6 was the winning number.
Ian has come back from dinner feeling devious. He considered the queen 4 of diamonds momentarily and then lets it go. And 10 carte folds the big blind.
You're watching 888 Live. Final table action in Madrid. I'll be honest with you, viewers, I like to be transparent. We have had cake and fruit delivered to the booth. So, hoping for some table chatter to fill the next 3 minutes.
Can we not get Mark over here? Give him a headset while we dust these blueberries.
6 blueberries. It's not going to take you that long, is it?
No. But I'm probably going to space them out through the rest.
Oh, that's a good point. Free roll updates. So Pedro is still alive. Well done, Pedro. Let's go. 37 players left. Why don't you win the whole thing? That's my idea for you. Anyone else left in the free roll? Let us know.
Chip lead now for Ian Simpson after getting the 8s through. And strong favourite, I would say, for this trophy.
There's some Dutch poker fans and some Spanish poker fans that might disagree with you.
I mean, I just think, personally, he's probably going to be the most experienced final tableist. We know he is. We're being checked on, guys. We're being looked after thoroughly. Ten Carter. Queen 10 off. Idris Elba. How are we, sir? It is indeed me. Hope you're well, my friend.
Has Sarah got 2 black 9s? No, he hasn't. He's got 2 kings. Kiglies. Cowboys. King Kong. I'm out.
Back to the fruit. Kings for Sarah.
16 big blinds.
Can't be running that bad, Sid. 200k from Michelangelo. 10 Carter, the man who cannot help himself, asking questions of Michelangelo Serra.
Loves the 3-bet, does 10 Carter.
Honestly, may well have just not missed one single, even remote spot to 3-bet in. Here we go. Finally lets one go.
Discipline. He might have seen Diaz reaching for chips, actually.
Diaz snap flats the button, and obviously we will
know.
know.
Now Alvarez has 9s.
He does have 9s.
29 bigs in the big blind.
I think with the button flat from Diaz, even the way he flatted, just sort of slapped in the chips really quickly, you could probably safely rule out the very strongest hands from his range, the traps.
And he does shove.
And Alvarez does shove, which I like.
Does he shove? Yeah,
he does shove. Thinking he's really only going to be at risk versus the 14 big blinds of Serra, and very rarely will get called behind from Diaz. We know that Michelangelo Serra is going nowhere and calls it off. Diaz will get out of the way, and kings against 9s with Serra
the all-in player
in the lead, but all in. 22% equity for Alvarez. A 9, and we'd be down to 6.
Many diamonds, straights involving a 9. 22% chance we're down to 6. Serra will like those odds.
That's higher than I'd like if I had kings in this spot. And now 2 10s available as well. A couple of them are in the muck, Nick.
Yes.
So only black 10s and 9s available for Alvarez. A 6 of hearts doesn't bring in flush draws because
actually takes out one of the 10s.
Michelangelo, well, that was already gone.
It's already gone.
Michelangelo covers with the king of hearts. Only a 9 or a 10 will end this tournament for Michelangelo, and it doesn't. And swapping stacks, Alvarez and Serra up to 3.6 million.
Probably had like 1.630.000.
Another swing in this final table. Diaz can take the blow, but he won't have enjoyed it. But when players win a double up like that, they're basically chip leader. These stacks are running very close together at the moment. Dire straights. K Serra. Nicely done.
Wonderful.
A lot of poetry infused posts in our chat. It's a very highbrow kind of a chat. Hi to YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube and you're in YouTube chat, we don't monitor that one, but we're still happy to have you watching along. We'll give away some more tickets in a minute or two.
Entonces cambiamos el nivel 100, 200 con under de 200. 11 closer, 100, 200, 200.
One for 10k. Who's whistling? Very
En el
cheap.
closet croupiers estamos en el nivel 200, 200 con under de 200 en el closet.
It's the bare necessities. Jungle Book.
7 fold, 8 fold, 200.
Yes, the two of us. We can make it if we try. I will stop. I will let concentrate.
Ian in the big blind with the big little. Nikisu tells me it's an automatic 3-bet, but it isn't. He just flats.
Difference
for
being,
balance.
Difference being it's suited.
For balance.
You want to use the ones that, like maybe offsuit ones like the ace-3 offs, because you don't care if you get shoved on, whereas this, you kind of waste a little bit of equity.
Easy bet and take it for Tejate. He's won a couple of smaller pots, gets him up to 2.9 million. Ian's still the trip leader at 4 million. Let's give away some tickets. We appreciate you sticking around after dinner. Lots of tickets are available on the stream tonight for play on 888. These tickets we're going to give away in a keyword giveaway, and they're $25 tickets. They get you into a 100k guaranteed event that's part of our XL Winter Series, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we're going to give away 3 of them. Can you believe that? 3 winners incoming. Lime is the keyword ready.
It's just like a little puppy excitement. After dinner, like energy level high and
Ooh is the correct response, Champagne Poker. Is the keyword ready, Lime? I'm not starting it until I know it's ready. I'm worried. It's ready for our Twitch viewers only. Yes, you can't play on YouTube. Pop over to 888poker TV if you are on YouTube, just for this contest, because the software is on Twitch. Anyway, here we go. Alvarez is all in for 13 big blinds. Sarah contemplating a call. And while that happens, our keyword is 7 left. Lime going with the descriptive keywords. 7 left is the keyword. Type it into the Twitch chat. You'll be automatically entered. 3 of you will be drawn at random for a $25 ticket to play in a 100k guaranteed event. Good luck.
Contemplation over.
How long will we have 7 left for, Nick Eastwood?
Ooh. Well, no one's really short. Everyone's got like 12 bigs at least. So, I mean, things should happen, but we aren't really losing people right now.
No. And part of that is because there aren't that many stack dynamics, aren't there? There isn't really a big stack putting pressure on stacks. There isn't really, you know, much incentive to make moves, because if you get it wrong.
No one's managed to pull themselves away from the pack, as of yet.
Correct.
Alvarez gave it a go, a good old college try. But the kings of Michelangelo Cerro are too strong. Simpson folds 4 million, 40 bigs. For the man that wears the loud shirts and whose jeans are way too low. Having a little reorganize.
Limp and check, blind versus blind. Can't say violent, it's not violent, is it? Limp and check.
No, it's decidedly non-violent.
Non-violent. 1 more minute left in the contest. Type 7 left. You're automatically entered. 3 of you will be winning $25 tickets to play a 100k event on 888. The stream that just keeps giving.
With fruit and cake out of the way, there's only one thing left to do, and that's crown a champion. One way or another, by hook or by crook. What do you think, hook or crook?
I think it'll be by hook.
Okay.
I don't know what those options are, but I just wanted to go with something. That looks like the chip leader in our high roller.
I know this guy.
Do you?
Yeah, I've played with him.
Looks like he's winning.
It does. It doesn't look like
That
many
looks
people
like
got like anything, and
he's got all the chips.
Yeah, he has all.
How did that happen?
Not sure. Maybe Luthia. gave a few.
As you see, is still in.
I don't know. We haven't got confirmation.
Oh, that was just a tease.
The closer has also started. Good luck to everyone in that.
If you're in the Madrid area.
Yeah. Specifically April. Best of luck. I hope you win.
Good luck to Nick's girlfriend. Good luck to everyone I know.
Not least because I have 20%.
Let's run this contest. So we've got an all-in here, but we can still keep an eye on the contest. We've got 3 tickets to give away. Let's see if Perez gets called here. He's in for just under 18 big blinds. His timing might be good here.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Christy Roman. Christy Roman, you have won a $25 ticket. You'll be playing that 100K event.
Go Eagles. Or something like that.
Ex-Merciless. Come on down and collect your prize. Our second winner.
You said 3 though. So here
Our
comes
third
another.
is Oleg 33038, who won yesterday as well. Oleg, you run well.
Hashtag.
Well played. Hashtag iPod Shuffle.
iPod Shuffle.
Very, very well done. If you haven't won a ticket yet, don't worry. Lots of attempts for you to keep trying. I think we've still got over 10 tickets left to give away tonight. Pedro, are you still in the free roll? And is anyone else in the free roll? Must be getting to the final table, that kind of thing.
Oleg's got more tickets than me, and I actually work for the company.
Yes, Noodaloo says Oleg the serial winner.
Carter folds the 5-4 offsuit. Diaz is like quite impulsive and quick and splashy. Like he's not splashy as in like how you describe a player, but like he just throws chips and stuff, you know. Murciano with ace-8 offsuit and a decision.
23 big blinds in his stack.
Calls out the big. So more blind on blind, slightly more violent than last time.
Yeah, 600K in the middle.
It's not a particularly violent flop, but Diaz does have a gut shot to the nuts. No backdoor flush draws available for anyone. 200,000 from Diaz. And Murciano with just ace high and not a lot else. Kind of situation where you have to sort of continue, but you're really not that happy. And he really doesn't want to hit an 8. That is a 6. Good card for ace high, and again, Nick, not typically one that players enjoy barreling on, although I do think it would be successful on this occasion. Here comes barrel from Diaz, and we know that last time they played blind versus blind, Diaz did exactly this with air, and Murciano stationed the turn on a much scarier board than this with ace high.
Let's see if he does it again. It's getting very impactful for his stack.
And again, Murciano is a complete non-believer.
Might be a little bit of history between them, who knows. Definitely
Another
doesn't want to fold to him, and obviously
now
an interesting river card.
Does Diaz have it in him this time? It would be really sick if he could find it. He couldn't previously. This board is horrible to bluff on because you're either going to get utterly snapped or your opponent's going to have some tough spots with ace high, etc.
Classic blind on blind stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's got the greater will?
Well, Murciano actually has a pretty good chunk of 5 high here, 5-4 and pocket 5s. So I'm not sure. There's obviously a lot of 6x and 10x, and again Diaz gives up. Snap check behind ace high, and so similar.
Yeah,
to
also
last time.
also has a lot of ace x, doesn't he?
And on the high roller table, we have an all-in and a call. 7-4 offsuit against jacks, and to me that looks like 7-4 offsuit's the winner.
I think that one guy, whose name I don't know, is cleaning up. Unfortunately, by implication, it looks like he bust Lucia, because I don't see her, and she had a lot of chips.
Yeah, process of elimination.
This guy has got... Well, oh, no, there she is. There she is. She's got plenty of
Hiding.
chips. Shouldn't have said anything. She's still in with a great shout.
Go. I think we might be in the money.
Go
Hang on.
Lucia.
Is it Lucia's hand?
What?
The 7-4?
No. But I think they're in the money.
I think they're in the money. I mean, on the list of things that would shock me,
Lucia being in the money.
Lucia winning 7-4 offsuit against jacks would not be particularly high.
Pedro, congratulations. Pedro is in the money in the 20K. Didn't see exactly which event, Pedro, but a 20K event. The reason for giving him the shout out is that he's got there using a ticket he won with us.
It just goes
He's
to
turned
show.
it into real money.
Just goes to show.
It's real.
It is real. Things can happen. Alvarez, big blind, 1.3 million, which is 13 bigs. Defends against the queen jack from the hijack of Perez. Another single raise pot with the big blind involved. Another fairly dry and innocuous board for both players. 2 overs for each. Alvarez with the lead right now. And again, with suits, as we spoke about before, 2/3 pot is not unreasonable. Something larger makes sense, maybe not quite that much given the remaining chips, but I don't mind slightly larger bets here, and it looks like that is what we're going to get from Perez, who bets 375, and I am a big fan. Big fan.
Seal of approval from Nick Eastwood.
Do you know why I'm a big fan? Because hands like this just have a very hard time continuing, and you clean up so much equity. And you have 2 overs.
Non-filthy equity.
Yeah.
Looks like a good player, doesn't he?
Yes.
From what we've seen today.
Some dirty stacks from Team Filthy over here.
Oh, yeah, that's not legal.
Horror to look at. But he shuffles them, you know, and he likes a big stack to shuffle.
Rep Girl would like to see chip counts. I'd like to see chip counts. Good idea.
Do you reckon we're important enough to influence the chip counts appearing on the screen? I don't think Mark controls that.
Who controls it?
If Mark controlled it, it would already be there. So it can't be Mark.
Oh.
Can't. And Perez feeling it a little bit. Queen 10 off from +1. Ace Queen for Diaz, who has been fairly aggressive, potentially unnecessarily so far, but this hand I think we can all get on board with. Ace Queen off, and this should do it. Can't see Perez continuing here at all.
He did do one of his bomb the pot. There's
Yeah,
my
he loves
chips.
it, doesn't he?
Yeah. There's
And
my
he sort of
chips.
like
Deal with it.
Sort of like lies back in his chair, just sort of
Exactly.
comfortable, looks like. Apart from when he was shaking like a leaf, betting earlier on. But he's clearly not afraid to barrel. Clearly not here to make up the numbers. Well, I know we haven't seen the chip stacks, but I can assure you that no one's very far ahead and no one's very far behind. I think the shortest will be Alvarez, around 10 to 11 bigs. Perez with a better Queen 10, suited this time, in hearts. Under the gun. And if you keep raising and getting 3-bet and folding, it can get expensive. So we'll see what happens this time. Alvarez folding the button with 12 bigs. I sold him short earlier. Serra folds, and Ian Simpson will defend his big blind with an 8-7 offsuit. Perez in the lead right now, but chance for Ian to catch up on this flop, where he does flop a straight draw. Draw flush draw as well. And donking opportunities. Donkopportunities for Ian Simpson. Does decide to end up checking, and I think
where's our donk?
Perez will do the same. Don't want to waste those overcards, but he doesn't seem to care. And remember what I've been saying all week, Nick? These boards are attacked vigorously. The double paired boards from the big blind, when the trips are low, hit the big blind so often. And
so, if you're giving tips to people, do you think against a player like Ian, you just check back?
I would check back a lot more than people do.
Okay.
Because 2 overcards is actually quite, as you can see here, it's quite a significant amount of equity. Ian's decided not to bluff the 8-7 because he doesn't want to waste his equity by getting shoved on.
Yeah, he actually has a good hand.
He would much rather use something a lot worse, ironically enough.
Makes sense.
And Perez, still with 2 overs and the betting lead. He's gonna go again, and this is really stretching.
This is. I have an overpair.
And Ian didn't check raise flop or donk, which is 2 opportunities that a 6 may take to put more chips in, and they didn't. Now, on this paired board, out of position, our 8-7 is a lot weaker than it was looking on flop, and as a result,
think we just give up?
Would imagine a fold is fairly prudent, but we do have 2 overcards as well. It just seems unlikely that Perez would be doing it with something like this. All in from Simpson.
Wow, that's strong.
Oh, that is so strong, man.
Since he came back from dinner, Ian Simpson's making some moves. Power poker from the 888 ambassador.
And you don't want to call there because out of position it's so hard to win the pot when you only call unless you hit. So Ian takes his hand and turns it into a bluff. And
Sickness, says Champagne Poker.
Really sick because...
What a play, says Hater of Pheasants.
Perez could just have overpairs as well. It's just so aggressive, and Ian gets it through. Obviously, as we know, Perez was overdoing it with Queen 10. What a play. As I said, Nick, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about looking silly, about marginal situations. He just goes with what he thinks is
so
the
do you
best
think,
move.
what you know of Ian, do you think there's any kind of player read or live information or anything like that in that spot, or do you think he's just playing the hand as if he was multi-tabling and it's just the right play, it's just the right line to take? Because obviously the guy, I know, I appreciate we're 7-handed and I appreciate we're final table, but the guy can obviously have all the overpairs and ace-queen clubs and all of that stuff. So do you think he's playing the player at all, or do you think it's just the line he likes to take in that spot?
I mean, I would be surprised if he'd pick something off in terms of like live tell. That would be surprising. I mean, we certainly haven't seen many jitters from Perez. He's been fairly consistent. But what he has also been consistent is doing is being active. And Ian would have noticed that, obviously. Also, the actions of Perez in the hand itself as he shoves out the big blind and will get fold. The actions in the hand themselves, if Perez is overdoing it at all, then obviously Ian's 8 high isn't ahead of any of those hands and will get folds from all of them with overcards. But also Ian will expect, and there should be, a decent chunk of check back from some overpairs, certainly aces and kings, and obviously Ian doesn't know can't know that Perez doesn't have anything and doesn't have an overpair, but he does have a fallback plan. If he does get
he has
called,
equity, yeah.
He has equity.
Yeah.
And I think those things combined, the fact that Perez will check back sometimes with overpairs, the fact that he has been very active, and the backup equity of the straight draw led Ian to his final decision, which was to be particularly sick. Michelangelo Serra, the best name on this final table. Not the best beard, as we've already discussed. That honor goes to Alvarez on the left. Groomed perfectly. Big little for Ian Simpson. And now Ian has started to cut out an advantage at the top of the leaderboard, and thus has the opportunity, if he so desires, to start pressuring middling stacks, and Ian shoves ace deuce off, knowing full well that Serra has short stacks surrounding him and can't really afford.
This is where it's going to get hard for these other players, isn't it? Now that he's got bully chips. Here are the chip counts for those that wanted them, Rep Girl. This is it presented nicely for you. You can see Ian Simpson has now got an appreciable lead on the field. Obviously very, very easy for this to change the other way. One pot, one double through, and we'd have a new chip leader from almost anyone. But he can put pressure on people now, and there is Alvarez is a short stack.
Oh, Serra isn't. I mean, Ian just piled 27 bigs effective there with ace deuce off. I mean, I told you about big little, and I told you that Ian wouldn't be shy.
He's definitely not being shy.
No, he is
We've
not.
already seen a couple of stellar plays from him. Really, really fascinating stuff to watch.
In your book, is he made up for the Kings?
Yes.
Good stuff.
Yes. Doesn't mean I'm not going to still make jokes about it.
Absolutely not. I mean, if he ends up winning, he won't care how many jokes you make. But this is what I was talking about. Ian backs himself massively. He thinks he has an edge. He may even know he has an edge in this particular final table. And he just didn't fancy a spot where he didn't believe it was a clear and obvious plus EV situation for him with Kings. Decided to let it go and live to fight and battle and win another day. So far proving us that that's exactly what he can do. I can't remember the last time we went three-way to a flop.
No, neither can I. Three-way to the flop and no real hands. Let's see if they turn into anything. They do not.
I think bottom pair for Perez is the best. 15 bigs remaining. Should be approaching another blind level soon, I imagine. Here comes Perez with bottom pair. It's actually quite nice having bottom pair here as the aggressor, because from the blinds, when they call, their very best hands realistically are going to be pocket fives, ace five, queen five. Having a five therefore removes a good chunk of those. So blocks continues.
I'd just like to say well done for finding something to analyse in this hand, because you are an analysis machine.
I'm just trying to do my job on 10 Carter with absolute air. Check raises ace queen five after flatting the small blind, and I remain steadfast in my analysis. Perez having a five here makes it unbelievably unlikely that 10 Carter can have everything, but when you've only got bottom pair, what can you do? 10 Carter. Sicko.
We've got some exciting players at this final table. Hope you're enjoying it at home. It's not your ordinary knit up and try and ladder up final table, is it?
I mean, this is my first rodeo commentating a final table at an 888 live event. Usually I'm dusting it all off and adding to the prize pool. This time I'm commentating. So far, really impressive stuff. Most impressive of all from Ian Simpson and Joris ten Carter, the Dutchman. Would you agree?
I would, and it's interesting that we had the background from a couple of his fans in the chat that this is what he does, this is how he plays, he can't help himself, he likes to make moves. And for a lot of the stream, he hasn't had the chips to do it. And now he sort of still doesn't have the chips to do it, he's doing it anyway, which is kind of cool.
I mean, I'll challenge you.
Please do.
When was the last time that 10 Carter value bet?
He hasn't had, well, he value bet when he was actually running into a trap, didn't he?
King Queen.
The King Queen when he hit top pair, that's it.
Yeah, that's
it.
Other than that, he's made all
He
of his winnings.
survived by making moves, yeah.
By making moves. And in the most unlikely and strangest spots. Raising versus under the gun opens with King X suited and check raising Ace Queen 5 after flatting small blind.
Yeah, I think he's doing a really good job of player targeting and you know, just knowing when there's someone with a wider range than they should have and he can go at them. Very impressive stuff. Very high quality play on this final table. Just a reminder that they're playing for 62,000 euros and the 888 live.
Is that nice a trophy?
Is that nice a trophy? 888 live Madrid crown. Perez, our short stack.
Oh, right on the cusp for Alvarez. Doesn't fancy it. News from the high roller. Lucia Navarro has just won an almighty all-in. Ace King against Queens. Rivers, the winner, and is now entering the final four with a hefty stack. Shock. Shock.
Por favor, jugadores del big, vamos tomando asiento. Players to the big, please take your seat.
Those fans of the closer, I will endeavour to bring you results if and when they come.
Is that like Nick's girlfriend live update service?
Personally, I'm a huge fan of the closer. It's my favourite tournament. It's actually, fun fact, the closer of last year's Madrid event, I made a story about it and April responded to it and that's how we got to talking.
Really?
Yeah, so the Madrid closer.
So no wonder you're a fan of the closer, because that's how you... We're about to upgrade our commentary stock. We've gone from closer romances to bracelet winners.
That's me then. And we're all in, by the way. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, let's do this. Alvarez, our short stack, is all in. He needs help. We've had 7 for a long time, haven't we? But we could be down to 6 now. Let's find out.
En el closer tenemos nuevo nivel de 2-4-4 y en el big shot estamos en 3-6-6.
He's
Good
out.
game.
GG's to Alvarez. He had a bad final table, didn't he? He didn't really pick up anything.
No, I mean, he tried. The nines was the big moment for him, running into the kings of Michelangelo Serra. And with that, before the break, I'm going to take 20 extra minutes, rail the closer.
Go and support April in her endeavours.
Yeah.
That's how we stand. We are getting a little bit shorter. We're still playing 50-100.
See you guys after the break. Bye, Nick.
Bye, Nick.
Bye, Mark.
Sorry, you're coming back. I'm only going to spend half the time making jokes about you.
More shots? More shots?
Those are chips counts. It's here in Madrid.
Or Jungle Book.
And joining me in the booth, my favourite bracelet winner of all time.
How many do you know?
Loads. I know loads of bracelet winners. Are you joking?
No, you do. But
I've interviewed them all.
how many are
I've
friends
interviewed
with?
them all, and you're my favourite. Vivian Saliba is here, everybody. Say hi, Vivi.
Hello, guys.
In the chat. Look, we've got the chat up on the screen. We don't usually have that. It's much better, right?
Oh, it is. Hello, everyone.
First things first, Vivi. What happened in the high roller? Why is Lucia, like, got loads of chips, and you're sitting here with me?
Well, she's probably better. I tried.
Can't be
I
true.
really tried.
Can't be true.
We all know how variance works in poker, and well, at least I got to spend some time with you.
Yeah, variance works in your favour. You're here with me.
Yes.
And chat, who are lovely. Look at all the love for you in
Aw,
chat.
Thank you, guys. Hello, hello. So, tell me about this final table. Ian Simpson is our chip leader,
He
right?
is our chip leader, and he's made 2 sensational plays. Really cool plays. Very exciting bluffs.
Yeah, he's a very aggressive player. He plays almost every single day. He has a lot of experience in tournaments.
Nee, you passed my ball.
And he knows what to do.
Nice timing. That time for me. Whole shebang.
Nick was saying how he just has no fear when he's playing late in the tournament and just will take every spot.
Aggression is what makes money in poker. And Ian understood this a long time ago, and this is what makes a good poker player a good poker player. Is consistency, being able to play each hand the best you can every single time, and not just be afraid of busting and trying to ladder. He goes for it, and this is why he performs so well.
So Vivi, tell us about your trip.
Well, I'm having a great time meeting the 888 family. All these trips for us, they're more working trips than pure grind. I did play the main event. I busted on day 2 before the money.
Yeah, you bagged, and then
Yeah, I bagged, and then
bad things happened.
my happiness was crushed. And then I played another tournament for I don't know how many, 10 hours or more, and I bagged again. And then I busted in 7th, and 5 were paid, and my happiness was crushed again, but now I'm very happy. No, I'm just kidding. It's normal with tournaments. I play
It's
2
normal.
tournaments, I bust 2 tournaments. Super normal.
3-bet from Ian. He 3-bets the button here. 2 of the biggest stacks. Ian's obviously got the biggest chip stack.
Very good 3-bet. Perfect hand selection, in my view. And he takes another one.
He's picked up a lot of chips without showing any cards.
But look how happy he is now that he won a bluff. Like, he's so happy. I wouldn't know he was bluffing.
Now we're playing cards.
As Hero Value says, Ian's just not letting anyone open anymore. It's tough, isn't it, when you're at a final table and an aggressive player gets a big chip stack?
It's very tough because you're a little handcuffed. Like, you cannot really fight much back, but if you think someone is completely out of line, then you have to do it, otherwise you will just get run over. Ace Queen suited. How much are the blinds? Just so I can.
We're playing
120. Okay.
60, 120. We just went up. Well spotted. We just went up. Oh, hello.
Oh, this will go in.
Well, especially as he just 3-bet him. He literally just pre-flop 3-bet him.
Yeah.
Ian's trying to pause long enough to make this look a bit bluffy.
Let's see how big he's doing it. If you're M. Sarah, you must be thinking, okay, Ian's very aggressive, he's rebetting a lot, but do I want to jam? Do I want just to call and play post-flop? Let's see what he will do.
He's got 25 big blinds. He's going to call.
Yeah.
It's quite tough to make decisions off that kind of stack out of position.
Yeah, and there is a big issue here is that he will be playing out of position post-flop. So I would have probably have jammed because of this and because Ian is capable and he will have enough bluffs. Also, the times you take down the pot pre-flop, increase your stack in so many big blinds without variance, and if you get called, probably still will have quite some equity with such a strong hand like ace-queen suited. But I understand the fear of, okay, imagine I'm jamming and my opponent snap calls me and this is how my journey ended.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think shoving there is just actually quite a nice spot because Ian's 3-betting a lot.
Yeah.
And now it's tough to play this hand now.
It is very tough. And come on, he has not even 30 big blinds, 25 big blinds. And even though I don't know about the other stack sizes now, but even let's suppose there are another 2 players who are shorter, still you need to play poker even when you're on a final table. You cannot just wait for everyone to bust.
Right.
You need to take risks, and again, aggression is what makes money in poker.
Aggression is what makes money in poker. That's a good line.
Yeah. Next event I will come with a t-shirt with this saying for you. Yeah,
thank you.
I will commission
that
it.
should be your Twitch chat. Oh, Sarah hits the river. 2 million in the middle. Bad for Ian. Bad card for Ian.
Bad card for Ian. And he doesn't have the jack of diamonds. Ian, if he would have the jack of diamonds, he might even have bluffed this spot. But I think he would just fold.
You say 600.
Sarah bet 600. Sarah's bet looks like a value bet. And we can see it is.
But there are not so many flushes our opponent could have, right? So when he bets so small, he's basically saying, I have a 1 pair hand, maybe 2 pair, but I don't have a flush here. So
I'm not sure how much I even love the bet in a 3-bet pot, you know. Because I don't know what he's getting paid by, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was quite a small bet. It's almost like a block bet, like hoping to
right. That's a good shout.
Just not get raised. And yeah, he did hit the river and took down the spot.
Let's clip Ian's wings a bit. Sarah closing the gap. So Vivi, have you been on an 888 broadcast since you won a bracelet?
Say it again, sorry.
Have you been on an 888 broadcast since you won a bracelet?
No, this is my... No, I've been in Coventry.
Okay, that doesn't count. I wasn't there. So you won a bracelet.
I did.
Maybe people don't know, or maybe, you know, we just haven't talked about it. Well done.
Thank you.
How awesome is that?
It's pretty cool.
It's really cool.
I really tried for a long time.
Yeah, I know this.
Yeah, got close a few times, but it's a relief when you finally can do it.
That's awesome. And what was the event? Tell everybody.
It was the 2200 WSOP Europe PLO event.
Nice.
It was very nice.
King's Casino?
Yes, last October.
Where is the bracelet now?
At home.
Is Napoleon wearing it?
He does sometimes.
Does he? As a collar?
It's a little. doesn't close, but I place it over him sometimes, and yeah,
Nice.
we all take a look at it, and it's a sweet memory. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? When you won it, did you take it to bed that night? Did it go to bed with you? Was it like on your bedside table?
So, they didn't want to give me the bracelet because
Why?
they said the day after there was going to be a ceremony or something like that. And I said, come on, I want this. I want to show my boyfriend and my dog. It's Napoleon's bracelet. Like, I'm taking this home with me. And,
It's Napoleon's
because
bracelet.
it took forever, the final table took 17 hours. No, not the final table, but the final day, 17 hours. Nobody who really had authority was left there. And poor thing, the dealer, he just said, okay, you can take it. But apparently someone was really angry that he let me take the bracelet with me, because he came to me the next day and he said, I got yelled at, and
wow,
and I hope you brought the bracelet back, because I promised him I would. And I said, no, I promise you, here it is. And he said, oh, thank Lord. Like, but I kind of made him let me bring the bracelet with me, and he was in trouble because of this.
It's quite funny.
I didn't know he would be in trouble, but
Oops.
happens.
I mean, you won it.
Yeah, it was mine, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Why would I have to wait? I waited for, I don't know, all my life.
It's a fair comment. How was the final table? Were you nervous? Were you
So
locked in?
focused.
You were locked in?
Locked in the zone, relaxed. And I have quite a few experience in WSOP final table. It was my 5th final table of live events of WSOP bracelet tournaments. So this helps.
Really helps.
Experience helps.
Yeah, for sure.
I busted several times before. I didn't win several times before. So my expectations weren't that high. I was just trying to do my best, really trying to win, and taking one hand at a time.
Lime says, Vivi, I watched it and you seemed so focused and played so smart and tight. I was so impressed with you.
Oh, thank you so much. Lime is so sweet.
It definitely must help a lot. Obviously, nobody wants to reach a big final table and bust it, but it obviously must help a lot to have that experience when you go to another one. Because we see people in the first big final table and you can either freeze up or you can just make dumb decisions and play too loose, or the occasion can just be too much for you. But you're able to play your best, which is great.
Yeah, and a lot of time. No, you're talking about this one here, right?
Talking about you.
About me?
Yeah, I'm talking about your final table.
My final table. Well, I don't know how they perceive me. But yeah. I was just noticing that they left the trophy on the table.
I don't think it's definitely not supposed to be there. It's very weird.
It's max pressure, right?
It's weird.
I like it.
Do you?
I mean, might be in the way sometimes. It's not a small trophy, but I like it.
I have this thing with things in my eye line. I don't like it. So, like, if you go to a restaurant, I don't like the thing. You know, they put like flowers and stuff. I don't like that. So that trophy there would really bother me.
No, but it's motivating. When you play for a bracelet, the bracelet is standing next to the table, and I would make eye contact with the bracelet several times, and I would be like, "I'm bringing you with me tonight."
Were you flirting with the bracelet?
I was flirting with it, and I'm pretty sure the players of our main event are looking at the trophy and they're like, "I am taking you home." It's a nice thing.
Okay, I'll allow it to stay there then.
Yeah, it's motivating.
Can't touch it though. That's bad luck.
And it's gonna be full of fingerprints and doesn't look good on camera.
Still six-handed here in Madrid. Nick Wealthall with World Series of Poker champion Vivi Saliba in the booth. Also 888 ambassador, whatever.
Thank you.
Also true.
Every time I'm having a bad day, Nick, I would just, hey Nick, can you tell me what am I?
I'll get it for you I'll give it to you in an audio clip.
Yes, please.
I'll introduce you in an audio clip. You can play it when you're feeling bad. Oh, we're super proud of you. First person to make it. From the 888.
From the 888?
Yeah.
I take it. I take it, yeah.
You won.
I did win one, yeah.
Queens for Messiano. He was in action a lot earlier. Hasn't been so much recently.
That's frustrating when no one has a hand and...
Really frustrating.
Yeah.
Really frustrating.
That is the thing, right? Sometimes someone raises you 3 times in a row, and you start to thinking, hey, this guy is taking advantage here. But no, what happens is sometimes people did have a hand 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
And like when you are raised and everybody folds, most of the times they also didn't make any tight folds or anything. They just didn't have anything.
I think that's really hard with getting 3-bet. Like if the same person 3-bets you more than once, it's very hard to go. Are they targeting me? Are they just picking up hands? What? Like it's hard to know when to react as well, right?
I have a personal guideline, might be off often, but I am inclined to think that when you will bluff, can be a 3-bet or post flop. Normally the first time will work more often. The second time, people are already a little fed up with you. They will want to call more. The third time, you should not bluff much at all, because they will think it is personal, even though it is not. So if I have a close decision and I said, okay, this could be a good bluff, but it's the third time, I just leave it out.
I think that's even more true live, right? Like people feel things personally when you're playing live versus online.
They do.
Mo Shark, yes, this is Vivi.
Hey, I'm Vivi.
The one, the only. You're like, you know, Madonna or Taylor, or you're like the only Vivi. Your poker's Vivi. Like there isn't another one.
Poker's Vivi.
Yeah, there isn't another one.
I've never been told that. I
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Thank you.
Just Vivi. You're welcome.
Just Vivi.
I'm gonna work on your
the
personal
one and
brand.
only.
Yeah.
Bracelet winner.
Yeah.
No.
Bracelet winner. Unreplicatable. Unreplicatable. Unbeatable. Apart from in the high rollers tonight. Unbeatable.
Unbeatable. Just here because I busted the high roller and
No, you
busted
want
the main.
I
And
know. It's what you want it to happen. I know that.
Yes.
It's all part of the PR plan.
Yes.
Stay tuned, because in a minute we're going to do a What Does Vivi Think, and you're going to have a chance to win a ticket.
Vivi thinks a lot of things.
Okay,
I'm
but
ready for
you're gonna
this.
have to, you're going to have to be focused. Still 6-handed. So earlier on we were saying, what time does this tournament finish?
Oh yeah.
And I feel like we're all low. It looks like we're gonna be here a while.
Question: did they have a dinner break already?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I would guess maybe 4 more hours or something like this. 4, 5.
4 or 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. I think's right.
Yeah. Can go super fast as well. You never know.
No, you do never know. A couple of big pots, a couple of coolers, and we're in a different spot.
Absolutely.
Who knows? Here comes Ian, still over 5 million in chips.
It does feel good. Oh, and let's see what A Paris will do now. If he will just flat, if he will three-bet, he just jam. Yeah, fair enough. And Ian, I think, will just fold.
He does. Nice spot for Perez. I think it's our short stack.
Yeah, but he went from 1.5 million to 2 million. So like increasing 25% of his stack just by one shove. Like, which is great. Feels good also. You don't want to get colder.
With the king jack?
No.
No, it's not fun.
No, not even if you know your opponent has pocket eights or whatever. Like, just give me no variance. Yeah. I mean, at least this is what I would be thinking. is this always a fold with Queen Jack? I think so, yeah. Players will jam very tight, and Queen Jack is basically not beating anything. And even though you get a little pot odds like in Ian's shoes, he's the chip leader, and he is gaining a lot of chips because he can be so aggressive and apply pressure on the opponent. So actually he benefits from players being short stack or shorter stack, because the other players, they are handcuffed, they are not willing to go all in with hands that they normally would because there are people who are short, so they don't want to take the risk. And this is so profitable to Ian that I think he would just call players and risking doubling them up when he really has a strong hand.
What happened in this pot? I was trying to organise a giveaway.
I was talking about what I think of Ian folding the Queen Jack. Sorry.
So we'll never know. Things have happened. There's 700,000 in the middle. Not much has happened. It's a raise and a call, that's all. Spanish Wolverine making some moves. There's a lot of Spanish Wolverines. Have you noticed how many men have beards? A lot of men here have beards.
It's true, yeah. Would you?
I've been feeling naked.
Yeah. Have you ever grew a beard or?
No.
No?
I've never even changed my hair since I was about 14. I never saw the need. He does look a bit like Wolverine from this angle.
He does, yeah. Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman.
Yeah.
But also with the hair is quite... The way he's taken off his jumper has given him a bit of a square haircut, because I don't think that's how it's designed. 1.4 million in this pot.
So SPR is quite awkward, right? It's like 1 to A Paris and 1.25 or so to Cedias. And wow. He's betting again. And the open-ended folded. You see, guys, aggression makes money.
Aggression makes money.
Yeah.
That's your catchphrase.
Yeah, it's not easy to bluff there with the ace-5 off-suited. Like, you wish you had a little bit more equity, right? Especially, again, with such a small SPR. But even the open-ended feels so uncomfortable and has to fold all his equity.
So I would say, Vivi, this has been an exceptionally aggressive, like a really aggressive final table. A lot of that kind of play.
Nice.
It's been fun. It's actually a little surprising that we've still got 6 left because it's been so aggressive.
Very nice. Ooh. What will you do?
Well, because it's Ian that's opened, he'll probably 3-bet. If somebody else has opened, maybe not, but...
But if you 3-bet here, you 3-bet call, you 3-bet fold, it's also not comfortable to 3-bet this hand and have to fold it. So, like, you need to be aware and have this figured out before.
Yes.
Because this is not really a value bet, and this is not really a bluff. I think he's picking this as bluff, I would suppose. If Ian jams, he would fold. But, like, it's tricky, right? So, yeah, I imagine
you don't like it? You don't like it off that stack?
Maybe you can just call and use weaker hands to 3-bet. Or if you 3-bet this, I don't know what his plan was, if he's going to 3-bet call. But
Well,
this might be a little too much also.
The other advantage of calling there is that you keep Ian's weaker opens in, don't you?
King
Because
Jack, for example, when the flop is Jack high, you have position, you have such a strong hand, you pot control a little bit. I don't think I would have done, but it has its merits, of course, as well. But I'm just curious if Ian would jam, what he would do. Probably fold, I imagine.
Yeah. We've got kings here. Let's see this hand, and then we'll do a giveaway. We're going to play What Does Vivi Think?
Yay!
Vivi gets her opinion as the
Yay!
star of the show.
I love to give my opinion.
This is what you've been waiting for. And let's see if Tenko gets any action here. Nothing all the way around to Ian Simpson in the big blind. These two have tangled quite a bit. Ian's not giving up immediately. Now he gives up. All right, so we're going to play What Does Vivi Think? It's the same as What Does Nick Think? Don't panic. You've played this for 3 days. You're fine. One guess per player.
But just one difference. What Vivi thinks is actually right.
What Vivi thinks is actually right, just so you all know. Just like on any topic. I'm going to ask her a specific question, but what she thinks on any topic goes around here. She'll slap you with her bracelet if it doesn't. So I'm going to ask Vivi a question. You get one guess per player. You're trying to decide what Vivi's going to answer. What is Vivi going to answer? Vivi, you're going to write your answer. You're not going to say it immediately. You've played this before, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You're going to write it in this chat to Lime. You're going to tell Lime when you have an answer.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you, Vivi, and for chat is, in 2025, how many live multi-table tournaments will Vivian Saliba play? Live multi-table tournaments. How many live multi-table tournaments? Catching Fire says the answer is Napoleon. Just in case you're not aware, that's Vivi's dog. That is Vivi's dog. The answer is definitely Napoleon. How many live tournaments will Vivian Saliba have played at the end of 2025? That is what you're trying to figure out. But you're trying to figure out what Vivi thinks the answer is. Good luck. 2 $33 tickets up for grabs. As we watch Ian call out the small blind with ace-10. Him and 10 Kate, two of the most active players, maybe the two most active players at this table. There aren't many good flops for sevens, but there's a flop. Are you adding up, Vivi? Are you imagining your year?
I'm imagining my year, yeah. I'm making some quick maths.
Excellent. See, Vivi's just like
estimating.
Just like the two Nicks and David. We put effort into these answers. That's how we always get them right. Ian is going to call here. He can definitely be ahead a lot of the time. Given what we've seen from him today, he can also make moves on later streets. Picks up a bit more equity. He can now hit a king. Obviously, he doesn't know what he's up against right now. Vivian Saliba has answered the question. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. They're still guessing. Shh. You say something about something else. That's fine. Just don't say your answer.
Okay.
Some of these guesses, like, do you know she's a professional poker player? It's like literally her job.
It is my job.
So, does Ian bluff here is the question.
He has the 10 with his blocking 10-9, and he rarely can win on showdown.
He does showdown.
Yeah,
Passive hand.
Maybe he thought it was too strong to bluff. Maybe your opponent has weaker ace-X.
No, put it in there.
It's fine to not win 100% of hands. Yeah, sometimes
That's
it
an
happens.
important lesson.
Yeah, and to pick well which ones you're gonna bluff. When I started playing poker, and not just when I started playing poker for years, I thought I had to win every single hand, and I would fight for every single hand.
I can see you doing that. I can see that with your personality. I can see you doing that.
Yeah, and once someone told me, hey, Vivi, you don't have to win every single hand. And this is so simple, but I had not realized this before.
Noob Frost Mage, you thought you heard how many final tables? Well, that's impossible because I didn't say that. It's part of the test, I think, is to hear and understand the question.
And he is getting some good cards, huh?
Oh, he's had amazing cards. He's had aces twice, kings twice, queens. But, in fairness, he's also made two amazing post-flop bluffs, like really amazing bluffs, which are super cool plays.
Awesome. Well, having good cards helping, playing good helps as well, and both combined, it's bad
Lethal.
news to your opponents. Yeah. Queen high would be disastrous. How do you pronounce his last name?
Kate, 10 Kate.
10 Kate.
Something like that. We've been debating the pronunciation.
Kate.
One more minute to guess if you haven't guessed already. How many live multi-table tournaments is Vivi going to play in 2025? What does Vivi think the answer is?
Oh, I had my own interpretation a little on this.
Well, it doesn't matter, because it's whatever you think is right. This is like we're living in your dream world right now. Some of these guesses, I swear that you've already done this many. Already done this many tournaments in January.
Mm-hmm. Kate, he made a few final tables of our 888 events, right?
Yeah.
I've seen him so many times before. Very consistent, consistent player.
Yeah, he finished 5th in this event, main event, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So he loves this event. And he has his fans in the chat. Very aggressive, very creative player.
For sure, I've seen him on deep run so many times. He's for sure a good player.
And he's been very impressive today because he's had. Chat can back me up on this. He's had very few good hands. He's got almost all of his chips by situations like that where he's, won without showdown. Okay, the contest is closed. The contest is closed. Give Lime a couple of minutes to find the winners. Then we'll find out what Vivian's answer is, and 2 of you will win $33 tickets. Cracktonan says, who's a 10 Kate fan, now he has chips, we'll see the artiste at work.
Oh, wow. I'm looking forward. Yeah, we love an exciting final table with a lot going on.
It's been really good. Very, very good action.
9s under the gun.
Yes. Yes, for the beer.
No, the
cards.
not the bills, the cards.
The card.
Show the cards.
Yeah.
You're not good?
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. Like in
sometimes fail, sometimes no.
Because there's the camera, so you have to show. Swipe, okay. Slowly. Maybe they changed also.
Yeah, maybe you can make a trick.
Yeah, maybe there's a laser.
So Ian looks this beautiful hand, but he lets go because even though 8-7 suited is a great 3-betting hand, earlier in a tournament, he knows on a final table we prefer to have high cards, blockers. And yeah, it's tempting, such a pretty hand. 8-7 suited. But he makes the right decision again.
Diaz does call out the big blind. Let's see a flop.
Oh, Ian.
Well, Ian would have flopped a straight. Diaz has flopped the nut flush draw, and Murciano has flopped top set. Vivi, you bring the action. Thanks.
Yay! What?
Check, check. Boys, can you see the board?
And what?
Check, check.
Why is this pot so small?
I don't know. Check, check. It went. Okay, so now Diaz has the nut flush. It would have been chaos. You're absolutely right, catching fire. It still could be.
The pair, if the board pairs, this will be disastrous for CDS.
Well, it's obviously a full line straight. Obviously the flush is there as well. Murciano is just going to pop control this. He's very unlucky that Diaz didn't bet the flop. Sorry, the other way around.
He's thinking, how much can I get here? What does my opponent have?
And it's going to be so bizarre for him to get check raised if he does bet.
I don't think he will get check raised.
By the nut flush. It's the other way around to how it is in your...
No, the big blind is betting now, right?
No, the big blind checked.
Oh.
And the set's now betting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's my fault because I did it like right at the start. I said it the wrong way round, and then I think the camera was the wrong way round at the time, which is why I said it.
Okay.
So now Diaz has the nut flush. He's in the big blind, and he's trapped here.
Well, he has to fold then.
Yeah.
It's very uncomfortable, like, to get check raised in the spots, and people will be under bluffing on my experience. They mostly have it, especially on a final table. You were value betting your set, and yeah.
Marciano with a hand that suddenly is just a bluff catcher. He does call. Wow. Vivi Saliba said this is under bluffed. They're very rarely bluffing on the river final tables.
They do bluff, but then they take the initiative themselves, you know?
Right.
If they go for the check raise in a spot like this, not only in final tables, in general, people, I would say, are under bluffing.
I would agree with you. Also made the decision pretty quickly, which is hard to do when you're suddenly going to bluff.
Very good point. He had his decision made, so it means it was kind of an easy decision.
Okay, let's award some tickets. This is what does Vivi think. I asked Vivian Saliba how many tournaments, live tournaments, will Vivian Saliba play in 2025? What is Vivian Saliba's answer?
So I will explain a little my answer.
Okay.
Because I don't want people to get enraged, because I saw the guesses.
They can't get enraged. It's what you think.
On.
They just have to...
We're all poker players, we're poker lovers. They want to understand where I'm coming from with this number.
So show us you're working.
15,000. No, I'm joking. No, that's not the right answer. The right answer is 300.
300 tournaments.
And you guys may be thinking, what? So every time I bust a tournament and I re-enter, for me that's a new tournament.
Okay.
So new entry is new tournament. Might still be this same event, but it's a new tournament. So I took in consideration re-entries as well. I'm planning to...
Oh, you pay the VIG.
Exactly. And I'm planning to play quite some live tournaments this month, and every time I go to a series to play, I do play quite a few events and entries. So I estimated around 25 maybe a month. They do count, guys. It's a new tournament. Rebuy is not, but...
Please understand that your opinions, chat, are irrelevant. Because it's not what does chat think, it's what does Vivi think.
Like if you think a tournament costs $1, okay? And then you're out of the tournament. And then you play it again, okay? You go drink a coffee and you play this $1 tournament again. It's 2 tournaments, you spend $2.
Yeah, correct.
If you would, instead of taking a coffee break, take a week break and come back on the next Monday and play this $1 tournament. It's still $2 invested, 2 stacks bought, 2 new seats, 2 new table draws and everything. It's literally 2 tournaments. I think a lot of players
Vivi.
who don't have so much... No, but I see chat, I want to explain to them. I know Vivi thinks is right.
Vivi thinks.
But
You're
I
right.
want to teach them because I used to think like them too, and actually this on long-term poker thinking might be problematic because sometimes I get frustrated and stuff, and it's just a different point of view.
Well, also you're paying the rake.
Yes, you pay
That's the whole point.
rake.
Re-entry. You're
Like
paying
when you
the rake.
see the number of entrants in any tournament, it doesn't matter if someone played it 10 times, they put it $10 or $1, it shows us 10 players.
It's true.
Like, it's literally a new tournament, guys. And if you don't see re-enter, or if you play another day one or something like this, like a new tournament, you disagree with me, basically. I see it different.
And the hot news is they're not allowed to disagree with you. So, you are correct, Vivian Saliba. Well played. Well done, Vivi. The answer is 300. And I have winners. Our ticket winners are JJ Granite, who guessed 250. You are a winner. Game Changer, you're our second winner. JJ Granite and Game Changer, who guessed 150. Come down and collect your prizes. $33 tickets for you. Jeb, 75. You had more than one guess, which is why your 222 guess didn't count. Only one guess per player. Lime administers the rules with an iron hammer. So JJ Granite and Game Changer, you win.
Someone asked me, Vivi, of those 300 events, realistically, how many final tables do you think you can make? So realistically, I cannot say nor estimate. Like with the number of tournaments, I can have an idea, but every tournament has a different number of entrants. Like if I play a tournament with 100 runners, I will make the final table quite often, but sometimes I play tournaments with 10,000 plus runners, and making the final table is almost impossible. It's very rare that this happens, so it's very tough to answer. Maybe no final table, maybe many final tables. Like variance has a big say in this.
Hey, you just won one tonight. 1-1, made one.
I was on a final table, yes, that's
Just
true.
now.
But I didn't cash.
I know that. But final table statistics.
Final tables and statistics.
Some people care about them. Merciano stacking chips here at our final table. We've got 6 players left. We're changing the dealer.
Vivi, when do you not rebuy, like big blinds? Can I answer this?
Yes.
A lot of players ask this type of question. I think it's interesting for Chet. So, first thing I take in consideration always is bankroll. I need to feel comfortable playing any tournament. Second thing, I will look, hey, how much percentage of the field is left, and how many chips would I get? So let's say a big part of the field is out, and 25–30% only are left, and I still get 10 big blinds or so. I most times rebuy if I think I beat the field. I also will take a look who are the players. Of course, if I'm seeing all the players are like Ian Simpsons and Lucia Navarro's and people like this, then maybe I will not re-enter. But it depends. I take a look in a lot of factors. Big blinds per se is not too important for me. It's more how many players are left and how good are they, and of course, first of all and above all, bankroll. And I don't re-enter every single tournament, and some tournaments I re-enter several times.
Perez is all in. 10 big blinds. He's not going to get any action. Sorry, continue.
No problem. That was it. It really depends. Like I would play a main event of 888poker Live. How many times I had to, because it's such a good tournament. Lots of recreational players, which makes it a great tournament. Structure is so good. Very nice prize pool. I would try to make day twos and play as many times as I can.
I think it's an important point that you're making, which is that if you're going to re-enter, you want to make a thinking decision about whether you want to do it or not. You want to think about the expectation in the tournament. And also that every time you re-enter, you are buying into a new tournament.
A new tournament could be 6 months ahead of time. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Where the sign is, you put it like that. Yeah. So they see it. You know, like you there. Yeah.
What is the biggest buying you ever played, Vivi? And how did it go? Biggest buying was $25,000. I played it.
$25,000. That's a lot of dollars.
That's a lot of dollars. I played it twice, and I didn't cash any of times. And the thing is, most tournaments you play, you don't cash.
You don't cash.
Yeah. True
story.
But I do sell action for such events. I I wouldn't just start playing tournaments out of my bankroll, even if they would be great tournaments. I would not.
What percentage of the field would you say in a 25,000 buy-in event hasn't sold any action? Like has only
realistically speaking, 5%.
Right. Almost everyone is selling.
Like there are people who are wealthy and they go play poker because they want to have fun. It's like when you're like starting in life and you're a student and you don't have much money and you eat bread and butter and eggs and whatever, and this is what you can afford. But then as you have a little bit more money, you go out for dinner and you order nice drink somewhere and you can afford. So with poker is the same thing. Some people, they have money, they enjoy poker, and they want to spend, but mostly will be like businessmen and women. But like the professionals, I would say almost everyone sells. At least you have a lot of swaps.
Right.
Even if you're like a very rich professional poker player, in such an event, you need such a big bankroll to handle the swings that to have 100% of your action is very rare.
Yeah, the difference between rebuy and re-entry is that, as Catching Fire says, rebuy used to stay in the same seat, but also very often re-entry you'll pay the entry fee, the VIG, the rake again. Not always, but very often. Rebuy, very often you won't, right?
I'm not aware of this. You pay.
No, as in you don't pay, but they'll take out the entry fee. Rebuy sometimes they won't be taking out the entry fee, right? Or not?
I don't know anything about this. It's new information to me.
So they're never taking out the entry fee?
I think they always take. No, the numbers of players, you're saying.
No, I'm saying when you re-enter, you pay your whatever, 2,000 again. They'll take, again, that 2,000 will have...
They always take the rate.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Rebuys and re-entries.
Rebuys, they always take the rate?
Pretty sure.
Okay. I thought some live rebuys they didn't.
Never heard about it.
Okay.
Might be a thing
Maybe
somewhere,
they always do now.
but it's not
yeah,
common practice, I guess.
Fatbot Records, you might be right. Might be years ago they didn't. Re-entry, they always will.
I think they always take break.
Yeah. In which case, the only difference between the two is whether you're getting a new seat or not, in fact.
Yeah.
It's about Icy Princess, so it's not... when you tell it to me, I would say no, but then I know it's good, so I still don't wait.
Yeah, it's like you're a new player playing a new event. Like, they take their share. And it's fair. I understand why they would.
Yeah, I raised.
Oh.
Anything is possible from 10k here. Probably not fold. Fold is probably unlikely. Almost everything else is possible. Small, big bet. Small 3-bet, big 3-bet.
Why such a big raise? Not so big. Huh?
People love showing an ace live.
Show the kicker. We should start this
Show the
this,
kicker
this campaign.
Yeah.
Show the 7 and muck the ace.
Yeah,
exactly. This is much nicer.
It's true.
No, race. Italian. You don't have an Italian word? Not like sugo in Spanish. No.
We don't have the... In Holland it's a race.
Yeah?
Yeah. We're pretty international people.
Spain is different.
Yeah, Spain... well, it's
That's slogan for the tourism.
That's a real bad. Well, you could say for hope. For hope. For hope. Yeah, nobody says it. It's like everybody's has the English slang. Free translation from
10K, yeah.
Second in chips in the action.
And he's getting some good hands, yeah. Poker's just like life. You have some phases. Sometimes you're running hot, sometimes you're not.
The challenge, poker and life, is keeping even keeled through. You have to stay even tempered through both, right? That's the challenge.
Yes.
Marciano only has about 16 big blinds here.
I defend a lot on the big blind when I'm short. In an ICM situation like this, 6-5 off may be a little too weak. Maybe you would prefer a little higher cards, so I like his fold, even though he's getting a good price and his hand somewhat can flop well. I liked his fold. Let's say this would be not a final table, it's day one of the main event. I would definitely defend my 6-5 off suited on the big blind.
Yeah.
But now on the final table, I like to fold.
Good discipline from Marciano, who we know likes to play pots.
Who doesn't?
Nitty people.
Nitty people. They just prefer to have aces all the time.
That's right. It's a fair point.
Guess who's back? Back again. Someone wrote this.
Tell a friend.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Nah, nah, nah. I've been to Eminem's concert.
Have you?
Yeah.
Was he good?
It was amazing.
Oh, yeah?
Like, I always been a fan. Yeah, a long time ago, but yeah, it was so good. And again, 10K with a playable hand. He's the new Ian Simpson.
I remember Ian Simpson. He was great.
So he folds the 8-6 on the big blind, but it's a little different because he has 3 million chips. He can defend a little bit more, but yeah. On final tables, people tend to play honest. Like, they pick their spots, they bluff, but they fold a lot.
It's interesting, this final table, because it's been quite bluffy post-flop.
But pre-flop honest?
Well, apart from Ian and 10K, they've been 3-betting like quite a lot. But it's definitely been more honest pre-flop than post-flop. Post-flop people have been very creative. Nick Wealthall and Vivi Saliba here in Madrid. This is the 888 live. Main event final, down to 6 players. We'd love you to join us on the site if you haven't already. There's no better time to jump in. It's the XL Winter Series happening right now. Huge series of poker tournaments with 2 million guaranteed for you to fight for. Lots of different events, different buy-ins, and you can satellite into all of the big ones. So get involved. Building to a $1 million main event next week. Me and David Tupman will bring you the final table of that next Tuesday, probably with Vivi on it.
Yay! Yes,
Almost
I hope so.
Almost certainly.
I hope so. It's an amazing event.
Tenkate's starting to play a lot of hands here. So I have a question. Do you think Nick Eastwood will ever come back? Because he was very sad to leave the commentary booth, wasn't he?
He was. He must enjoy your company. I do too.
Thanks, Vivi.
No, he will have a comeback. But I'm having a good time with you here, with chat.
Exactly.
And watching this final table, which is actually very interesting. Sometimes final tables are... you have to wait some time to see things happen. But since I'm here, we saw quite a few things.
Honestly, like the whole time.
Yeah, which it's amazing.
Just a reminder that they are playing for significant money. So 6th place has 13,400 euros locked up. And the difference between 6th and 1st is about 50,000 euros. So these decisions matter.
They do matter a lot. And you definitely don't want to make a mistake. And will Ian call the ace-10?
So Ian's lost a couple of sort of small to mid-sized pots over the last 45 minutes. And he starts this hand with less than 30 big blinds. It's about 26, 27 big blinds. And he shoves.
Oh, wow.
What hands are you calling with here if you're Merciano, Vivi? He starts the hand with, he's got 1.6 behind, so he's got about 13 big blinds behind.
He has
here.
to call.
Has to call, says Vivi.
He has to call. The point of raising, first of all, they're short-handed. It's not a full ring table, right?
Yeah.
So he has 13 big blinds. It's a very strong hand.
He does call.
He gets jammed by worse. If Ian has a pair, you're flipping. If Ian has ace-king, you still have 30%. And if Ian has ace-king, it's a cooler. You have 13 big blinds. You will have to put yourself at risk at some point. You cannot wait forever. And ace-jack in this situation with 13 big blinds is just too strong.
Ian needs a 10, or he's going to be pretty short. Merciano, of course, needs ace-jack to hold up, or he's going to be pretty out. He needs a 10 or some kind of running cards.
Oh, they can split.
So chops.
They can split. He said, I don't like it.
Hey, better than getting
4.
horribly destroyed.
Sorry, Marciano, but...
Chop it up.
7, same thing.
Chop it up. Lucky escape for Ian.
No, but it does. It is a very bad situation for Marciano, of course. Like, he was in a great spot. But sometimes with the best hand, you still cannot scoop the whole pot. Could have been worse. Ian could have hit the 10 and he would have been out.
Depends on your life view, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate for him. Fortunate for Ian. And this is how it goes all the time with poker. All we can do is control how we play and the spots we play. Nightbot. Ian's proof that luck exists. Vivi Saliba, December 20th.
Did you say these words?
I did say these words.
Did he bad beat you in a pot?
No, he plays very well. He's aggressive. He has all his merit. He does run good too. No shame in that. It's a good thing.
You sound exactly like Nick Eastwood.
It's a good thing. Yeah, maybe if I'm agreeing with Nick Eastwood, probably it is true because me and Nick, we don't agree on many things.
I see. So it's like a Venn diagram, right? It's like
if we're agreeing on this one,
the few things you agree makes them true.
Probably they're true.
Okay,
yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, but Marciano did the right play. He raised, called, nothing he could have done differently.
We're coming up to a break for the players, and we've had a lot of action in this session, but not a lot of casualties. We started the session with 7, now we have 6. At this rate, we're going to finish, I would say Tuesday.
Well, as the blinds go higher, the average will get less. People will have 20, 30 big blinds, 25.
You promised me
like,
it's gonna
hands
end.
will collide.
You promised me it'll
Chips
end.
will get in.
Because I'm enjoying it, but also I have a plane. I have a flight.
Is it like 4 in the morning? No. Otherwise, you're in trouble.
No, it's not.
No, so.
Are you flying home tomorrow?
I am. Then on the next morning, I'm going to another poker trip.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Like one night?
Yeah.
Wow.
I need to wash some clothes, pack, sleep.
Say hi to Napoleon.
No, Napoleon comes with me.
Oh, he's coming.
Yeah.
Nice. Where are you going?
Ziffed.
Where's that?
Austria.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, is this your yearly Austrian winter? What's it called? Cap. Something.
Yeah. It's a tournament there, and we'll see a lot of friends and enjoy myself a little bit. It's in a little resort area with mountains and snow.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That'll be awesome.
It's nice. I like nature, and I love Austria.
And you can play poker at the same time.
And I can play poker.
Win, 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 win. That is a straight for Ian Simpson. Very small pot. There's been no action.
If you're Ian Simpson and you value bet this river, how much would you bet? Half a pot?
What am I trying to be called by?
2 pairs?
Mm-hmm. I mean, if I'm Ian Simpson and I have Ian Simpson image, maybe I bet big.
He checks back.
Figures there's nothing to get called by.
Yeah, there was not a lot I could beat there.
Obviously, Ace X beats him. He does win the pot. Oh my God, he needed that. Ian needed that. He hasn't won a pot for a little while.
There is no luck, only variance. There is definitely luck. Come on. Who
There
are
is.
you? Where did you get this from?
Vivi says no.
Am I allowed to say what I want to say?
Yeah. Bollocks. You sounded British. I appreciate it. Bollocks.
Oh, it's a quote for Ian. The luckiest guy in the world made this quote. Doesn't make any sense.
The luckiest guy in the world.
No, I'm kidding. But he's proof.
Well, he could be
lucky
luckiest guy in the world and good at poker.
He is good at poker.
Both things could be true.
He is good at poker.
Both things could be true. The thing about variance is none of us are going to live long enough or play enough hands for all of the variance to be balanced out. So when you run good matters.
Absolutely. If you look into any variance graph, you put there, for an example, your win rate. I've done this. So like now, jokes aside, just to explain to our poker community how variance works. Let's say me and Unique, we have the exact same win rate. Exact same. We play cash game and we make 10 big blinds per 100.
Sweet.
Chat, can you still hear me? Yes? Okay.
We got a stream freeze, but
yeah.
I think you can still hear us, chat.
And we make 10 big blinds per 100, and we decide to play 1,000,000 hands in a year. Me and you, even though we're equally good, we play the same games, and we have the same win rate, we will not perform the same, even over a huge sample size.
Even over 1,000,000 hands.
We will be closer to the optimal result.
To the mean, yeah.
But still not going to be the same. But let's say instead of 1,000,000 hands, we play 100,000 hands.
Much more
we
likely.
may be in completely opposites.
One of us might have won big,
Maybe
the other might have lost big.
Yeah, no, not losing. I think with this win rate and this sample,
Over 100,000
probably
we're gonna win?
both
Okay.
would be winning. But maybe you're winning 15 big blinds per 100, and maybe I'm winning only 3 big blinds per 100. And it's a huge difference. So there is luck involved in some way.
That showed Ian. He needs to understand that. Vivi, thank you very much for stopping by.
Thank you. Thank you for having
Lovely
me.
to see you.
Uh,
Say thanks and bye to Vivi, everybody.
Just say bye. Say thank you if you want. You don't have to.
Say we love you, Vivi. Say the only bracelet winner we've ever been lucky enough to directly chat to. We are not worthy.
Oh, come on.
Thanks for stopping by, Vivi. That's our chip count as we head into the break. Everything's still up for grabs here in Madrid. We'll see you in about 14 minutes' time.
Bye-bye, guys. Thank you so much. Have fun.
Are you ready for an unforgettable year with the 888poker Live 2025 series? This year, we're bringing the excitement to you with 5 major stops and 6 incredible UKPL events. We start in Madrid, where the thrill begins in one of Europe's most vibrant cities. Then it's on to Glasgow, a city known for its heart, energy, and epic poker showdowns. Next, join us in Barcelona, where poker meets party under the Spanish sun. And in London, we'll see you at the newly renovated Victoria Casino, where champions are made. But that's not all. Stay tuned for a 5th event to be revealed later in the year. And while you wait, the UKPL is back with 6 stops bringing poker closer to you. So whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the game, 888poker Live is your chance to be part of something unforgettable. Play our satellites online for a chance to qualify or win a tournament package in our passport promotion. Get lucky and you might even be our next 888poker Live champion. 888poker, made to play. If you've been looking for a new game to play, maybe something a little bit different, then we've got good news for you. An exciting new poker experience is here, and we think you're gonna love it. Now available on 888poker, try our new PLO 5 and 6 card cash games. For everyone that wants more draws and more action, the perfect game is waiting for you. 888poker, made to play.
Robbie, Jack 4, Garrett.
Who?
Yeah, exactly.
Who's that? What about
Give
it?
me.
It's a good hand. I played sometimes Jack 4 off. Yeah.
Come on, I know you've talked about this a million times. Okay, number 1.
Actually, no one's ever asked me anything about it.
Shut up. Number 1, did she cheat?
I don't think so. You know, obviously we'll never know the 100% truth, most likely, but, you know, at this point, I don't think so. And as time went on more and more, it made me believe more and more that nothing happened.
It's just,
and
just the stupidest hand in the history of poker.
Yeah, I mean, I have some theories in my mind of like what it was or what she was thinking or, you know, all of that. It's hard to get in her mind. I wish somebody would find an exclusive interview with her to like get her to just say like, what happened? Like, what were you thinking? Were you on drugs?
Your
like,
next 888 ride, Robbie.
Like, were you on drugs? Like, were you just trying to like make a viral clip? Like, what are you doing?
Did you think you had a 3?
It's so weird, right?
Did you think you had a pair of 3s maybe?
Because no one ever, the part to me that day that was the weirdest and the most questionable was just the weird like kind of lies and things like that she said. It's like that didn't make sense, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't think so. The more time goes on, I think that she's just insane and out of her mind and made a terrible play, and maybe she was trying to be famous. I don't know. It's just
one of the
weird.
most insane hands of all time.
It's weird, but but like, it just those next few months were just like brutal for us, and you know, yeah, we got stronger from that, but I think it was so tough that I wish that never happened, to be honest.
One of the reasons I reached out to you to be part of the 888 ride was the tweet you put out. And like I said, I had known who you were and I was impressed by your poker ability, but you know, there's a lot of good poker players out there. And I was so intrigued by what you said in that tweet. And hopefully we can get the graphic up so you guys can see it.
When I was writing it, you know, it's never easy opening up about something like that because like most people they just think of me as like strong, just always smiling, outgoing, but you know, no one ever knows like really what, you know, what brought you to that stage. And I kind of wanted to tell it because I want people to know that like, you know, it's not just poker or like studying or anything. It's kind of my skill and everything comes from I'm a product of my environment and what happened to me as a child and everything. So it's a lot of things that I'm good at in poker can't be taught because it's from a tough upbringing, tough things that happen, traumatic experiences that shaped my brain and the way I think, different than anyone's ever going to be able to think from me telling them how to play or something.
Yeah, I mean, I just found it so compelling and vulnerable.
Yeah.
What did part of you feel a need to kind of tell everybody your story?
Yeah, it was like, it was great to.
I mean, I love. By the way, I mean, I love when people. There's no requirement. You don't have to do this. You can just go on and grind and do your life, and your wife will know and your kids will know. But the fact that you did, I just feel like for so many people out there that has struggles or struggle on a daily basis, if they see you, maybe they find some inspiration in that.
Yeah, and I just wanted. There was two different things. Actually, a few weeks before that, a well-known Sam Savril, who's a well-known poker player, he posted on Facebook like a long paragraph going into his struggles with like just everything in his life of like a tough upbringing and just like the way he is and why, like, about gambling and just stuff. And it really opened. It was kind of like what I did, just opened up about like a lot of stuff where like people may always think that like we're happy and just always winning and stuff, but there's a lot more to it than just winning. There's reasons that our brain works the way it does, a lot of, like I said, traumatic stuff and that happened. But that, and I wanted to show like how grateful and honored that #1 ranking means and what it means to me, coming from what I came from and what I went through, to be able to, be at the top, at the pinnacle of poker and stuff. It's like, just, it means all that and more just from what I went through and just all the, obviously the bad experiences, so the good.
I mean, listen, I thought it was beautifully written and touching.
Thank you.
And, I haven't had Jason Kuhn in the 888 ride, but I consider him a friend. And I remember when he came out and opened up about all the struggles he had growing up.
Yeah, I've heard his,
And I don't think it's a coincidence that, and you said this, you said, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a coincidence that people that struggled in their life can find success on the felt.
Yep.
Because that survival
and
fighter.
That and like one thing is what I hear from people, and even when I was like starting off, is that, oh man, poker is so tough. Like, oh, this is so hard. And I'd be like, this is easy. You guys don't know what tough is. Like,
Right.
like if this is tough for you, then you've never felt tough. And I think Jason's probably the same way. Like, poker to us, we can lose in that, whatever. It's nothing. It's that we just can brush it off, where a lot of people think that if this is the toughest thing they're dealing with, there's way tougher things out there.
I want to talk about the two big hands that I was lucky enough to commentate on. The commission that you have yet to pay me. No, but
this is the commission, buddy.
This is it. Wow. So 1.1 million off Phil Ivey, and $3.1 million pot off Wesley on Hustler Casino Live. Take us through those moments, and not just at the time of your career, at the time of your life, what it was like to win a 7-figure pot. When you were relatively a young man back in 2009, I want to say.
I mean, the Ivy, when we were playing giant pots against each other all the time, in Bellagio, and I think mostly Bellagio back then. I don't think that one was.
So was it not a big deal except for the fact that it was on TV?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was probably one of the bigger pots we played, but we played a lot of big pots, and then we played big pots in Macau after and stuff. Yeah, I think that one wasn't as. That one might have meant more to other people than it did to me, kind of thing, right? Because for me, it was like, it just happened to be on TV. The Wesley one was a bit different because Wesley and I never really played big, right? And you had all these different dynamics of like, in hindsight, like, I was probably quite a large amount right with my guesses, but at the time I'm like, I'm paying off this guy that's basically a nit. because I have all these 7 different reads that I think kind of add up.
What were the reads, by the way? It was such a weird hand.
You know, so I kind of went into that day thinking he was likely to go for it a bit extra. So I didn't really
Against you?
Just in general, but probably if I had to guess, step 1 was go for it a bit extra, and then step 2 was probably a little more against me than other people.
Right, there's a notch in a belt. I mean, hey, listen, like, I bluffed Tom Dwan, right? That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, that was my guess, but like, I wasn't very sure of either of those reads. And then obviously I think Doug, like, gave away quite a lot when he, you know, the way he acted when he saw Wesley's cards, right? And then I think Wesley...
Which created a whole awkward... I know Doug felt so bad about it. He did everything he could not to give anything away. But
I don't think that's true. I mean, I think he did it not perfect, right? Like, I think that's the reality is...
Okay.
If you see the guy as ace-king on the button, you look down, and unless you have, like... If I had 2 10s, I would just be like, throw it away and yell at the guy, right? Like, whatever, right? Yell at him after the hand, right? It's different if Wesley had Jack-7 suited, then you're in a weirder spot, but, like... Okay. I've had this kind of spot a lot where you happen to see someone's cards, you try to say nothing till the hand's over, right? In other words, if you can just fold, you fold, right? If, you know, if it's a spot you got to play, like I had one the other day in a PLO game here where I was in the tank on the river for a while with a hand I was for sure going to bet because I was like, how do I explain? I had seen like one of the guy's cards, right? So it was a spot, I think I had like the nuts or basically the nuts, but I was like, I happen to have seen this guy's card. I kind of.
But you also have the nuts.
Right, and I was like thinking of how I was going to, I forget what I even ended up doing in that spot. But basically my point is if you don't have like something you got to do, like in Doug's spot, he could just fold, right? He has ace-king. The guy has ace-king on the button. You can just fold almost all your hands.
And not say anything until after the hand.
Yeah, after the hand, you can be like, you fucking idiot. Like, what are you doing?
Right.
I saw both of your fucking cards. You're a poker player. Like, what are you doing? You know? But then Wesley also never acknowledged that, right? If Wesley had, soon after Doug said that, if Wesley had acknowledged that, I think it would have, right, if he had been like, oh, yeah, you saw my cards, I would have been less trusting of my read on that. Right? The fact that he never acknowledged that, like, and then throughout the hand, kind of every step of what he did fit into this story of like, I just didn't think the guy had it. And then the only question was whether he flopped it or not, or whether he got there. And like that I thought was very possible, but I, you know.
Like just some random bluff that he had that happened to hit like trips or something like that, right?
Yeah, I thought that was very, very possible. But
more possible than aces in that particular spot.
Not on paper, but because of the dynamics of the live read type stuff. Yeah, I thought that was aces was a lot less likely than like an 8 or a rivered straight or some shit.
What is it about the World Series of Poker that just seems to bring out the best in you? I mean, obviously you're great online as well, but you know, 5 bracelets, many of them in different disciplines. None, by the way, in No Limit Hold'em yet, but maybe that'll change. Who knows? Yeah. But you know, you seem to be just good at all the different games. Well, what is it about the World Series of Poker that just kind of gets you the best out of you?
I still think of it as like the most prestigious festival in the year. I still want to be chasing the bracelets, still want to be going for Player of the Year, for example. Stuff that, I was wanting since I was young. It's still have a bit of the dream and the special kind of feelings for that. I do seek and enjoy. And, it definitely has a buzz. Like the deep runs are great. Really, they can be exciting and a lot of fun. And it's, one of the few times of the year when I do get to play all the games and for like decent stakes as well.
Right.
So it's tough when I'm still specializing in mixed games and there are not that many around the year.
Welcome back to Madrid. We see an all-in, lots of folds. We still have 6 players. We're still battling to find our champion. Anyone's tournament still, of course, especially as the stacks get shorter. Nick Wealthall rejoined by Nick Eastwood in the booth. Nick, it's been an exciting final table. The action didn't stop in the short time you were away.
It did not.
Did not.
That's rude.
But without eliminations.
No, everyone's still here.
Everyone's
right where I left them.
They are.
That's right. I've been able to respond to my many hate comments on YouTube.
Oh yeah, you're getting plenty of bile.
Yeah, I lost heavily in this week's highlights, so naturally everyone has taken that time out of their Sunday to tell me how much much I suck.
What do you lose at?
Poker.
Well, you're a winner in this room.
Thank you.
You're a winner with our chat.
Thanks, guys. Where's my bracelet? Ah.
You're not that much of a winner, just a winner generally.
I've only played about 4 bracelet events in my life, so it would be a pretty good return on investment if I had one. Any interesting... Oh, Diaz has got 4.7. Murphyano a little bit shorter than when I left him. Sarah, kings.
Yeah, we've had big hands. We haven't had big hand versus big hand, which is why we're still six-handed. A couple of all-ins have survived.
Ooh, all in. How many big blinds is this now?
So what have we gone up to? Because we'll have gone up after the break, and I haven't seen that. I presume it's... Is it 8160 we go to?
Sounds about right.
I think that's right. If that is right, then this is about 16 big blinds.
Yeah, so obviously no decision for Diaz here. Fold it is. Maybe we could, I mean, depending on how many big blinds this actually was, could potentially use a slightly smaller size.
Welcome, chat. Thanks for being here on a Sunday and spending your Sunday evening with us. Whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, we're very happy to have your company. Nick Wealthall and Nick Eastwood. Pocket Nicks, apparently.
Good, I like it.
Here in the booth. Lots of tickets still to give away for play on 888, as well as the poker action. I can't remember how many tickets we've got left. Lionel told me she's all over it.
So, I heard Ian was involved in an entanglement of sorts. It looks like 10 Carter is chip leader, unless I'm mistaken. I personally am a big 10 Carter fan.
Hard not to be. He's a cool, cool dude, and also very exciting player. The kind of player that you'd always watch on a stream because he makes lots of creative, aggressive moves.
Kind of player that you need on a final table. Eastie's perfect. Is that my microphone volume or just me in general? I can't imagine it's the latter.
I don't see why not.
Michelangelo Serra with ace-king. Heat for the Italian as he raises a non-all-in this time with the ace-king. Slightly deeper now, obviously, after having got that shove through in the last hand. And Ian, I don't think he'll be doing anything here. Maybe just a few moments to say goodbye to the king-jack suited.
How much you start the hand with? How much? How much you start the hand with? I think 3. Huh? 3?
10 Carter asking questions. Posturing, I would imagine, but
well,
it's 10
if it was
Carter.
anyone else, yeah.
He may be wondering.
Nothing against the other players, but I would pay money to watch a 10 Carter Ian Simpson heads up.
Oh God, yeah.
That would be some sexy poker.
Don't think we'd be here that long.
No, but it would be exciting.
10 Carter is going to let it go. Maybe posturing, potentially just wanting to know where Sierra's stack sits amongst the others and whether there could potentially be any ICM pressure to be applied. We know 10 Carter likes to take spots. That one, though, a reach. So with 6 left, a glistening trophy in the foreground, and blinds reducing. Hoping to see some significant tussles in the near future.
It can only go like this for so long, you'd imagine.
Yeah, something has to give.
We are getting mission critical for a lot of stacks. It is 8160, so you do the maths. Literally, you do the maths. I can't be bothered. I don't know my 1.6 times table as well as I'd like.
Yeah, Ian's got 10-5 offsuit here, and he's asking questions of the stack of Perez, who looks like he may be the shortest on the table.
Yeah, I think he is. 21 big blinds for Ian, and not very many big blinds for Perez.
Accurate.
6.
10 deuces. Going to shove. Interesting.
Wow,
Ian
gamble,
folds.
gamble.
Yeah, he just decided, I think, that he really needed that back.
Yeah.
He can't really afford to lose that one, so decides to save himself some post-flop pain.
Exactly
Whip
what he
it
did.
away pre-flop. So what is the next prize for the 6th placed finisher? I'll put you on the spot there.
No, it's fine. I get the information almost instantly. It's 13,400 euros, Nick Eastwood. That's what they've all got locked up.
But there is a lot more at the summit.
There is.
Diaz casually tosses in 320,000 with ace-3 of diamonds. I did manage to catch Ian Simpson on my break. Obviously not usually possible because they sort of don't overlap very well.
Yeah. Did you just walk up and talk to him when he was playing?
He was. He thanked me for my solidarity earlier. He has received many a message regarding his king's fold.
Is the volume super low? Is it just Terry that says the volume is low, or does everyone else think the volume is low? Tell us, kids.
We can't do anything without you guys. Volume is good.
Volume is good.
It is. It is what?
It is what, Igor Low.
Low.
Okay.
Mark is befuddled.
Mark says it's not low.
Okay, let's just put it up a tiny bit. Boxweiser says it's good. We'll try a little bit more.
We're not going to go crazy.
But don't blame me if I get excited and your eardrums pop.
So 10k defends the big blind here.
Oh.
And Diaz flops a bingo.
Well, bingo with just an absolute hammerlock with the nut flush. 10 Carter with a 9 of diamonds. Now, 10 Carter doesn't need that good of an excuse to do things. Look at this stare. Is that a smirk behind that grey scarf? It's a ponderance. He looks possessed.
Maybe he picked up on something.
It's going to be cool. Obviously, 9 of diamonds. Probably a bit premature to let that go right now. But as we know, 10 Carter cannot win this hand by virtue of showdown. And I don't think he'll get many folds if he decides to do anything. From the nuts. A real stare down from 10 Carter as Diaz reaches again. Fires. And we know, and the others will already know, that Diaz has been trigger happy on turns and given up rivers. So 10 Carter may be wondering whether he can work with that. This is quite a significant commitment of chips though, and we are out of position as 10 Carter, so it's really unclear how we could proceed on river here if we just choose to continue. We are going to continue with call. Pair of 7s, remember, now picked up for 10 Carter, so he may think that a 7 or a 9 could give him the best hand, plus that 9 of diamonds flush draw. Doesn't know that he's stone dead. Queen of hearts on the river. 10 Carter checks again. And Diaz maybe could have sized this slightly more conveniently for himself. But I believe we'll be seeing a rather large wager.
Very rarely poker is easy, isn't it? But when you have the nut flush flopped, it's definitely not the most challenging situation.
Wager issued, 1.5 million, non-all in, and 10 Carter not happy as you'd expect. Now, 10 Carter will be aware, if not through his own research, potentially been told by some of the Dutch contingent in the chat over the break, that Diaz has given up rivers in the main.
True, we've seen him do it 2 or 3 times.
But on slightly different runouts. This is a board where, for example, if Diaz had the bare ace of diamonds, ace 10 offsuit, ace jack offsuit, you could imagine this line being fairly consistent and much more appealing as a bluff. Tenkate is seemingly confused and struggling with this one.
I don't understand why this is quite such a big decision. Do you?
Well, he definitely assumes he will be beating all bluffs, so that's the first point of call. Do I beat all bluffs? The answer is probably yes.
Yeah.
That means that if Diaz is bluffing, then Tenkate can flick in 1.5 million here and take a huge, huge lead in this tournament. That will be figuring heavily and weighing on his mind. The problem is that Diaz can have quite a few hands for value here, and Tenkate gets there in the end. Let's go the 9-7. Nut flush for Diaz. And chip lead moves over to the Spaniard.
I mean, how he resists showing the ace of diamonds there, I don't know.
Yeah, put a real seed down.
Like, I absolutely don't know how he resists showing these. These players, not these players, but live players generally show aces all the time.
Yeah.
That's one of the critical moments to show the ace of diamonds.
Because it doesn't really tell them anything.
No,
it's like, yeah,
doesn't tell them anything.
Pretty sure you were going to have that. It's just whether the other one gave you a flush or merely
a one-pair hand that you were prepared to value bet thinner.
Yeah, aces or ace king with the ace of diamonds would certainly be reasonable as a 3-barrel there.
Yeah.
And Perez and Murciano are Spaniards propping up the bottom of our leaderboard right now.
Cracktoner says he's an artiste, always in pain. Moshart says he just wants to show off his fancy scarf. I think both these things are true, and not bad.
Yeah, I think if you're a player that just is finding every single spot, I guess that makes you more likely to be able to see the bluffs in other situations where you're under the gun.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, that.
So he gave some time banks. He thought it over and did make the right decision in the end. I don't think his play was unreasonable in the slightest.
No.
Michelangelo Serra, the greatest name available to us. Ace-Queen offsuit.
I think one of the reasons that we have played so long with 6 players is that first of all, these are very good players, so they're not just spewing at all. And also, there isn't really enough stack depth in a lot of these situations to make 3-bet bluffs.
Yeah.
So once you take that weapon away, we're just not seeing as many big pots pre-flop.
Yeah, it's starting to be the area of play where people kind of need something meaty to commit themselves with, and not to mention the extraordinarily large jumps. Here is the high roller, final table down to a final 4. Ace-8's own Lucia Navarro in the foreground there.
Let's go, Lucia.
A snazzy jumper in C8/9 seems to have.
Wait, what are the orange chips? Are they 500,000?
I think they might be quite bulky.
Or a million, or what?
Well, they seem to be the least frequent chip.
Yes, and we don't have them on our table.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff the high rollers have, isn't it? Just like these massive chips that we don't know anything about.
You've got to make them feel special. Perez, all in with ace-9 offsuit from cutoff.
This is 11.5 big blinds.
It's pretty good to me, Nick. It's going to be good enough.
Looks like it's going to be successful, yeah.
How are you feeling about your prediction that you made earlier about the time we'd be finishing tonight?
Bad. Bad. I think the over is going to take it comfortably.
222 looking a little bit optimistic as well.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, look, it can go fast because we are getting short stacked. But the way these players are playing, there's a lot of players here that want to play small pot poker.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't think there's going to be a lot of, spews and massive mistakes. So this could definitely go for quite a long time.
Yeah, especially because sometimes the only way to break this kind of stalemate is by making a deal. And I can tell you probably at least one, maybe two, that certainly don't look like they're interested in that.
I mean, I think from memory, I haven't checked it out tonight, but there will be a finish time when the casino closes. I think it might be 4 on the Sunday.
Yeah.
So we're a long way off that at the moment, but you can see that it could be a problem given how the play is going. So either they make some sort of deal or they'll speed up the blind levels or something. But
Yeah,
that's not happening at the moment.
Currently, we are still battling away. We have a few short stacks which potentially could be on the line soon. We just got 2 ace-9 offsuit shoves through from Perez, who now is a lot more comfortable than he was just 3 minutes ago. It's not insignificant. What is that? 160, 160, and 80 times by 2. Probably doubled up by not even seeing a flop just now. He's back in the reckoning and problematic again at 2.1 million, just like that.
Yeah, that's where we're up to. I know these players don't like deals, but god damn, there's a lot of variance now.
King 9 off. I don't know about this.
Oh,
yeah,
no, he's
okay.
he's organising himself.
I thought he was organising a raise, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't have liked that very much.
He's just getting used to his much better new reality.
Yeah. It's blind on blind. Michelangelo against Mr. Simpson. And it's going to be a raise. Limping obviously fine, folding completely out the question. Ian Simpson in the big blind with ace, jack of clubs. Way above average, and almost certainly going to see a further commitment of chips from Ian. Here comes all in, and that should do things. Very reasonable shove from Ian Simpson, who had about 20 bigs-ish, just, yeah.
Yeah, just slightly over.
Seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, we're playing 8160, so if you're watching and trying to figure out the stacks, obviously it's not the easiest blind level. 1.6 is 10 big blinds, 3.2 is 20. And take it from there, but not super easy for the players because we don't actually have big chips. Like our biggest chip is 100,000, so the players are having to keep an eye on the stacks, which are changing quite rapidly.
Yeah, every pot is significant at this point because when you don't lose people for a while,
yeah,
you have to share those big blinds among more of you. You make less progress as a whole, but more when you win one pot, it can really make a difference. We've seen Perez pick up a couple and go from in dire straits to pretty comfortable. Safely above 10 big blinds once more. Small blind for Ian Simpson, peaks down. 9-4 offsuit and is gonna let Perez have one, who had king queen off, wouldn't have minded to see Ian do something there. He'll take the walk. Whoa.
Exactly. Tyre says, is there still such giveaways? Tyre, there are still such giveaways as only your dreams can imagine.
Yes, but we have to be careful with how we distribute them.
We're going to run out.
Yeah.
I started today very cocky.
Yes.
It's like we've got 1 billion tickets.
We blasted out the gates.
Yeah. And much as I do in a lot of areas of life, I've gone too soon, I've gone too big, and now I've got nothing left.
Nothing left to give. Although we have a little bit before the white flag comes out in terms of giveaways. A smidgen of
I was,
tickets.
of course, referring to
yes,
when I play 5-a-side every week.
Of course.
So now it's 5-a-side, 15 minutes, I'm like a god. I'm pressing everywhere. Last 15. Standing up, just about.
Serra, the hand of the day for Serra, who's had pocket nines.
Nines 18 times.
Yeah, he has really had them a lot, and here we go again. Gonna open up the nines, offer 3.7 million, which is just over 20 bigs. Oh, ace queen suited for Ian Simpson, and this could be a clash. Similar chip stacks.
Yeah, both of them have about that 23, 24 big blind level. I'd be amazed if Ian didn't shove here.
I mean, he could go for a small 3-bet. It's certainly not unreasonable to find small 3-bet here, but yes, shove available as a weapon to Ian Simpson. Is 725. It's the small 3-bet. Now Sarah once more has two options. Call out of position in a bloated pot, or put the pressure back on Ian Simpson with a shove. It is about as fair a race as you can get. Suited overcards versus the pocket pair.
Wait, don't rule out a move
First
here.
of all, 10 Carter.
I mean, it's unlikely, but it's not impossible only because of the player.
I think the most...
Oh, here
my
it
God.
goes. Wow. What a move.
Power move from Ten Carter, who would be dominated if Ian could find call. And Ian knows that Ten Carter's been at him all day.
He can't get through Ian, can he? Sarah's in an impossible spot here. I don't see how he can possibly call, even though he's got a strong hand, six-handed.
Sarah will fold, but Ian doesn't really care about ICM. He likes trophies. And this is a chance to put himself in prime position and calls it off.
Wow, what a move by Ten Carter, and Ian makes the call.
And Ten Carter is not at risk, it's Ian.
Yeah, but it's crippling, isn't it? Ian's at risk, you're right.
Yeah, 175-ish K, the difference, 150K in the stacks. This is a monster pot, almost 8 million in there, and whoever wins this will be an overwhelming favourite to take down this tournament. Here comes flop. There's a club, there's no jack, and there's no hearts.
Great flop for Ian.
10% and only 2 jacks remaining for Ten Carter.
Yep. Picked up nothing to get excited about.
Deuce on the turn. No chops available. 2 outs for Ten Carter, or he is crippled. River card. 9 of spades.
Wow.
And as you can see, if Ten Carter hadn't found that shove and Sarah jams, it would be Ian hitting the rail. But as it is,
yeah,
Ten
that's
Carter,
amazing, isn't it? That is amazing. Talk about hidden luck in poker. Ten Carter could easily just not make that play, just fold the Queen Jack, and then Sarah would double up on the river. Amazing stuff.
fumes for Ten Carter. And I was about to say before he ended up jamming that when Ten Carter inevitably folds, that's a queen missing for Simpson.
And you hadn't factored in
The
who you were talking about.
Wow.
I mean, look, it is a massive shame for the, again, no disrespect to any of the remaining 6. It's a massive shame for the viewing public that it now looks unlikely we get Ten Carter in the final 2 or 3 players, because what a exciting action player. But it's a live by the sword, die by the sword type situation, isn't it? If you're going to make those plays, sometimes they're going to blow up.
Well, now, let me tell you something. Ian Simpson is now a monster favourite for this tournament.
If he folds, I would have shoved the same. I would have shoved. It's nice. I should fold. Yeah, if you call,
Wow.
Fold, I shove.
What a hand. Ian is a huge ship leader and now a massive favourite. Ten Carter, I mean, this is just insane swing. Ten Carter could just go ahead and fold.
What do you? Let's just unpick it now. The excitement's died down. What do you think of the play? Like, how often is Ian light there? How often is he 3-betting a hand that he folds?
I mean, Ian is light. Yes, he has been in the past aggressive in position where ICM is a factor. He takes spots.
So
maybe not as many as Ten Carter takes. But, I mean, I'm not surprised. I think Ian has been waiting for that moment all night. Took a deep breath, flicked it in. And Ten Carter has honestly saved Ian's tournament life. Not just that, but given him a huge ship lead that he will wield like Mjolnir as we move into these latter stages. And all in, Ten Carter with his last remaining 145. 600k though in the pot due to the antes and the blinds.
Yeah,
and
not dead yet.
A
Not
reasonably
dead yet.
fair fight for the 6-5 suited. Perez in the lead now with ace-4. 6s and 5s and flushes and straights working for Ten Carter, or we're down to 5. No help on the flop. No diamond. Backdoor straight and 6 and 5 still available. But there's only 3 left in the deck, Nick.
There is.
3 of them are dead. Deuce on the turn. 3 outs for Tenkata, or he is toast. The river is a underwhelming 8 from the Dutchman's perspective. And what a display.
What a display.
Unbelievable. He's really entertained us today. And for his troubles, he will take home a tidy 10,000 odd euros.
More. 13,400 euros. He'll be disappointed not to win. Look, you said it. He really didn't get dealt any hands.
No.
Not really. Very, very little hands. Took almost every spot. A lot of spots most players wouldn't take. I know that everybody watching the stream tonight will be queuing up to watch him at his next final table. He finished 5th in this event 2 years ago, 6th this year, and you can see that that doesn't happen by accident. One of those players you want to watch on the stream, but you don't want at your table.
Oh, God, no. I mean, Ian eventually got him, but had to have some very good hands in order to do so.
Totally.
He had position on Ian the whole night, absolutely went for him in every single avenue he could take, and eventually it's been his downfall.
You're opening light, I'm going after you. You're 3-betting light, I'm going after you.
And just didn't care that Ian could see these hands on break.
No.
And get told what was going on. Just kept going.
So we are finally 5-handed. We had 6-handed action for a long time there. Nearly 2 hours, I think.
Yeah, that was a long 6-handed battle. We're down to 5. It's still anyone's game. Ian will be favourite, but
it's so swingy now.
It's so swingy. Any all-in changes the leader. I think an all-in from Murciano with Queen Jack off versus a hijack open from an unknown hand from Ian.
Yeah, this is a very small shove. We're playing 8160, so...
I think he has ace deuce off or something, I think.
This is only 7 big blinds. And Ian's going to get a price on calling here. So if he's got anything vaguely strong, he's going to call.
Yeah, well, we know that if Ian had, I think it's ace deuce off, but we know that if Ian had something that was remotely decent, it would already be called off.
Yeah, so this is like...
There it is, ace deuce off. Pretty rubbish. But also, we have invested some chips. What does Ian think? He's going to let this one go. Surprised?
Really surprised.
I mean, especially actually when you lose a player, and the person that's shoving is the lowest risk premium available.
That's what I was thinking.
Then usually that's when people are more aggressive. They've got an extra few grand.
He has nothing to lose. He's a short stack. He's banked a few grand. Your chips, obviously, with 7.5 million, are way less valuable.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised by that fold. I know I can see the whole cards, obviously, but he was getting 2-1 on the call.
I think Ian may be there prioritising chip lead retention, potentially.
Yeah, I don't even know how you quantify that, really.
Well,
hard.
I can only assume that's what he was going for. He had to assume that you had the worst of it the vast majority of the time.
I just think Nitty Ian is back. I think there's just like there's 2 people in there trapped.
Yeah. Remember, the big blind has the option to call, so when they do shove, generally speaking, ooh, Perez picking up the kings. Ian opens the ace-7 of diamonds as he should, and now Perez. Small 3-bet, or are we seeing shove? If he finds small 3-bet, which I think he should, Ian is going to be tempted.
He hasn't really done anything in the last 2 or 3 hours, Perez.
It's a small 3-bet.
Yeah, it does scream strength.
Ooh, it's a bit big, though. Does Ian think he has fold equity here? I'd much prefer something in the region of 650, 700 here. This is a bit chunky. It doesn't give Ian as much room to get fruity. Doesn't mean that he won't. He's glaring at the Spaniard, looking at the stacks across the room, wondering how much pressure can Perez withstand. lets it go. Was tempted for a moment.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. It would have been fascinating if he had just clicked it. I suspect Ian would still have let it go, just because he hasn't really done anything like that, Perez.
Yeah, but much more likely to go for him if he thinks there's more fold equity. I think not. If you put 900k and you've got 1.7 million, you almost may as well be all in.
Yeah.
Couple of small hits, raise and folds for Ian Simpson. The lead at the top is slashed somewhat.
Yes, and as we've said several times, still a lot of variance here. The stacks are not that deep, and we are still five-handed.
A trademark toss of the 320 into the middle from Diaz with 10s. Big blind for Ian with 9-7 offsuit. I think we'll see defend. Call from Ian Simpson. Off to a flop. Ian losing back-to-back pots before this one. Won't want to lose a third, but sometimes there's nothing you can do. Jack Mate in the chat, how you doing?
Hi, Jack Mate.
You joined us at the climax of 888 Live's main event here in Madrid. Middle pair for Ian Simpson. Backdoor flush draw and straight draw as well. Diaz with still the 10s in the lead. And here comes 200k. And we will not be folding yet as Mr. Simpson. Just a call. Turn card 6 of hearts. And a check. Potential check back opportunity for Diaz. Maybe some value as well, but that 6 could scare Diaz. Obviously 6x, fairly reasonable portion of Ian Simpson's range, and now another check in order for Ian, unless he believes that he can squeeze some value from an ace-jack, ace-king type hand. If he bets, it will be extremely small. And Diaz, if he is faced with very small, should consider raise. It's tiny. It's 400k. It's a bit bigger than I thought. I don't think you're going to see raise against that sizing. I thought maybe 10% is what we'd see from Ian, but he's value betting with the block there. I think that's very, very reasonable. He loses another 400k though, which is...
Yeah, instant call from Diaz.
Yeah, obviously nothing else to be done there. You can beat value, so pop it in and usually win. I was talking about versus 10% hero value. I definitely think versus 10% there's more value to be had there with 10s. Not versus the sizing that we saw. Here's the high roller.
What's happening in the high roller? Are they talking deal or are they just talking about life?
There's a little bit of...
They are talking deal.
Hand movement.
There's no way they're not talking deal.
Lucia is saying, don't you know how good I run? Why would I deal? She wants more money.
3,000, you must be mad, etc.
But you have no chips, Lucia. Doesn't matter. I'm extremely good at being all in. No, really good. Much better than you.
I'll beat your stupid balls in. Sorry, I'm just translating. She has made the serious money. It was 26,000 euros for first in that tournament, which is nice to have. It's a little hard to tell what the stacks are because the orange and the pink look quite similar through our camera.
Yeah. So still five-handed, and we did have a leader, clear leader in Ian Simpson, but now 3 hits back-to-back and brought more in line with the other stacks. Murciano chooses not to go all in with the queens, opens up to just 2 big blinds, off of around just under 10.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say it looks super strong, but apparently...
Oh, well, Ian, I was going to think... Oh, I thought that was ace-5.
No, no,
sorry,
que querían que si podías actualizar la pantalla para ver la media y demás.
Perez with a fairly underwhelming spot. with the queen nine off in the big is going to come along.
We're going to see a flop. We're going to see a flop. Three-way.
Yeah, everyone's got each other's cards, and Murciano is going to have, when these percentages pop up, a significant advantage, 76%. Sarah with 9-8 of clubs with the best chance of cracking those queens. Queen 9, not the best hand against queens. There's a club. 2 clubs.
Ooh.
Not
straight flush draw for Sarah.
Straight flush draw for the Italian. Murciano won't be pleased with flop. Only pot back. Does he c-bet? No, he doesn't. It's a check. And now Sarah, my apologies, could check back, realize equity, or bet, call off, whatever, because he's got the whole world in his hands. Bet it is. 600,000. I mean, what do you do as Murciano here?
Well, the stack makes it impossible, doesn't it? Because you've got less than a pot size bet left. I don't know. Close your eyes and put the money in.
It's just a really, really rough spot.
It's rubbish because you literally lose to ace everything. Now, I mean, that's very funny, box waxer.
Really, really funny.
I don't know about.
What's he gonna do? Oh god! If you, it's a pump fake.
It is a pump fake.
Call.
Yeah, I don't know about calling. I mean, what happens next?
Well, we know, by the way, that Murciano has literally the best possible hand you could have against 9-8 of clubs.
Yeah, he does.
He couldn't have a better hand.
It's very hard for him to know that. I mean, he's obviously, he loses to ace-x. A lot of ace-x 3-bets in pre-flop, I would say. Although he did raise off such a small stack, didn't he?
A 9 now gives Murciano a straight. All in from Serra. I mean, you can't really fold now. He's gutted. Disgusted.
Yeah, but he can't fold now.
He
puts
it
in. Yeah. And he's going to be delighted.
He's going to be so happy to see 9-8 of clubs.
Excited that he's not dead already.
I mean, even with queens with a club, 32% for Serra to
Big
knock
draw.
off Murciano and bring us down to 4. Otherwise, Murciano doubles up to 3.4 million and we go again.
Lots of outs to hit, 12 of them. Is there one?
The river card. It's a 9 and Murciano doubles up to 3.4 million. Serra takes the hit down to 1.5. Still 5 left in the Madrid main event.
Hi, is that the airline?
We need to move on.
I need to do something with a flight. Dramatic hand. As you said, he'd have been so happy when the hands were flipped over.
Yeah.
Like, so happy not to see some random ace anything.
Yeah.
And then it fades the river. And Sarah's unlucky. You should ask either of us, Nicks. We'd have told you those so-called straight flush draws, they never come in.
No, especially when your opponent's got the heavy blocker.
Well, there's also that.
Also, you know, what Murciano will be hoping is that maybe Serra can have stuff like Jack 10, 2 pair that he could counterfeit on river. You know, pair the board in any other way and you can win that way as well. Hit a straight, double gut shot, maybe a queen's good as well. So he definitely can't fold once he's there. And Serra, as we know, had just the draw and a bottom pair. Now they are the only stack below 10, and it's quite even. I want to say, other than that, Carlos Diaz is our chip leader. And the roller coaster goes on at 888 Live Madrid. Nick Wealthall vigorously texting his airline.
I am. Hold flights for me on both Monday, Tuesday.
Serra with aces. The poker gods apologizing for the previous.
Sorry about that big draw that turned into dust.
all in. Just straight rips the 10 bigs. This is probably the hand of all hands. That
don't hate it though.
Yeah.
I mean, he also has a big stack in the big blind.
Maybe the spot to just go for 2 big blinds, pick off a big blind straggler, hope they catch a piece and double up.
I suppose so, but it's like results based, isn't it?
Yeah.
If he gets called by King Jack.
Happy days.
Happy days.
He's hanging around.
Of course he is. Because we're going to be 500 at 4 AM and we're going to have to lucky dip for the title. Kids,
And
the
Ian will
casino's,
win.
kids, the casino's closing. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. Nick Wealthall and Nick Eastwood in the booth bringing you the action. And there has been a metric shit ton of action at this final table. Although we've only got we've only knocked out 4 players, doesn't mean we haven't had a huge amount of action. It's been aggressive, creative, fun poker all the way through. Some stellar plays from these players. Hope you've enjoyed it. We do still have giveaways, and so lots more chances to win tickets. And we have an ongoing invitation to, of course, join us on 888 if you want to play some poker. Going on right now, the XL Winter Series, one of our biggest series of the year, $2 million guaranteed prize money, building to a $1 million guaranteed main event next week. Lots of buy-ins and satellites, so you can get involved. Jump in.
Great stuff from Murciano here with 8 deuce off. One of those hands where you just don't care if they limp rip on you, because you have 8 deuce off. So it's one of the hands that can be used as a bluff. Be more than happy to take this one as it is, and does so.
Bueno, bueno. Las otras tampoco eran flojitas. ¿Eh? Que no eran flojitas las otras tampoco. En una... bueno, sí, en la 300 y en otra, no sé, algo así, como medio millón, no sé. ¿Estamos en empate entonces? Hay que desempatar, ¿eh?
So 5 left. Still. We lost crowd favourite 10 Carter most recently. Everyone else, not a fan of leaving the building. Local time just passing midnight. And Perez wants to get it done. Jack 6 of clubs from the cutoff. And takes it down. Ian on his 17th protein bar of the final table.
He does bring a backpack full of goodies, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Played wrong and it went well. You played it wrong and it went well for you. You have to, on the flop, you fold or you jam?
On the flop.
Because you left 500.
Sarah talking about the queens against 9-8.
Yes, I think that
Miffed at the flop action of Marciano.
I don't.
I think. Only issues. But
I think every player here has been impressive in their own right.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a really high quality final table, no question about it.
Diaz has got heart, a splashy action and a nice beard. Sarah, up and down all over the place, but maintained composure. Ian obviously picked some sick spots. Perez consistently aggressive. All in from Sarah. King 9 off for Ian. Extremely close this spot. About 10 big blinds.
10 bigs, yeah. Blind on blind. I think Simpson will call here.
I think, yeah. With this kind of hand in there, Ian with the King 9 off, there is. This would be fairly impactful still. Would leave him above 4 million. It is not clear cut. This is about where you draw the line. King 10, yeah, somewhere around there. Ian just replaying those matrices in his head. He's seen them so many times. The protein bar back in its wrapper.
Does the protein bar help in these spots?
Brain power.
Does the extra
He's
protein?
called.
He does call. It is a 57.43% shot. Serra with lots of ways to win. The clubs didn't come for him last time. Maybe they'll save him this time.
I mean, Ian doesn't lose these, surely.
You've told me he doesn't lose these.
I'm convinced he does not lose these. King 9, it's a fair fight. Both players played their hand as they had to. Pair of 4s on the flop, though, for Serra. And now only 4 outs for Ian with a king and a 9. Not available. A little bit of backdoor hope as well. Ace of spades on the turn. And now only a king or 9 will knock off Michelangelo Serra in 5th place. The river card. It's a 9!
It is a 9.
And
Nicely
Ian.
done by Ian Simpson. Horrible for Michelangelo Serra. Well played to him. He's been a really good sport. He took that really well.
Yeah, it's
Credit
been
to him.
A roller coaster ride for Serra. Conducted himself extremely well. Ian Simpson finds one of his 4 outs on the river. He doesn't lose those. He doesn't lose those.
Fifth place for Michelangelo Serra, 17,000 euros. This is a big tournament. 4 players left. They all have 22,500 euros locked up. There's a difference of 40,000 euros between what they have locked up now and what they would win for first.
Is that it?
That's all.
Okay. 4 stacks of high society.
Oh, old school. 4 stacks of high society, yeah. What would you do with 40,000 euros? I'd have a great 2.5 hours.
Before you fly.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. So we are down to 4. Almost 400 players have been knocked out of this tournament. And these are the last 4 remaining. Ian now with 7.6 million and the chip lead. But by no means insurmountable for any of these other players. It's the Spaniards against the Brit. And there is Serra picking up how much money, Nick?
Serra, he's picked up 17,000 euros.
Not bad for a few days' work for the Italian. Get quite a few pizzas with that. But back on the table, we have unfinished business. These players now having locked up over 20,000 euros each. And we are far from done. Murciano adds chips to his stack. Let's take a breath. Whew.
Fast and furious. Here's where we stand. Ian Simpson leads the way. 7.5 million, good for 48 big blinds. Down to Angel Perez, who has 18 big. So 1 double up against Ian Simpson.
Yeah.
And we've got 3 joint chip leaders.
Yeah.
That's how tight this is.
It's really tight. Ian leads the way right now, but super close, and everyone accounting themselves extremely well, playing some great stuff. Ace, king for Diaz. Ace-7 off for Murciano.
Knowing the player he is, I wouldn't be surprised to see a call here.
Just min-raise from Diaz. Usually, typically see slightly larger blind versus blind.
Yeah.
Gives a better price for Murciano to just go ahead and call instead of anything else.
And this is nectar to Murciano. He loves playing these small pots in position.
Yeah. And he's been crushing Diaz all day in these situations. Neither player connect with this flop. Diaz still with the best hand and the betting lead. We have seen Murciano extremely sticky blind versus blind with ace high. Correctly.
Yeah, absolutely.
This time, he is behind with the ace high. But given what we've already seen, I expect call. Now Diaz knows and has been shown that ace high twice in these blind on blind battles.
That helps.
King on the turn for Diaz will give him the check mark.
He also might get more action here because obviously it's a barrel card, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But
so Murciano, it's hard for Murciano to fold this blind versus blind, I think.
I think he will fold here. He does fold.
He does fold.
Just not enough going on for him. Very unclear. It's much different to the other spots.
Yeah, it is. That is true.
Diaz closes the gap on Simpson.
No me ponías en la mano que tengo ni de broma. Dama, dama. Casi. ¿Eh? Que casi. Te has quedado. Arre. Pues ahí, lejos. No. Te has acercado, te has acercado.
Long way to go, I feel, in this one. No one really in immediate danger, but that can change very, very quickly in No Limit Hold'em.
It can.
Diaz with ace jack of hearts. Murciano thinking about his options in the small blind.
Well, he has 21 bigs.
Time to get a little frisky, maybe. Raise it is. Some super solid stuff going on here. Diaz, though, with what can be considered four-handed, a pretty
nutty on the button.
Nutty hand. A monster. And 4-bet jam and call, both super options for Diaz, who calls in position.
Yeah, it's not really a 4-bet jam crowd, is it? Even in those obvious spots.
2 queens for Murciano. Not a lot going on for Diaz, apart from ace high. A bit treating himself to that small blind 3-bet and completely rewarded with a queen-queen-5 flop. Murciano here going to go for a small c-bet. And I imagine Diaz is such a tiny, it's about 10% pot.
Oh, it's tiny, isn't it? It's barely legal.
Yeah, he is going to call, as you pretty much have to do with everything here. There's a few hands you can fold, but not a lot. Murciano, I imagine, will bet again for a small sizing. Maybe slightly bigger than 10% pot this time.
So if his range for the continuation bet is everything that he 3-bets,
yes, it will
what
be.
is his range for this bet?
Well, you'll lose some hands, such as ace high. A few ace highs that will lose. Some complete whiffs, like 10-9 of hearts, will lose those. So that will produce slightly larger bets. When you want to do some checking, that means that your bets will be slightly bigger. And sticky is the name of the game for Diaz, who calls again. Draws available, and a strong ace high leads us to a river, which is an ace!
Oh, wow.
And Diaz is going to feel that this is about as good as he could have hoped for after floating twice with ace high.
Does Murciano shove, though? He just seems to love small bets. I think he does shove.
He will shove.
I think that's what his intention has been.
Yeah, there's a lot of ace high in Diaz range that calls 2 small bets. It's 2/3 pot back. There's absolutely no reason to do anything else but shove this river. It's going to be small. And now Diaz just gets to call cheaply.
Yeah, look, I think this is a little weakness of Murciano, having watched him for 6 hours. It's absolutely, you know, he's definitely a good player, and small bets are
in vogue.
In vogue, and there's a lot of benefits to them, awful lot of benefits to them. But you want to be sizing there to get paid. I mean, that's your dream situation, as it turned out. He doesn't know that, of course, but you got to play as if you're going to get paid there.
Yeah, I think it's just such a natural river sizing to jam for.
Yeah, 3.3 in the middle. You have 2 million back.
Not even 2/3 pot. A pretty clear shove, especially when you can imagine a lot of hands that can call. Diaz gets off relatively cheaply, considering the strength of his hand at this stage of a tournament.
Yeah, for four-handed in a 3-bet pot, the way the board finishes up is a cooler.
Absolutely.
So he's delighted with Diaz is delighted with the outcome, actually.
So Murciano takes up the mantle of prime chaser of Ian Simpson, now within touching distance. Small blind, 10-7 of hearts for Ian, and he's going to limp. Jack 5 off for Perez, who, much like the 8 deuce that we saw earlier from Murciano, it's the kind of hand that you can use to raise with that really doesn't mind being 3-bet shoved on. So he is going to choose this one. It's a slow and methodical raise from Perez. And Ian is going to let it go out of position. This round goes to Perez, who has sat on Ian's left the entire
whole day. Yeah.
Pretty good place to sit.
Yeah, definitely. At the absolute minimum, stops him apart from the obvious, where he gets information on the most active player. It makes him less likely to get targeted as well. So his opens are not getting as much pressure as if he was on the other side.
Yeah.
We're going to give away some tickets.
Why not?
Why not? Let's do a cheeky keyword. If you're watching on YouTube, hello to you. I'm told that we had a celebrity guest watching on YouTube. Abby Poker.
Oh, hello, Abby.
Poker content creator. You know her?
Yeah, I've met her in Coventry. Very, very nice and extremely talented.
Excellent. Excellent. I'll check out her stuff. You should too. If you are on YouTube with Abby, you need to come over to Twitch chat in order to play this competition.
All in from Perez will do it. And more chips off the top. Shaved from Ian's stack.
Because this is a keyword competition, and you have to be entered in the Twitch chat in order to play. I'm just checking how many tickets we're giving away. 3, 2, 2. 2 tickets. 2 tickets we're giving away. 2 $25 tickets. These are very valuable. You get to play in a 100K guaranteed tournament on 888. All you do is type in the keyword when revealed. And so, the keyword is, in honor of Ian Simpson, kind of, sort of, Sun Run. Because he hasn't actually Sun Run.
And he's played extremely well.
He's played really well. He's played some fantastic runs. But we hope he gets a Sun Run from here on in, all those of us that are rooting for him do. I'm impartial, I'm rooting for everyone. I'm going to enjoy everyone's Sun Run. Sun Run is your keyword. Type it in, and 2 of you will win $25 tickets. Good luck. We are getting through the tickets, Nick. I knew we could do it.
You've done a great job.
What, of
powering
just,
through
just giving away tickets?
Yeah, just trudging through the endless
many tickets. It's been a 21-hour stream so far, and so it has been a marathon. And we've given away 512 tickets. What a day. I can't back any of that up, if I'm honest.
It just feels like that.
It's definitely been long. But the poker has been fantastic, I have to say.
Yeah,
it's been a really, really good day of poker. I hope you've enjoyed it if you've been watching all day.
You really can't complain with the standard and the action. Everyone has accounted themselves extraordinarily well. Marciano, in his own way, crafted a 5.5 million stack, which is, as I said, in touching distance of Ian's chip lead now. And he limps his small blind, Ian with option, with Jack 5 offsuit. We just saw this from Perez, blind on blind against Ian. And Ian's going to decide to check instead of the aggressive route. 10-10-10.
Who's won their prop? Somebody's got it. Last chance to type in Sun Run in Twitch chat. Lime's going to run it very soon. Get your Sun Runs in. One of you's going to Sun Run their way to a $25 ticket. And someone else's as well. We've got 2.
2 bigs from Murciano. Good enough.
That's how we stand here in Madrid. Stacks getting shorter as we go up to 100,000, 200,000. Pretty short stacks now. But before we see more of that, let's have some winners. 2 winners coming. Lime's going to run this bad boy, and we're going to award a couple of tickets.
Barely a moment goes by in here where tickets aren't flying.
That's right.
Here we go.
Morza, 25. You have won the first ticket. Congratulations, Morza.
All in from Perez. Sorry to run over you there.
No, it's fine. It's quite a big all-in.
Yeah, and this
19
is
bigs.
The reason you use this kind of hand, and this is a perfect example, is to fold out hands exactly like Murciano's that can't withstand this level of pressure. 20 bigs-ish, as you said, quite big.
Yeah,
this shove.
Quite big.
And I don't think ace-9 offsuit qualifies. And, well, the whole reason this shove is good is because ace-9 offsuit doesn't qualify. So if it does for Murciano, then this becomes pretty bad.
Morza, you've already won today. You are very, very good at this, but you have already won today. And so your ticket goes back in the hat. Well, Murciano's seriously considering this.
He hasn't folded yet. I really think he should. As we can see, he'd be in phenomenal shape to take us three-handed.
Ace-9 is not a snap.
It's a fold.
Drew says ace-9 is a snap. It's not a snap for a 19 big blind shove.
Not a chance. Not with this ICM.
No, not with the ICM at all. Congratulations, final table. You have won a ticket while watching a final table. Very on brand. And congratulations, Touch9. Touch9.
Touche.
I call David Tutman Touchman.
Touchman.
Touch9. Touch9, you have won a ticket as well. Congratulations. That's a good hand.
Well, some say it's the best one.
Yeah, well, that remains to be seen, doesn't it?
We haven't seen it in a while, and we're going to have to wait a bit longer to see it again. We may never see it again.
We may not see it again this broadcast. You're absolutely right. When you see the win rates in people's databases, aces versus everything else, it's crazy how much more profitable it is than every other hand.
It's a really, really good hand.
It's a really good hand. He's definitely after it. 100,000, 200,000 blinds. I think our chip lead has 32 big blinds, so we are pretty short stacked here with 4 players left.
Yeah, we can get some pretty serious swings.
Swangs.
Swangs. 7-6 of hearts for our barely chip leader. Lets it go. There's a little bit too much going on for Ian to be opening there. I assume that's where he's going, with lots of people fighting back. He hates it when they do that. How dare they?
Speaking of fighting back, or fighting generally.
Oh no. Oh no, Nick. It's too late in the day to do that to him.
Oh wow. How can we have 3 ways to the flop when we're this short stacked?
I do not know.
I'm really surprised that Diaz didn't just rip that. I mean, against a button open, that seems good.
An ace high board.
Trouble for Diaz. Trouble in Diaz land.
Well, Perez with top and bottom pair. Murciano obviously with nothing. Diaz is going to lose more chips here unless something drastic happens.
I think that's a fair comment.
It is fair.
This is not the flop he was looking for, but he thinks it's the flop he's looking for. On Magic Mondays, we deem this a fugazi flop. You think it's the one you wanted. Actually, it's the one that costs you more money.
I don't know if he's going to be thrilled. And I'm surprised you haven't taken the opportunity to reinforce your
Don't
point.
call out the small blind.
There we go.
Don't call out the small blind.
There we go.
Bad things happen.
Brick on the turn. We have pot back. And Perez will not be allowing free river cards. Diaz is going to have to pay for this one. How much will he have to pay? I think he will pay it unless Perez finds a rip.
Which he might.
He could. The board is fairly dynamic. He is thinking about which sizing to choose. Does he go for a small one, extract some more value guaranteed from hands like Diaz? Or does he shut the door and rip it in now?
He's got the air of a man that's going to put the money in.
Yeah.
That's just a vibe I get.
He's certainly
He's going to go Wolverine.
All
He
in.
does. Good read by me. I could feel the long nails coming out. He says you're going to play for all of it.
Well,
and how can Diaz lay this down? How can you lay this down?
Well, because Diaz...
How can you lay this down, Nick?
I'm trying to tell you, Nick.
There is no way.
Perez is representing a hand better than ace-10 for value, but he also can have jack-10 of diamonds, queen-jack of diamonds, other diamond combos. It's not an appetizing spot.
I don't think it's tragic, hero value. I think it's a perfectly reasonable rip because it looks like it almost sort of de-weights to, away from the top of your range.
Yeah.
Because, you're more likely to do it with like the hands you just mentioned.
And also it could be player dependent as well. Maybe this is just what Perez thinks gets the money from Diaz.
Yeah. They've been playing with each other for a long time today and potentially more than today. It's a bit gross for Diaz, this, isn't it?
Yeah. It's really gross. It just goes to show, Nick.
Don't flap from the small blind.
Could have shoved pre, would have been done and had more chips, but no. Now he's in this gruesome turn spot.
Exactly. Excuse me.
Perez.
If he calls, he's not completely done, but he's nearly done.
Yeah, he's pretty done. And another time bank chip is customarily
It's horrible.
tossed
They're
in.
desperately trying to pick up something. Have I really walked into a massive cooler here?
I mean, even if he's ahead, he won't be far ahead against the range of hands that Perez shoves.
He
He's
does
gonna
put
call
it
off.
in. Great shove from Perez. I'm playing results. Hero value, you can't say it's not correct. He just got him to put all his money in.
6 outs twice, or Diaz is on the verge. King.
Can he wiggle free of the noose here? Huge pot.
King or 10. Or Perez will be chip leader. The river card. It's another 9. And apparently Diaz is out.
We may have had a little difference in the chip counts, but yeah, he is out. Horrible spot for him. Obviously, if he just puts it in pre-flop, he avoids it. But once he's done that, it's horrible. Very, very difficult.
Yeah.
And we've got our 4th place finisher.
And then there were 3.
And there were 3.
Diaz has entertained us for the majority of the day, had the chip lead for quite a significant portion of this final day in the main event.
He did.
And now we'll claim
22,500 euros.
Well
no
played.
deals in sight, playing straight up so far at this final table. And these 3 players now have got 30,500 locked up. 30,500 euros locked up. Pretty good stuff. Playing straight up for the difference between 1st, 2nd and 3rd. So 3rd place, 30,500. 2nd place, 42,000. 1st place, 62,000.
Now, typically, these are some stacks that you may start to see deal conversations. But
because they are close.
Yes, but Ian doesn't like generally entertaining those discussions. He will feel the edge is his. I can tell you that. But from what we've seen, these players are no mugs.
No, very high quality final table. So it is very possible and potentially likely that Ian's the best player.
Yeah.
How big is the edge when the stacks are this short? That's an interesting question.
Not entirely sure, but look, Murciano picks off another one. Kington off. It's relentless back and forth aggression. It looked like the high roller may be done, or at least on a break.
I think they did some sort of chopperty type activity.
These chip stacks.
Look at this. 40 big blinds, plays 31 big blinds, plays 30 big blinds. Who's your money on?
Where mine is. And at this point, he's won so much money that he might as well go on and win it. How can I begrudge him of it now?
Just a reminder for those of you that follow the channel.
Nick's going to tell you what the reminder is in a moment.
I was just getting information. Just a reminder that Ian Simpson is trying to be the first 888 ambassador to win an 888 live main event. Those of you that followed the channel or followed the 888 team, he would be the first.
Some things are worth more than money.
Such as?
Such as being the first 888 ambassador to win an 888 live main event.
Oh, I see. So, if true, he should just do a deal to have no money and just get the title.
Yeah, but he won't want to win like that.
We're hearing that Luthia finished third in the high roller.
Good game.
I was just trying to find out if there was a deal.
Yeah.
My guess is that there would be, because
it looked like there was.
It looked like there was, and also there were quite big gaps in those payouts. I think there are only 4 prizes, but let's find out. Well done, Luthia. She runs very good at this Madrid festival. 4th in the main event. The first time she ever played it.
It isn't exclusive to the Madrid festival.
She just runs good, you're saying? Yeah. Maybe she's just good at poker. Have you considered that possibility?
She certainly is good at poker. The combination of the two is powerful.
They did do a deal. We believe Luthia took home 13,600 euros.
That's a nice
acceptable, isn't it? Acceptable.
Ace 10 of clubs for Perez, who is now our chip leader. And Ian just a little bit too weak here, I think. 400 players have come and gone.
They have 3 musketeers remain.
1 Spaniard of 3 has fallen, and we still have the Brit, the home team hero, Ian Simpson, in solid position, posturing himself, manoeuvring his way into an opportunity to win that gold 8 trophy. A lot of blind on blind, which means a lot of play is forced. And a quick check back this time from Perez with the suited 10. Ian with a suited 10 of his own, 10-4. A deuce, though, for Perez, who takes the lead. Not much apart from a couple of optimistic backdoors for Ian.
Had an optimistic backdoor once. Didn't end well. I lost a lot of chips, is what I'm saying.
A bet and a call, as I would expect. And a turn card is the Queen of Hearts. Neither player will be all that riveted by that. Does Ian want to get a little bit out of line? It probably would work. No, not this time. Maybe just wants to hear a little bit of what Perez is talking about on the turn before deciding whether to bluff potentially on this river. And Perez is going to bet himself, which will be the end of this chapter. Just to deny Ian from seeing rivers. And now nearly at the 9 million mark.
All-time high.
Yep.
Break in 44, right? Si queréis en algún momento hablar de números y jugar por el primero.
Ian just asking when the break is. 30,000 euros, by the way, is a lot of protein bars.
It is a lot of protein bars. We'll keep him stocked up for weeks.
Weeks indeed. I think he might get them through a little bit quicker if he keeps making final tables, chugging the protein bars.
Well, it's a long, you know, it's a long stretch.
He's using that brain frequently and he's replenishing.
Just bear in mind, these players have played a lot of poker. They were playing until 4:30 a.m. this morning.
Yeah.
Then they came back at 3 o'clock, so 11 hours to get a sleep, basically, have a meal, that's about it. And then they started at 3 o'clock and now they've played another 9 hours. You need your protein bars.
You do. And bananas. You can buy even more bananas. But they probably wouldn't stay fresh as long.
Yeah, that's true.
Wouldn't want to buy them all at
you
once.
You'd want to keep some money back.
Well, a little bit of passing money around. A lull after we lost Diaz in 4th place. Resettling in to the new era.
New era of three-handed poker.
Everything changes. God, it changes quite a lot. The less players you are when you lose somebody, the more impact it has on play. A strange peel from Perez there. He will open the king flop.
Yeah, and we leave the ante in. So it's basically 600,000 every 3 hands to do nothing.
Yeah.
That's quite expensive.
Which forces
quite a lot of action.
Yeah, and Ian has got King 10 suited here. And will defend the big blind. King 10 of clubs. And a pretty reasonable start for Ian. Perez with betting lead and a range advantage on this board. Kind of hand that you don't mind c-betting, since there's a lot of things you can knock out from Ian that have equity, obviously, and if you get check raise, well, didn't have much going on anyway. I expect call.
Well, it looks like a raise.
Yeah, obviously a reasonable option, and that should be that. Perez with really not much to speak of. Must let it go. And the gap shortens once again.
Go E&E, says Lime. Do we still have do we have non-Ian Simpson fans in the chat? Anyone in the chat rooting for either of the other 2 players? We got a lot of Ian Simpson fans.
I saw a particularly committed Murciano.
Murciano fan, yeah. El Kraken, I think.
Yeah, was convinced that Murciano was going to win.
Well, they're not wrong yet.
Here comes Murciano. Speak of the devil, Jack 10 suited. Ian with a suited King Queen. Powerhouse hand, 3-handed. Just calls out the small blind.
Well, you're asking for trouble. You know, if you want to sign your own death warrant, fine.
Well, clubs would be interesting as Perez completes with 7 deuce of clubs. Ace high board and the lead for Murciano. A little bit of something for everybody. Ian has a gut shot.
Perez wants to win this hand, turn his cards over, and then ask for 50 euros from everyone. We're playing 7 deuce. I said we were playing 7 deuce.
They can all afford it as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Check, check, check on the flop. 5 of diamonds changes. Nothing apart from giving Murciano a flush draw. Already was far ahead. Ian has the gut shot. And that's all. And he's going to start betting, Nick. That'll do it for Perez. But we know Murciano is going nowhere. And call will be standard.
When you said that'll do it for Perez, you were wrong.
Well, I think it should do it for Perez.
Well, you were too quick out. You were quick on the trigger there, Nick.
I mean, but why really, as he calls it?
He's got a pair.
Well, now this could be good news for Murciano in terms of on brick rivers. He may not get bluffed by Ian now, because bluffing into 2 players, although we did see him do it earlier, is a lot scarier than bluffing into 1. River card now. Queen of diamonds gives Murciano a jack-high flush. I think Ian will shut this one down. But Perez, after calling the turn, maybe has designs? I don't know which way this one's going to go. Check from Ian. Perez with a speculative turn call may think that he needs to try win this one. He does have flushers in range from big blind.
What is Murciano's range? He checked back. He checked back on the flop.
Yeah, he can have a lot of...
And then he overcalls on the turn.
King, jack, small aces that don't want to bet into 2 players multiple times. Here it comes. I thought as much. This isn't going to work, but here comes Perez.
This is a false adventure. This is an exciting journey into a minefield.
I don't mind it. Given that we called the turn, I think we really don't have much choice. I think Murciano doesn't have all that many flushes, but he does have one on this occasion. And 2.3 million into the abyss.
Yeah, I definitely don't mind the play, but would you bet 2.3 million if you had a flush? I don't know that you would.
I mean, I can't rule it out. But
no, you can't rule it out. And he, in fairness, I'll correct myself. He overbet when he had 2 pair just half an hour ago. So he it's definitely not the worst bluff in the world, given that context.
Well, Perez has some shocking removal in this situation. All in from Murciano will end this chapter. A little adventure from Perez, overstepped his mark a little bit with the 7 deuce. Wanted that 50 euros from everybody, doesn't get it. And
it's the perils of playing the 7 deuce game when no one's playing it. I really don't recommend it, kids. You've got to make sure everyone's playing the 7 deuce game, and you've also got to win the pot.
Big hand for Murciano, who takes chip lead from Perez. And we are off again in the final table in Madrid, approaching 1 AM local time. I mean, every hand is a war.
You'd expect nothing less. 3-handed with, let's see, 130,000 euros in play. It's quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, not a small amount of euros.
It's not a small amount of euros.
Ian opens 10-8 offsuit. Murciano now the first player over 9 million chips, as far as I'm aware.
I think Ian was, yeah, maybe he's the first over 9.
10, 8, queen. Ian flops 2 pair. Murciano just with ace high and a gut shot now. No check yet from Murciano, which is odd. And we are going to see donk, which I am surprised by. I don't think this board favors big blind enough to start developing donks, but Murciano disagrees. Incredibly adventurous, as is par for the course. On this 3-handed final table, Ian can go either way here and is going to raise. And that should be the end of Murciano's step into the Maya. Bit of a strange line, and he's going to let this one go before it gets out of hand.
How are you finding it, Nick?
Well, it's emotional.
The final table.
It's a battle, it's a war, it's relentless.
It is relentless. Yeah, big swings as well. Ian Simpson, the 888 ambassador, trying to be the first 888 ambassador to win a main event at one of the 888 live stops. But Murciano and Perez have got other ideas, obviously both right in this. And no deal so far. These players have got 30,000 euros locked up, 42 for second place, and 62 for first. Playing 100,000, 200,000 blinds. Nick Wealthall and Nick Eastwood calling the action here. Thank you for your company. We've still got tickets to give away. We'll do some of that in a little bit.
Murciano with bottom of range going to open this one up. And an unfoldable Jack-10 offsuit for Ian, dominating the 10-3 off of Murciano as we go to flop. 1.5 million in there. 8-8-3, and Murciano's speculative offsuit 7-gapper takes the lead. Not a lot going on for Ian other than the 2 overs to this board. Here comes a C-bet and a fold. The pair of 3s takes this one down, and Murciano claws that back over that 9.5 million mark now, almost at the magic 10 million.
What happens?
Chip count, nothing.
Oh. He doesn't get presented with the 10 million chip.
No.
That would be cool.
Thanks for sticking with us. We're going later into the night to crown a champion.
So you said that Ian Simpson doesn't have any fear in these spots, and he'll just play it like any other tournament. Do you think, you know him well, do you think meaning that winning this event would have meaning to him beyond the money?
Absolutely. It has to. This is a very prestigious event. There are only 5 of these a year. It's incredibly hard to go deep in.
It is.
He's played every single one since and had multiple bullets in all of them for the last 3 straight years, and this is the furthest he's ever gotten. So yes, that gold trophy is at the forefront of his mind as he 3-bets the 10-8 suited to 1.2 million and takes down this pot. Now, approaching the 10-hour mark for this stream.
Yeah. Standard.
How you feeling?
Feel fine. Feel fine. I'm interested to see what changes the dynamic here. Does anyone really start to try and exert a bit of pressure now that Murciano's got the big chips? He isn't that sort of player. He plays very sort of pot control lines. Like, I don't think he's going to start putting in, 3-bets that make it difficult for people pre-flop and stuff like that. He just doesn't seem to play that way.
And I don't think either player has shown that they are to be bullied.
No, that's also true. Yeah, he doesn't have soft targets, you're right.
So naturally dialing down the aggression when players are getting sticky.
We've been here many times watching these live tournaments where if you give one of these players ace-king and another one pocket tens, we're off to the races, we'll play a big pot, we'll be heads up.
Yeah.
If you don't have a cooler like that, this could go on for 3 or 4 more hours.
Yeah.
So, well, actually, I don't know if it can, because I think casino closes at 4. But you know what I'm saying? It's very unpredictable at this point.
Yeah, but with these players being so active, you do have the other alternative, which is someone cannons it off.
That is possible. Although there's been less of that lately.
Yeah.
We've seen less big bluffs in the last couple of hours, which is not that surprising.
Another fair fight, blind on blind, as Ian taps the table to exercise his option to check with the queen-jack offsuit and a queen-high board. Music to the ears of Ian as Murciano whiffs this one and checks.
Hotted says, I need to go to bed but need to see Ian ship it. These are conflicting desires, I'm going to be honest with you.
Ian checks back the flop and the 10 of hearts on the turn. Murciano continues with check. And now I think it's time to start building a pot. Ian agrees. And we'll go for bet, and I think that will be enough to see off Murciano's ace high. You can never assume too much.
No, you've got to be careful. We found that out today.
Yep. What we have established is that you shouldn't call out the small blind.
We've established that. We've really underlined it. It's just a simple lesson for life.
Yep. If you take anything from the last 4 days.
That's right. Don't call out the small blind. Just don't put yourself in a bad position in life.
Yep.
That's my message from this series of streams.
What is the calling out of the small blind of life?
Calling out the small blind of life? I don't know, getting a job in an industry where even if you're really successful, you don't earn amazing money.
Okay.
You put yourself in a bad position, doesn't matter how well you play in that bad position, it's probably not going to work out amazing. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I mean,
late night life advice.
King Queen in this dynamic is monstrous. And thus, it will be a 3-bet. Oh, sorry. It's just a call from Perez, which is reasonable.
Yeah, he had a 20 big blind stack, so probably didn't fancy a small 3-bet and didn't want to rip, and so calls.
We saw him rip ace-6 offsuit earlier, so we know he has a tendency for the aggressive route.
He can mix it up.
Yeah. And now he might wish he'd done something else, as it becomes a little bit dicey.
Yeah, hard to play. Can't fold here.
No. Strong king high. It isn't thrilling, I would add.
What, playing king high out of position?
Yeah.
With a short stack?
Yeah.
It's not thrilling, you're right.
I'm not really sure what we're looking for on the turn, although what we could look for is check down and win showdown. I guess that's our best avenue at this point. Murciano, though, has been extremely aggressive whenever given the chance. Will he be so again? It would be rather... Ooh. It is a barrel. Uses that 5 as somewhat of a blocker to continues. And it's over already. Knocks off the king high of Perez. Everyone wants to win every pot.
He folded very quickly there on the turn. I think
it was a big bet.
It was a big bet, but you know, it's a very different flavour of poker now. We're now playing 3-handed poker.
Yeah, we indeed are. Sad news from the big shot as Josh Manley takes his leave.
Of what? Sad. What did you say?
Sad news from the big shot as Josh Manley takes his leave.
So random. Like, what's the context?
Josh Manley's out the big shot.
Okay. Well, I don't.
Have you seen this? There's a mini Josh Manley rocking around.
That is excellent. That's an amazing likeness.
Yeah. Great pick. Anyway, 3-handed. They're all passing money around at the moment.
Yeah, they are.
All holding their own in their own ways, but Perez, if anyone, is the one being slightly cut adrift.
Holding his own the least strongly.
Yes. His grip is weakening.
Al Kraken's back to say, told you Murciano will win this. Yes, you have not yet been disproven.
No. Or proven.
No. But you could have been disproven.
Yeah.
But you haven't.
Ace-9 off for Murciano in the small blind, and King-6 for Perez, who is attempting to strengthen his grip. Three-handed here.
Yeah, so Perez starts this hand with only 15 big blinds.
Here comes a 3-bet. It's just...
I mean, this is a
stop.
Yeah, this is quite no-brainer, I think. Ish.
Yeah, it's a strong three-handed hand. But at this point now, how much do we make it? Can we even do anything other than call if... Obviously we're not going to get
Yeah,
shoved
but
on here,
you just don't worry about it, do you? Three-handed against a 15 big blind stack. If they've got a better hand than Ace-9 on the button, that's life.
Luck. We still don't have a sizing.
10 seconds. I didn't hear.
Oh. Maybe it's being suggested that Murciano didn't quite get his raise in time. And the floor is being called.
He announced it.
Well, they might have to check the tapes.
Oh my God, we really don't have to. Surely we can just go by in 10.
I mean, I think that's what's happened. She said 10 and 5.
I'll be nice, I'll agree with whatever that dealer says.
It's true. So the dealer has said, I said 10 seconds, I said 5 seconds, and I think it might have been close, and the floor has ruled in the favour of Murciano, I believe.
Good.
Unless we are... Well, it doesn't seem like anyone's doing anything, and people are looking around, so maybe we don't have a ruling.
So the point of the shot clock is to speed up the game. We've now taken... It's a bit like VAR. We've now taken too long to determine whether his bet goes within a second.
And I am hearing from our sources that the raise was not in time.
So I heard him announce it. Is she saying that he didn't announce it in time? Because he also put chips out. So I don't draw the line, says Davey, exactly. But he announced it and then started counting out chips. So it can't be that the time had expired before he announced it, because you would have stopped him counting out the chips.
Well, unless the announcement was after the time had elapsed.
No, that's what I'm saying. If the announcement was after time, he would never have been able to count out the chips, because she'd have just said no.
Well, unless the dealer was unsure of whether to enforce the rule or wasn't sure how close it was.
I just don't think you should be enforcing this. It's like his intent is absolutely clear to me. It's not like he's sitting there wasting time.
Unless he announced the number of the raise.
He announced. I heard him say 1 million and then the rest, which
the hand's been folded.
I mean, I feel like that's not the purpose of the shot clock at all. But that's what our dealer and tournament Cardinals made me laugh. Woke nonsense. That's very funny. Always gets a laugh.
The rules are the rules at the end of the day, and even if
what do you mean the rules are the rules? I bet you don't even know the rules.
Well, I know if the timer runs out, you
tell
run out of time.
Tell me the rule.
If you run out of time before you announce your action or you act, your hand
exactly.
is dead.
No, so which of those? There's
Both.
no way the time would run out before he announced his bet, because if so, the dealer let him count out chips in front of him while he had no time.
I can only assume that the dealer didn't want to say you're dead, your hand is dead, and didn't know what to do, so called the floor at her nearest convenience. I can't imagine that Murciano announced raise and that's not being allowed.
The dealer's been taken out the line of fire. Huge controversy here. I'm joking, it's not huge controversy. And look, we can debate it, but the tournament director's ruling is final.
Yep. We are mere pawns.
That's true.
In this operation. We merely talk of what we see. And what we saw was Murciano being timed out, attempting to raise out of the small blind.
After announcing it and counting it out. We drew the lines on the pitch.
We've had everything. We've now had VAR.
We've now had VAR. It's been action-packed.
We have past 1 AM local time. We are no closer to deciding a champion.
Hatred of Pheasant says, anyway, Easty, can you answer my question about how ours is doing in the closer? I'm intrigued.
She has not updated me. She was 3 times starting stack at my last check, but that was quite a while ago, and the blinds are rather aggressive. So I hope she's still in. She hasn't told me that she's out.
She's 4 binds deep in a cash game. That's what's happened.
I really hope not. Well, we are blind on blind, as you often are. 300.
There's a lot of that.
Yep. And Perez with the worst hand, but the most hope, potentially. I mean, backdoor clubs and jack high. There's a lot better blind on blind than it is under the gun versus big blind, for example. So, I'd be surprised to see some sort of continue here from Murciano. 10 seconds. Cinco. And a raise to 500k. A little click from the jack high. Testing the waters.
Clicky poo.
Clicky poo indeed. Perez with a gut shot and a speculative backdoor flush draw at best.
Perez looks tired, man. Like if I was his mum and I tuned her, I'd go, you look tired, you need rest. Yeah, I'm trying to win a poker tournament, mother.
Oh my goodness me. Neither player is letting this one go. And you could argue that both of them should. As we go to a turn, which is a 7 of spades, which is not going to help either player. Perez floats the flop with the gut shot and 8 high. Murciano raised in position with jack high and has complete breeze on this turn, but the best hand. The story of the day, really. Battling all over the place with all sorts of nonsense. That's what we love to see. We're going to see another bet. This is crazy.
I love the way the dealers started shouting the timings at him.
Yeah.
It's clearly, there's been an instruction. Shout the time remaining at this man. We can't have another controversy.
I was wondering for a second there what was taking Perez so long, but he has folded.
He's sleepy, I'm telling you.
I mean, that was pretty aggressive from Murciano.
Yeah.
Jack high, click in position, bet the turn after seeing call.
He's putting his foot down. Or he's just like unleashed his inner beast because of the controversy. Yeah.
Well, he seemed to take it quite well. He fought his corner, and then once the ruling was made, gave the chips, moved on, continues to play quite well.
Berber, we're in Spain, so the language of this tournament is Spanish. Not always the case, but that's what the dealers and tournament directors are doing. There's also English announcements as well from the tournament director.
Yeah, they do both.
You can figure out call and a countdown, though. It's not hard to be an English person and figure out what's going on.
And the Jack 3 offsuit is rubbish enough for Ian to go for raise. But Murciano, we know, is quite clingy.
Well, certainly at the moment, he's going to try and win every pot. He's got the chips to do it as well.
These two are 2 chip leaders. Jack 3 off, whiffing. Murciano also not connecting with this board. Ian with the diamond and the betting lead. He's going to put out 450,000, which is around third pot. And Murciano is not a fan of folding often. And he has another very hopeful looking hand. Backdoor clubs. Jack high, getting a countdown and folds. I think it's the first time I've noticed the count being done.
No, I don't.
They're
Not. Yeah, they're not done. but we're now doing them to avoid further controversy.
Which is good.
I think.
But maybe they were happening before, and now I'm just listening for them, potentially.
Oh.
Aviso a partir de 15. Aviso a partir de 15 segundos. Aviso a partir de 15 segundos. 15, 10.
No, no hace falta. 10 está bien.
Vale.
Berber's going to write in and ask the dealer to be speaking English. This is an international tournament.
Let's not worry. Let's not worry about the periphery, kids.
We've got a tournament to play out.
Got a tournament to play out and win.
Before our flights, if possible. And we could have a clash here. Our two big stacks have two above average hands. Ace-6 of diamonds for Ian is going to go for 3-bet. In keeping with the aggressive nature of this table, Murciano with ace-9 suited. It's a pretty strong hand, three-handed. Perez gets out of the way with queen-7 of clubs. But I don't think Murciano can fold just yet. It's a chunky 3-bet from Ian, 1.3 million.
Yeah, how does Murciano handle this? Because he's ahead of Ian's 3-betting range with ace-9 suited, so how does he handle it?
Well, he has a couple of options. I don't think he can fold. Shoving would be aggressive, but with the short stack of Perez involved, you could put maximum pressure with the shove. And
He does.
Murciano, again, timely.
He's changed gear. We have to say it. He's changed gear.
You
The
have to
last
salute
20
this.
minutes, 30 minutes, he's really just started to go, right, I've got the chip lead. You two boys are going to have to make some difficult decisions if you're going to win this tournament.
If Murciano wasn't Spanish, I'd assume he had a flight to catch with the way he's approaching this free-handed game. And now puts himself, I believe, over the 10 million mark, which is worth absolutely nothing. But
I was hoping you get a comedy big check.
It's the first time that someone has had more than 10 million chips. And just some really, really strong play.
Interesting now, Perez in the small blind with just 10 big blinds.
Limps.
He does limp. Murciano does not have the air of a man that is going to be limped into.
And
oh, he does.
Maybe the best beard left.
That's true.
In
The
this
beards have
tournament.
not done well, actually, after being very, very predominant.
Both players nowhere near this. Hasn't stopped them before, though. We'll take another clicking war.
Perez just has 10 big blinds. So little room for manoeuvre.
Check and snap check behind from Murciano.
Ladies of the closer, we start in 1 minute. You're welcome to take your seat, please.
Closer being called back in the background.
Nobody's going to believe anybody's got an ace here after the limp pre-flop.
So both players probably could be forgiven for bluffing at this one, although Perez does have the jack with the 9 that plays, checks. Does Murciano bluff? No, he is going to show this down and is going to lose to the jack 9, doesn't play. Ian points in case the dealer needed it. I think she's okay, mate.
Not a first rodeo.
No. Don't forget that she was brought into firefight.
Brought in after the controversy. She was our elite. She was probably in like a storage unit,
Yeah,
you know, like an elite
break
assassin.
glass in case of emergency.
Send in the asset.
So, Perez now.
Oh, look out. Real hand alert.
The best hand we've seen in a pretty long time. You don't get many good hands three-handed. This is monstrous and too good to just open rip for 12
and a half
bigs.
bigs, yeah.
So, especially with the aggression that has been exhibited by these players, you want to give opportunities to be played back at. Ian with only Jack-5 offsuit, having a real look at Perez's stack. This would be a significant misstep if he went for something elaborate, but it does just call about one of the weakest hands you can defend in this spot. Here's the flop. And it's king high, no help for either, but ace queen still in the lead, and the ace of diamonds working for Perez.
Perez with just 2 pot-sized bets left.
It is really, really difficult to have a worse hand than Ian has on this board. And as such, he is forced to fold.
A couple of important small pickups for Perez. He's gone from 10 big blinds to 16 big blinds in the last 2 hands.
Yeah, and it is as easy as that. If you win a couple of hands at this blind level, you're going to be building chip stacks before you know it. And Aaron is heads up in the super high roller special on 888 Poker. It's been a good day to be an 888 Poker ambassador. Uthia third in the high roller. Ian, one of the 3 remaining in the main event. Josh with nothing. As is customary.
As is customary. Harsh.
Harsh but true. 9-7 offsuit. Ian opens from the small blind and 8-6 suited for Perez.
It's just not a pre-flop shove or fold crowd, is it?
No, not really.
These boys want to see flops.
Ooh, clubs for Perez. And Ian pretty far away from this one, but we'll be happy with the king high board. Goes for a c-bet, quite a small one, in the region of 20%. We will not be folding yet, but do we do anything more aggressive, or do we just take the turn in position here as Perez? Both options so appealing that Perez needs more time and announces as our new cyborg dealer gets to the bottom of her count, just so that he doesn't fall foul of the same rule as Murciano did, and he will take this pot down with 8 high. As Ian has to give over another pot to Perez, who
3 on the bounce.
is leveling things up a little bit. Murciano, of course, our chip leader still. But Ian in desperate need of a pot. Ten-8 suited above par for Ian as he hovers around 5 million chips. Murciano, as we know, battles for almost every pot, even with 7-4 offsuit. So is this Ian's chance? An 8 for Ian, a 4 for Murciano, so
he might pick up something.
There's certainly going to be more chips in this pot, and we probably will start with c-bet on the king high board.
Got 19 minutes to hit my predicted finishing time. It's going to be a violent bit of poker if we're going to do it.
I don't like your odds. I feel pretty good though.
Yeah, you caught past 2.
222.
222. You've got chances.
7-4 Murciano, bottom pair. Here comes more aggression from Murciano, who raises the bottom pair. Ian with middle pair. He's not going to be overwhelmed with joy, but continue is what he must do. And he will call the 500k. This is a big pot, one way or the other, 3 of hearts on the turn helps neither. Will Murciano continue his story? And will Ian Simpson believe it? He's rarely shied away from a barrel, and he's going to on this occasion.
Yeah, Ian's got 4 million behind, so
more of a searching raise on flop.
Yeah.
Not
yeah,
committal.
That's a good way of putting it.
Ian decides to check back, control the size of this pot as we approach the river, which is another king. And I believe Murciano will check again. And Ian may consider some form of value bet here. Has to imagine that in this line an 8 is a pretty strong hand. Will he carve something out to reflect that? No, he's just going to take this one down.
Yeah, hard to figure out what we're getting value from there. I mean, potentially exactly the hand he had, but the hand he had doesn't often raise the flop, does it? So it's quite a weird spot.
No. Sometimes those bottom pairs do get used as raises.
Did that time?
It did that time. Well, Murciano uses anything as a raise.
He does.
Doesn't he,
Yeah, I
bottom
don't think
pair?
he's thinking about which parts of his range to use. I think he's just trying to put the pressure on, which is fair enough. 3-handed in a big live final. Just 2 people stand behind him in glory.
And 2 people that haven't really shown that they're easy to push about. But he's still giving it a good go.
He is, yeah.
Really entertaining. Final 3 here. Pocket 5s for Perez, off of 20. As we approach break. And 20 big blinds is an all-in from Perez.
This is going to be called, I think. It is quite, his stack has got bigger than I thought, actually. His stack is up to 20 big blinds, so
Yeah.
it's not completely automatic.
No, it is certainly not automatic. In fact, given the way that this has progressed, I wonder whether Murciano just prefers the smaller situations, whether he would like to take this spot.
Well, what does he also think of this shove? Because Perez has min-raised a lot of buttons, in fact.
Yeah.
He hasn't actually done this, so what does Murciano read into his range for doing this, I wonder?
Well, traditionally, small pocket pairs that want to realise their equity, or things like ace-9 suited, ace-10, which ace-6 obviously doesn't perform too well against. I think that Murciano will fold, personally. And he does.
He does.
Will Ian? Yes, he will. And another pot goes the way of Perez. And we have a break, I believe. Well full.
They don't know that we do. They've posted the blinds. Unless we're about to get it.
Well, Mark,
Break!
Has Mark ever led you astray before?
Yes, he has many times. He's told me all sorts of porcupines over the years. We're going to take a break. The players are going to take a break. 3-handed action continues from Madrid in, I'm going to say, roughly 9 minutes, 16 seconds time.
Are you ready for an unforgettable year with the 888poker Live 2025 series? This year, we're bringing the excitement to you with 5 major stops and 6 incredible UKPL events. We start in Madrid, where the thrill begins in one of Europe's most vibrant cities. Then it's on to Glasgow, a city known for its heart, energy, and epic poker showdowns. Next, join us in Barcelona, where poker meets party under the Spanish sun. And in London, we'll see you at the newly renovated Victoria Casino, where champions are made. But that's not all. Stay tuned for a 5th event to be revealed later in the year. And while you wait, the UKPL is back with 6 stops bringing poker closer to you. So whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the game, 888 Poker Live is your chance to be part of something unforgettable. Play our satellites online for a chance to qualify or win a tournament package in our passport promotion. Get lucky and you might even be our next 888 Poker Live champion. 888 Poker, made to play.
Hey guys, it's Appy Poker here, and for the past 3 episodes, you've been given a look at what makes these 888 poker events so special. You've met some of the players and seen some of the people that really makes this event amazing. This time, you're gonna be seeing my perspective of what the 888 Poker Live events are like. So come with me as we play some hands and hang out for the weekend. So good to meet you. I'm a really big fan.
Are you?
Yeah, so big of a fan that I actually took your job this trip.
Yeah, behind the scenes is sort of my baby, and they kind of ripped it away from me when they brought you in. The professionals came in to take care of it.
Okay, so tell me, I need some inside scoop. What's everyone like? What's the dynamic like on the team?
The dynamic, so we have ambassadors, we have stream teamers. The ambassadors run really, really good. The stream teamers run terribly. So that's a pattern of every single event, right?
I'm telling you, if I make the FT event, it's going on my Instagram for the next year.
Well, there's a good chance you could win the sit and go that we do with the influencers, the ambassadors, because that's only a one-table sit and go, and everyone's dreadful. So apart from Vivi, obviously, who won a bracelet recently.
Thanks so much, Nick.
You're very welcome.
I have a bunch to look forward to. I'm super excited to be working with 888 Poker Live this week and bringing you the inside scoop. I just witnessed the craziest hand I've ever seen in my entire life, with 6-9 off. We're gonna do a little thing I like to call first break, first impressions. I'm sat next to Ian, who I'm a little intimidated by, don't tell him. He's very good, and he's like literally sitting there just absentmindedly making decisions because it's second nature to him, which is mildly concerning. The other thing that's really tripping me out is the chips. They are not the same colors as the ones that we use in the States. Normally in the States, a 500 chip is 1,000. Here it's 500. So I'm thinking people are raising like 6x pre-flop. It's just a standard 2x open. I gotta calibrate and quick. So here we go. I am no longer in the tournament, unfortunately, which really stinks because it's going to be really hard to win a tournament when you can't win your flips. I'm not totally discouraged because I have another chance at this field. In the next couple days, I'm doing a couple of really big things with 888 Poker. I'm going to be playing a sit and go. I'm going to be playing an ambassador live stream. I'm really excited for that. And I'm also going to be filming some content tomorrow with a couple of really cool people. So, more to come. I have said this once and I will say it again. I would rather be lucky than good, okay? This guy relies on getting pocket jacks. I rely on hitting flops, okay? Easy game. It's heads up. That's my favorite way to play poker, actually, so I'm quite excited. I I'm gonna crush souls. He doesn't know I practice heads up more than any other format of poker. Hopefully I don't punt and now eat my words, but I'm really excited.
Ooh, all in the call. Okay, Jack needing a jack or a 9. Abby with the lead though, but only 57%. Big moment here. 9 on the flop.
9 on the flop.
Wow.
Is this going to be it?
This could
Abby
be.
down to 3 outs.
Ace on the turn.
Abby.
Finds it.
Pingu, the ace on the turn.
Rigged.
Oh, good guys.
Oh my God! For Jack. He finds
and
it.
that's gonna seal it. Oh
He's
my
done
God.
GG's. Oh my gosh, not like this.
Wow. I'm gonna buy a house.
If I'm gonna go out, I'd like it to be to a nice guy that works for a great company while playing an awesome event that was so much fun. And that's exactly what we got here at 888 Poker, so I really can't complain.
Aw, you're so lovely.
Good game. Good game.
Good game.
It was fun. Okay, that is it for me at 888 Coventry. I am super fortunate to have been here. Thank the entire team for everything that they did for me. I had such an amazing time, even though I did not manage to cash a tournament. But who needs that anyway when you're surrounded by such good people? So thank you guys so much, and I'll see you next time.
I'll tell you one thing, Jay, I'm never winning this.
You're never winning this, no.
But Thomas might, he's got 78%. There's still hope though.
And we spin around tower because there has been another all-in and a call on another table.
How fast is you walking? You're like,
And it's Chenka in, and that is all in here on the flop. So we're on the flop here, tower already. The money's gone in. Chenka with the ace queen of spades, which is the nut flush draw against the pocket kings. Is this the one that's going to burst the bubble?
all in, ace queen of spades, the nut flush.
No help there, so needing an ace or a spade, or we're in the money.
Spade, the jack of spades, sit back noon.
Spade on the end. Chenka will double up, 2 all in and calls that hand.
Going out to the outer table. Is that queen 9? It is queen 9. Open ender.
2 kings.
Jimmy all in.
Ooh.
Oh, straight in. There's the action for Jimmy. Got himself done and got himself a nice little straight to double up to 300,000. Just caught it as the cards were going on your backs, and Jimmy G, there he is, sat next to Steve Jelinek and Trevor Reardon. 2 GUKPT winners side by side, and Jimmy there as well. Look at this, what a table that is.
Anything occurring?
Oh, there's some things occurring. Lucy is all in.
Yeah, 6 bigs, king 7 suited. Fine to shove.
She's extremely good at all-ins, let me tell you. Certainly better than me, with the bars low.
Is that hard though, really, Nick? You just need to have won 1 all-in lifetime to be better than you.
Oh, gonna probably have to call here.
Yeah, Sonny has the call.
Dominating some hands here. Obviously, like, Lucia can actually have like A7, so you're just in hugely good shape. She is live.
Welcome back to Madrid. Nick Wealth and Nick Eastwood bringing you the final stages of the main event here at 888 Live. That's the situation. Murciano leads away with 32 big blinds. Ian Simpson, 888 Ambassador, in second with 21. And Perez in third with 15 big blinds. They're playing for big money here in Madrid. 30,500 euros locked up. 40,000 for second, 62,000 for first. Thank you so much for joining us and extending your Sunday viewing. If you've got work or college or important appointments tomorrow, don't worry about those. They'll be fine. Just enjoy this with us. It's been fun, hasn't it, Easty?
Oh yeah, it's been, I mean, you can't really ask for more. Everyone's trying their best to put an end to this, you have to say. And we haven't found a way just yet.
Just impossible to win an easy pot, isn't it? Like, from 5, 6 players out, these players have all been battling.
Yeah, extraordinary willpower and resolve from each of these players, and concentration. They've been playing for hours now, over multiple days, and now Ian Goes for shove with the 9-7 of clubs. We get the fold from the ducks from Perez, which we don't mind.
Deuces never loses. What's he thinking?
He's probably thinking, wouldn't it be funny if Nick Welville missed his flight?
Probably is what he's thinking.
We have some clear instruction in a language that neither of us are proficient in. Don't test me, guys.
She's been brought in to provide no wiggle room of any kind. These are the rules.
The wiggling is over.
Ian Simpson unleashes his 8th banana of the day.
Does that just spawn bananas, that little box?
Oh, is that what it does?
Is it?
It's sort of making them. Is it 3D printing them?
Unlimited bananas.
It's 3D printing them. Definitely.
Jack 10 off for Perez, who whips it in the middle. Murciano folds. So we have a new blind level?
Yes.
Would that be 125, 250? Or would it be...
It won't be 125.
No.
We've got no 5s. They're dead.
We got 25Ks?
Oh, yeah.
Greens. Is it not green?
I suck.
No, greens are 4...
Well, the greens are 100.
Yeah, but we have a 25K.
We have a 25K, so we could have 125. So maybe that's what we're doing. Thank God I'm not in charge of this tournament. We'd be playing Yahtzee by now.
Well, there it is. It's not
150-300.
Yeah, so that is
why. We've all got homes to go to. Blind level rise from 100-200 to 150-300.
Yeah. Murciano now with only 30 big blinds. Well, I say only. And I was wondering why the Jack 10 was swiftly shipped in by 7s for Ian. A munch on the banana. The 2-chip cover is placed and removed. 10 seconds. All in. And that will be good enough for Ian. 4 deuce offsuit, not going to call off. And now Ian up to 7.4 million. And then really close to Murciano's chip lead now. The swings and roundabouts continue. Shaves off another bite of that banana. And another bite off of Murciano's chip lead. Approaching 11th hour. 12th hour, my apologies.
12th hour off
this stream.
Wow, that's a lot of streaming. Well done, Nick.
Thank you. And you.
Very strong, relentless analysis.
And you've been so patient as well.
By my own standards.
Yeah. Well, I don't know your regular standard. I haven't.
Well, usually I'm having to deal with Tuckman, so at this point I'm just insulting him relentlessly. Just to get through it. So you know, you've done better.
I can be a punching bag.
No.
All in from Perez and nothing to be done by Simpson. And dare I say it, the stack sizes are merging together once more.
They are. Shout out to Mateus in the chat, member of our stream team. Ian went bananas now, he says.
Yep. The king
True
of
story.
Jokes.
Well, it's also descriptive.
Yep.
Of the poker.
Well, he has been fairly solid, and he's made some quite impressive moves.
Yeah, if you missed the action earlier, go back and find, skip through the footage to find Ian's 2 sensational post-flop bluffs. One where he turned third pair into a bluff was really cool. Another all in from Perez.
Oh dear.
So play 150-300, so 5 million is something like 16 and a half big blinds.
No one really.
So our stat range is what? 16 and a half big blinds up to
30.
What's our chip league got at the moment? 30.
Like
so
just under 9 million, yeah, like 8.5.
I mean,
but every time
crapshoot, isn't it?
Yeah, every time you fold your big blind, it's 600k. So it's not insignificant by any stretch.
No, it really isn't. You do have to battle for every pot.
Yeah, you really do. Jack 7 off for Perez and Ian in the big blind.
Son 600, señor.
6-3 of clubs.
The nuts.
Yeah, from the big blind, defending this one all day long.
Which Simpson does.
Every pot's huge. Nothing for either. Gut shot for Ian. No backdoor flush draw. Jack high for Perez.
Three hours ago, he looked like Hugh Jackman in Wolverine. Now he looks like Wolverine's gone on a massive bender. Just pulled himself in time for work. The effects of fatigue and some hair ruffling.
Ian is asking for the stacks to be evenly stacked so he can read exactly how many chips that Perez has to inform his decisions.
Perez's bet. Simpson clearly thinking about raising.
Yeah, but he wants to know how much is behind if he was to do something. He's not happy. And there's being a countdown whilst he's waiting for the count to happen and for the stacks to be level. But our cyborg dealer kept counting.
She's been brought in to do the... In fairness to her, she's been brought in to keep the time.
Yeah. Ian's going to call, and I wonder if his time bank chip will get taken. A 6 on the turn gives Ian the best hand. You could think about donking, but does check. Perez with Jack high and a gut shot.
Yeah, Perez might just take a card here.
Assumptions are dangerous, Nick.
Oh, very.
And here comes the barrel.
This is sketchy to me, but
we're in the land of the sketch.
We are in the land of the sketch, absolutely. And in fairness to him, he has Jack high, so might as well try and win it. But I don't think he's getting any one pair hands to fold. I don't think he's getting ace high to fold.
I mean, maybe ace high, but certainly not Ian's hand.
Maybe, but a lot of ace highs that didn't 3-bet have something else.
A calm and measured call of the 850k from Ian Simpson. And now, should he win
this pot has really ballooned. Like, how did we get here? We've got 4 million in the middle. That shows you how big the blinds are. Perez has got just under a pot-sized bet, and he's sitting here with Jack high.
Yeah, another one of those rivers where the board pairs and the bluffer is going to be fairly discouraged from bluffing. It's only 2/3 pot back-ish, 3/4 pot back for Perez here.
Do you rip your chips in here and hope to get a fold, or do you check, knowing you've almost certainly lost, and leave yourself with 10 big blinds? It's option B. Neither door was fun.
Yeah, I think I like the give up. And she is asking, tarjeta means card, so she's asking for Ian's card. She's having absolutely none of it. Time. She wants the time card. She wants that time card. Ian doesn't understand a word, by the way. So
Ian's like, banana? Yeah, I've got a banana.
If he did know what she was saying, he would be defending his corner here. Ian wanted a count. So they're talking about the fact that Ian asked for a chip count, didn't act by the time that the dealer counted down, and now, and Ian is not happy now that the English is coming out. And now he's explaining that he wanted the stack tied up before he acted, and he couldn't act before he had an accurate count. So the timer should have been stopped, according to Ian. And now he has given up the fight. The cyborg dealer wins. But he's not happy. He's going to have to compose himself here, because now he is the chip leader of this tournament. And there are more important things in the world, Ian. 60 bags and a trophy being the operative ones.
I like that you still use bags. It takes me back to a simpler East Endy type
Yeah.
time. Those of you not watching from the UK, a bag is 1,000 doubloons.
Yeah.
We're going to give away some tickets. Yes, we do still have tickets, even after 12 hours of giving away tickets.
Indeed, we do.
We're going to need a question, Nick. Have you got one for me, or shall I have one for you? I can have one for you.
I've also got one. You can go ahead, though.
No, mine's nothing. Mine's just
Mine's
a boring
also crap.
Yeah. Excellent.
It's up to you. Flip a coin.
I've got one for you.
Okay.
It's going to be a speed round.
Okay.
We're going to play. If you're on YouTube, you can also play YouTube or Twitch. And this is for our remaining $33 tickets. So 3 winners from this one. If you haven't played before, you're just guessing what Nick thinks the answer is to the question I'm going to ask him, which is a bit lame because we're all a bit tired. Ian Simpson is all in, gets a fold. So, speed round, only 1 guess per player. Do not guess more than once. Guess once, closest 3, win a $33 ticket. Nick Eastwood, how many more hands will there be in this tournament? The question is, how many more hands will there be in this tournament until we have a winner?
Okay.
Get your guesses in. There is a $33 ticket up for grabs. 3 of them. Does one have your name in it? What does Nick think the answer is? Could be 2. Could be 1. That's not impossible. Could be 1 more hand. Could be, theoretically, 2,500. Seems unlikely.
Locked.
Nick's answer is in.
I'm not going to lie, guys. I thought about it, but I am at the end of my tether.
No, that's fair.
I did think about it.
12 hours deep.
Yeah.
There's only so much effort we can put into this shizzle. We're just trying to get you your tickets, all right?
My answer is about as lazy as the question.
Thank you.
Well, Ian here with Queen High and Murciano with a flush draw. A 5-high flush draw, but a flush draw nonetheless. Now, we know that Murciano likes to click buttons. Will he click them here, or will he just go ahead and call? It looks like call. And an 8 on the turn improves neither. Ian now
proves Ian a tiny squeak.
A smidgen.
He's got a smidge of a straight thing.
And like I've said before, he doesn't need much excuse. What is Murciano thinking about here?
Late night ticket giveaway. How many hands does Nick Eastwood think are left?
He is donking the turn. He's got no right.
He's got no right, but he's got a strong right arm, as we used to say.
And it's 1.4 million, and how can you possibly continue as Ian here, even if you think he's up to no good? You surely have to let this go.
Well,
he's got no time bank, by the way. 0 time bank.
That was made abundantly clear to him, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Do we get more time cards in the heads up? Because I feel like the amount of money they're playing for to not have any time bank cards is a bit... And I'm somebody that does want the tournament to come to an end at a point. I think it's a bit harsh to have 20 seconds to make every decision when they're €20,000 decisions.
Well,
but who knows? A few more moments. Lime decides for you to get your guesses in. You're trying to guess what Nick Eastwood thinks the answer to the question is. How many hands are left in this tournament? 3 tickets available.
She's being retired. Back in the glass.
Her work is done. She's come in, she's enforced the law, and these people now understand what's up.
She heard you talking smack, and she's coming in to deal with you. 2.6 million for Angel Perez.
Yes, as you can see, just 8.7, very specific count there, 8.7 big blinds. That's not very many, Nick. He's going to get an all-in called quite soon. He doesn't like to shovel in. He likes to min-raise and things like that. But with 8.7 big blinds, he's not going to get a lot of chance.
Budget Wolverine on his last legs, potentially.
Davey says she feeds on time cards and her work is done. Very funny. She's not going to come to the booth and deal with us. We were complimentary. She was awesome. She came in and cracked the whip.
Suggesting that she was harsh, though.
I just think she was just enforcing the rules. I think the rules are a bit harsh.
Yeah. She was brought in to enforce the rules.
She was.
You don't bring her in. Ooh, queens to Perez.
Well, when you get down to 8 big blinds, 3-handed in the main event, you want to pick up queens on the button. It's a neat trick.
Oh, Ian, what have you got, sir? He's looking at the chip stack. He's only got a little bit of time, remember, in his arsenal because he's got no more time banks. He was relieved of those.
Forcibly.
Forcibly. And now he's defending the king 6. Now, will the flop help him out? It will.
It will, wow.
A king high board for Ian. And a really tough spot now for Perez to not.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of Ian's kings get 3-bet. And even king 6 sometimes he'd 3-bet. I think the stack size stopped him.
Well, yeah, at this point it would be shove.
Yeah, exactly.
So reasonable for Ian to have some king X, but with 8
but
bigs.
Not tons of king X, right? And 8, how do you get away? Especially, and now he's bet.
We may see shove.
We may be heads up.
And barring a queen or runners, we could be heads up. But first of all, Ian has to make his mind up. And it's going to be all in. And
Perez doesn't really have a decision, does he? Like, Ian can do this. Like, it's quite a dynamic board. There's draws.
He doesn't have a diamond.
He doesn't have a diamond.
Call it is.
He does call. He's been very unlucky here. You can see his face. Very unlucky, but you get short stacked, and that's the story. He's not completely dead.
No.
Some running straight things.
As it stands, only a queen, unless further assistance arrives on the turn, would save Perez from finishing 3rd place in this main event. We are 2 cards away from heads up with 888 Pro Ian Simpson Poker having a chip lead for the trophy and 62,000 euros. But first, we have to do the hard part.
No more outs.
7 of spades doesn't help.
Find the lady only to save Perez.
It has to be a queen or Perez is out of here. The river card is a king.
We're heads up.
And we are heads up in Madrid. Perez played admirably.
Very well played, Perez.
And he is knocked off by the top pair of Ian Simpson. Turned trips on river. Perez battled his way. Really strong play from the Spaniard. But Ian just keeps on trucking on.
He did a really clever thing there. He hit a king.
I think Marciano has just asked Ian what he thinks about deal. And I think Ian has told Murciano
no soup for you.
Exactly what he thinks.
No soup for you. So let's do the admin. Perez leaves us with 30,500 euros for 3rd place. An amazing tournament by him. Remember, you've got to battle through 400, as you've seen on stream, really high standard poker players. So well done to him. We're heads up for the money. The money is 20,000 euros. 62,000 for first. Sorry, 22,000 euros. 40,000 for second. So imagine playing 20,000 euros after playing 11 hours Hold'em, and you've got to play one of these 2 cats. Not easy.
No, absolutely not. And that might be why Murciano's angling for a deal. I'm not exactly sure that he is, but all I know is that Ian doesn't do deals.
Now, we've got some tickets to give away, Nick Eastwood.
Yeah.
I asked you a question, which was how many hands are left in this tournament? I asked you a few hands ago. What was your answer? I'm not going to ask you for your process because you
38.
You just said a number, didn't you?
38.
38 is the answer. If you said 38 or something like it, you might have won a ticket. Being accurate. Wait, Lime, didn't Oleg already win a ticket today? I think Oleg already won a ticket. Definite winners are the Hungary, who said 37, and Pitos, who said 40. And then you might need to find us a third winner. Because I think Oleg already won a ticket.
Ian is making another splash. He is insistent that it is not his big blind, which is of course important. We are heads up for the lot in Madrid. And these guys are still pretty deep, I suppose.
How deep are they, Nick?
Well, we know that Murciano had about 7-8 million. And Ian will be now around 10 to 12, I think. So 25 big blinds for Ian. Nice to see this camaraderie from two warriors battling all day long. May the best man win. These two guys both would deserve it. Both shown an extreme handling of short stack prowess.
Yeah, they've both played really well in different spots. I think Ian's kind of had the highlights plays, but Murciano's made a lot of good decisions and has a really nice pot control style, which has kept him out of danger for the most part. It's going to be interesting to see how they play heads up. Murciano definitely changed gears three-handed.
Yeah, and we are 30 big blinds deep, Nick.
30 big blinds deep, so it's not super deep, is it?
No, it's not super deep, and if you thought that we would have a little adjustment period and heads up, Nick, you would have been wrong. Because Murciano is coming straight out of the gate with 3-bet with the King 5 offsuit.
Of course he is. Tone setter. Tone setter.
And 1.7 million from Murciano. And Ian is going to call an already hugely significant pot. First hand of heads up.
Bit of admin. Some good news for Parabellum, who was the next best guess in our contest. So Oleg, you'd already won. Well done you. You're clearly all over these contests. But Parabellum is our final winner of a $33 ticket. He guessed 41. Well played.
Nothing for either player here on the flop on Queen Jack 8 Rainbow, but Murciano with betting lead. Should he volunteer some sort of bet here, I would imagine that Ian would probably have to fold. We haven't seen any sign of Murciano slowing down in any spot, really.
It's not a fun board, is it? It's so connected.
Here we go. I can't see how Ian can continue here. It hurts, but this bet is chunky. This is chunky.
2,300,000.
Yeah, absolutely no chance we continue here.
No, well played, Murciano. Well played.
Just going.
It's such a connected board, isn't it? He just wanted to persuade marginal stuff to make sure there was no way to continue.
Yeah, and I think he's just saying I'm quite polar when I 3-bet the big blind here. Obviously, I had the option to call and just complete, so I'm either going to have pretty rubbish hands or I'm going to have super strong top set, Queen Jack, 10-9 type stuff on this board. And just leveraging that advantage, making Ian fold the ace high with a rather huge bet. And now Murciano takes the lead. I mean, this has been so impressive from both. Neither is going to whittle away, we know that much. If they die, it will be in a blaze of glory. Both players will have a huge payday no matter what, but only one could take home the golden 8.
The golden 8 has been sitting there for most of the final table, all the final table maybe. I think it was actually in someone's way at one point, which is quite funny. But somebody will be taking it home.
Murciano currently with his nose ahead. And every pot so far the way of the Spaniard. Up to 12 million with swapped stacks. 28 big blinds.
Pays 39 big blinds. Yeah, not a significant chip lead that's going to affect the dynamic or anything like that.
Who's your money on?
Oh, goodness. And I've got to say Ian, haven't I? He's an 888 ambassador. I've got to pull for Ian. In terms of actually who's going to win, I think it's going to be decided by the cards, I'm afraid. They're both very good. If anyone's got an edge, it's really tiny.
Yeah.
Heads up with these sorts of stacks. So yeah, whoever gets dealt the best hands.
Monster heads up hand. Ace jack offsuit for Ian. We're going to get closer to parity once more, most likely here.
How does he play his 28 big blinds?
It's a 3-bet, I imagine. Have we got a lollipop?
Don't use a time bank card here.
Time bank cards, by the way, reinstated upon heads up.
How much do they get?
2 million from Ian. And I would imagine that Murciano would fold, but we've made some...
Yeah, got to be careful. No insta folds.
I mean, surely you don't just cannon this in or anything like that. Yeah, it's going to fold it.
Yeah, they're not really deep enough for the kind of 4-bet, click back, rebluff, and still fold.
No.
So 3 bets from the big blind, pretty powerful here. Continuing admin on our contest. Pitos, well done on winning the contest. However, you're in Spain and you can't play on 888.com. So you can't use your ticket. So we're looking for another winner, and that next person up is Fart and Roses, who guessed 32. Fart and Roses, you win a $33 ticket. We've still got a few $25 tickets, so we'll give those away as well, because we can't. What are we going to do with them? We've got to give them away.
Yeah, I mean, we can't keep them. And we have another hand here. Ian opens the button, defended. Murciano did with the king-queen. It is a lollipop. Interesting time to have a lollipop.
Keep the sugars up.
It's going to be c-bet from ace-9 off from Ian. And with 2 overs and a spade, we will be seeing a turn card at least.
Oh, will we?
Oh, we will. I'll put my hat on that one. And here is that turn card. It's the 10 of clubs. Murciano improves to a straight draw. Blocked both ways by Ian Simpson's ace-9 offsuit. Lollipop in hand, elects to check back. And we're off to a river, which is the worst in the deck for Ian as he makes top pair, but Murciano with the nut straight and checks it over to Ian. Looking to...
I mean, it's going to look great, this check, because Ian's got an ace, but slightly surprised otherwise.
I think he just realises this is a better card for Ian overall, and therefore wants to check a good chunk of his hands and wants to make sure that when he does check, it doesn't just mean he's folding. So this nut straight now, a very clear raise versus half pot. What sizing will Murciano choose, and how will Ian respond?
He'll cry, have a little cry.
We don't usually see him without the mask, so the facial expressions
yeah.
coming out.
He's introduced facial tells as
10 seconds. Time bank used. Murciano sizing out a raise in his head. Ian hoping that he doesn't.
Ian's sitting there hoping for a call, obviously.
Yes, but he
doesn't know how can he know what's coming?
He definitely doesn't want to get raised. He'll know it's a possibility. The Queen of Spades is a really cool card for Murciano to have here. Oh, just a call?
What?
Ian's going to be extremely surprised, as you can see.
We're all surprised. Well, why did he just call?
Very, very odd. I mean, heads
that was a funny reaction from Ian. It's like, oh.
I mean, heads up, that hand is just so good.
Yeah, we're heads up, and heads up means, like, you know.
Yeah, pretty standard spot for a non-all-in raise of like 3x, and then if you do get shoved on, you reevaluate. You know, you can't be scared of being shoved on before anything's happened.
No, definitely not.
And once we check to check raise, you may as well just bet yourself.
Well, that was curious. I'm reeling slightly from that one, Nick.
Well, regardless of what we think of it, the reality of the situation is that Murciano has a 2-to-1 chip lead.
I also, from a poker point of view, I'm slightly sad we didn't see Ian have to make a decision there.
Yeah, because Ian loves calling the river, and he would have been in the bin there. And he would have thought about it for a long time, and I don't know what he would have done, but I think the spot deserved a 3 million raise and a tank.
Agree. We were robbed of drama.
I'll tell you something though, Nick.
What's that?
222's looking mighty fine.
Yeah, it's a good guess by you. You made it a long time ago.
Something else.
Ace is a good heads up.
Yeah.
I read that in a book.
Absolutely. And now Ian with only 20 big blinds. We could see a 4-bet shove here. It's not out of the question. But Murciano doesn't have to 3-bet this hand. He could just call. All in from Murciano. Just straight rips the 20 bigs. Ian with ace-5 off. He's pretty cuspy and lets it go. And must relinquish further chips over to the Spaniard, who's up to 14 million now, extending that lead. And only 6 million for Ian Simpson, who has not had a chance, heads up. Could have lost more chips. And Murciano racing into a huge lead from a deficit. Now Ian's going to need help if he's going to become the first 888 poker ambassador to win an 888 live main event.
Can we hear some support for Ian in chat? We haven't had support for Ian in chat. That's the problem. I know that most of the audience are rooting for him to win, and it's not going well in this heads up.
It is not.
Let me see some Ian Simpson love. We need to turn this round.
Things change so fast. Heads up. And that will help. A middle pair.
As soon as we get some love, we hit a pair.
Murciano only knows one speed.
He does. And that's pretty good heads up.
Yep, it is.
Support from Player Quilla, Dordoni, Champagne Poker, Boxwaxer, Davey, Noodaloo, Parabellum. Good to see you all still here. Thanks for the support on the channel.
Ian.
Maverick, Cindy Bear.
Turns Murciano dead.
Aaron Baroni's here. Shout out to Aaron.
2 pair for Ian on this turn. We'll be hoping for another barrel. Usually Murciano obliges no matter what equity he's got.
Yes, that is true. It is not coincidence that as soon as we got love in the chat, Ian hit 2 pair with the sexiest of all the hands. No coincidence.
Another bullet from Murciano.
See, this is what we needed. Thank you, chat. At last, pulling your weight.
The question is, Nick, with a hand semi-vulnerable like this, even heads up, does Ian just rip the turn here? We obviously know that Murciano will be snap folding if that's the case. Does Ian want to leave the door open? All in from Simpson, and that will shut the door on this hand.
Thank you, chat. That's more like it. Did you see that? Did you see what chat did? Did you see the power of love and support?
Yeah.
Not only did Ian feel it, but the deck felt it. That's how strong it was.
Yep.
No call this time.
Past 2 in the morning here in Madrid, local time.
How are you holding up? You look like a man that's done a 12-hour stream. Do you want a cake?
No cake.
Fruit plate?
No, thank you.
Whiskey? Do you want a whiskey? I can get you a whiskey.
No. I feel we're on the precipice.
Illegal substances? I can't get you those.
Damn it. Well, we need to see Ian's cards, but we know that he's volunteered chips. It's Queen 9 of clubs and Murciano with Ace 8. And this time, rather than ripping, has just called. So clubs for both. And a Queen high board for Ian.
Chat, you're making this happen. You've turned the tide. The greatest chat in poker. Never seen anything like it. And well done to me, Nick, for asking for it. Ian will give me my cut, I'm sure.
Well, 350 from Ian.
Okay, got to elongate a bit of admin to do here. Lime's been, I mean, look, it's a 12-hour stream. There were a lot of duplicates in the last contest. It's been a struggle. Just to clarify, our 3 winners of the last contest were Buwicki, Parabellum, and the Hungary. Christopher and Oleg had 1 tickets before, and somebody else, Fart and Roses, was slower than Buwicki.
Full house for Ian on the turn here.
All appeals must be submitted in writing.
Murciano picks up a pair of 8s. He could even value bet here. Ian checked back the full house on the turn. And now Murciano will value bet and be met with raise. It's a small investment of 500,000, 25% pot from Murciano. And Ian Simpson has certainly got a raise.
Chat is very powerful hero value. You're absolutely right. Chat and the power of love. Look at what it has done. He was just getting bled away to nothing.
You intervened.
Well, me and the community. Ian's going to play this back, and he's going to be, when he's got his trophy, he's going to be delighted.
2.1 million from Ian.
We have got the power, Champagne Poker. Our destiny is in our hands. Manifest.
Well, this is a really rough spot. Ian checked back the turn after C-bet flop, turned a full house. And Murciano picked up probably the worst card you could possibly see. And he's going to call, and now Ian's back in the chip lead.
Oops, there it is for Ian fans. Let's go, says the rail.
That's Josh Manley Poker. I know that voice anywhere.
Let's go, says one person on the rail. Chip lead for Ian Simpson. Let's go, Ian, says our chat. Whoops all over the place. Late night drama here in Madrid. Ian Simpson, 37 big blinds. Alvaro Murciano, 30 big blinds. Still anyone's trophy. Strong emote work as well in the chat. That's been dormant for a while.
Yeah.
Everyone's woken up.
Well, if you can't wake up for this,
You've probably been broadcasting for 12 hours.
Yeah. Immense heads-up battle between these two.
Murciano's played an amazing tournament, an amazing final table. If he can stand the power of Ian's rail, both digital and real, what a player he is.
King Jack off, very strong hand, heads up. Queen 8, not a slouch either. And we're going to see another 3 cards. And probably the chip lead could change again. Gut shot for Ian. 2 overs for Murciano. We know that Murciano generally likes aggression, but this time checks back, understandably, and Ian turns a straight.
How are we doing this, chat? Have you ever seen anything like this, Nick, in your young career?
No, I have not.
It's incredible. Nothing was working, now everything's working. It's like we were trying too hard, we relaxed, and suddenly it all came together.
So Ian's going to call here. Sorry, Ian's going to bet 1 million. And Murciano with a gut shot to the stones. Probably can't fold just yet. 2 overs also.
Yeah, 2 overs also.
So I don't think he'll fold yet.
Rep Girl says, I don't know how we're doing this, but it's pretty impressive. Even though I say so, yeah, exactly. No one knows how it works, but it works.
Murciano does call. And here we go. To a river. And it's a duck, which changes nothing. And Ian will almost certainly value bet, and Murciano will have probably no option but to fold.
What are we looking at? 2 and a bit? 2 and something?
Just under.
No,
1.2.
sorry, I misread the stats, as I always do. 1.2.
Well, I think call would be rather optimistic, but we know that Murciano's creative juices have been flowing for the duration of this evening.
You're saying raise isn't impossible?
I'm saying raise is not impossible. That jack does remove the strongest hands.
I mean, Ian can absolutely have a huge amount of hands, but no, he just does give up. Nothing creative on this occasion. Ian takes it down up to 12.7 million now.
Yep. 8 minutes away from my prediction.
Imagine if you hit it bang on.
What do we do then?
I think that means your luck has changed and you should immediately play poker.
I'm not sure about that. I've just watched Ian Simpson son run his whole way to potentially a trophy. Ian takes a look down and is going to open once more. We are now potentially just 1 hand away from crowning a champion at any given moment.
So true.
10 deuce from Ian. Murciano calls the 6-3 of clubs. But he is beginning to bleed. Takes the lead in this one, though.
Never play a hand with a name.
Referring, of course, to the Doyle.
The Doyle. How do you win a World Series of Poker main event twice with 10-2? That's just weird.
Strange. I don't think Ian Simpson's going to be winning this main event with 10 deuce.
Chat, you've done great work. You've got Ian into the chip lead, and so as a reward after this hand, I'm going to give you a shot at the remaining tickets. We're going to keep the positivity flowing.
Murciano raises, and that will do that. So, up to 8.4 again.
All right, here we go. We've got 3 tickets left. We started the day with 30. What a marathon of giveaways it's been. Your last chance to win 3 $25 tickets. These are for playing a 100K Winter Series XL tournament. If you're watching on YouTube, hello. We're very grateful for your viewership. But if you want to play this contest, you've got to come over to our Twitch channel, 888poker.tv. All you do is put the keyword in chat. 3 winners. 3 winners. If you've won today already, you can't win another ticket. Other than that, anyone that can play on 888.com can win. Lime, for one final time here live from Madrid, is the keyword ready?
How many times does Nick think he said is the keyword ready?
Thankfully, yes, the final keyword is ready. Let's do this thing. 3 winners incoming. The keyword is winner.
Winner.
I think. I think that's what
It
Lime
better
said.
be.
Winner! It's winner. You're all winners to me. You turned round Ian's heads-up match with your love and power and friendship, and even the people that are cheering for Murciano helped, I think. Just very positive. Positive vibes. Type in winner, chicken dinner, and you'll be entered in. And three lucky people are going to play a 100k event on 888.com. Thanks for watching this late into the night. I know it's Sunday night. I know some of you will have commitments tomorrow, but I really hope you've enjoyed the stream.
Another trashy button open from Ian, and another defense with clubs from Murciano. And this time,
sixes are for everyone.
Both pair up their 6. Usually, when you're heads up and you both got a pair, things have to happen. Check, check, obviously. 4 on the turn will strengthen both players' beliefs that they have the best hand in this one.
Yeah.
Check again from Murciano. Will Ian decide to begin value betting his 6? No, he will not. Check, check again on the turn, and both players now.
Ian gets out of it.
With a full house. Ian, by all rights, should have lost this one, but the river 4 saves him.
Well done, chat. He did it again. 1 more minute, and then Lime's going to run this. If you haven't already typed in winner, do it. You'll feel like a winner. Plus, you're entered into the draw. 3 players are going to win $25 tickets for playing a 100k event on 888. We hope you turn it into lots of cash.
Well, Murciano has had to use the time bank, so not all things even.
So these time banks in the heads up, once they're gone, is that right? They're then
correct.
just 20 seconds of decision?
Yep.
Wow. And these are 20,000 euro decisions. That's what we're playing for in this heads up between first and second.
Pretty easy bet and call here and chop it up.
Murciano bets. We're out of winners, apart from the one we're going to find in Madrid, so we can roll it whenever you like, Lime. The final tickets given away here in Madrid as they chop up this pot. We have given away 75 tickets on our 4 days of stream here. Thousands of dollars of value. It's been fun to do it. Our finals winners are Kesari 1983. Kesari 1983. You have won $25 ticket. Congratulations, Kesari. 2 more chances. Kamsmay. Kamsmay, you're our second winner. Let's go, Kamsmay. Well done to both of you. And our final winner here in Madrid is Joma175. Joma175, our final winner. Congratulations to you 3. Well done to everyone that won tickets over these 4 days. If you didn't win, we really appreciate you playing. And we hope that you join us again and play more City Games with us on the channel. If you haven't already, click follow, turn on your notifications so you know when we broadcast. Usually there's a show every night at 8 o'clock GMT. Every night at 8 o'clock GMT, and there's almost always giveaways. Certainly on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, there's lots of them, and free rolls, lots of fun. If you like poker, if you've enjoyed the stream, do join us on another one very soon. But stick around now, because this is not done. It's going to go on for hours.
It really could. Both players sticking in there, trading blows. Will anyone be able to deliver the hammer blow? Ian in pole position to do that right now with 12.1 million in his stack. We don't know right now what Ian has, but we know Murciano's defended Jack 7. And the only help that Murciano gets is in the form of 3 hearts for his 7 of hearts. We still don't know what Ian has, but he has checked back the flop. And the turns are 4. Murciano contemplating. Checks again. We still don't know Ian's holding, but he is going to fire to the tune of 800,000. Unless something ridiculous happens, I'm going to be wrong.
Those are the parameters.
222.
Aaron says, which of the Knicks is more tired? Tired? We don't know fatigue here in the booth. We could do another 12 hours.
This is riveting.
Could do another 12 hours. Easy. Oh, not of this. Christ. You joking?
Oh. Raise from Murciano. He's check raised the turn, Nick.
He has.
With just Jack 7.
Pretty lively. But then this is heads-up poker, and lively often works.
Wow, and Murciano just refuses to die. Finds another obscenely aggressive check raise to bring us parity once more.
It's impressive. It is very impressive. He has not stopped fighting. You're absolutely right.
Just goes to show how valuable aggression can be.
It's a ranges be damned scenario. This is all about who's going to put the last bet in.
Well, as it stands, we are about as even as we've been since we went heads up.
Okay, chop it up. Let's break this thing down. Let's all go home. Well done, joint winners. Just like in the chess the other day. That was absolutely horrendous. Do you see that?
I heard it.
World Speed Chess Championship joint winners because they like each other. I mean, come on. Magnus Carlsen has gone soft. He's got married. He was an absolute...
Notoriously soft.
Yeah, well, it's true.
To get married.
No, it makes you softer. Definitely. I can testify. This is the soft version of me.
Yeah.
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 Imagine that.
What were you like before?
Just a prick, really.
Well, bet and call on flop. Ian with bottom pair of sevens, now a gut shot. Murciano with 8 high, picks up a gut shot of his own. Murciano so far today been utterly barbaric with his barrels.
Yeah, he's a dangerous player to play poker against.
Is he really just going to blast off again here? He's looking down at his chips.
The thing is, in heads up, it's so often right. It's so often right. You've got one player with like a 60% range to get through in so many pots.
Yeah, we have seen so much flop and turn aggression, specifically from Murciano, but obviously Ian as well. Ian has delivered the major river dishes, or probably the main one being that bluff earlier on. He's gonna hang on for dear life on this turn versus a huge barrel, and this pot is a significant portion of both players' stacks as the queen of clubs rolls off on the river and Murciano bricks out just 8 high. We haven't seen him go for the big bluff yet. Is it time? He knows he can't win if he checks. Ian will be praying for give up. But Murciano has shown no signs of slowing down so far.
Look, we know Ian's capable of sniffing this out.
He's giving it up.
He does give up.
And now Ian.
Huge for Ian.
Takes the biggest lead we've seen him have on this final table heads-up match. Really solid call on turn.
Let's hear it, chat. Let's hear it, chat. Remember, you've got to power him to victory if you're here for an Ian win. When he was just on his own earlier, he struggled.
Yeah.
Since you helped him, he's been killing it. These are just facts.
Factos.
Factos.
Well, 11.5 hours deep. We may.
Good work, chat. Support from New Profs Mage, Player Quiller, Smiley Emma, of course. Hero Value, Igagorius. Good to see you all still here. Piano Cat, Dordoni, Catchy Manus, Bodwet. Champagne Poker.
Could see shove here from Murciano. It will work. All in it is, and Ian obviously cannot call Jack-6 off. So Murciano clinging on once more. He will not die.
He will not die.
Not without a fight.
Chat's getting aggro. Destroy him, Ian. Pound him, Ian. All right.
You asked for it.
Steady on. I did. A mob mentality. I've rolled them all up. I've lost control of this fire I started. Terrible. Is El Kraken still in the chat? We should probably balance it with a bit of Murciano love.
I think he may have gotten timed out.
Ah.
A flat from Murciano's 9-3 of diamonds. Ian, with the option to check behind, is not going to take that. He is going to go the aggressive route, which has been the theme. And a snap fold.
While we're here, while we've still got a lot of you here, can we have claps in the chat for Lime? Lime Ricky, our amazing moderator, who's run 2 channels, who's helped give away over 8 billion tickets over the last 4 days, and has dealt with my stupid comments when she's just trying to do admin. Claps for Lime Ricky in chat. Thank you, Lime. Thank you for all your hard work. Relentless amount of hours running 2 channels at once. Awesome.
Makes our very easy job even easier.
True story. True story.
Well, are we approaching a resolution of this main event? Queen 6 off for Ian, opens up the button, and Murciano defends the big blind. We're getting to the territory now where Murciano loses a few more pots in a row. We're going to be very close to the end, but straight and flush draws for Murciano on the A-side board, favouring Ian Simpson's range, you would have thought.
This is too much equity for him to bluff. He he only likes it when he's like got basically nothing. It's his comfort zone.
Yeah, well, obviously we could see Murciano check raise. That would end matters. But if Murciano was to find a call and a club rolled off on the turn, you would not be surprised to see Ian cannon this one.
Yeah, good point.
But at what we know of Murciano, he is going to check raise.
Of course he is. I was obviously joking about the too much equity. There's only ever going to be one line here.
Just, what is this check raise percentage? Just fires.
Check raise percentage, yes.
Yes. Murciano, how much do you like check raising? See. Well, Murciano just will not allow himself to be cut adrift. Every single time it looks like Ian might leverage a telling advantage, Murciano just says, no, you're going to have to win it the hard way, Ian Simpson.
It's so true. It's been a great heads-up battle, but then again, it was a great 3-handed battle, a great 5-handed battle. It's just been a battle.
Yeah, and you wonder whether the only thing that could stop this back and forth fight is just a good old-fashioned cooler.
Yeah, maybe.
The makings of one here with 2 connecting club hands.
Nice.
A bottom pair for Ian and gut shot for Murciano. Honestly, phenomenal play from both. Trading blows. One's on the ropes. They duck out the way. Uppercut to the chin.
Bounce off the beard.
Here we go again. It is just relentless aggression from Murciano and Ian. Bottom pair, clinging on. Ian generally, for the most part, fighting back with stickiness. Murciano fighting back with raises. But this time, it's Ian pulling triggers. Check raising bottom pair.
It's the nuts, isn't it?
What
It's the nuts against. Merciano's bets.
Astonishing display of aggression from both of these guys. It's just unbelievable.
We expected nothing less, did we? It's been a really high quality final table. I mean, we have a whole range of different kinds of players that play these 888 live events. Satellite winners, people playing their first big event, the weekend warriors and enthusiasts, and also pros. And so often we have a mix of different levels of experience, the last two tables and so on. This final table has been quality, hasn't it?
Really, really good. And we may see the first 14 million stack here very shortly as Ian opens the pocket sevens. Would have been hoping for shove. Doesn't see it, and now Murciano down to nearly 6 million, but every single time he's been down there, he's found a way, a creative way, to bring himself back, and we are obviously only one all-in away from trading positions here. So far from finished.
200,000, 400,000 other blinds, 16 big blinds. Merciano's stack.
Ian starting potentially to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Really?
I mean, first time he's really wrestled towards this chip advantage, but this time dominated. 8-7 versus 10-8. Position for Murciano, and no help for Ian in this limped pot. Murciano does Murciano things and kicks us off with a C-bet. Ian has been fighting fire with fire recently, and this would be particularly spicy, and he's going again.
Do we see a little gear shift here from Ian Simpson?
I think we do. I
It's
think
like,
he's realised.
I think this kid is barreling too much, betting too much, just firing relentlessly. I'm going to start punishing him a little bit.
Yeah, there's a clear adjustment going on here for Ian. Murciano has gotten this far playing in this manner, but when you have a player as astute as Ian Simpson, you can only get away with so much, and you won't get away with this. The biggest advantage we've seen so far, as Ian's at 14.5 and eyeing up the stack, the remaining chips of Murciano. A nod of understanding, a wink to his beloved rail.
To his rail. There's only Josh Madden, isn't there?
April's there as well.
Why is he winking at your bird?
He's allowed his heads up for the lot.
Oh, really? That's oh, okay. Permission structure. TJ1, you're right. He is going to need to shove soon.
This is it. Murciano shoves the king 3. It's not it. Was
Wow,
it Ian that
okay,
shoved?
all right.
Was it Ian that shoved and we folded king 3? It must have been
maybe,
that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. No, I think we had that the wrong way round, guys.
We must have had it the wrong way round. Must have done. There's
It
no
looks
way.
like Ian shoved ace 5 and Murciano folded the king 3.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened.
Panic over.
Crisis averted.
We wouldn't want to end the main event.
I'll be honest, I've seen enough.
You have?
I've seen enough. It's been great.
Folding the button.
Down to
Murciano.
5 million. That is 12.5 big blinds.
What a performance. We are potentially approaching the end. But we've said it before.
Oh man, this is heads up.
Yeah. One double when it's even.
Exactly.
5-3 off for Murciano. Surely not. Again. Even at this late stage. Oh my goodness me. He just knows no other. It's
all gas, no brakes.
so impressive. He just keeps himself going.
He does.
Clawing himself back up the cliff for
Bear
edge.
in mind they've been playing poker for 12 hours.
Yeah.
And yesterday they played poker for 14 hours.
Murciano's been dominating. Oh. Well, I thought when I saw the 10s there was a chance that this could be it. Murciano with 3 deuce of clubs is going to limp. He's still clearly going to see raise here. This is the best hand that either has had heads up.
Absolutely agree, Noodaloo. Ian has played amazing. He's played a fantastic final table. He can make quite the highlight reel from some of the pots he's played today. But it's not. But it's not over. It's not won.
Yeah, there's Josh Manley. What a large.
There's Josh Manley. Where? Oh yeah, that's
just
a joke.
Towering man. And there's mini Josh Manley, back right.
It's quite a good rail for 2:30 a.m.
Yep. Yeah, that's Buchinskas, who we had the pleasure of commentating on the other day. He's such a nice guy. He can have it. All in from Ian, and a fold again from Murciano. The shortest that anyone has been so far in this heads up. The 12-hour mark coming up. Murciano looks down deliberately at a mammoth Jack 3 offsuit. Speaking of, Ian also has the same hand. Murciano now on only 10 bigs. Keeps the pressure up. Keeps himself alive.
He looks rattled, doesn't he? That's a joke. He doesn't look remotely rattled. He's exactly the same.
Unbelievably calm. And like he's had nothing.
Yeah, you're right.
He's had nothing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Ian's made a few hands here and there, as you're allowed to do.
Yeah.
But Murciano, apart from a pair of 8s that wasn't good,
yeah,
has had just no opportunities at all. Murciano here, just over 10 big blinds, and King 9 offsuit. Probably.
We saw when he was short stacked, 6-7 handed. He really doesn't like just ripping it in. He doesn't like the push fold vibe. But once you get to 11 big blinds heads up,
yeah,
he doesn't like it, but he's going to have to go along with it. That was from the day-to-day joke for 3 people.
So, every time you think it's over, or maybe we're close, there's just been no coolers, like nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
Nothing really. Ooh, 9 deuce off for Ian will be delighted with a walk.
Yeah, had the best hand. Funny business.
At any moment. Just 2, not even amazing hands, 2 half decent hands could get this done. Mark's on his last legs. He's fading away.
Come on, Mark. Do some
jumping jacks.
Jumping jacks. Let's get mobile in the booth.
Ian, as we just
probably only got 1 to 2 hours to go, kids.
Well, Murciano just folded the 5 deuce. Ian takes the spot with 5-3. Is that the difference?
That's his edge.
Well, this is a significant pot as Murciano peels the 10-7 and we go to a flop. And a open-ended straight draw for Ian, about as good as you could possibly hope for with 5-3 offsuit. Nothing for Murciano. And despite an unbelievable effort, a straight.
Hello, darling.
For Ian Simpson. Will Murciano have a pop at this one? No.
Just has so little room for manoeuvre, Murciano.
Well, a 7 would have ended things.
It would. Still could.
Well, we'd have to do some. I mean, we know he's found some obscene check raises, but.
Well, I'm saying. No, this one's over. 4.4 million left in Murciano's stack. Just 11 bigs.
He's navigated it so far really well, but Ian starting to maybe figure him out, grinding out a few more spots that he wasn't before, chiseling away at the cliff edge that is Murciano. I mean, whoever wins this is just going to breathe the biggest sigh of relief. Ooh, misdeal. Rough one for Murciano, who had a dominating 9. Shame.
Ian Simpson could easily be one hand from victory. Still. But.
Not this time.
Double up and everything changes. Double up makes it 8 million, plays 11 million.
A limp from Murciano. Ian checks back the 9-4 offsuit. Nothing whatsoever for Ian. Disappointing flop for Murciano, but you can't see anything else happening but Murciano adding that 800k back into his stack. Set of 10s on the turn for Murciano.
Seems good.
Yeah, I mean, Ian would need to start barreling here in order to Murciano to win any money out of this one. And it looks like he might have already checked. In fact, our graphic is slightly off. Here's a bet, and that will do it. We'll see. Oh, wait. It was a bet from Ian we didn't see.
Oh, okay.
Wait. No, something's...
Yeah, we got graphics problems.
I think
almost certainly it was check bet fold.
Murciano
Yeah.
Tough one to read, this one, after 12 hours. Give me a chance.
Everything's tough after 12 hours.
So, we go again. Murciano, ace-king. Jack-5 of clubs for Ian. All in and a call for short.
Wow.
And it was almost like a, well, thank God I finally found a spot for Murciano.
I mean, he has an amazing hand, but he only has 60% action. He must win it. So we could be going again here. 11 million plays 8 million, or the tournament's over.
Yeah, Jack-5 of clubs, not in the worst shape at all for Ian. 37% of the time, this is over.
Chat, you can do this. You can make this happen, chat, I believe.
For the championship.
I believe in the power of manifestation.
And 62,000 euros. We're off to a flop. Here we go. A king in the window. And really just nothing even close.
Any 3% shot. I mean, this is crazy. We're going to be playing again. We might never leave this place, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it's over on the turn. Murciano back up to 8 million chips. And he just saw it coming. When you saw the Jack-5 of clubs, you thought, yeah, Ian might try to just add the pressure onto Murciano and take away another big blind. But no, big slick does it. And now we are back towards even again. And Nick Wellthall
right,
is
Nick?
delighted.
Tetsu's going to bed. We've lost Tetsu.
That did it. That double up for Tetsu.
Tetsu's like, yeah, this could do another 2 hours. See you later.
I mean, wow. Ian was just one board away from being a champion. As it
now
is.
has to win it all over again. Roughly 11.5 million plays 8 million, I think.
Yeah, and he has to win it off of this monstrous performer. Kid's got alligator blood
hanging around. Doc Matouche, my wife is calling me to go to bed. She has to wait. You can go and come back. Probably still going on.
We see the site of Murciano's newly established stack, and Ian has to go again. And King Queen.
It was actually 10 million plays 9 million.
Wow.
Good lord.
Well, we're off again. King Queen for Ian, and 5-3 of diamonds for Murciano. 1.4, and he's just going to let this go. It's a bit big from Ian.
Just wants to get back to winning ways. Just a reminder, they're playing heads up for the money here in Madrid in our main event. 20,000 euros between first and second. Nick Wellthall, Nick Eastwood, very glad of your company here in the wee hours. We've been going at this for some time now. I can't remember which Nick I am. That's how long we've been doing this.
Eastwood.
Oh yeah, I knew it was one of the two. I think our graphics are a bit tired, to be honest. We've got some lag going on, we've got all kinds of weirdness.
Well, here we go again. Gut shot for Simpson. That's good enough.
Con el ruido, la verdad es que de repente desaparezco. 8 del puesto 7. Con del puesto 3.
Queens all over the place, but not on the board, unsurprisingly.
And gut shot to the nuts for Ian. Doing a little bit more chipping.
Oh yeah?
At the stack of Murciano since that double with Ace King. 3 of diamonds on the turn. You have to imagine if Ian was to volunteer chips, this one would be over. And it is down to 7.4. Not won a hand since doubling up.
Throw the banana at him. That is not a legal move. was worth a try. Nothing else has affected him.
El botón ahora mismo lo tiene puesto 3, ¿vale?
What a mammoth battle.
Perdón. Miró las cartas el puesto 7 y le informé.
Well, Ian with King 9. Murciano. Supposedly we have a fold, but we know that's not accurate. In fact, Ian has the button.
¿Puedes quitar las cartas del lector un segundito, por favor?
I'm going to try and smooth this one out for you guys, figure out exactly what everyone has.
¿Puedes quitar las cartas del lector, por favor? Ya está. Dime, ¿ya las has quitado del lector?
What's happening, Nick?
Oscar Isaac is just trying to figure that out.
¿Puedes ponerla en el lector otra vez?
Shout.
Could you put it into the... No, that's one. Lo tengo aquí.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Right, so Ian has the King 9, as we thought, and Murciano with 9-6 off. And not a lot of hope, and dwindling further. Dwindling every hand as he struggles to hold on to parity. Parity, a distant memory at this point.
I mean, he did get ace-king with 10 big blinds to get him back in this, but he has been dealt absolute garbage, hasn't he?
He has had.
Absolutely dross.
Some of the worst distribution I've ever seen in a heads-up match, and it hasn't phased him one. Oh my goodness me, Nick.
He just refuses to sit still and lose X amount of pots in a row. He's just never going to let that happen.
Well, Ian's got a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw, being generous. So he'll call.
And he has King High, which is pretty nutted against Murciano's check raises.
Ace of hearts on the turn. Not what either player was hoping for. I'm not actually sure what Murciano was hoping for.
I mean, he's in just please give me a pair one time though. Like, I'm pretty sure I should have hit a pair by now. We've been doing this for hours.
He is going to check. It's absolutely ridiculous how few hands Murciano's actually been dealt.
Yeah, it is.
He might as well just not even look at his cards.
Yeah, he might as well.
Effectively,
he's effectively having to play as if he doesn't have any cards.
Yeah.
Because he's not even getting like bits of equity, is he? He's not even getting like, oh, this is a hand you can bluff with because you've also got outs and all of this. He's like blanking everything.
Yeah, and Ian takes another one down. He will think he just stole that away, but in reality, he could not have been in better shape.
King High, absolutely nutted.
Well, while we are still here, Murciano, the Murciano train has slowed slightly. We are slowing down as well. Anula mano, which means we won't be playing this one. Misdeal. And we're asking for a break. Ian wants a break, probably to have a piddle, as is his right.
What do you mean? I need to pay. Can we prepare for me? Yes. Yeah, we both want to break. Yeah.
No breaks for you. Keep playing poker. Keep playing poker until one of you dies.
Dealer's just mercilessly dealing the next hand.
You've got cards. You must play. Can we go to the bathroom? No. Continue to perform for our entertainment.
Dance. Oh, Ian's going to fight back with 5-3 offsuit here, and King 7 of hearts for Murciano is about as good as it's gotten, really, for the Spaniard.
I mean, it's a strong heads-up hand. Pre-flop.
Will he go for shove? The danger is he calls and gets leveraged off this one post.
Look, I'm shoving this, but I'm sitting here, not sitting there.
Yep.
Yes, he does.
Do you really think
is good?
A man has not missed a beat all day is going to
miss
fold
that.
King 7 of hearts after having 9 high for 2 hours?
Yeah, no, that was that was the best hand he's had for 2 hours. You're right.
If Ian had called there, he would have just gone nuts.
Yeah. Don't even bother running it.
Yeah, we're going to have another hand dealt.
I just translate in Spanish. I'm literally going to do it under the table if you don't let me go for a break. That's what he said.
His leg's shaking.
Yeah.
Well, I assume we will allow, obviously, the players to wee.
Well, we don't know. Tournament director's discretion. Oh, hello.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
It may not be needed. Hold the phone.
I think this could be it. No?
Definitely could be it.
All in from Murciano.
Simpson is going to call. Here we go. This could be it. 68% of the time, this tournament is over.
And only an 8 for Murciano, or many a diamond.
Something clever involving the 8
would prolong this main event. The second time that Ian has had Murciano on the ropes. Can he deliver a knockout blow and win this tournament? There's a chant developing from the rail. Here comes the flop. 3 queen deuce.
Clean as you like. Clean as you like. 3 outs. Only 3 cards can stop Ian Simpson lifting this trophy.
There's no diamonds out there. It has to be an 8. All 3 available as far as we know. Turn card is a 5. 4 is now available to
4
chop
is a
it.
get out of jail free card for Murciano.
So
7 cards in the deck save him. Everything else wins this tournament for Ian Simpson, and we can all go to the bathroom.
Here's the river. Can Ian hold? Oh!